Martians come in clouds. Ted Barnes came in all grim-faced and trembling. He threw his coat and newspaper over the chair. "Another cloud," he muttered. "A whole cloud of them. One was up on Johnson's roof. They were getting it down with a long pole of some kind." Lena came and took his coat to the closet. "I'm certainly glad you hurried right on home." "I get the shakes when I see one of them." Ted threw himself down on the couch, groping in his pockets for cigarettes. "Honest to God, it really gets me." He lit up, blowing smoke around him in a gray mist. His hands were beginning to quiet down. He wiped sweat from his upper lip and loosened his necktie. "What's for dinner?" "Ham." Lena bent over to kiss him. "How come? Some sort of occasion?" "No." Lena moved back toward the kitchen door. "It's that canned Dutch ham your mother gave us. I thought it was about time we opened it." Ted watched her disappear into the kitchen, slim and attractive in her bright print apron. He sighed, relaxing and leaning back. The quiet living room, Lena in the kitchen, the television set playing to itself in the corner, made him feel a little better. He unlaced his shoes and kicked them off. The whole incident had taken only a few minutes, but it had seemed much longer. An eternity, standing rooted to the sidewalk, staring up at Johnson's roof. The crowd of shouting men, the long pole, and it, draped over the peak of the roof. The shapeless gray bundle evading the end of that pole, creeping this way and that, trying to keep from being dislodged. Ted shuddered. His stomach turned over. He had stood fixed to the spot, gazing up, unable to look away. Finally, some fellow running past had stepped on his foot, breaking the spell and freeing him. He had hurried on, getting away as fast as he could, relieved and shaken. Lord. The back door slammed. Jimmy wandered into the living room, his hands in his pockets. "Hi, Dad." He stopped by the bathroom door, looking across at his father. "What's the matter? You're all funny looking." "Jimmy, come over here." Ted stubbed out his cigarette. "I want to talk to you." "I have to go wash for dinner." "Come here and sit down. Dinner can wait." Jimmy came over and slid up onto the couch. "What's the matter? What is it?" Ted studied his son. Round little face, tousled hair hanging down in his eyes. Smudge of dirt on one cheek. Jimmy was 11. Was this a good time to tell him? Ted set his jaw grimly. Now was as good a time as any, while it was strong in his mind. "Jimmy, there was a Martian up on Johnson's roof. I saw it on the way home from the bus depot." Jimmy's eyes grew round. "A buggy?" "They were getting it with a pole. A cloud of them's around. They come in clouds, every few years." His hands were beginning to shake again. He lit another cigarette. "Every 2 or 3 years, not as often as they used to. They drift down from Mars in clouds, hundreds of them, all over the world, like leaves." He shuddered, "like a lot of dry leaves blowing down." "Gosh," Jimmy said. He got off the couch onto his feet. "Is it still there?" "No, they were getting it down. Listen." Ted leaned toward the boy. "Listen to me. I'm telling you this so you'll stay away from them. If you see one of them, you turn around and run as fast as you can. You hear? Don't go near it. Stay away. Don't—" He hesitated. "Don't pay any attention to it. You just turn around and run. Get somebody. Stop the first man you see and tell him. Then come on home. Do you understand?" Jimmy nodded. "You know what they look like. They showed you pictures at school. You must have." Lena came to the kitchen door. "Dinner's ready. Jimmy, aren't you washed?" "I stopped him," Ted said, getting up from the couch. "I wanted to have a talk with him." "You mind what your father tells you," Lena said, "about the buggies. Remember what he says or he'll give you the biggest whipping you ever heard of." Jimmy ran to the bathroom. "I'll get washed." He disappeared, slamming the door behind him. Ted caught Lena's gaze. "I hope they get them taken care of soon. I hate even to be outside." "They should. I heard on television they're more organized than last time." Lena counted mentally. "This is the 5th time they've come, the 5th cloud. It seems to be tapering off, not as often anymore. The first was in 1958, the next in 59. I wonder where it'll end." Jimmy hurried out of the bathroom. "Let's eat." "Okay," Ted said, "let's eat." It was a bright afternoon with the sun shining down everywhere. Jimmy Barnes rushed out of the schoolyard, through the gate, and onto the sidewalk. His heart was hammering excitedly. He crossed over to Maple Street, and then on to Cedar, running the whole way. A couple of people were still poking around on Johnson's lawn, a policeman and a few curious men. There was a big ruined place in the center of the lawn, a sort of tear where the grass had been ripped back. The flowers all around the house had been trampled flat. But there was no sign whatsoever of the buggy. While he was watching, Mike Edwards came over and punched him on the arm. "What say, Barnes?" "Hi, did you see it?" "The buggy? No. My dad saw it coming home from work." "Bull." "No, he really did. He said they were getting it down with a pole." Ralph Drake rode up on his bike. "Where is it? Is it gone?" "They already tore it up," Mike said. "Barnes says his old man saw it coming home last night. He said they were poking it down with a pole. It was trying to hang onto the roof." "They're all dried up and withered," Mike said, "like something that's been hanging out in the garage." "How do you know?" Ralph said. "I saw one once." "Yeah, I'll bet." They walked along the sidewalk, Ralph wheeling his bike, discussing the matter loudly. They turned down Vermont Street and crossed the big vacant lot. "The TV announcer said most of them are already rounded up," Ralph said. "There weren't very many this time." Jimmy kicked a rock. "I'd sure like to see one before they get them all." "I'd sure like to get one," Mike said. Ralph sneered. "If you ever saw one, you'd run so fast you wouldn't stop until the sun set." "Oh, yeah? You'd run like a fool." "The heck I would. I'd knock the old buggy down with a rock." "And carry him home in a tin can?" Mike chased Ralph around, out into the street and up to the corner. The argument continued endlessly all the way across town and over to the other side of the railroad tracks. They walked past the Ink Works and the Western Lumber Company loading platforms. The sun sank low in the sky. It was getting to be evening. A cold wind came up, blowing through the palm trees at the end of the Hartley Construction Company lot. "See you," Ralph said. He hopped on his bike, riding off. Mike and Jimmy walked back toward town together. At Cedar Street, they separated. "If you see a buggy, give me a call," Mike said. "Sure thing." Jimmy walked on up Cedar Street, his hands in his pockets. The sun had set. The evening air was chill. Darkness was descending. He walked slowly, his eyes on the ground. The streetlights came on. A few cars moved along the street. Behind curtained windows he saw bright flashes of yellow, warm kitchens and living rooms. A television set brayed out, rumbling into the gloom. He passed along the brick wall of the Pomeroy estate. The wall turned into an iron fence. Above the fence, great silent evergreens rose, dark and unmoving, in the evening twilight. For a moment Jimmy stopped, kneeling down to tie his shoe. A cold wind blew around him, making the evergreens sway slightly. Far off, a train sounded a dismal wail echoing through the gloom. He thought about dinner, Dad with his shoes off, reading the newspapers, his mother in the kitchen, the TV set murmuring to itself in the corner, the warm, bright living room. Jimmy stood up. Above him, in the evergreens, something moved. He glanced up, suddenly rigid. Among the dark branches, something rested, swaying with the wind. He gaped, rooted to the spot. A buggy, waiting and watching, crouched silently up in the tree. It was old. He knew that at once. There was a dryness about it, an odor of age and dust. An ancient gray shape, silent and unmoving, wrapped around the trunk and branches of the evergreen. A mass of cobwebs, dusty strands and webs of gray, wrapped and trailing across the tree. A nebulous, wispy presence that made the hackles of his neck rise. The shape began to move, but so slowly he might not have noticed. It was sliding around the trunk, feeling its way, carefully, a little at a time, as if it were sightless, blind, feeling its way inch by inch, an unseeing gray ball of cobwebs and dust. Jimmy moved back from the fence. It was completely dark. The sky was black above him. A few stars glittered, distantly, bits of remote fire. Far down the street a bus rumbled, turning a corner. A buggy, clinging to the tree above him. Jimmy struggled, pulling himself away. His heart was thumping painfully, choking him. He could hardly breathe. His vision blurred, fading and receding. The buggy was only a little way from him, only a few yards above his head. Help. He had to get help. Men with poles to push the buggy down. People, right away. He closed his eyes and pushed away from the fence. He seemed to be in a vast tide, a rushing ocean dragging at him, surging over his body, holding him where he was. He could not break away. He was caught. He strained, pushing against it. One step, another step, a third. And then he heard it. Or rather felt it. There was no sound. It was like a drumming, a kind of murmuring like the sea inside his head. The drumming lapped against his mind, beating gently around him. He halted. The murmuring was soft, rhythmic, but insistent, urgent. It began to separate, gaining form and substance. It flowed, breaking up into distinct sensations, images, scenes. Scenes of another world, its world. The buggy was talking to him, telling him about its world, spinning out scene after scene with anxious haste. "Get away," Jimmy muttered thickly. But the scenes still came, urgently, insistently, lapping at his mind. Plains. A vast desert without limit or end, dark red, cracked, and scored with ravines. A far line of blunted hills, dust-covered, corroded. A great basin off to the right, an endless, empty pie pan, with white-crusted salt rhyming it. A bitter ash where water had once lapped. "Get away," Jimmy muttered again, moving a step back. The scenes grew. Dead sky, particles of sand whipped along, carried endlessly. Sheets of sand, vast billowing clouds of sand and dust blowing endlessly across the cracked surface of the planet. A few scrawny plants, growing by rocks. In the shadows of the mountains, great spiders with old webs, dust-covered, spun centuries ago, dead spiders lodged in cracks. A scene expanded. Some sort of artificial pipe jutting up from the red-baked ground. A vent. Underground quarters. The view changed. He was seeing below, down into the core of the planet. Layer after layer of crumpled rock. A withered, wrinkled planet without fire or life or moisture of any kind. Its skin cracking. Its pulp drying out and blowing up in clouds of dust. Far down in the core, a tank of some sort. A chamber sunk in the heart of the planet. He was inside the tank. Buggies were everywhere, sliding and moving around. Machines, construction of different kinds, buildings, plants in rows, generators, homes, rooms of complex equipment. Sections of the tank were closed off, bolted shut, rusty metal doors, machinery sinking into decay, valves closed, pipes rusting away, dials cracked and broken, lines clogged, teeth missing from gears, more and more sections closed, fewer buggies, fewer and fewer. The scene changed. Earth seen from a long way off, a distant green sphere turning slowly, cloud-covered, broad oceans, blue water miles deep, moist atmosphere, the buggies drifting through empty reaches of space, drifting slowly toward Earth year after year, drifting endlessly in the dark wastes with agonizing slowness. Now Earth expanded. The scene was almost familiar. An ocean surface, miles of foaming water, a few gulls above a distant shoreline. The ocean, Earth's ocean. Clouds wandering above in the sky. On the surface of the water, flat spheres drifted, huge metal disks. Floating units artificially built several 100 feet around. Buggies rested silently on the disks, absorbing water and minerals from the ocean under them. The buggy was trying to tell him something about itself. Disks on the water. The buggies wanted to use the water, to live on the water, on the surface of the ocean. Big surface disks, covered with buggies. It wanted him to know that, to see the disks, the water disks. The buggies would live on the water, not on the land, only the water. They wanted his permission. They wanted to use the water. That was what it was trying to tell him, that they wanted to use the surface of the water between the continents. Now, the buggy was asking, imploring. It wanted to know. It wanted him to say, to answer, to give his permission. It was waiting to hear, waiting and hoping, imploring. The scenes faded, winking out of his mind. Jimmy stumbled back, falling against the curb. He leaped up again, wiping damp grass from his hands. He was standing in the gutter. He could still see the buggy resting among the branches of the evergreen. It was almost invisible. He could scarcely make it out. The drumming had receded, left his mind. The buggy had withdrawn. Jimmy turned and fled. He ran across the street and down the other side, sobbing for breath. He came to the corner and turned up Douglas Street. At the bus stop stood a heavy-set man with a lunch bucket under his arm. Jimmy ran up to the man. "A buggy, in the tree." He gasped for breath. "In the big tree." The man grunted. "Run along, kid." "A buggy!" Jimmy's voice rose in panic, shrill and insistent. "A buggy up in the tree!" Two men loomed up out of the darkness. "What? A buggy? Where?" More people appeared. "Where is it?" Jimmy pointed. gesturing. "Pomeroy Estate, the tree, by the fence." He waved, gasping. A cop appeared. "What's going on?" "The kids found a buggy. Somebody get a pole." "Show me where it is," the cop said, grabbing hold of Jimmy's arm. "Come on." Jimmy led them back down the street, to the brick wall. He hung back, away from the fence. "Up there." "Which tree?" "That one, I think." A flashlight flicked on, picking its way among the evergreens. In the Pomeroy house, lights came on. The front door opened. "What's going on there?" Mr. Pomeroy's voice echoed angrily. "Got a buggy. Keep back." Mr. Pomeroy's doors slammed quickly shut. "There it is," Jimmy pointed up. "That tree." His heart almost stopped beating. "There. Up there." "Where?" "I see it." The cop moved back, his pistol out. "You can't shoot it. Bullets go right through." "Somebody get a pole." "Too high for a pole." "Get a torch." "Somebody bring a torch." Two men ran off. Cars were stopping. A police car slid to a halt, its siren whirring into silence. Doors opened, men came running over. A searchlight flashed on, dazzling them. It found the buggy and locked into place. The buggy rested, unmoving, hugging the branch of the evergreen. In the blinding light, it looked like some giant cocoon clinging uncertainly to its place. The buggy began to move hesitantly, creeping around the trunk. Its wisps reached out, feeling for support. "A torch, damn it! Get a torch here!" A man came with a blazing board ripped from a fence. They poured gasoline over newspapers, heaped in a ring around the base of the tree. The bottom branches began to burn, feebly at first, then more brightly. "Get more gas!" A man in white uniform came lugging a tank of gasoline. He threw the tank full of gas onto the tree. Flames blazed up, rising rapidly. The branches charred and crackled, burning furiously. Far above them the buggy began to stir. It climbed uncertainly to a higher branch, pulling itself up. The flames licked closer. The buggy increased its pace. It undulated, dragging itself onto the next branch above. Higher and higher it climbed. "Look at it go." "It won't get away. It's almost at the top." More gasoline was brought. The flames leaped higher. A crowd had collected around the fence. The police kept them back. "There it goes." The light moved to keep the buggy visible. "It's at the top." The buggy had reached the top of the tree. It rested, holding onto the branch, swaying back and forth. Flames leaped from branch to branch, closer and closer to it. The buggy felt hesitantly around, blindly, seeking support. It reached, feeling with its wisps. A spurt of fire touched it. The buggy crackled, smoke rising from it. "It's burning!" An excited murmur swept through the crowd. "It's finished!" The buggy was on fire. It moved clumsily, trying to get away. Suddenly it dropped, falling to the branch below. For a second it hung on the branch, crackling and smoking. Then the branch gave way with a rending crackle. The buggy fell to the ground among the newspapers and gasoline. The crowd roared. They seethed toward the tree, flowing and milling forward. "Step on it! Get it! Step on the damn thing!" Boots stamped again and again, feet rising and falling, grinding the buggy into the ground. A man fell, pulling himself away, his glasses hanging from one ear. Knots of struggling people fought with each other, pressing inward, trying to reach the tree. A flaming branch fell. Some of the crowd retreated. "I got it! Get back!" More branches fell, crashing down. The crowd broke up, streaming back, laughing and pushing. Jimmy felt the cop's hand on his arm, big fingers digging in. "That's the end, boy. It's all over." "They get it?" "They sure did. What's your name?" "My name?" Jimmy started to tell the cop his name, but just then some scuffling broke out between two men, and the cop hurried over. Jimmy stood for a moment, watching. The night was cold. A frigid wind blew around him, chilling him through his clothing. He thought suddenly of dinner and his father stretched out on the couch reading the newspaper. His mother in the kitchen fixing dinner. The warmth, the friendly, yellow, homey warmth. He turned and made his way through the people to the edge of the street. Behind him the charred stalk of the tree rose black and smoking into the night. A few glowing remains were being stamped out around its base. The buggy was gone, it was over, there was nothing more to see. Jimmy hurried home as if the buggy were chasing him. "What do you say to that?" Ted Barnes demanded, sitting with his legs crossed, his chair back from the table. The cafeteria was full of noise and the smell of food. People pushed their trays along on the racks in front of them, gathering dishes from the dispensers. "Your kid really did that?" Bob Walters said across from him with open curiosity. "You sure you're not stringing us along?" Frank Hendricks said, lowering his newspaper for a moment. "It's the truth," The one they got over at the Pomeroy estate. I'm talking about that one. It was a real son of a gun." "That's right," Jack Green admitted. "The paper says some kid spotted it first and brought the police." "That was my kid," Ted said, his chest swelling. "What do you guys think about that?" "Was he scared?" Bob Walters wanted to know. "Hell no," Ted Barnes replied strongly. "I'll bet he was." Frank Hendricks was from Missouri. "He sure wasn't. He got the cops and brought them to the place. Last night, we were sitting around the dinner table wondering where the hell he was. I was getting a little worried." Ted Barnes was still the proud parent. Jack Green got to his feet, looking at his watch. "Time to get back to the office." Frank and Bob got up also. "See you later, Ted." Green thumped Ted on the back. "Some kid you got, Barnes. Chip off the old block." Ted grinned. He wasn't a bit afraid. He watched them go out of the cafeteria onto the busy noonday street. After a moment, he gulped down the rest of his coffee and wiped his chin, standing slowly up. Not a damn bit afraid. Not one damn bit. He paid for his lunch and pushed his way outside onto the street, his chest still swelled up. He grinned at people passing by as he walked back to the office, all aglow with reflected glory. "Not a bit afraid," he murmured, full of pride, a deep glowing pride. "Not one damn bit." The Commuter. The little fellow was tired. He pushed his way slowly through the throng of people across the lobby of the station to the ticket window. He waited his turn impatiently, fatigue showing in his drooping shoulders, his sagging brown coat. "Next," Ed Jacobson, the ticket seller, rasped. The little fellow tossed a $5 bill on the counter. "Give me a new commute book. Used up the old one." He peered past Jacobson at the wall clock. "Lord, is it really that late?" Jacobson accepted the $5. "Okay, mister, one commute book. Where to?" "Macon Heights," the little fellow stated. "Macon Heights." Jacobson consulted his board. "Macon Heights. There isn't any such place." The little man's face hardened in suspicion. "You trying to be funny?" "Mister, there isn't any Macon Heights. I can't sell you a ticket unless there is such a place." "What do you mean? I live there." "I don't care. I've been selling tickets for 6 years, and there is no such place." The little man's eyes popped with astonishment. "But I have a home there. I go there every night. Here." Jacobson pushed him the chartboard. "You find it." The little man pulled the board over to one side. He studied it, frantically, his finger trembling as he went down the list of towns. "Find it?" Jacobson demanded, resting his arms on the counter. "It's not there, is it?" The little man shook his head, dazed. "I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. Something must be wrong. There certainly must be—" Suddenly, he vanished. The board fell to the cement floor. The little fellow was gone, winked out of existence. "Holy Caesar's ghost," Jacobson gasped. His mouth opened and closed. There was only the board lying on the cement floor. The little man had ceased to exist. "What then?" Bob Payne asked. "I went around and picked up the board." "He was really gone?" "He was gone, all right." Jacobson mopped his forehead. "I wish you had been around. Like a light, he went out. Completely. No sound, no motion." Payne lit a cigarette, leaning back in his chair. "Had you ever seen him before?" "No." "What time of day was it?" "Just about now, about 5. Jacobson moved toward the ticket window. "Here comes a bunch of people." Macon Heights. Payne turned the pages of the State City Guide. "No listing in any of the books. If he reappears, I want to talk to him. Get him inside the office." "Sure, I don't want to have nothing to do with him. It isn't natural." Jacobson turned to the window. "Yes, lady." 2 round-trip tickets to Lewisburg." Payne stubbed his cigarette out and lit another. "I keep feeling I've heard the name before." He got up and wandered over to the wall map. "But it isn't listed." "There is no listing because there is no such place," Jacobson said. "You think I could stand here daily selling one ticket after another and not know?" He turned back to his window. "Yes, sir?" "I'd like a commute book to Macon Heights," the little fellow said, glancing nervously at the clock on the wall, "and hurry it up." Jacobson closed his eyes. He hung on tight. When he opened his eyes again, the little fellow was still there. Small, wrinkled face, thinning hair, glasses, tired, slumped coat. Jacobson turned and moved across the office to Payne. "He's back." Jacobson swallowed. his face pale. "It's him again." Payne's eyes flickered. "Bring him right in." Jacobson nodded and returned to the window. "Mister," he said, "could you please come inside?" He indicated the door. "The vice president would like to see you for a moment." The little man's face darkened. "What's up? The train's about to take off." Grumbling under his breath, he pushed the door open and entered the office. "This sort of thing has never happened before. It's certainly getting hard to purchase a commute book. If I miss the train, I'm going to hold your company." "Sit down," Payne said, indicating the chair across from his desk. "You're the gentleman who wants a commute book to Macon Heights? Is there something strange about that? What's the matter with all of you? Why can't you sell me a commute book like you always do?" Like we always do?" The little man held himself in check, with great effort. "Last December, my wife and I moved out to Macon Heights. I've been riding your train 10 times a week, twice a day for 6 months. Every month, I buy a new commute book." Payne leaned toward him. "Exactly which one of our trains do you take, Mr. Critchett, Ernest Critchett? The B train. Don't you know your own schedules?" "The B train?" Payne consulted a B train chart, running his pencil along it. No Macon Heights was listed. "How long is the trip? How long does it take?" "Exactly 49 minutes." Critchett looked up at the wall clock. "If I ever get on it." Payne calculated mentally. 49 minutes. About 30 miles from the city. He got up and crossed to the big wall map. Payne drew a 30-mile circle on the map. The circle crossed a number of towns, but none of them was Macon Heights. And on the B-line, there was nothing at all. "What sort of place is Macon Heights?" Payne asked. "How many people, would you say?" "I don't know, 5,000, maybe. I spend most of my time in the city. I'm a bookkeeper over at Bradshaw Insurance." "Is Macon Heights a fairly new place?" "It's modern enough. We have a little 2-bedroom house a couple years old." Critchett stirred restlessly. "How about a commute book?" "I'm afraid," Payne said slowly, "I can't sell you a commute book." "What? Why not?" "We don't have any service to Macon Heights." Critchett leaped up. "What do you mean?" "There's no such place. Look at the map yourself." Critchett gaped, his face working. Then he turned angrily to the wall map, glaring at it intently. "This is a curious situation, Mr. Critchett," Payne murmured. "It isn't on the map, and the State City Directory doesn't list it. We have no schedule that includes it. There are no commute books made up for it. We don't—" He broke off. Critchett had vanished. One moment he was there studying the wall map, the next moment he was gone. Vanished, puffed out. "Jacobson!" Payne barked. "He's gone!" Jacobson's eyes grew large. Sweat stood out on his forehead. "So he is," he murmured. Payne was deep in thought, gazing at the empty spot Ernest Critchett had occupied. "Something's going on," he murmured. "Something damn strange." Abruptly, he grabbed his overcoat and headed for the door. "Don't leave me alone," Jacobson begged. "If you need me, I'll be at Laura's apartment. The number is someplace in my desk." "This is no time for games with girls." Payne pushed open the door to the lobby. "I doubt," he said grimly, "if this is a game." Payne climbed the stairs to Laura Nichols' apartment 2 at a time. He leaned on the buzzer until the door opened. "Bob!" Laura blinked in surprise. "To what do I owe this?" Payne pushed past her inside the apartment. "Hope I'm not interrupting anything." "No, but—" "Big doings. I'm going to need some help. Can I count on you?" "On me?" Laura closed the door after him. Her attractively furnished apartment lay in half shadow. At the end of the deep green couch, a single table lamp burned. The heavy drapes were pulled. The phonograph was on low in the corner. "Maybe I'm going crazy." Payne threw himself down on the luxuriant green couch. "That's what I want to find out." "How can I help?" Laura came languidly over, her arms folded, a cigarette between her lips. She shook her long hair back out of her eyes. "Just what did you have in mind?" Payne grinned at the girl appreciatively. "You'll be surprised. I want you to go downtown tomorrow morning, bright and early, and—" "Tomorrow morning? I have a job, remember? And the office starts a whole new string of reports this week." "The hell with that. Take the morning off. Go downtown to the main library. If you can't get the information there, go over to the county courthouse and start looking through the back tax records. Keep looking until you find it." "It? Find what?" Payne lit a cigarette thoughtfully. Mention of a place called Macon Heights. I know I've heard the name before, years ago. Got the picture? Go through the old atlases, old newspapers in the reading room, old magazines, reports, city proposals, propositions before the state legislature. Laura sat down slowly on the arm of the couch. Are you kidding? No. How far back? Maybe 10 years, if necessary. Good Lord, I might have to... Stay there until you find it. Payne got up abruptly. I'll see you later. You're leaving. You're not taking me out to dinner? Sorry. Payne moved toward the door. I'll be busy, real busy. Doing what? Visiting Macon Heights. Outside the train, endless fields stretched off, broken by an occasional farm building. Bleak telephone poles jutted up toward the evening sky. Payne glanced at his wristwatch. Not far now. The train passed through a small town. A couple of gas stations, roadside stands, television store. It stopped at the station, brakes grinding. Lewisburg. A few commuters got off, men in overcoats with evening papers. The doors slammed, and the train started up. Payne settled back against his seat, deep in thought. Critchett had vanished while looking at the wall map. He had vanished the first time when Jacobson showed him the chartboard, when he had been shown there was no such place as Macon Heights. Was there some sort of clue there? The whole thing was unreal, dreamlike. Payne peered out. He was almost there, if there were such a place. Outside the train, the brown fields stretched off endlessly. Hills and level fields, telephone poles, cars racing along the state highway, tiny black specks hurrying through the twilight. But no sign of Macon Heights. The train roared on its way. Payne consulted his watch. 51 minutes had passed, and he had seen nothing. Nothing but fields. He walked up the car and sat down beside the conductor, a white-haired old gentleman. "Ever hear of a place called Macon Heights?" Payne asked. "No, sir." Payne showed his identification. "You're sure you never heard of any place by that name?" "Positive, Mr. Payne." "How long have you been on this run?" 11 years, Mr. Payne." Payne rode on until the next stop, Jacksonville. He got off and transferred to a B train heading back to the city. The sun had set. The sky was almost black. Dimly he could make out the scenery out there beyond the window. He tensed, holding his breath. 1 minute to go. 40 seconds. Was there anything? Level fields, bleak telephone poles, a barren, wasted landscape between towns. Between? The train rushed on, hurtling through the gloom. Payne gazed out fixedly. Was there something out there, something beside the fields? Above the fields, a long mass of translucent smoke lay stretched out. A homogeneous mass, extended for almost a mile. What was it? Smoke from the engine? But the engine was diesel. From a truck along the highway? A brush fire? None of the fields looked burned. Suddenly the train began to slow. Payne was instantly alert. The train was stopping, coming to a halt. The brakes screeched, the cars lurched from side to side. Then silence. Across the aisle, a tall man in a light coat got to his feet, put his hat on, and moved rapidly toward the door. He leaped down from the train onto the ground. Payne watched him, fascinated. The man walked rapidly away from the train, across the dark fields. He moved with purpose, heading toward the bank of gray haze. The man rose. He was walking a foot off the ground. He turned to the right. He rose again now, 3 feet off the ground. For a moment he walked parallel to the ground, still heading away from the train. Then he vanished into the bank of haze. He was gone. Payne hurried up the aisle. But already the train had begun gathering speed. The ground moved past outside. Payne located the conductor, leaning against the wall of the car, a pudding-faced youth. "Listen," Payne grated. "What was that stop?" "Beg pardon, sir?" "That stop. Where the hell were we?" "We always stop there." Slowly the conductor reached into his coat and brought out a handful of schedules. He sorted through them and passed one to Payne. "The B always stops at Macon Heights. Didn't you know that?" "No." "It's on the schedule." The youth raised his pulp magazine again. "Always stops there, always has, always will." Payne tore the schedule open. It was true. Macon Heights was listed between Jacksonville and Lewisburg, exactly 30 miles from the city. The cloud of gray haze. The vast cloud gaining form rapidly, as if something were coming into existence. As a matter of fact, something was coming into existence. Macon Heights. He caught Laura at her apartment the next morning. She was sitting at the coffee table in a pale pink sweater and dark slacks. Before her was a pile of notes, a pencil and eraser, and a malted milk. "How did you make out?" Payne demanded. "Fine, I got your information." "What's the story?" "There was quite a bit of material." She patted the sheaf of notes. "I summed up the major parts for you." "Let's have the summation." 7 years ago this August, the County Board of Supervisors voted on 3 new suburban housing tracts to be set up outside the city. Macon Heights was one of them. There was a big debate. Most of the city merchants opposed the new tracts, said they would draw too much retail business away from the city. Go on. There was a long fight. Finally, 2 of the 3 tracts were approved, Waterville and Cedar Groves, but not Macon Heights. "I see," Payne murmured thoughtfully. Macon Heights was defeated, a compromise, 2 tracts instead of 3. The 2 tracts were built up right away. You know, we passed through Waterville one afternoon, nice little place. But no Macon Heights. No, Macon Heights was given up. Payne rubbed his jaw. "That's the story, then." "That's the story. Do you realize I lose a whole half-day's pay because of this? You have to take me out, tonight. Maybe I should get another fellow. I'm beginning to think you're not such a good bet." Payne nodded absently. 7 years ago. All at once, a thought came to him. The vote. How close was the vote on Macon Heights? Laura consulted her notes. The project was defeated by a single vote. A single vote. 7 years ago. Payne moved out into the hall. "Thanks, honey. Things are beginning to make sense. Lots of sense." He caught a cab out front. The cab raced him across the city toward the train station. Outside, signs and streets flashed by, people and stores and cars. His hunch had been correct. He had heard the name before. 7 years ago. A bitter county debate on a proposed suburban tract. 2 towns approved, 1 defeated and forgotten. But now the forgotten town was coming into existence. 7 years later. The town and an undetermined slice of reality along with it. Why? Had something changed in the past? Had an alteration occurred in some past continuum? That seemed like the explanation. The vote had been close. Macon Heights had almost been approved. Maybe certain parts of the past were unstable. Maybe that particular period 7 years ago had been critical. Maybe it had never completely gelled. An odd thought, the past changing after it had already happened. Suddenly Payne's eyes focused. He sat up quickly. Across the street was a store sign halfway along the block. Over a small, inconspicuous establishment. As the cab moved forward, Payne peered to see. Bradshaw Insurance, or Notary Public. He pondered. Critchett's place of business. Did it also come and go? Had it always been there? Something about it made him uneasy. "Hurry it up," Payne ordered the driver. "Let's get going." When the train slowed down at Macon Heights, Payne got quickly to his feet and made his way up the aisle to the door. The grinding wheels jerked to a halt, and Payne leaped down onto the hot gravel siding. He looked around him. In the afternoon sunlight, Macon Heights glittered and sparkled, its even rows of houses stretching out in all directions. In the center of the town, the marquee of a theater rose up. A theater, even. Payne headed across the track toward the town. Beyond the train station was a parking lot. He stepped up onto the lot and crossed it, following a path past a filling station and onto a sidewalk. He came out on the main street of the town. A double row of stores stretched out ahead of him, a hardware store, 2 drugstores, a dime store, a modern department store. Payne walked along, hands in his pockets, gazing around him at Macon Heights. An apartment building stuck up, tall and fat. A janitor was washing down the front steps. Everything looked new and modern. The houses, the stores, the pavement and sidewalks, the parking meters. A brown uniformed cop was giving a car a ticket. Trees growing at intervals, neatly clipped and pruned. He passed a big supermarket. Out in front was a bin of fruit, oranges and grapes. He picked a grape and bit into it. The grape was real, all right. A big, black Concord grape, sweet and ripe. Yet 24 hours ago there had been nothing here but a barren field. Payne entered one of the drugstores. He leafed through some magazines and then sat down at the counter. He ordered a cup of coffee from the red-cheeked little waitress. "This is a nice town," Payne said as she brought the coffee. "Yes, isn't it?" Payne hesitated. How long have you been working here? 3 months. 3 months? Payne studied the buxom little blonde. You live here in Macon Heights? Oh, yes. How long? A couple years, I guess. She moved away to wait on a young soldier who had taken a stool down the counter. Payne sat drinking his coffee and smoking, idly watching the people passing by outside. Ordinary people, men and women, mostly women. Some had grocery bags and little wire carts. Automobiles drove slowly back and forth. A sleepy little suburban town, modern, upper-middle class. A quality town, no slums here, small attractive houses, stores with sloping grass fronts and neon signs. Some high school kids burst into the drugstore, laughing and bumping into each other. 2 girls in bright sweaters sat down next to Payne and ordered lime drinks. They chatted gaily, bits of their conversation drifting to him. He gazed at them, pondering moodily. They were real, all right. Lipstick and red fingernails, sweaters and armloads of school books, hundreds of high school kids crowding eagerly into the drugstore. Payne rubbed his forehead wearily. It didn't seem possible. Maybe he was out of his mind. The town was real, completely real. It must have always existed. A whole town couldn't rise up out of nothing, out of a cloud of gray haze. 5,000 people, houses and streets and stores. Stores. Bradshaw Insurance. Stabbing realization chilled him. Suddenly he understood. It was spreading, beyond Macon Heights, into the city. The city was changing, too. Bradshaw Insurance, Critchett's place of business. Macon Heights couldn't exist without warping the city. They interlocked. The 5,000 people came from the city. Their jobs, their lives, the city was involved. But how much? How much was the city changing? Payne threw a quarter on the counter and hurried out of the drugstore toward the train station. He had to get back to the city. Laura, the change. Was she still there? Was his own life safe? Fear gripped him. Laura, all his possessions, his plans, hopes, and dreams. Suddenly Macon Heights was unimportant. His own world was in jeopardy. Only one thing mattered now. He had to make sure of it, make sure his own life was still here, untouched by the spreading circle of change that was lapping out from Macon Heights. "Where to, buddy?" the cab driver asked, as Payne came rushing out of the train station. Payne gave him the address of the apartment. The cab roared out into traffic. Payne settled back nervously. Outside the window, the streets and office buildings flashed past. White-collar workers were already beginning to get off work, swelling out onto the sidewalks to stand in clumps at each corner. How much had changed? He concentrated on a row of buildings. The big department store. Had that always been there? The little bootblack shop next to it. He had never noticed that before. Norris Home Furnishings. He didn't remember that. But how could he be sure? He felt confused. How could he tell? The cab let him off in front of the apartment house. Payne stood for a moment, looking around him. Down at the end of the block, the owner of the Italian delicatessen was out putting up the awning. Had he ever noticed a delicatessen there before? He could not remember. What had happened to the big meat market across the street? There was nothing but neat little houses, older houses that looked like they'd been there plenty long. Had a meat market ever been there? The houses looked solid. In the next block, the striped pole of a barber shop glittered. Had there always been a barber shop there? Maybe it had always been there. Maybe, and maybe not. Everything was shifting. New things were coming into existence, others going away. The past was altering, and memory was tied to the past. How could he trust his memory? How could he be sure? Terror gripped him. Laura, his world. Payne raced up the front steps and pushed open the door of the apartment house. He hurried up the carpeted stairs to the second floor. The door of the apartment was unlocked. He pushed it open and entered, his heart in his mouth, praying silently. The living room was dark and silent. The shades were half pulled. He glanced around wildly. The light blue couch, magazines on its arms, the low blonde oak table, the television set. But the room was empty. "Laura," he gasped. Laura hurried from the kitchen, eyes wide with alarm. "Bob, what are you doing home? Is anything the matter?" Payne relaxed, sagging with relief. "Hello, honey." He kissed her, holding her tight against him. She was warm and substantial, completely real. "No, nothing's wrong. Everything's fine." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Payne took off his coat shakily and dropped it over the back of the couch. He wandered around the room, examining things, his confidence returning. His familiar blue couch, cigarette burns on its arms, his ragged footstool, his desk where he did his work at night, his fishing rods leaning up against the wall behind the bookcase. The big television set he had purchased only last month, that was safe too. Everything, all he owned, was untouched, safe, unharmed. "Dinner won't be ready for half an hour," Laura murmured anxiously, unfastening her apron. "I didn't expect you home so early. I've just been sitting around all day. I did clean the stove. Some salesman left a sample of a new cleanser." "That's okay." He examined a favorite Renoir print on the wall. "Take your time. It's good to see all these things again. From the bedroom a crying sound came. Laura turned quickly. "I guess we woke up Jimmy." "Jimmy?" Laura laughed. "Darling, don't you remember your own son?" "Of course," Payne murmured, annoyed. He followed Laura slowly into the bedroom. Just for a minute, everything seemed strange. He rubbed his forehead, frowning. Strange and unfamiliar, sort of out of focus. They stood by the crib, gazing down at the baby. Jimmy glared back up at his mother and dad. "It must have been the sun," Laura said. "It's so terribly hot outside." "That must be it. I'm okay now." Payne reached down and poked at the baby. He put his arm around his wife, hugging her to him. "It must have been the sun," he said. He looked down into her eyes and smiled. The world she wanted. Half dozing, Larry Brewster contemplated the litter of cigarette butts, empty beer bottles, and twisted match folders heaped on the table before him. He reached out and adjusted one beer bottle, thereby achieving just the right effect. In the back of the wind-up, the small Dixieland jazz combo played noisily. The harsh jazz sound mixed with the murmur of voices, the semi-darkness, the clink of glasses at the bar. Larry Brewster sighed in happy contentment. This, he stated, is nirvana. He nodded his head slowly, agreeing with the words uttered. Or at least the 7th level of Zen Buddhist heaven. "There aren't 7 levels in the Zen Buddhist heaven," a competent female voice corrected from directly above him. "That's a fact," Larry admitted, reflecting on the matter. "I was speaking metaphorically, not literally." "You should be more careful. You should mean exactly what you say." "And say exactly what you mean?" Larry peered up. "Have I had the pleasure of knowing you, young lady?" The slender, golden-haired girl dropped into the seat across the table from Larry, her eyes sharp and bright in the half-gloom of the bar. She smiled at him, white teeth sparkling. "No," she said, "we've never met. Our time has just now arrived." Our time?" Larry drew himself up, slowly, pulling his lanky frame together. There was something in the girl's bright, competent face that vaguely alarmed him, penetrating his alcoholic gaze. Her smile was too calm, too assured. "Just exactly what do you mean?" Larry murmured. "What's this all about?" The girl slipped out of her coat, revealing full, rounded breasts and supple figure. "I'll have a martini," she said. "And by the way, my name is Allison Holmes." "Larry Brewster." Larry studied the girl intently. "What did you say you wanted?" "A martini, dry." Allison smiled coolly across at him. "And get one for yourself, why don't you?" Larry grunted under his breath. He signaled to the waiter. "A dry martini, Max." "Okay, Mr. Brewster." A few minutes later, Max returned and set a martini glass on the table. When he had gone, Larry leaned toward the blonde-haired girl. "Now, Miss Holmes." "None for you?" "None for me." Larry watched her sip her drink. Her hands were small and dainty. She wasn't bad-looking, but he didn't like the self-satisfied calmness in her eyes. "What's this business about our time having come? Let me in on it." "It's very simple. I saw you sitting here, and I knew you were the one, in spite of the messy table." She wrinkled her nose at the litter of bottles and match folders. "Why don't you have them clear it off?" "Because I enjoy it. You knew I was the one?" "Which one?" Larry was getting interested. "Go on." "Larry, this is a very important moment in my life." Allison gazed around her. "Who would think I'd find you in a place like this? But that's the way it's always been for me. This is only one link of a great chain going back, well, as far back as I can remember." "What chain is that?" Allison laughed. "Poor Larry, you don't understand." She leaned toward him, her lovely eyes dancing. "You see, Larry, I know something no one else knows, no one else in this world. Something I learned when I was a little girl. Something... Wait a minute, what do you mean by this world? Do you mean there are nicer worlds than this? Better worlds? Like in Plato? This world is only a... Certainly not, Allison frowned. This is the best world, Larry, the best of all possible worlds. Oh, Herbert Spencer. The best of all possible worlds for me. She smiled at him, a cold, secret smile. Why for you? There was something almost predatory in the girl's finely chiseled face as she answered, Because, she said calmly, this is my world. Larry raised an eyebrow. Your world? Then he grinned good-naturedly. Sure it is, baby. It belongs to all of us. He waved expansively around at the room. Your world, my world, the banjo player's world. No, Allison shook her head firmly. No, Larry. My world. It belongs to me. Everything and everybody, all mine. She moved her chair around until she was close by him. He could smell her perfume, warm and sweet and tantalizing. Don't you understand? This is mine, all these things. They're here for me, for my happiness. Larry edged away a little. Oh? You know, as a philosophical tenet, that's a bit hard to maintain. I'll admit Descartes said the world is known to us only through our senses, and our senses reflect our own. Allison laid her small hand on his arm. I don't mean that. You see, Larry, there are many worlds, all kinds of worlds, millions and millions, as many worlds as there are people. Each person has his own world, Larry, his own private world, a world that exists for him, for his happiness. She lowered her gaze modestly. This happens to be my world. Larry considered. Very interesting, but what about other people? Me, for example. You exist for my happiness, of course. That's what I'm talking about. The pressure of her small hand increased. As soon as I saw you, I knew you were the one. I've been thinking about this for several days now. It's time he came along. The man for me. The man intended for me to marry. So my happiness can be complete. Hey, Larry exclaimed, drawing back. What's wrong? What about me? Larry demanded. That's not fair. Doesn't my happiness count? Yes, but not here, not in this world. She gestured vaguely. You have a world someplace else, a world of your own. In this world, you're merely a part of my life. You're not completely real. I'm the only one in this world who's completely real. All the rest of you are here for me. You're just partly real. I see. Larry sat back slowly, rubbing his jaw. Then I sort of exist in a lot of different worlds, a little bit here, a little bit there, according to where I'm needed. Like now, for instance, in this world. I've been wandering around for 25 years just so I could turn up when you needed me. That's right, Allison's eyes danced merrily. You have the idea. Suddenly, she glanced at her wristwatch. It's getting late. We better go. Go? Allison stood up quickly, picking up her tiny purse and pulling her coat around her. I want to do so many things with you, Larry, so many places to see, so much to do. She took hold of his arm. Come on, hurry up. Larry rose slowly. Say, listen. We're going to have lots of fun. Allison steered him toward the door. Let's see. What would be nice? Larry halted angrily. The check. I can't just walk out. He fumbled in his pocket. I owe about... No check. Not tonight. This is my special night. Allison spun toward Max, cleaning up the vacated table. Isn't that right? The old waiter looked up slowly. What's that, miss? No check tonight. Max shook his head. No check tonight, miss. The boss's birthday. Drinks on the house. Larry gaped. What? Come on. Allison tugged at him, pulling him through the heavy plush doors out onto the cold, dark New York sidewalk. Come on, Larry. We have so much to do. Larry murmured, I still don't know where that cab came from. The cab drove off, racing away down the street. Larry looked around. Where were they? The dark streets were silent and deserted. First, Allison Holmes said, I want a corsage. Larry, don't you think you should present your fiancée with a corsage? I want to go in looking nice. A corsage at this time of night? Larry gestured at the dark, silent streets. Are you kidding? Allison pondered, then she crossed the street abruptly. Larry followed after her. Allison came up to a closed-up flower shop, its sign off, door locked. She rapped with a coin on the plate glass window. Have you gone crazy? Larry cried. There's nobody in there this time of night. In the back of the flower shop, somebody stirred. An old man came slowly toward the window, removing his glasses and putting them in his pocket. He bent down and unlocked the door. "What is it, lady?" "I want a corsage, the best you have." Allison pushed into the shop, gazing around at the flowers in awe. "Forget it, buddy," Larry murmured. "Don't pay any attention to her. She's—" "That's all right," the old man sighed. "I was going over my income tax. I can use a break. There should be some already made up. I'll open the refrigerator." 5 minutes later, they were out on the street again, Allison gazing ecstatically down at the great orchid pinned to her coat. "It's beautiful, Larry," she whispered. She squeezed his arm, gazing up in his face. "Thanks a lot. Now, let's go." "Where? Maybe you found an old guy sweating over his tax returns at 1 o'clock in the morning, but I defy you to find anything else in this godforsaken graveyard." Allison looked around. "Let's see. Over this way. This big old house over here. I wouldn't be a bit surprised." She tugged Larry down the sidewalk, her high heels clattering in the night silence. "All right," Larry murmured, grinning a little. "I'll go along with you. This ought to be interesting." No light showed in the great square house. All the shades were down. Allison hurried down the walk, feeling her way through the darkness up onto the porch of the house. "Hey!" Larry exclaimed, suddenly alarmed. Allison had taken hold of the doorknob. She pushed the door open. A burst of light struck them, light and sound, the murmur of voices. Past a heavy curtain, people moved. An immense room of people. Men and women in evening dress, bending over long tables and counters. "Oh," Larry murmured. "Now you've got us into it. This is no place for us." 3 tough-looking gorillas come strolling over, their hands in their pockets. "Okay, mister, let's go." Larry started out. "That's fine by me. I'm an easygoing person." "Nonsense." Allison caught hold of his arm, her eyes glittering with excitement. "I always wanted to visit a gambling place. Look at all the tables. What are they doing? What's that over there?" "For Lord's sake," Larry gasped desperately, "let's get out of here. These people don't know us." "You bet we don't," one of the 3 hulking bruisers rasped. He nodded to his companions. "Here we go." They grabbed hold of Larry and propelled him toward the door. Allison blinked. "What are you doing to him? You stop that." She concentrated, her lips moving. Let me talk to Connie." The 3 bruisers froze. They turned toward her, slowly. "To who? Who did you say, lady?" Allison smiled up at them. "To Connie, I think. Isn't that what I said? Connie, where is he?" She looked around. "Is that him, over there?" A small, dapper man at one of the tables turned resentfully at his name, his face twisting with annoyance. "Let it go, lady," one of the bruisers said quickly. "Don't bother Connie. He don't like to be bothered." He closed the door, pushing Larry and Allison past the curtain into the big room. "You go and play. Enjoy yourselves. Have a good time." Larry looked down at the girl beside him. He shook his head weakly. "I could sure use a drink. A stiff one." "All right," Allison said happily, her eyes fastened on the roulette table. "You go have your drink. I'm going to start playing." After a couple of good, stiff Scotch and waters, Larry slid off the stool and wandered away from the bar over toward the roulette table in the center of the room. A big crowd had collected around the table. Larry closed his eyes, steadying himself. He knew already. After he had gathered his strength, he pushed his way through the people and up to the table. "What does this one mean?" Allison was asking the croupier, holding up a blue chip. In front of her was an immense stack of chips, all colors. Every one was murmuring and talking and looking at her. Larry made his way over to her. "How are you getting along? Lost your dowry yet?" "Not yet. According to this man, I'm ahead." "He should know," Larry sighed wearily. "He's in the business." "Do you want to play too?" Allison asked, accepting an armload of chips. "You can have these. I've got more." "I see that. But no thanks. It's out of my line. Come on." Larry led her away from the table. "I think the time has come for you and me to have a little chat. Over in the corner where it's quiet." "A chat?" "I got to thinking about it. This thing has gone far enough." Allison trailed after him. Larry strode over to the side of the room. In a huge fireplace, a roaring fire blazed. Larry threw himself down in a deep chair, pointing to the chair next to it. "Sit," Larry said. Allison sat down, crossing her legs and smoothing down her skirt. She leaned back, sighing. "Isn't this nice? The fire and everything, just what I always imagined." She closed her eyes dreamily. Larry took his cigarettes out and lit up slowly, deep in thought. "Now, look here, Miss Holmes. Allison, after all, we're going to be married." "Allison, then. Look here, Allison. This whole thing is absurd. While I was at the bar, I got to thinking it over. It isn't right, this crazy theory of yours." "Why not?" Her voice was sleepy, far off. Larry gestured angrily. "I'll tell you why not. You claim I'm only partly real. Isn't that right? You're the only one who's completely real?" Allison nodded. "That's right. But look, I don't know about all these other people." Larry waved at them deprecatingly. "Maybe you're right about them. Maybe they are only phantoms. But not me. You can't say I'm just a phantom." He banged his fist against the arm of the chair. "See? You call that just partly real?" "The chair's only partly real, too." Larry groaned. "Damn it, I've been in this world 25 years, and I just met you a few hours ago. Am I supposed to believe I'm not really alive? Not really me? That I'm only a sort of a hunk of scenery in your world, part of the fixtures?" "Larry, darling, you have your own world. We each have our own world. But this one happens to be mine, and you're in it for me." Allison opened her large blue eyes. "In your real world, I may exist a little for you, too. All our worlds overlap, darling. Don't you see? You exist for me in my world. Probably I exist for you in yours." She smiled. "The great designer has to be economical, like all good artists. Many of the worlds are similar, almost the same, but each of them belongs to only one person. And this one is yours." Larry let his breath out with a sigh. "Okay, baby. You have your mind made up. I'll play along with you. For a while, at least. I'll string along." He contemplated the girl leaning back in the deep chair next to him. "You know, you're not bad looking. Not bad at all." "Thank you." "Yeah, I'll bite. For a while, at least. Maybe we are meant for each other. But you've got to calm down a little. You try your luck too hard. If you're going to be around me, you better take it a little easier." "What do you mean, Larry?" "All this place. What if the cops come, gambling, running around?" Larry gazed off into the distance. "No, this isn't right. This isn't the kind of life I've got pictured. You know what I see in my mind's eye?" Larry's face lit up with wistful pleasure. "I see a little house, baby, out in the country, way out, the farm country, flat fields, maybe Kansas, Colorado, a little cabin with a well, and cows." Allison frowned. "Oh? And you know what else? Me, out in the back, farming, or feeding the chickens. Ever fed chickens?" Larry shook his head happily. "A lot of fun, baby. And squirrels. Ever walk in the park and feed squirrels? Gray squirrels, big long tails as long as the squirrels." Allison yawned. Abruptly, she got to her feet, picking up her purse. "I think it's time we ran along." Larry got up slowly. "Yeah, I guess it is. Tomorrow is going to be a busy day. I want to get started early." Allison made her way through the people toward the door. "First of all, I think we should begin looking for—" Larry stopped her. "Your chips." "What?" "Your chips. Turn them in." "What for?" "For money, I think they call it now." "Oh, bother." Allison turned to a heavy-set man sitting at the blackjack table. "Here." She dumped the chips in the man's lap. "You take them." "All right, Larry, let's go." The cab pulled up in front of Larry's apartment. "Is this where you live?" Allison asked, gazing up at the building. "It's not very modern, is it?" "No." Larry pushed the door open. "And the plumbing isn't very good either, but what the hell?" "Larry?" Allison stopped him as he started to get out. "Yes?" "You won't forget about tomorrow, will you?" "Tomorrow?" "We have so much to do. I want you to be up bright and early, ready to go places, so we can get things done." "How about 6 o'clock in the evening? Is that early enough?" Larry yawned. It was late and cold. "Oh, no, I'll be by for you at 10 a.m. 10? But my job. I go to work." "Not tomorrow. Tomorrow is our day." "How the hell am I going to live if I don't—" Allison reached up, putting her slender arms around him. "Don't worry. It'll be all right. Remember, this is my world." She pulled him down to her, kissing him on the mouth. Her lips were sweet and cool. She held onto him tightly, her eyes closed. Larry broke away. "All right already." He straightened his tie, standing up on the pavement. "Tomorrow, then. And don't worry about your old job. Goodbye, Larry, darling." Allison slammed the door. The cab drove off down the dark street. Larry gazed after it, still dazed. Finally he shrugged and turned toward the apartment house. Inside on the table in the hall was a letter for him. He scooped it up, opening it as he climbed the stairs. The letter was from his office, Bray Insurance Company. The annual vacation schedule for the staff, listing the 2 weeks doled out to each employee. He didn't even have to find his name to know when his began. "Don't worry," Allison had said. Larry grinned ruefully, stuffing the letter in his coat pocket. He unlocked his apartment door. 10 o'clock, did she say? Well, at least he would have a good night's sleep. The day was warm and bright. Larry Brewster sat out on the front steps of the apartment building, smoking and thinking while he waited for Allison. She was doing all right, no doubt about that. A hell of a lot of things seemed to fall like ripe plums into her lap. No wonder she thought it was her world. She was getting the breaks all right. But some people were like that, lucky, walked into fortune every time, won on quiz shows, found money in the gutter, bet on the right horse. It happened. Her world? Larry grinned. Apparently Allison really believed it. Interesting. Well, he'd string along with her a little while longer at least. She was a nice kid. A horn sounded, and Larry glanced up. A two-tone convertible was parked in front of him, the top down. Allison waved. "Hi, come on." Larry got up and came over. "Where did you get this?" He opened the door and slid in slowly. "This?" Allison started the car up. It zoomed out into traffic. "I forget. I think someone gave it to me." "You forget?" He stared at her. Then he relaxed against the soft seat. "Well, what's first on the list?" "We're going to look at our new house." "Whose new house?" "Ours. Yours and mine." Larry sank down into the seat. "What? But you—" Allison spun the car around a corner. "You'll love it. It's nice. How big is your apartment?" 3 rooms. Allison laughed merrily. "This is 11 rooms, 2 stories, half an acre, or so they tell me." "Haven't you seen it?" "Not yet. My lawyer just called me this morning." "Your lawyer?" "It's part of an estate left to me." Larry pulled himself together slowly. Allison, in a scarlet 2-piece outfit, gazed happily at the road ahead, her small face blank and contented. "Let me get all this straight. You've never seen it. Your lawyer just called you. You get it as part of an estate." "That's right, some old uncle of mine. I forget his name. I didn't expect him to leave me anything." She turned toward Larry, beaming warmly at him. "But this is such a special time for me. It's important that everything go right. My whole world." "Yeah, your whole world. Well, I hope you like the house after you see it." Allison laughed. "I will. After all, it exists for me. That's what it's there for." "You've got this worked out like an exact science," Larry murmured. "Everything that happens to you is for the best. You're pleased with everything, so it must be your world. Maybe you're just making the best of things, telling yourself you really like the things that happen to you." "Do you think so?" He frowned in thought as they zipped along. "Tell me," he said finally, "how did you learn about these multiple worlds? Why are you so sure this one is yours?" She smiled at him. "I worked it out myself," she said. "I studied logic and philosophy and history, and there was always something that puzzled me. Why were there so many vital changes in the fortunes of people and nations that seemed to come about providentially, just at the right moment? Why did it really seem as if my world had to be just the way it was, so that all through history strange things happened, which make it work out that way? I'd heard the this is the best of all possible worlds theory, but it didn't make sense the way I read about it. I studied the religions of mankind and scientific speculations of the existence of a creator, but something was lacking, something which either couldn't be accounted for or was just overlooked." Larry nodded. "Well, sure, it's easy. If this is the best of all possible worlds, then why is there so much suffering, unnecessary suffering, in it? If there's a benevolent and all-powerful creator, as so many millions have believed, do believe, and will believe in the future, no doubt, then how do you account for the existence of evil?" He grinned at her. "And you worked out the answer to all that, eh? Just tossed it off like a martini?" Allison sniffed. "You don't have to put it that way." "Well, it is simple. And I'm not the only one who's figured it out, although obviously I'm the only one in this world. Okay, Larry broke in. I'll hold back objections until you've told me how you did it. Thank you, darling, she said. You see, you are understanding, even if you don't agree with me right off the bat. Well, that would get tiresome, I'm sure. It's much more fun if I have to work to convince you. Oh, don't get impatient. I'll come to the point. Thank you, he said. It's simple, like the egg trick once you know the angle. The reason why both the benevolent creator and the best of all possible worlds theory seem to bog down is because we start out with an unjustified assumption that this is the only world. But suppose we try a different approach. Assume a creator of infinite power. Surely such a being would be capable of creating infinite worlds, or at least so large a number of them to seem infinite to us. If you assume that, then everything else makes sense. The Creator set forces into motion. He created separate worlds for every single human being in existence. Each one exists for that human being alone. He's an artist, but he uses an economy of means so that there's much duplication of themes and events and motives throughout the worlds. Oh, Larry replied softly. Now I begin to see what you're driving at. In some worlds, Napoleon won the Battle of Waterloo, although only in his own world did everything work out just right for him. In this one, he had to lose. I'm not sure Napoleon ever existed in my world, Allison said thoughtfully. I think he's just a name in the records, although some such person did exist in other worlds. In my world, Hitler was defeated. Roosevelt died. I'd be sorry about that, only I didn't know him, and he wasn't very real anyway. They were both just images carried over from other people's worlds. All right, he said. And everything worked out wonderfully for you all your life, huh? You were never really sick or hurt or hungry? That's about it, she agreed. I've had some hurts and frustrations, but nothing really crippling. And every one has been important toward getting something I really wanted, or getting to understand something important. You see, Larry, the logic is perfect. I deduced it all from the evidence. There's no other answer that will stand up. Larry smiled. What does it matter what I think? You're not going to change your mind. Larry gazed at the building in sick disgust. That's a house, he muttered at last. Allison's eyes danced with happiness as she looked up at the great mansion. What, darling, what did you say? The house was immense and super-modern, like a pastry cook's nightmare. Great columns reared up, connected by sloping beams and buttresses. The rooms were set, one on top of each other, like shoeboxes, each at its own angle. The whole building was finished in some kind of bright metal shingle, a frightening butter yellow. In the morning sun the house blazed and sparkled. What are those? Larry indicated some forlorn plants snaking up the irregular sides of the house. Are those supposed to be there? Allison blinked, frowning a little. What did you say, darling? You mean the bougainvillea? That's a very exotic plant. It comes from the South Pacific. What's it do, hold the house together? Allison's smile vanished. She raised her eyebrow. Darling, are you feeling all right? Is there anything the matter? Larry moved back toward the car. Let's go back to town. I'm getting hungry for lunch. All right, Allison said, watching him oddly. All right, we'll go back. That night after dinner, Larry seemed moody and unresponsive. Let's go to the wind-up, he said suddenly. I feel like seeing something familiar for a change. What do you mean? Larry nodded at the expensive restaurant they had just left. All those fancy lights and little people in uniforms whispering in your ear in French. If you expect to order food, you should know some French, Allison stated. Her face twisted into an angry pout. Larry, I'm beginning to wonder about you, the way you acted out at the house, the strange things you said. Larry shrugged. The sight of it drove me temporarily insane. Well, I certainly hope you recover. I'm recovering each minute. They came to the wind-up. Allison started to go inside. Larry stopped for a moment, lighting a cigarette. The good old wind-up. He felt better already, just standing in front of it. Warm, dark, noisy, the sound of the ragged Dixieland combo in the background. His spirits returned. The peace and contentment of a good, run-down bar. He sighed, pushing the door open. And stopped, stricken. The wind-up had changed. It was well lit. Instead of Max the waiter, there were waitresses in neat white uniforms bustling around. The place was full of well-dressed women sipping cocktails and chatting, and in the rear, was an imitation gypsy orchestra, with a long-haired churl in fake costume torturing a violin. Allison turned around. "Come on," she snapped impatiently. "You're attracting attention standing there in the door." Larry gazed for a long time at the imitation gypsy orchestra, at the bustling waitresses, the chatting ladies, the recessed neon lighting. Numbness crept over him. He sagged. "What's the matter?" Allison caught his arm crossly. "What's the matter with you?" What happened?" Larry waved his hand feebly at the interior. "There been an accident?" "Oh, this, I forgot to tell you. I spoke to Mr. O'Mallory about it, just before I met you last night." "Mr. O'Mallory?" "He owns this building. He's an old friend of mine. I pointed out how dirty and unattractive his little place was getting. I pointed out what a few improvements would do." Larry made his way outside onto the sidewalk. He ground his cigarette out with his heel and shoved his hands in his pockets. Allison hurried after him, her cheeks red with indignation. "Larry, where are you going?" "Good night." "Good night?" She stared at him in astonishment. "What do you mean?" "I'm going." "Going where?" "Out, home, to the park, anywhere." Larry started off down the sidewalk, hunched over, hands in his pockets. Allison caught up with him, stepping angrily in front of him. "Have you gone out of your mind? Do you know what you're saying?" "Sure, I'm leaving you. We're splitting up. Well, it was nice. See you sometime." The two spots in Allison's cheeks glowed like two red coals. "Just a minute, Mr. Brewster. I think you've forgotten something." Her voice was hard and brittle. "Forgotten something? Like what?" "You can't leave. You can't walk out on me." Larry raised an eyebrow. "I can't? I think you better reconsider while you still have time." "I don't get your drift," Larry yawned. "I think I'll go home to my 3-room apartment and go to bed. I'm tired." He started past her. "Have you forgotten?" Allison snapped. "Have you forgotten that you're not completely real, that you exist only as a part of my world?" "Lord, are you going to start that again?" "Better think about it before you walk off. You exist for my benefit, Mr. Brewster. This is my world. Remember that. Maybe in your own world things are different, but this is my world, and in my world things do as I say." "So long," Larry Brewster said. You're still leaving?" Slowly, Larry Brewster shook his head. "No," he said. "No, as a matter of fact, I'm not. I've changed my mind. You're too much trouble. You're leaving." And as he spoke, a ball of radiant light gently settled over Allison Holmes, engulfing her in a glowing aura of splendor. The ball of light lifted, carrying Miss Holmes up into the air, raising her effortlessly above the level of the buildings into the evening sky. Larry Brewster watched, calmly, as the ball of light carried Miss Holmes off. He was not surprised to see her gradually fade and grow indistinct, until all at once there was nothing. Nothing but a faint shimmer in the sky. Allison Holmes was gone. For a long time Larry Brewster stood deep in thought, rubbing his jaw reflectively. He would miss Allison. In some ways he had liked her. For a while she had been fun. Well, she was off now. In this world Allison Holmes had not been completely real. What he had known, what Larry had called Allison Holmes, wasn't any more than a partial appearance of her. Then he paused, remembering. As the ball of radiant light had carried her away, he had seen a glimpse past her, into a different world, one which was obviously her world, her real world, the world she wanted. The buildings were uncomfortably familiar. He could still remember the house. Then, Allison had been real, after all, existing in Larry's world until the time came for her to be transported to hers. Would she find another Larry Brewster there, one who saw eye to eye with her? He shuddered at the thought. In fact, the whole experience had been somewhat unnerving. "I wonder why," he murmured softly. He thought back to other unpleasant events, remembering how they had led him to greater satisfactions for their having happened. Richness of experience he could not have appreciated without them. "Ah, well," he sighed, "it's all for the best." He started to walk home slowly, hands in his pockets, glancing up at the sky every now and then as if for confirmation. A surface raid. Harl left the 3rd level, catching a tube car going north. The tube car carried him swiftly through one of the big junction bubbles and down to the 5th level. Harl caught an exciting, fugitive glimpse of people and outlets, a complex tangle of mid-period business and milling confusion. Then the bubble was behind him, and he was nearing his destination, the vast industrial fifth level, sprawling below everything else like some gigantic, soot-encrusted octopus of the night's misrule. The gleaming tube car ejected him and continued on its way, disappearing down the tube. Harl bounded agilely into the receiving strip and slowed to a stop, still on his feet, swaying expertly back and forth. A few minutes later he reached the entrance to his father's office. Harl raised his hand, and the code door slid back. He entered, his heart thumping with excitement. The time had come. Edward Boynton was in the planning department, studying the outline for a new robot bore when he was informed that his son had entered the main office. "I'll be right back," Boynton said, making his way past his policy staff and up the ramp into the office. "Hello, Dad," Harl exclaimed, squaring his shoulders. Father and son exchanged handclasps. Then Harl sat down slowly. "How are things?" he asked. "I guess you expected me." Then Edward Boynton seated himself behind his desk. "What do you want here?" he demanded. "You know I'm busy." Harl smiled thinly across at his father. In his brown industrial planner uniform, Edward Boynton towered above his young son, a massive man with broad shoulders and thick blonde hair. His blue eyes were cold and hard as he returned the young man's level gaze. "I happened to come into some information." Harl glanced uneasily around the room. "Your office isn't tapped, is it?" "Of course not," the elder Boynton assured him. "No screens or ears?" Harl relaxed a little. "I've learned that you and several others from your department are going up to the surface soon." Harl leaned eagerly toward his father. "Up to the surface, on a raid for saps." Ed Boynton's face darkened. "Where did you hear that?" He gazed intently at his son. "Did anyone in this department—" "No," Harl said quickly, "no one informed. I picked up the information on my own in connection with my educational activities." Ed Boynton began to understand. "I see. You were experimenting with channel taps, cutting across the confidential channels, like they teach you to do in communications." "That's right. I happened to pick up a conversation between you and Robin Turner concerning the raid." The atmosphere in the room became easier, more friendly. Ed Boynton relaxed, settling back in his chair. "Go on," he urged. "It was mere chance. I had cut across 10 or 12 channels, holding each one for only a second. I was using the Youth League equipment. All at once I recognized your voice, so I stayed on and caught the whole conversation." "Then you heard most of it?" Harl nodded. "Exactly when are you going up, Dad? Have you set an exact date?" Ed Boynton frowned. "No," he said, "I haven't. But it will be sometime this week. Almost everything is arranged." "How many are going?" Harl asked. "We're taking up one mothership and about 30 eggs, all from this department." 30 eggs? 60 or 70 men?" "That's right." Ed Boynton stared intently at his son. "It won't be a big raid, nothing compared to some of the directorate raids of the past few years. But big enough for a single department." Ed Boynton's eyes flickered. "Be careful, Harl, if such loose talk should get out." "I know, I cut the recorder off as soon as I picked up the drift of your talk. I know what would happen if the directorate found out a department was raiding without authorization, for its own factories." "Do you really know? I wonder." "One mothership and 30 eggs," Harl exclaimed, ignoring the remark. "You'll be on the surface for about 40 hours?" "About. It depends on what luck we have." "How many saps are you after?" "We need at least 24, the elder Boynton replied. "Males?" "For the most part. A few females, but males primarily." "For the basic industry factory units, I assume." Harl straightened in his chair. "All right, then. Now that I know more about the raid itself, I can get down to business." He stared hard at his father. "Business?" Boynton glanced up sharply. "Precisely what do you mean?" "My exact reason for coming down here." Harl leaned across the desk toward his father, his voice clipped and intense. "I'm going along with you on the raid. I want to go along to get some saps for myself." For a moment there was an astonished silence. Then Ed Boynton laughed. What are you talking about? What do you know about saps? The inner door slid back and Robin Turner came quickly into the office. He joined Boynton behind the desk. He can't go, Turner said flatly. It would increase the risks tenfold. Harl glanced up. There was an ear in here then. Of course, Turner always listens in. Ed Boynton nodded, regarding his son thoughtfully. Why do you want to go along? That's my concern, Harl said, his lips tightening. Turner rasped. Emotional immaturity, a subrational adolescent craving for adventure and excitement. There's still a few like him who can't throw the old brain completely off. After 200 years, you'd think... Is that it? Boynton demanded. You have some non-adult desire to go up and see the surface? Perhaps, Harl admitted, flushing a little. You can't come, Ed Boynton stated emphatically. It's far too dangerous. We're not going up there for romantic adventure. It's a job. A grim, hard, exacting job. The saps are getting wary. It's becoming more and more difficult to bring back a full load. We can't spare any of our eggs for whatever romantic foolishness. I know it's getting hard, Harl interrupted. You don't have to convince me that it's almost impossible to round up a whole load. Harl looked up defiantly at Turner and his father. He chose his words carefully. And I know that's why the Directorate considers private raids a major crime against the state. Silence. Finally, Ed Boynton sighed, a reluctant admiration in his stare. He looked his son slowly up and down. Okay, Harl, he said, you win. Turner said nothing. His face was hard. Harl got quickly to his feet. Then it's all settled. I'll return to my quarters and get prepared. As soon as you're ready to go, notify me at once. I'll join you at the launching stage on the first level. The elder Boynton shook his head. We're not leaving from the first level. It would be too risky. His voice was heavy. There are too many Directorate guards prowling around. We have the ship down here at 5th level in one of the warehouses. Where shall I meet you then? Ed Boynton stood up slowly. We'll notify you, Harl. It will be soon, I promise you, in a couple of periods at the most. Be at your vocational quarters. The surface is completely cool, isn't it? Harl asked. There aren't any radioactive areas left. It's been cool for 50 years, his father assured him. Then I won't have to worry about a radiation shield, Harl said. One more thing, Dad. What language will we have to use? Can we speak our regular... Ed Boynton shook his head. No, the saps never mastered any of the rational semantic systems. We'll have to revert to the old traditional forms. Harl's face fell. I don't know any of the traditional forms. They're not being taught anymore. Ed Boynton shrugged. It doesn't matter. How about their defenses? What sort of weapons should I bring? Will a screen and a blast rifle be sufficient? Only the screen is of vital importance, the elder Boynton said. When the saps see us, they scatter in all directions. One look at us and off they go. Fine, Harl said. I'll have my screen checked over. He moved toward the door. I'll go back up to the 3rd level. I'll be expecting your signal. I'll have my equipment ready. All right, Ed Boynton said. The two men watched the door slide shut after the youth. Quite a boy, Turner muttered. Turning out to be something after all, Ed Boynton murmured. He'll go a long way. He rubbed his jaw thoughtfully. But I wonder how he'll act up on the surface during the raid. Harl met with his group leader on the 3rd level an hour after he left his father's office. Then it's all settled? Fashold asked, looking up from his report spools. All settled. They're going to signal me as soon as the ship is ready. By the way, Fashold put down his spools, pushing the scanner back. I've learned something about the saps. As a YL leader, I have access to the Directorate files. I've learned something virtually no one else knows. What is it? Asked Harl. Harl, the saps are related to us. They're a different species, but they're very closely related to us. Go on, Harl urged. At one time, there was only the one species, the saps. Their full name is Homo sapiens. We grew out of them, developed from them. We're biogenetic mutants. The change occurred during the 3rd World War 2.5 centuries ago. Up to that time, there had never been any technos. Technos? Fashold smiled. That's what they called us at first, when they thought of us only as a separate class and not as a distinct race. Technos. That was their name for us. That was how they always referred to us. But why? It's a strange name. Why technos, Fashold? Because the first mutants appeared among the technocratic classes. and gradually spread throughout all other educated classes. They appeared among scientists, scholars, field workers, trained groups, all the various specialized classes. And the saps didn't realize. They thought of us only as a class, as I've just told you. That was during the Third World War and after. It was during the final war that we fully emerged as recognizably and profoundly different. It became evident that we weren't just another specialized offshoot of Homo sapiens, not just another class of men more educated than the rest with higher intellectual capacities. Fasold gazed off into the distance. During the final war, we emerged and showed ourselves for what we really were, a superior species, supplanting Homo sapiens, in the same way that Homo sapiens had supplanted Neanderthal man. Harl considered what Fasold had said. I didn't realize we were so closely related to them. I had no idea we had emerged so lately. Fasold nodded. It was only 2 centuries ago, during the war that ravaged the surface of the planet. Most of us were working down in the big underground laboratories and factories under the different mountain ranges, the Urals, the Alps, and the Rockies. We were down underground, under miles of rock and dirt and clay, and on the surface Homo sapiens slugged it out with the weapons we designed. I'm beginning to understand. We designed the weapons for them to fight the war. They used our weapons without realizing. We designed them, and the saps used them to destroy themselves, Fasold interjected. It was nature's crucible, the elimination of one species and the emergence of another. We gave them the weapons, and they destroyed themselves. When the war ended, the surface was fused, and nothing but ash and hydroglass and radioactive clouds remained. We sent our scouting parties from our underground labs, and found nothing but a silent, barren waste. It had been accomplished. They were gone, wiped out. And we had come to take their place. Not all of them could have been wiped out, Harl pointed out. There are still a lot of them up there on the surface. True, Fasold admitted, some survived. Scattered remnants here and there. Gradually, as the surface cooled, they began to reform again, getting together and building little villages and huts. Yes, and even clearing some of the land, planting and growing things. But there's still remnants of a dying race now almost extinct, as the Neanderthal is extinct. So nothing exists now but males and females without homes. There are a few villages here and there, wherever they've managed to clear the surface, but they've descended to utter savagery, and live like animals, wearing skins and hunting with rocks and spears. They've become almost bestial remnants who offer no organized resistance when we go up to raid a few of their villages for our factories. Then we... Harl broke off abruptly, as a faint bell sounded. He turned in startled apprehension, snapping on the vidphone. His father's face formed on the screen, hard and stern. "Okay, Harl," he said, "we're ready." "So soon? But—" "We set the time ahead. Come down to my office." The image on the screen dimmed and vanished. Harl did not move. "They must have got worried," Fasold said, grinning. "They were apparently afraid you'd pass the information along." "I'm all ready," Harl said. He picked up his blast gun from the table. "How do I look?" In his silver communications uniform, Harl looked splendid and impressive. He had put on heavy military boots and gloves. In one hand he gripped his blast gun. Around his waist was his screen control belt. "What's that?" Fasold asked, as Harl lowered black goggles over his eyes. "These? Oh, they're for the sun." "Of course. The sun. I forgot." Harl cradled his gun, balancing it expertly. "The sun would blind me. The goggles protect my eyes. I'll be safe up there with my screen and gun and these goggles." "I hope so." Still grinning, Fasold thumped him on the back as he moved toward the door. "Bring back a lot of saps. Do a good job. And don't forget to include a female." The mother ship moved slowly from the warehouse and out onto the lift stage, a rotund black teardrop emerging from storage. Its port locks slid back, and ramps climbed to meet the locks. Immediately, supplies and equipment were on their way up, rising into the bowels of the ship. "Almost ready," Turner said, his face twitching with nervousness as he gazed through the observation windows at the loading ramps outside. "I hope nothing goes wrong. If the Directorate should find out—" "Quit worrying," Ed Boynton ordered. "You picked the wrong time to let your thalamic impulses take over control." "Sorry." Turner tightened his lips and moved away from the windows. The lift stage was ready to rise. "Let's get started," Boynton urged. "Have you men from the department at each level?" Nobody but department members will be near the stage, Turner replied. Where is the balance of the crew? Boynton demanded. At the first level. I sent them up during the day. Very well. Boynton gave the signal, and the stage under the ship began slowly to rise, lifting them steadily toward the level above. Harl peered out the observation windows, watching the fifth level drop below, and the fourth level, the vast commercial center of the undersurface system, come into view. Won't be long, Ed Boynton said as the fourth level glided past. So far, so good. Where will we finally emerge? Harl asked. In the latter stages of the war, our various underground structures were connected by tunnels. That original network formed the basis of our present system. We'll emerge at one of the original entrances located in the mountain range called the Alps. The Alps, Harl murmured. Yes, in Europe. We have maps of the surface, showing locations of sap villages in that region. A whole cluster of villages lie to the north and northeast in what used to be Denmark and Germany. We've never raided there before. The saps have managed to clear the slag away from several thousand acres in that region and seem gradually to be reclaiming most of Europe. But why, Dad? Harl asked. Ed Boynton shrugged. I don't know. They don't seem to have set themselves any organized objectives. They show no signs at all, in fact, of emerging from their savage state. All their traditions were lost. Books and records, inventions and techniques. If you ask me... He broke off abruptly. Here comes the third level. We're almost there. The huge mothership roared slowly along, gliding above the surface of the planet. Harl peered out, awed by what he saw below. Across the surface of the earth lay a crust of slag, an endless coating of blackened rock. The mineral deposit was unbroken, except for occasional hills sharply jutting up, ash-covered, and with a few sparse bushes growing near their tops. Great sheets of sun-darkening ash drifted across the sky, but nothing living stirred. The surface of the earth was dead and barren, without sign of life. Is it all like that? Harl asked. Ed Boynton shook his head. Not all. The saps have reclaimed some of the land. He gripped his son's arm and pointed. See off that way? They've done quite a bit of clearing up there. Just how do they clear the slag? Harl asked. It's hard, his father replied. Fused, like volcanic glass, hydroglass, from the hydrogen bombs. They pick it away bit by bit, year after year, with their hands, with rocks, and with the axes made from the glass itself. Why don't they develop better tools? Ed Boynton grinned wryly. You know the answer to that. We made most of their tools for them, their tools and weapons and inventions, for hundreds of years. Here we go, Turner said. We're landing. The ship settled down, coming to rest on the surface of the slag. For a moment the blackened rock rumbled under them. Then there was silence. We're down, Turner said. Ed Boynton studied the surface map, sending it darting through the scanner. We'll send out 10 eggs as a starter. If we don't have much luck here, we'll take the ship farther north. But we should do well. This area has never been raided before. How will the eggs cover? Turner asked. The eggs will fan out in a spectrum, giving each egg a separate area. Our egg will move over toward the right. If we have any success, we'll return to the ship at once. Otherwise, we'll stay out until nightfall. Nightfall? Harl asked. Ed Boynton smiled. Until dark, until this side of the planet is turned away from the sun. Let's go, Turner said impatiently. The port locks opened. The first eggs scooted out onto the slag, their treads digging into the slippery surface. One by one they emerged from the black hull of the mothership, tiny spheres with their backs tapering into jet tubes and their noses blunted into control turrets. They roared off across the slag and disappeared. Ours next, Ed Boynton said. Harl nodded and gripped his blast rifle tightly. He lowered his protection goggles over his eyes, and Turner and Boynton did the same. They entered their egg, Boynton seating himself behind the controls. A moment later they shot out of the ship onto the smooth surface of the planet. Harl peered out. He could see nothing but slag on all sides, slag and drifting clouds of ash. It's dismal, he murmured. Even with the goggles, the sun burns my eyes. Don't look at it, then, Ed Boynton cautioned. Look away from it. I can't help it. It's so strange. Ed Boynton grunted and increased the egg's speed. Far ahead of them, something was coming into view. He headed the egg toward it. What's that? Turner asked, alarmed. Trees, Boynton said reassuringly. Trees growing up in a clump. It marks the end of the slag. Then there's ash for a while, and finally fields the saps have planted. Boynton drove the egg to the edge of the slag area. He stopped it where the slag ended, and the clump of trees began, snapping off the jets and locking the treads. He and Harl and Turner got out cautiously, their guns ready. Nothing stirred. There was only silence and the endless surface of slag. Between drifting clouds of ash, the sky was a pale robin's egg blue, and a few moisture clouds drifted with the ash. The air smelled good. It was thin and crisp, and the sun shed a friendly warmth. "Put your screens on," Ed Boynton warned. As he spoke, he snapped the switch at his belt, and his own screen hummed, flashing on around him. Swiftly, Boynton's figure dimmed, wavering and fading. It winked out and was gone. Turner quickly followed suit. "Okay," his voice came from a glimmering oval to Harl's right. "You next." Harl turned on his screen. For an instant, a strange cold fire enveloped him from head to foot, bathing him in sparks. Then his body, too, dimmed and vanished. The screens were functioning perfectly. In Harl's ears, a faint clicking sounded, warning him of the presence of the two others. "I can hear you," Harl said. "Your screens are in my earphones." "Don't wander off," Ed Boynton cautioned. "Keep by us and listen for the clicks. It's dangerous to be separated up here on the surface." Harl advanced, carefully. The other two were on his right, a few yards off. They were crossing a dry yellow field overgrown with some kind of plant. The plants had long stalks that broke and crunched underfoot. Behind Harl was a trail of broken vegetation. He could clearly see the similar trails which Turner and his father were leaving. But now it became necessary for him to separate from Turner and his father. Ahead of Harl, the outline of a sap village rose up, its huts fashioned from some kind of plant fiber piled in heaps on top of wooden frames. He could see the shadowy outlines of animals tied to the huts. Trees and plants encircled the village, and he could distinguish the moving forms of people and hear their voices. People. Saps. His heart beat quickly. With luck, he might capture and bring back 3 or 4 for the Youth League. He felt suddenly confident and unafraid. Surely it would not be difficult. Planted fields, tied-up animals, rickety huts leaning and tilting. The smell of dung commingling with the heat of the late afternoon became almost intolerable as Harl advanced. Cries and other sounds of feverish human activity drifted to him. The ground was flat and dry, weeds and plants grew up everywhere. He left the yellow field and came onto a narrow footpath littered with human refuse and animal dung. And just beyond the road was the village. The clicks had diminished in his earphones. Now they died out completely. Harl grinned to himself. He had moved away from Turner and Boynton and was no longer in contact with them. They had no idea where he was. He turned to the left, circling cautiously around the edge of the village. He passed by a hut, then several in a cluster. Around him, green trees and plants grew in great clumps, and directly ahead of him gleamed a narrow stream with sloping, moss-covered banks. A dozen people were washing at the edge of the stream, the children leaping into the water and scrambling up on the bank. Harl halted, gazing at them in astonishment. Their skins were dark, almost black. A shiny, coppery black it was, a rich bronze mixed in with the dirt color. Was it dirt? He suddenly realized that the bathers had been burned black by the constant sun. The hydrogen explosions had thinned the atmosphere, searing off most of the layer of moisture clouds, and for 200 years the sun had beat mercilessly down on them, in sharp contrast to his own race. Undersurface, there was no ultraviolet light to burn the skin or to raise the pigment level. He and the other technos had lost their skin color. There was no need for it in their subterranean world. But the bathers were incredibly dark, a rich reddish-black color, and they had nothing on at all. They were leaping and jumping eagerly about, splashing through the water and sunning themselves on the bank. Harl watched them for a time. Children and 3 or 4 scrawny, elderly females. Would they do? He shook his head and warily encircled the stream. He continued on back, among the huts, walking slowly and carefully, gazing alertly around, with his gun held ready. A faint breeze blew against him, rustling through the trees to his right. The sounds of the bathing children mixed with the dung smell, the wind, and the swaying of the trees. Harl advanced cautiously. He was invisible, but he knew that he might at any moment be discovered and tracked down by his footprints or the sounds he might make, and if someone ran against him. He stealthily darted past a hut, and emerged into an open place, a flat area of beaten earth. In the shade of the hut a dog lay sleeping, with flies crawling over its lean flanks. An old woman was sitting on the porch of the rude dwelling, combing her long gray hair with a bone comb. Harl passed by her cautiously. In the center of the open place a group of young men were standing. They were gesturing and talking together. Some were cleaning their weapons, long spears and knives of an inconceivable primitiveness. On the ground lay a dead animal, a huge beast with long gleaming tusks and a thick hide. Blood oozed from its mouth, thick, dark blood. One of the young men turned, suddenly, and kicked it with his foot. Harl came up to the young men and stopped. They were dressed in cloth clothing, long leg garments and shirts. Their feet were bare on top, for they wore loosely woven vegetable fiber sandals instead of shoes. They were clean-shaven, but their skin gleamed almost ebony black. Their sleeves were rolled up, exposing bulging, glistening muscles, dripping with sweat in the hot sun. Harl could not understand what they were saying, but he was sure they were speaking one of the archaic, traditional tongues. He passed on. At the other side of the open place, a group of old men was sitting cross-legged in a circle, weaving rough cloth on crude frames. Harl watched them in silence for a time. Their chatter drifted noisily up to him. Each old man was bent intently over his frame, his eyes glued on his work. Beyond the row of huts, some younger men and women were plowing a field, dragging the plow by ropes securely attached to their waists and shoulders. Harl wandered on, fascinated. Everyone was engaged in some kind of activity, except the dog asleep under the hut. The young men with their spears, the old woman in front of the hut combing her hair, and the old men weaving. In one corner, a huge woman was teaching a child what appeared to be an adding and subtracting game using small sticks in lieu of figures. Two men were removing the hide from a small furred animal, stripping the pelt off carefully. Harl passed a wall of hides, all hung up carefully to dry. The dull stench irritated his nostrils, making him want to sneeze. He passed a group of children pounding grain in a hollowed-out stone, beating the grain into meal. None of them looked up as he passed. Some animals were tied together in a bunch. Some lay in the shade, big beasts with huge udders. They watched him silently. Harl came to the edge of the village and stopped. From that point onward, deserted fields stretched out. For perhaps a mile beyond the fields were trees and bushes, and beyond that, the endless miles of slag. He turned and walked back. Off to one side, sitting in the shade, a young man was chipping away at a block of hydroslag, cutting it carefully with a few rough tools. He seemed to be fashioning a weapon. Harl watched him, watched the endless, solemn blows descending again and again. The slag was hard. It was a long, tedious job. He walked on. A group of women were mending broken arrows. Their chatter followed him for a time, and he found himself wishing he could understand it. Everyone was busy, working rapidly. Dark, shiny arms rose and fell, and the chattering murmur of voices drifted back and forth. Activity. Laughter. A child's laughter echoed suddenly through the village, and a few heads turned. Harl bent down, intently studying a man's head at close range. A strong face he had. His twisted, knotted hair was short, and his teeth were even and white. On his arms were copper bracelets, almost matching the rich bronze hue of his skin. His bare chest was marked with tattoos, etched into his flesh with brightly colored pigments. Harl wandered back the way he had come. He passed the old woman on the porch and paused again to observe her. She had stopped combing her hair. Now she was fixing a child's hair, braiding it skillfully back into an elaborate pattern. Harl watched her, fascinated. The pattern was intricate, complex, and the task took a long time. The old woman's faded eyes were intent on the child's hair, on the detailed work. Her withered hands flew. Harl walked on, moving toward the stream. He passed the bathing children again. They had all climbed out on the bank and were drying themselves in the sun. So these were the saps. The race that was dying out. The dying race, soon to be extinct. Remnants. But they did not appear to be a dying race. They were working hard, tirelessly chipping at the hydroslag, fixing their arrows, hunting, plowing, pounding grain, weaving, combing. He stopped suddenly, rigid, his blast gun at his shoulder. Ahead of him, through the trees by the stream, something moved. Then he heard two voices, a man's voice and a woman's voice raised in excited conversation. Harl advanced cautiously. He pushed past a flowering bush and peered into the gloom between the trees. A man and woman were sitting at the edge of the water in the dark shadow of the tree. The man was making bowls, shaping them out of wet clay scooped up from the water. His fingers flew expertly, rapidly. He spun the bowls, turning them on a revolving platform between his knees. As the man finished the bowls, the woman took them and painted them with deft, vigorous strokes of a crude brush gleaming with red pigment. The woman was beautiful. Harl gazed down at her in stunned admiration. She sat almost motionless, resting against a tree, holding each bowl securely as she painted it. Her black hair hung down to her waist, falling across her shoulders and back. Her features were finely cut, each line clear and vivid, her dark eyes immense. She studied each bowl intently, her lips moving a little, and Harl noticed that her hands were small and delicately fashioned. He walked over toward her, moving carefully. The woman did not hear him or look up. In growing wonder he realized that her coppery body was small and beautifully formed, her limbs slender and supple. She did not seem to be aware of him. Suddenly the man spoke again. The woman glanced up, lowering the bowl to the ground. She rested a minute, cleaning her brush with a leaf. She wore rough-leg garments, reaching down to her knees, and tied at her waist with a twisted flaxen rope. She wore no other garment. Her feet and shoulders were bare, and in the afternoon sun her bosom rose and fell quickly as she breathed. The man said something else. After a moment the woman picked up another bowl and began to paint again. The two of them worked, rapidly, silently, both intent on their work. Harl studied the bowls. They were all of similar design. The man made them rapidly, building them up from coils of clay and then snaking the coils around and around, higher and higher. He slapped water against the clay, rubbing the surface smooth and firm. Finally he laid them out in rows, to dry in the sun. The woman selected the bowls that were dry and then painted them. Harl watched her. He studied her a long time, the way she moved her coppery body, the intense expression on her face, the faint movement of her lips and chin. Her fingers were slender and exquisitely tapered. Her nails were long, coming finally to a point. She held each bowl carefully, turning it with expert care, painting her design with rapid strokes. He watched her closely. She was painting the same design on each bowl, painting it again and again. A bird, and then a tree, a line that appeared to represent the ground, a cloud suspended directly above it. What was the precise significance of that recurrent motif? Harl bent closer, peering intently. Was it really the same? He watched the skillful motion of her hands as she took bowl after bowl, starting the design again and again. The design was basically the same, but each time she made it a little different. No two bowls came out exactly the same. He was both puzzled and fascinated. It was the same design, but altered slightly each time. The color of the bird would be altered, or the length of its plume. Less frequently the position of the tree or the cloud. Once she painted two tiny clouds hovering above the ground. Sometimes she put grass and the outline of hills in the background. Suddenly the man got to his feet, wiping his hands on his cloth. He spoke to the girl, and then hurried off, threading his way through the bushes until he was lost to view. Harl glanced around excitedly. The girl went right on painting, rapidly, calmly. The man had disappeared, and the girl remained alone, painting quietly by herself. Harl was caught in the grip of conflicting and almost overpowering emotions. He wanted to speak to the girl, to ask her about her painting, her design. He wanted to ask her why she changed it each time. He wanted to sit down and talk to her, to speak to her and hear her talk to him. It was strange. He didn't understand it himself. His vision swam, twisting and blurring, and sweat dripped from his neck and stooping shoulders. The girl continued to paint. She did not look up or suspect that he was standing directly in front of her. Harl's hand flew to his belt. He took a deep breath, hesitating. Dared he? Should he? The man would be back. Harl pressed the stud on his belt. Around him the screen hissed and sparked. The girl glanced up, startled. Her eyes widened in swift horror. She screamed. Harl stepped quickly back, gripping his gun, appalled by what he had done. The girl scrambled to her feet, sending bowls and paints flying. She gazed at him, her eyes still wide, her mouth open. Slowly she backed away toward the bushes. Then abruptly she turned and fled, crashing through the shrubbery, screaming and shrieking. Harl straightened in sudden fear. Quickly he restored his screen. The village was alive with growing sound. He could hear voices raised in excited panic and the sound of people running, crashing through the bushes. The entire village erupting in a torrent of excited activity. Harl made his way quickly down the stream, past the bushes, and out into the open. Suddenly he stopped, his heart pounding furiously. A crowd of saps was hurrying toward the stream. Men with spears, old women, and shrieking children. At the edge of the bushes they stopped, staring and listening, their faces frozen in a strange, intent expression. Then they were advancing into the bushes, furiously pushing the branches out of the way, searching for him. Abruptly his earphones clicked. "Harl!" Ed Boynton's voice came clear and sharp. "Harl, lad!" Harl jumped, then cried out in desperate gratefulness. "Dad, I'm here." Ed Boynton gripped his arm, yanking him off balance. "What's the matter with you? Where did you go? What did you do?" "You got him?" Turner's voice broke in. "Come on, then, both of you. We have to get out of here, fast. They're scattering white powder everywhere." Saps were rushing around, throwing the powder into the air in great clouds. It drifted through the air, settling down over everything. It appeared to be a kind of pulverized chalk. Other saps were sprinkling oil from big jars and shouting in high-pitched excitement. "We better get out," Boynton agreed grimly. "We don't want to tangle with them when they're aroused." Harl hesitated. "But—" "Come on," his father urged, tugging at his arm. "Let's go. We haven't a moment to lose." Harl gazed back. He could not see the women, but saps were running everywhere, throwing their sheets of chalk and sprinkling the oil. Saps with iron-tipped spears advanced, ominously, kicking at the weeds and bushes as they circled about. Harl allowed himself to be led by his father. His mind whirled. The woman was gone, and he was sure that he would never see her again. When he had made himself visible, she had screamed and run off. Why? It didn't make sense. Why had she recoiled from him in blind terror? What had he done? And what did it matter to him whether he saw her again or not? Why was she important? He did not understand. He did not understand himself. There was no rational explanation for what had happened. It was totally incomprehensible. Harl followed his father and Turner back to the egg, still bewildered and wretched, still trying to understand, to grasp the meaning of what had happened between him and the woman. It did not make sense. He had gone out of his mind, and then she had gone out of her mind. There had to be some meaning to it. If he could only grasp it. At the egg, Ed Boynton halted, glancing back. "We were lucky to get away," he said to Harl, shaking his head. "When they're aroused, they're like beasts. They're animals, Harl. That's what they are. Savage animals." "Come on," Turner said impatiently. "Let's get out of here, while we still can walk." Julie continued to shudder even after she had been carefully bathed and purified in the stream and rubbed down with oil by one of the older women. She sat in a heap, her arms wrapped around her knees, shaking and trembling uncontrollably. Ken, her brother, stood beside her, grim-faced, his hand on her bare coppery shoulder. "What was it?" Julie murmured. "What was it?" She shuddered. "It was horrible. It revolted me, made me ill just to look at it." "What did it look like?" Ken demanded. It was like a man. But it couldn't have been a man. It was metallic all over, from head to foot, and it had huge hands and feet. Its face was all pasty white like meal. It was sickly, hideously sickly, white and metallic and sickly, like some kind of root dug up out of the soil. Ken turned to the old man, sitting behind him, who was listening intently. "What was it?" he demanded. "What was it, Mr. Stebbins? You know about such things. What did she see?" Mr. Stebbins got slowly to his feet. "You say it had white skin, pasty, like dough, and huge hands and feet?" Julie nodded. And something else." "What?" "It was blind. It had something instead of eyes, 2 black spaces, darkness." She shuddered and stared toward the stream. Suddenly Mr. Stebbins tensed, his jaw hardening. He nodded. "I know," he said. "I know what it was." "What was it?" Mr. Stebbins muttered to himself, frowning. "It's not possible. But your description—" He stared off in the distance, his brow wrinkled. "They live underground," he said finally. "Under the surface. They emerge from the mountains. They live in the earth, in great tunnels and chambers they have hewn out for themselves. They are not men. They look like men, but they are not. They live under the ground and dig the metal from the earth. They dig and hoard the metal. They seldom come up to the surface. They cannot look at the sun. What are they called? Julie asked. Mr. Stebbins searched his mind, thinking back through the years, back to the old books and legends he had heard, things that lived under the ground, like men but not men, things that dug tunnels, that mined metals, things that were blind and had great hands and feet and pasty white skin. Goblins, Mr. Stebbins stated. What you saw was a goblin. Julie nodded, gazing down wide-eyed at the ground, her arms clasped around her knees. Yes, she said. That sounds like what it was. It frightened me. I was so afraid. I turned and ran. It seemed so horrible. She looked up at her brother, smiling a little. But I'm better now. Ken rubbed his big dark hands together, nodding with relief. Fine, he said. Now we can get back to work. There's a lot to do. A lot of things to get done. Project Earth. The sound echoed hollowly through the big frame house. It vibrated among the dishes in the kitchen, the gutters along the roof, thumping slowly and evenly like distant thunder. From time to time it ceased, but then it began again, booming through the quiet night, a relentless sound, brutal in its regularity, from the top floor of the big house. In the bathroom, the three children huddled around the chair, nervous and hushed, pushing against each other with curiosity. You sure he can't see us? Tommy rasped. How could he see us? Just don't make any noise. Dave Grant shifted on the chair, his face to the wall. Don't talk so loud. He went on looking, ignoring them both. Let me see, Joan whispered, nudging her brother with a sharp elbow. Get out of the way. Shut up. Dave pushed her back. I can see better now. He turned up the light. I want to see, Tommy said. He pushed Dave off the chair, onto the bathroom floor. Come on. Dave withdrew sullenly. It's our house. Tommy stepped cautiously up onto the chair. He put his eye to the crack, his face against the wall. For a time he saw nothing. The crack was narrow and the light on the other side was bad. Then gradually he began to make out shapes, forms beyond the wall. Edward Billings was sitting at an immense, old-fashioned desk. He had stopped typing and was resting his eyes. From his vest pocket he had taken a round pocket watch. Slowly, carefully, he wound the great watch. Without his glasses, his lean, withered face seemed naked and bleak, the features of some elderly bird. Then he put his glasses on again and drew his chair closer to the desk. He began to type, working with expert fingers the towering mass of metal and parts that reared up before him. Again the ominous booming echoed through the house, resuming its insistent beat. Mr. Billings' room was dark and littered. Books and papers lay everywhere, in piles and stacks on the desk, on the table, in heaps on the floor. The walls were covered with charts, anatomy charts, maps, astronomy charts, signs of the zodiac. By the windows, rows of dust-covered chemical bottles and packages lay stacked. A stuffed bird stood on the top of the bookcase, gray and drooping. On the desk was a huge magnifying glass, Greek and Hebrew dictionaries, a postage stamp box, a bone letter opener. Against the door a curling strip of flypaper moved with the air currents rising from the gas heater. The remains of a magic lantern lay against one wall. A black satchel with clothes piled on it. Shirts and socks and a long frock coat faded and threadbare. Heaps of newspapers and magazines tied with brown cord. A great black umbrella against the table, a pool of sticky water around its metal point. A glass frame of dried butterflies pressed into yellowing cotton. And at the desk the huge old man hunched over his ancient typewriter and heaps of notes and papers. Gosh, Tommy said. Edward Billings was working on his report. The report was open on the desk beside him, an immense book, leather-bound, bulging at its cracked seams. He was transferring material into it from his heaps of notes. The steady thumping of the great typewriter made the things in the bathroom rattle and shake, the light fixture, the bottles and tubes in the medicine cabinet, even the floor under the children's feet. He's some kind of communist agent, Joan said. He's drawing maps of the city so he can set off bombs when Moscow gives the word. The heck he is, Dave said angrily. Don't you see all the maps and pencils and papers? Why else would... Be quiet, Dave snapped. He will hear us. He is not a spy. He's too old to be a spy. What is he then? I don't know, but he isn't a spy. You're sure dumb. Anyhow, spies have beards. Maybe he's a criminal, Joan said. I talked to him once, Dave said. He was coming downstairs. He spoke to me and gave me some candy out of a bag. What kind of candy was it? I don't know, hard candy. It wasn't any good. What's he do, Tommy asked, turning from the crack. Sits in his room all day, typing. Doesn't he work? Dave sneered. That's what he does. He writes on his report. He's an official with a company. What company? I forget. Doesn't he ever go out? He goes out on the roof. On the roof? He has a porch he goes out on. We fixed it. It's part of the apartment. He's got a garden. He comes downstairs and gets dirt from the backyard. Shh, Tommy warned. He turned around. Edward Billings had got to his feet. He was covering the typewriter with a black cloth, pushing it back and gathering up the pencils and erasers. He opened the desk drawer and dropped the pencils into it. He's through, Tommy said. He's finished working. The old man removed his glasses and put them away in a case. He dabbed at his forehead wearily, loosening his collar and necktie. His neck was long and the cords stood out from yellow, wrinkled skin. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he sipped some water from a glass. His eyes were blue and faded, almost without color. For a moment he gazed directly at Tommy, his hawk-like face blank. Then, abruptly, he left the room, going through a door. He's going to bed, Tommy said. Mr. Billings returned, a towel over his arm. At the desk he stopped and laid the towel over the back of the chair. He lifted the massive report book and carried it from the desk over to the bookcase, holding it tightly with both hands. It was heavy. He laid it down and left the room again. The report was very close. Tommy could make out the gold letters stamped into the cracked leather binding. He gazed at the letters a long time, until Joan finally pushed him away from the crack, shoving him impatiently off the chair. Tommy stepped down and moved away, awed and fascinated by what he had seen. The great report book, the huge volume of material on which the old man worked day after day. In the flickering light from the lamp on the desk, he had easily been able to make out the gold-stamped words on the ragged leather binding. Project B. Earth. Let's go, Dave said. He'll come in here in a couple minutes. He might catch us watching. You're afraid of him, Joan taunted. So are you. So is Mom. So is everybody. He glanced at Tommy. You afraid of him? Tommy shook his head. I'd sure like to know what's in that book, he murmured. I'd sure like to know what that old man is doing. The late afternoon sunlight shone down bright and cold. Edward Billings came slowly down the back steps, an empty pail in one hand, rolled up newspapers under his arm. He paused a moment, shielding his eyes and gazing around him. Then he disappeared into the backyard, pushing through the thick, wet grass. Tommy stepped out from behind the garage. He raced silently up the steps, two at a time. He entered the building, hurrying down the dark corridor. A moment later he stood before the door of Edward Billings' apartment, his chest rising and falling, listening intently. There was no sound. Tommy tried the knob. It turned easily. He pushed. The door swung open, and a musty cloud of warm air drifted past him, out into the corridor. He had little time. The old man would be coming back with his pail of dirt from the yard. Tommy entered the room and crossed to the bookcase, his heart pounding excitedly. The huge report book lay among heaps of notes and bundles of clippings. He pushed the papers away, sliding them from the book. He opened it quickly, at random, the thick pages crackling and bending. Denmark. Figures and facts, endless facts, pages and columns, row after row. The lines of type danced before his eyes. He could make little out of them. He turned to another section. New York. Facts about New York. He struggled to understand the column heads. The number of people, what they did, how they lived, what they earned, how they spent their time, their beliefs, religion, politics, philosophy, morals, their age, health, intelligence, graphs and statistics, averages and evaluations. Evaluations. Appraisals. He shook his head and turned to another section. California. Population, wealth, activity of the state government, ports and harbors, facts, facts, facts. Facts on everything, everywhere. He thumbed through the report. On every part of the world. every city, every state, every country, any and all possible information. Tommy closed the report uneasily. He wandered restlessly around the room, examining the heaps of notes and papers, the bundles of clippings and charts. The old man typing day after day, gathering facts about the whole world, the Earth, a report on the Earth and everything on it, all the people, everything they did and thought, their actions, deeds, achievements, beliefs, prejudices, a great report of all the information in the whole world. Tommy picked up the big magnifying glass from the desk. He examined the surface of the desk with it, studying the wood. After a moment he put down the glass and picked up the bone letter knife. He put down the letter knife and examined the broken magic lantern in the corner, the frame of dead butterflies, the drooping stuffed bird, the bottles of chemicals. He left the room, going out onto the roof porch. The late afternoon sunlight flickered fitfully. The sun was going down. In the center of the porch was a wooden frame, dirt and grass heaped around it. Along the rail were big earthen jars, sacks of fertilizer, damp packages of seeds, an overturned spray gun, a dirty trowel, strips of carpet, and a rickety chair, a sprinkling can. Over the wood frame was a wire netting. Tommy bent down, peering through the netting. He saw plants, small plants in rows, some moss growing on the ground, tangled plants, tiny and very intricate. At one place, some dried grass was heaped up in a pile, like some sort of cocoon. Bugs? Insects of some sort? Animals? He took a straw and poked it through the netting at the dried grass. The grass stirred. Something was in it. There were other cocoons, several of them, here and there among the plants. Suddenly something scuttled out of one of the cocoons, racing across the grass. It squeaked in fright. A second followed it, pink, running quickly. A small herd of shrilling pink things, 2 inches high, running and dashing among the plants. Tommy leaned closer, squinting excitedly through the netting, trying to see what they were. Hairless, some kind of hairless animals, but tiny, tiny as grasshoppers. Baby things? His pulse raced wildly. Baby things, or maybe... A sound. He turned quickly, rigid. Edward Billings stood at the door, gasping for breath. He set down the pail of dirt, sighing and feeling for his handkerchief in the pocket of his dark blue coat. He mopped his forehead silently, gazing at the boy standing by the frame. "Who are you, young man?" Billings said, after a moment. "I don't remember seeing you before." Tommy shook his head. "No." "What are you doing here?" "Nothing." "Would you like to carry this pail out onto the porch for me? It's heavier than I realized." Tommy stood for a moment. Then he came over and picked up the pail. He carried it out onto the roof porch and put it down by the wood frame. "Thank you," Billings said. "I appreciate that." His keen, faded blue eyes flickered as he studied the boy, his gaunt face shrewd yet not unkind. "You look pretty strong to me. How old are you, about 11? Tommy nodded. He moved back toward the railing. Below, 2 or 3 stories down, was the street. Mr. Murphy was walking along, coming home from the office. Some kids were playing at the corner. A young woman across the street was watering her lawn, a blue sweater around her slim shoulders. He was fairly safe. If the old man tried to do anything... "Why did you come here?" Billings asked. Tommy said nothing. They stood looking at each other, the stooped old man, immense in his dark, old-fashioned suit, the young boy in a red sweater and jeans, a beanie cap on his head, tennis shoes and freckles. Presently Tommy glanced toward the wood frame covered with netting, then up at Billings. "That? You wanted to see that? What's in there? What are they?" "They? The things. Bugs? I never saw anything like them. What are they?" Billings walked slowly over. He bent down and unfastened the corner of the netting. "I'll show you what they are, if you're interested." He twisted the netting loose and pulled it back. Tommy came over, his eyes wide. "Well," Billings said presently, "you can see what they are." Tommy whistled softly. "I thought maybe they were." He straightened up slowly, his face pale. "I thought maybe, but I wasn't sure. Little tiny men." "Not exactly," Mr. Billings said. He sat down heavily in the rickety chair. From his coat he took a pipe and a worn tobacco pouch. He filled the pipe slowly, shaking tobacco into it. "Not exactly men." Tommy continued to gaze down into the frame. The cocoons were tiny huts put together by the little men. Some of them had come out in the open now. They gazed up at him, standing together. Tiny pink creatures 2 inches high. Naked, that was why they were pink. "Look closer," Billings murmured. "Look at their heads. What do you see?" "They're so small." "Go get the glass from the desk, the big magnifying glass." He watched Tommy hurry into the study and come out quickly with the glass. "Now tell me what you see." Tommy examined the figures through the glass. They seemed to be men, all right. Arms, legs. Some were women. Their heads. He squinted, and then recoiled. "What's the matter?" Billings grunted. They're queer." "Queer?" Billings smiled. "Well, it all depends on what you're used to. They're different from you, but they're not queer. There's nothing wrong with them. At least I hope there's nothing wrong." His smile faded, and he sat sucking on his pipe, deep in silent thought. "Did you make them?" Tommy asked. "I?" Billings removed his pipe. "No, not I." "Where did you get them?" "They were lent to me, a trial group. In fact, the trial group. They're new, very new." You want to sell one of them?" Billings laughed. "No, I don't. Sorry, I have to keep them." Tommy nodded, resuming his study. Through the glass he could see their heads clearly. They were not quite men. From the front of each forehead, antennae sprouted. Tiny wire-like projections, ending in knobs, like the veins of insects he had seen. They were not men, but they were similar to men. Except for the antennae, they seemed normal. The antennae and their extreme minuteness. "Did they come from another planet?" Tommy asked. "From Mars, Venus?" "No." "Where then?" "That's a hard question to answer. The question has no meaning, not in connection with them." "What's the report for?" "The report?" "In there, the big book, with all the facts, the thing you're doing." "I've been working on that a long time." "How long?" Billings smiled. "That can't be answered either. It has no meaning, but a long time indeed. I'm getting near the end, though." "What are you going to do with it, when it's finished?" "Turn it over to my superiors." "Who are they?" "You wouldn't know them." "Where are they? Are they here in town?" "Yes." "And no, there's no way to answer that. Maybe someday you'll—" "The report's about us," Tommy said. Billings turned his head. His keen eyes bored into Tommy. "Oh?" "It's about us, the report, the book." "How do you know?" "I looked at it. I saw the title on the back. It's about the Earth, isn't it?" Billings nodded. "Yes, it's about the Earth." "You're not from here, are you? You're from someplace else, outside the system." How do you know that?" Tommy grinned with superior pride. "I can tell. I have ways." "How much did you see in the report?" "Not much." "What's it for? Why are you making it? What are they going to do with it?" Billings considered a long time before he answered. At last he spoke. "That," he said, "depends on those." He gestured toward the wood frame. "What they do with the report depends on how Project C works." "Project C?" "The third project. There have been only 2 others before. They wait a long time. Each project is planned carefully. New factors are considered at great length before any decision is reached." "2 others?" "Antennae for these, a complete new arrangement of the cognitive faculties. Almost no dependence on innate drives. Greater flexibility. Some decrease in overall emotional index, but what they lose in libido energy, they gain in rational control. I would expect more emphasis on individual experience rather than dependence on traditional group learning. Less stereotyped thinking. More rapid advance in situation control." Billings' words made little sense. Tommy was lost. "What were the others like?" he asked. "The others? Project A was a long time ago. It's dim in my mind. Wings. Wings. They were winged, depending on mobility and possessing considerable individualistic characteristics. In the final analysis, we allowed them too much self-dependence. Pride. They had concepts of pride and honor. They were fighters, each against the other, divided into atomized, antagonistic factions, and— What were the rest like?" Billings knocked his pipe against the railing. He continued, speaking more to himself than to the boy standing in front of him. The winged type was our first attempt at high-level organisms, Project A. After it failed, we went into conference. Project B was the result. We were certain of success. We eliminated many of the excessive individualistic characteristics and substituted a group orientation process, a herd method of learning and experiencing. We hoped general control over the project would be assured. Our work with the first project convinced us that greater supervision would be necessary if we were to be successful. What did the second kind look like, Tommy asked, searching for a meaningful thread in Billings' dissertation. We removed the wings, as I said. The general physiognomy remained the same. Although control was maintained for a short time, the second type also fractured away from the pattern, splintering into self-determined groups beyond our supervision. There is no doubt that surviving members of the initial Type A were instrumental in influencing them. We should have exterminated the initial type as soon. Are there any left? Of Project B? Of course. Billings was irritated. Your Project B, that's why I'm down here. As soon as my report is complete, the final disposition of your type can be effected. There is no doubt my recommendation will be identical with that regarding Project A, since your project has moved out of jurisdiction to such a degree that for all intents and purposes you are no longer functional. But Tommy wasn't listening. He was bent over the wood frame, peering down at the tiny figures within. 9 little people, men and women both. 9, and no more in all the world. Tommy began to tremble. Excitement rushed through him. A plan was dawning, bursting alive inside him. He held his face rigid, his body tense. I guess I'll be going. He moved from the porch back into the room toward the hall door. Going? Billings got to his feet. But I have to go. It's getting late. I'll see you later. He opened the hall door. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Billings said, surprised. I hope I'll see you again, young man. You will, Tommy said. He ran home as fast as he could. He raced up the porch steps and inside the house. Just in time for dinner, his mother said from the kitchen. Tommy halted on the stairs. I have to go out again. No, you don't. You're going to... Just for a while. I'll be right back. Tommy hurried up to his room and entered, glancing around. The bright yellow room, pennants on the walls, the big dresser and mirror, brush and comb, model airplanes, pictures of baseball players, the paper bag of bottle caps, the small radio with its cracked plastic cabinet, the wooden cigar boxes full of junk, odds and ends, things he had collected. Tommy grabbed up one of the cigar boxes and dumped its contents out on the bed. He stuck the box under his jacket and headed out of the room. Where are you going? His father demanded, lowering his evening newspaper and looking up. I'll be back. Your mother said it was time for dinner, didn't you hear her? I'll be back. This is important. Tommy pushed the front door open. Chill evening air blew in, cold and thin. Honest, real important. 10 minutes. Vince Jackson looked at his wristwatch. No longer, or you don't get any dinner. 10 minutes. Tommy slammed the door. He ran down the steps out into the darkness. A light showed, flickering under the bottom and through the keyhole of Mr. Billings' room. Tommy hesitated a moment. Then he raised his hand and knocked. For a time there was silence. Then a stirring sound, the sound of heavy footsteps. The door opened. Mr. Billings peered out into the hall. Hello, Tommy said. You're back. Mr. Billings opened the door wide and Tommy walked quickly into the room. Did you forget something? No. Billings closed the door. Sit down. Would you like anything? An apple? Some milk? No. Tommy wandered nervously around the room, touching things here and there, books and papers and bundles of clippings. Billings watched the boy a moment. Then he returned to his desk, seating himself with a sigh. I think I'll continue with my report. I hope to finish very soon. He tapped a pile of notes beside him. The last of them. Then I can leave here and present the report, along with my recommendations. Billings bent over his immense typewriter, tapping steadily away. The relentless rumble of the ancient machine vibrated through the room. Tommy turned and stepped out of the room onto the porch. In the cold evening air, the porch was pitch black. He halted, adjusting to the darkness. After a time he made out the sacks of fertilizer, the rickety chair, and in the center the wood frame, with its wire netting over it, heaps of dirt and grass piled around. Tommy glanced back into the room. Billings was bent over the typewriter, absorbed in his work. He had taken off his dark blue coat and hung it over the chair. He was working in his vest, his sleeves rolled up. Tommy squatted beside the frame. He slid the cigar box from under his jacket and laid it down, lid open. He grasped the netting and pried it back, loose from the row of nails. From the frame a few faint, apprehensive squeaks sounded, nervous scuttlings among the dried grass. Tommy reached down, feeling among the grass and plants. His fingers closed over something, a small thing that squirmed in fright, twisting in wild terror. He dropped it into the cigar box and sought another. In a moment he had them all, 9 of them, all 9 in the wood cigar box. He closed the lid and slipped it back under his jacket. Quickly he left the porch, returning to the room. Billings glanced up vaguely from his work, pen in one hand, papers in the other. "Did you want to talk to me?" he murmured, pushing up his glasses. Tommy shook his head. "I have to go." "Already? But you just came." "I have to go." Tommy opened the door to the hall. "Good night." Billings rubbed his forehead wearily, his face lined with fatigue. "All right, boy. Perhaps I'll see you again before I leave." He resumed his work, tapping slowly away at the great typewriter, bent with fatigue. Tommy shut the door behind him. He ran down the stairs outside on the porch. Against his chest the cigar box shook and moved. 9. All 9 of them. He had them all. Now they were his. They belonged to him. And there weren't any more of them anywhere in the world. His plan had worked perfectly. He hurried down the street toward his own house, as fast as he could run. He found an old cage out in the garage he had once kept white rats in. He cleaned it and carried it upstairs to his room. He spread papers on the floor of the cage and fixed a water dish and some sand. When the cage was ready, he emptied the contents of the cigar box into it. The 9 tiny figures huddled together in the center of the cage, a little bundle of pink. Tommy shut the door of the cage and fastened it tightly. He carried the cage to the dresser and then drew a chair up by it so he could watch. The 9 little people began to move around hesitantly, exploring the cage. Tommy's heart beat with rapid excitement as he watched them. He had got them away from Mr. Billings. They were his now, and Mr. Billings didn't know where he lived or even his name. They were talking to each other, moving their antennae rapidly, the way he had seen ants do. One of the little people came over to the side of the cage. He stood gripping the wire, peering out into the room. He was joined by another, a female. They were naked. Except for the hair on their heads, they were pink and smooth. He wondered what they ate. From the big refrigerator in the kitchen, he took some cheese and some hamburger, adding crumbled-up bits of bread and lettuce leaves and a little plate of milk. They liked the milk and bread, but they left the meat alone. The lettuce leaves they used to begin the making of little huts. Tommy was fascinated. He watched them all the next morning, before school, then again at lunchtime, and all afternoon until dinner. "What you got up there?" his dad demanded at dinner. "Nothing." "You haven't got a snake, have you?" his mom asked apprehensively. "If you have another snake up there, young man—" "No," Tommy shook his head, bolting down his meal. "It's not a snake." He finished eating and ran upstairs. The little creatures had finished fixing their huts out of the lettuce leaves. Some were inside. Others were wandering around the cage, exploring it. Tommy seated himself before the dresser and watched. They were smart, a lot smarter than the white rats he had owned, and cleaner. They used the sand he had put there for them. They were smart, and quite tame. After a while, Tommy closed the door of the room. Holding his breath, he unfastened the cage, opening one side wide. He reached in his hand and caught one of the little men. He drew him out of the cage and then opened his hand carefully. The little man clung to his palm, peering over the edge and up at him, antennae waving wildly. "Don't be afraid," Tommy said. The little man got cautiously to his feet. He walked across Tommy's palm to his wrist. Slowly he climbed Tommy's arm, glancing over the side. He reached Tommy's shoulder and stopped, gazing up into his face. "You're sure small," Tommy said. He got another one from the cage and put the 2 of them on the bed. They walked around the bed for a long time. More had come to the open side of the cage and were staring cautiously out onto the dresser. One found Tommy's comb. He inspected it, tugging at the teeth. A second joined him. The two tiny creatures tugged at the comb, but without success. "What do you want?" Tommy asked. After a while they gave up. They found a nickel lying on the dresser. One of them managed to turn it up on end. He rolled it. The nickel gained speed, rushing toward the edge of the dresser. The tiny man ran after it in consternation. The nickel fell over the side. "Be careful," Tommy warned. He didn't want anything to happen to them. He had too many plans. It would be easy to rig up things for them to do, like fleas he had seen at the circus. Little carts to pull, swings, slides, things they could operate. He could train them, and then charge admission. Maybe he could take them on tour. Maybe he'd even get a write-up in the newspaper. His mind raced, all kinds of things, endless possibilities. But he had to start out easy and be careful. The next day he took one to school in his pocket inside a fruit jar. He punched holes in the lid so it could breathe. At recess he showed it to Dave and Joan Grant. They were fascinated. "Where did you get it?" Dave demanded. "That's my business." "Want to sell it?" "It's not it, it's him." Jean blushed. "It doesn't have anything on. You better make it put clothes on right away." "Can you make clothes for them? I have 8 more, 4 men and 4 women. Joan was excited. "I can, if you'll give me one of them." "The heck I will, they're mine." "Where did they come from? Who made them?" "None of your business." Joan made little clothes for the 4 women, little skirts and blouses. Tommy lowered the clothing into the cage. The little people moved around the heap uncertainly, not knowing what to do. "You better show them," Joan said. "Show them? Nuts to you." "I'll dress them." Joan took one of the tiny women from the cage and carefully dressed her in a blouse and skirt. She dropped the figure back in. "Now let's see what happens." The others crowded around the dressed woman, plucking curiously at the clothing. Presently they began to divide up the remaining clothes, some taking blouses, some skirts. Tommy laughed and laughed. "You better make pants for the men, so they'll all be dressed." He took a couple of them out and let them run up and down his arms. "Be careful," Joan warned. "You'll lose them. They'll get away." "They're tame. They won't run away. I'll show you." Tommy put them down on the floor. "We have a game. Watch." "A game?" "They hide, and I find them." The figures scampered off, looking for places to hide. In a moment, none were in sight. Tommy got down on his hands and knees, reaching under the dresser, among the bed covers. A shrill squeak. He had found one. "See, they like it." He carried them back to the cage one by one. The last one stayed hidden a long time. It had got into one of the dresser drawers, down in a bag of marbles, pulling the marbles over its head. "They're clever," Joan said. "Wouldn't you give me even one of them?" "No," Tommy said emphatically. "They're mine. I'm not letting them get away from me. I'm not giving any of them to anybody." Tommy met Joan after school the next day. She had made little trousers and shirts for the men. "Here," she gave them to him. They walked along the sidewalk. "I hope they fit." "Thanks." Tommy took the clothes and put them in his pocket. They cut across the vacant lot. At the end of the lot, Dave Grant and some kids were sitting around in a circle playing marbles. "Who's winning?" Tommy said, stopping. "I am," Dave said, not looking up. "Let me play." Tommy dropped down. "Come on." He held out his hand. "Give me your agate." Dave shook his head. "Get away." Tommy punched him on the arm. "Come on, just one shot." He considered. "Tell you what." A shadow fell over them. Tommy looked up and blanched. Edward Billings gazed down silently at the boy, leaning on his umbrella, its metal point lost in the soft ground. He said nothing. His aged face was lined and hard, his eyes like faded blue stones. Tommy got slowly to his feet. Silence had fallen over the children. Some of them scrambled away, snatching up their marbles. "What do you want?" Tommy demanded. His voice was dry and husky, almost inaudible. Billings' cold eyes bored into him, 2 keen orbs without warmth of any kind. "You took them. I want them back. Right away." His voice was hard, colorless. He held out his hand. "Where are they?" "What are you talking about?" Tommy muttered. He backed away. "I don't know what you mean." "The project. You stole them from my room. I want them back." "The heck I did. What do you mean?" Billings turned toward Dave Grant. "He's the one you meant, isn't he?" Dave nodded. "I saw them. He has them in his room. He won't let anybody near them." You came and stole them. Why? Billings moved toward Tommy ominously. Why did you take them? What did you want with them? You're crazy, Tommy murmured, but his voice trembled. Dave Grant said nothing. He looked away sheepishly. It's a lie, Tommy said. Billings grabbed him. Cold, ancient hands gripped him, digging into his shoulders. Give them back. I want them. I'm responsible for them. Let go, Tommy jerked loose. I don't have them with me. He caught his breath. I mean... Then you do have them. At home. In your room. Bring them here. Go and get them. All 9. Tommy put his hands in his pockets. Some of his courage was returning. I don't know, he said. What'll you give me? Billings' eyes flashed. Give you? He raised his arm threateningly. Why, you little... Tommy jumped back. You can't make me return them. You don't have any control over us. He grinned boldly. You said so yourself. We're out of your power. I heard you say so. Billings' face was like granite. I'll take them. They're mine. They belong to me. If you try to take them, I'll call the cops, and my dad'll be there. My dad and the cops. Billings gripped his umbrella. He opened and shut his mouth, his face a dark, ugly red. Neither he nor Tommy spoke. The other kids gazed at the two of them, wide-eyed, awed, and subdued. Suddenly a thought twisted across Billings' face. He looked down at the ground, the crude circle and the marbles. His cold eyes flickered. Listen to this. I will play against you for them. What? The game. Marbles. If you win, you can keep them. If I win, I get them back at once. All of them. Tommy considered, glancing from Mr. Billings down at the circle on the ground. If I win, you won't ever try to take them? You will let me keep them? For good? Yes. All right. Tommy moved away. It's a deal. If you win, you can have them back. But if I win, they belong to me, and you don't ever get them back. Bring them here at once. Sure, I'll go get them. And my agate, too, he thought to himself. I'll be right back. I'll wait here, Mr. Billings said, his huge hands gripping the umbrella. Tommy ran down the porch steps 2 at a time. His mother came to the door. You shouldn't be going out again so late. If you're not home in half an hour, you don't get any dinner. Half an hour, Tommy cried, running down the dark sidewalk, his hands pressed against the bulge in his jacket, against the wood cigar box that moved and squirmed. He ran and ran, gasping for breath. Mr. Billings was still standing by the edge of the lot, waiting silently. The sun had set. Evening was coming. The children had gone home. As Tommy stepped onto the vacant lot, a chill, hostile wind moved among the weeds and grass, flapping against his pants legs. Did you bring them? Mr. Billings demanded. Sure. Tommy halted, his chest rising and falling. He reached slowly under his jacket and brought out the heavy wood cigar box. He slipped the rubber band off it, lifting the lid a crack. In here. Mr. Billings came close, breathing hoarsely. Tommy snapped the lid shut and restored the rubber band. We have to play. He put the box down on the ground. They're mine, unless you win them back. Billings subsided. All right. Let's begin, then. Tommy searched his pockets. He brought out his agate, holding it carefully. In the fading light, the big red-black marble gleamed, rings of sand and white, like Jupiter, an immense, hard marble. Here we go, Tommy said. He knelt down, sketching a rough circle on the ground. He emptied out a sack of marbles into the ring. You got any? Any? Marbles. What are you going to shoot with? One of yours. Sure. Tommy took a marble from the ring and tossed it to him. Want me to shoot first? Billings nodded. Fine. Tommy grinned. He took aim carefully, closing one eye. For a moment his body was rigid, set in an intense, hard arc. Then he shot. Marbles rattled and clinked, rolling out of the circle and into the grass and weeds beyond. He had done well. He gathered up his winnings, collecting them back in the cloth sack. Is it my turn? Billings asked. No, my agate's still in the ring. Tommy squatted down again. I get another shot. He shot. This time he collected 3 marbles. Again, his agate was within the circle. Another shot, Tommy said, grinning. He had almost half. He knelt and aimed, holding his breath. 24 marbles remained. If he could get 4 more, he would have won. 4 more. He shot. 2 marbles left the circle, and his agate. The agate rolled out, bouncing into the weeds. Tommy collected the 2 marbles and the agate. He had 19 in all. 22 remained in the ring. "Okay," he murmured reluctantly. "It's your shot this time. Go ahead." Edward Billings knelt down stiffly, gasping and tottering. His face was gray. He turned his marble around in his hand uncertainly. "Haven't you ever played before?" Tommy demanded. "You don't know how to hold it, do you?" Billings shook his head. "No." "You have to get it between your first finger and your thumb." Tommy watched the stiff old fingers fumble with the marble. Billings dropped it once and picked it quickly up again. "Your thumb makes it go. Like this. Here, I'll show you." Tommy took hold of the ancient fingers and bent them around the marble. Finally, he had them in place. "Go ahead." Tommy straightened up. "Let's see how you do." The old man took a long time. He gazed at the marbles in the ring, his hand shaking. Tommy could hear his breathing, the hoarse, deep panting in the damp evening air. The old man glanced at the cigar box resting in the shadows, then back at the circle. His fingers moved. There was a flash, a blinding flash. Tommy gave a cry, wiping at his eyes. Everything spun, lashing and tilting. He stumbled and fell, sinking into the wet weeds. His head throbbed. He sat on the ground, rubbing his eyes, shaking his head, trying to see. At last, the drifting sparks cleared. He looked around him, blinking. The circle was empty. There were no marbles in the ring. Billings had got them all. Tommy reached out. His fingers touched something hot. He jumped. It was a fragment of glass, a glowing red fragment of molten glass. All around him in the damp weeds and grass, fragments of glass gleamed, cooling slowly into darkness. 1,000 splinters of stars glowing and fading around him. Edward Billings stood up, slowly, rubbing his hands together. "I'm glad that's over," he gasped. "I'm too old to bend down like that." His eyes made out the cigar box, lying on the ground. "Now they can go back, and I can continue with my work." He picked up the wood box, putting it under his arm. He gathered up his umbrella and shuffled away toward the sidewalk beyond the lot. "Goodbye," Billings said, stopping for a moment. Tommy said nothing. Billings hurried off down the sidewalk, the cigar box clutched tightly. He entered his apartment, breathing rapidly. He tossed his black umbrella into the corner and sat down before the desk, laying the cigar box in front of him. For a moment he sat, breathing deeply and gazing down at the brown and white square of wood and cardboard. He had won. He had got them back. They were his again. And just in time. The filing date for the report was practically upon him. Billings slid out of his coat and vest. He rolled up his sleeves, trembling a little. He had been lucky. Control over the B-type was extremely limited. They were virtually out of jurisdiction. That, of course, was the problem itself. Both the A and B types had managed to escape supervision. They had rebelled, disobeying orders and therefore putting themselves outside the limit of the plan. But these, the new type, Project C, everything depended on them. They had left his hands, but now they were back again, under control as intended, within the periphery of supervisory instruction. Billings slid the rubber band from the box. He raised the lid slowly and carefully. Out they swarmed. Fast. Some headed to the right, some to the left. 2 columns of tiny figures racing off, head down. One reached the edge of the desk and leaped. He landed on the rug, rolling and falling. A second jumped after him, then a third. Billings broke out of his paralysis. He grabbed frantically, wildly. Only 2 remained. He swiped at one and missed. The other? He grabbed it, squeezing it tight between his clenched fingers. Its companion wheeled. It had something in its hand. A splinter of wood torn from the inside of the cigar box. It ran up and stuck the end of the splinter into Billings' finger. Billings gasped in pain. His fingers flew open. The captive tumbled out, rolling on its back. Its companion helped it up, half dragging it to the edge of the desk. Together the 2 of them leaped. Billings bent down, groping for them. They scampered rapidly toward the door to the porch. One of them was at the lamp plug. It tugged. A second joined it, and the 2 tiny figures pulled together. The lamp cord came out of the wall. The room plunged into darkness. Billings found the desk drawer. He yanked it open, spilling its contents onto the floor. He found some big sulfur matches and lit one. They were gone, out, onto the porch. Billings hurried after them. The match blew out. He lit another, shielding it with his hand. The creatures had got to the railing. They were going over the edge, catching hold of the ivy and swinging down into the darkness. He got to the edge too late. They were gone, all of them, all 9, over the side of the roof, into the blackness of the night. Billings ran downstairs and out onto the back porch. He reached the ground, hurrying around the side of the house where the ivy grew up the side. Nothing moved, nothing stirred. Silence, no sign of them anywhere. They had escaped. They were gone. They had worked out a plan of escape and put it into operation. 2 columns going in opposite directions as soon as the lid was lifted, perfectly timed and executed. Slowly, Billings climbed the stairs to his room. He pushed the door open and stood, breathing deeply, dazed from the shock. They were gone. Project C was already over. It had gone like the others, the same way, rebellion and independence, out of supervision, beyond control. Project A had influenced Project B, and now in the same way the contamination had spread to C. Billings sat down heavily at his desk. For a long time he sat immobile, silent and thoughtful, gradual comprehension coming to him. It was not his fault. It had happened before, twice before, and it would happen again. Each project would carry the discontent to the next. It would never end, no matter how many projects were conceived and put into operation. The rebellion and escape, the evasion of the plan. After a time, Billings reached out and pulled his big report book to him. Slowly he opened it to the place he had left off. From the report he removed the entire last section, the summary. There was no use scrapping the current project. One project was as good as any other. They would all be equal failures. He had known as soon as he saw them, as soon as he had raised the lid. They had clothes on, little suits of clothing, like the others a long time before. The trouble with bubbles. Nathan Hull left his surface car and crossed the pavement on foot, sniffing the chill morning air. Robot work trucks were starting to rumble past. A gutter slot sucked night debris greedily. A vanishing headline caught his eye momentarily. Pacific Tube completed. Asian landmass linked. He passed on, away from the corner, hands in his pockets, looking for Farley's house. Past the usual Worldcraft store, with its conspicuous motto, "Own your own world." Down a short grass-lined walk and onto a sloping tilt-front porch. Up 3 imitation marble stairs. Then Hull flicked his hand before the code beam and the door melted away. The house was still. Hull found the ascent tube to the 2nd floor and peered up. No sound. Warm air blew around him, tinged with faint smells. Smells of food and people and familiar objects. Had they gone? No. It was only the 3rd day. They'd be around someplace, maybe up on the roof terrace. He ascended to the 2nd floor and found it also vacant. But distant sounds drifted to his ears, a tinkle of laughter, a man's voice, a woman's, perhaps Julia's. He hoped so, hoped she were still conscious. He tried a door at random, steeling himself. Sometimes, during the 3rd and 4th days, the contest parties got a little rough. The door melted, but the room was empty. Couches, empty glasses, ashtrays, exhausted stimulant tubes, articles of clothing strewn everywhere. Abruptly, Julia Marlowe and Max Farley appeared, arm in arm, followed by several others, pushing forward in a group, excited and red-cheeked, eyes bright, almost feverish. They entered the room and halted. "Nat!" Julia broke away from Farley and came breathlessly up to him. "Is it that late already?" "3rd day," Hull said. "Hello, Max." "Hello, Hull. Sit down and make yourself comfortable. Can I get you something?" "Nothing. Can't stay. Julia?" Farley waved a robant over, sweeping 2 drinks from its chest tray. "Here, Hull, you can stay long enough for 1 drink." Bart Longstreet and a slender blonde appeared through a door. "Hull, you here so soon?" Third day, I'm picking Julia up if she still wants to leave. Don't take her away, the slim blonde protested. She wore a side-glance robe, invisible out of the corner of the eye, but an opaque fountain when looked at directly. They're judging right now, in the lounge. Stick around, the fun's just beginning. She winked at him with heavy blue-lidded eyes, glazed and sleep-drugged. Hull turned to Julia. If you want to stay. Julia put her hand nervously on his arm, standing close to him. Not losing her fixed smile, she grated in his ear, Nat, for God's sake, get me out of here. I can't stand it, please. Hull caught her intense appeal, her eyes bright with desperation. He could feel the mute urgency quivering through her body, tense and strained. Okay, Julia, we'll take off. Maybe get some breakfast. When did you last eat? 2 days, I think. I don't know. Her voice trembled. They're judging right now. God, Nat, you should have seen. Can't go until the judging's over, Farley rumbled. I think they're almost through. You didn't enter, Hull? No entry for you? No entry. Surely you're an owner. Nope. Sorry. Hull's voice was faintly ironic. No world of my own, Max. Can't see it. You're missing something. Max beamed dopily, rocking back on his heels. Quite a time. Best contest party for weeks, and the real fun begins after the judging. All this is just preliminary. I know. Hull moved Julia rapidly toward the descent tube. We'll see you. So long, Bart. Give me a call when you're out of here. Hold it, Bart murmured, suddenly cocking his head. The judging's over. The winner is going to be announced. He pushed toward the lounge, the others excitedly behind. You coming, Hull? Julia? Hull glanced at the girl. All right. They followed reluctantly. For a minute, maybe. A wall of sound struck them. The lounge was a seething chaos of milling men and women. I won, Laura Becker shouted in ecstasy. People pushed and shoved around her toward the contest table, grabbing up their entries. Their voices grew in volume, an ominous rumble of discordant sound. Robants calmly moved furniture and fixtures back out of the way, clearing the floor rapidly. An unleashed frenzy of mounting hysteria was beginning to fill the big room. I knew it. Julia's fingers tightened around Hull's arm. Come on, let's get out before they start. Start? Listen to them. Julia's eyes flickered with fear. Come on, Nat, I've had enough. I can't stand any more of this. I told you before you came. You did, didn't you? Julia smiled briefly, grabbing her coat from a robant. She fastened the coat rapidly around her breasts and shoulders. I admit it, you told me. Now let's go, for God's sake. She turned, making her way through the surging mass of people, toward the descent tube. Let's get out of here. We'll have breakfast. You were right. These things aren't for us. Laura Becker, plump and middle-aged, was making her way up onto the stand beside the judges, her entry clasped in her arms. Hull paused a moment, watching the immense woman struggle up, her chemically corrected features gray and sagging in the unwinking overhead lights. The third day. A lot of old-timers were beginning to show the effects even through their artificial masks. Laura reached the stand. Look, she shouted, holding up her entry. The Worldcraft bubble glittered, catching the light. In spite of himself, Hull had to admire the thing. If the actual world inside was as good as the exterior. Laura turned on the bubble. It glowed, winking into brilliance. The room full of people became silent, gazing up at the winning entry, the world that had taken the prize over all other comers. Laura Becker's entry was masterful. Even Hull had to admit it. She increased the magnification, bringing the microscopic central planet into focus. A murmur of admiration swept the room. Again, Laura increased the magnification. The central planet grew, showing a pale green ocean lapping faintly at a low shoreline. A city came into view, towers and broad streets, fine ribbons of gold and steel. Above, twin suns beamed down, warming the city. Myriads of inhabitants swarmed about their activities. Wonderful, Bart Longstreet said softly, coming over beside Hull. But the old hag has been at it 60 years. No wonder she won. She's entered every contest I can remember. It's nice, Julia admitted in a clipped voice. You don't care for it? Longstreet asked. I don't care for any of this. She wants to go, Hull explained, moving toward the descent tube. We'll see you later, Bart. Bart Longstreet nodded. I know what you mean. In many ways I agree. You mind if I... Watch! Laura Becker shouted, her face flushed. She increased the magnification to maximum focus, showing details of the minute city. See them? See? The inhabitants of the city came into sharp view. They hurried about their business, endless thousands of them, in cars and on foot, across spidery spans between buildings, breathtakingly beautiful. Laura held the Worldcraft bubble up high, breathing rapidly. She gazed around the room, her eyes bright and inflamed, glittering unhealthily. The murmurings rose, sweeping up in excitement. Numerous Worldcraft bubbles came up chest-high, gripped in eager, impassioned hands. Laura's mouth opened. Saliva dribbled down the creases of her sagging face. Her lips twitched. She raised her bubble over her head, her doughy chest swelling convulsively. Suddenly her face jerked, features twisting wildly. Her thick body swayed grotesquely, and from her hands the Worldcraft bubble flew, crashing to the stand in front of her. The bubble smashed, bursting into 1,000 pieces. Metal and glass, plastic parts, gears, struts, tubes, the vital machinery of the bubble splattered in all directions. Pandemonium broke loose. All around the room other owners were smashing their worlds, breaking them and crushing them, stamping on them, grinding the delicate control mechanisms underfoot. Men and women in a frenzy of abandon, released by Laura Becker's signal, quivering in an orgy of Dionysian lust, crushing and breaking their carefully constructed worlds one after another. God, Julia gasped, struggling to get away, Longstreet and Hull beside her. Faces gleamed with sweat, eyes feverish and bright. Mouths gaped foolishly, muttering meaningless sounds. Clothes were torn, ripped off. A girl went down, sliding underfoot, her shrieks lost in the general din. Another followed, dragged down into the milling mass. Men and women struggled in a blur of abandon, cries and gasps, and on all sides the hideous sounds of smashing metal and glass, the unending noise of worlds being destroyed, one after another. Julia dragged Hull from the lounge, her face white. She shuddered, closing her eyes. I knew it was coming. 3 days building up to this. Smashed. They're smashing them all the worlds. Bart Longstreet made his way out, after Hull and Julia. Lunatics. He lit a cigarette shakily. What the hell gets into them? This has happened before. They start breaking, smashing their worlds up. It doesn't make sense. Hull reached the descent tube. Come along with us, Bart. We'll have breakfast, and I'll give you my theory for what it's worth. Just a second. Bart Longstreet scooped up his Worldcraft bubble from the arms of a rodent. My contest entry. Don't want to lose it. He hurried after Julia and Hull. More coffee? Hull asked, looking around. None for me, Julia murmured. She settled back in her chair, sighing. I'm perfectly happy. I'll take some. Bart pushed his cup toward the coffee dispenser. It filled the cup and returned it. You've got a nice little place here, Hull. Haven't you seen it before? I don't get up this way. I haven't been in Canada in years. Let's hear your theory, Julia murmured. Go ahead, Bart said. We're waiting. Hull was silent for a moment. He gazed moodily across the table past the dishes at the thing sitting on the window ledge. Bart's contest entry, his Worldcraft bubble. Own your own world, Hull quoted, ironically. Quite a slogan. Pac-Man thought it up himself, Bart said, when he was young, almost a century ago. That long? Pac-Man takes treatments. A man in his position can afford them. Of course. Hull got slowly to his feet. He crossed the room and returned with the bubble. Mind? He asked Bart. Go ahead. Hull adjusted the controls mounted on the bubble's surface. The interior scene flickered into focus. A miniature planet revolving slowly. A tiny blue-white sun. He increased the magnification, bringing the planet up in size. Not bad, Hull admitted presently. Primitive. Late Jurassic. I don't have the knack. I can't seem to get them into the mammal stage. This is my 16th try. I never can get any farther than this. The scene was a dense jungle, steaming with fetid rot. Great shapes stirred fitfully among the decaying ferns and marshes. Coiled, gleaming reptilian bodies, smoking shapes rising up from the thick mud. Turn it off, Julia murmured. I've seen enough of them. We viewed hundreds for the contest. I didn't have a chance. Bart retrieved his bubble, snapping it off. You have to do better than the Jurassic to win. Competition is keen. Half the people there had their bubbles into the Eocene, and at least 10 into the Pliocene. Laura's entry wasn't much ahead. I counted several city-building civilizations, but hers was almost as advanced as we are. 60 years, Julia said. She's been trying a long time. She's worked hard. One of those to whom it's not a game, but a real passion, a way of life. And then she smashes it, Hull said thoughtfully. Smashes the bubble to bits. A world she's been working on for years, guiding it through period after period, higher and higher, smashes it into a million pieces. Why, Julia asked. Why, Nat? Why do they do it? They get so far building it up, and then they tear it all down again. Hull leaned back in his chair. It began, he stated, when we failed to find life on any of the other planets. When our exploring parties came back empty-handed. 8 dead orbs, lifeless, good for nothing, not even lichen, rock and sand, endless deserts, one after the other all the way out to Pluto. It was a hard realization, Bart said. Of course, that was before our time. Not much before. Pac-Man remembers it, a century ago. We waited a long time for rocket travel, flight to other planets, and then to find nothing. Like Columbus finding the world really was flat, Julia said, with an edge and a void. Worse, Columbus was looking for a short route to China. They could have continued the long way, but when we explored the system and found nothing, we were in for trouble. People had counted on new worlds, new lands in the sky, colonization, contact with a variety of races, trade, minerals and cultural products to exchange, but most of all the thrill of landing on planets with amazing life forms. And instead of that, nothing but dead rock and waste, nothing that could support life, our own or any other kind. A vast disappointment set in on all levels of society. And then Pac-Man brought out the worldcraft bubble, Bart murmured. Own your own world. There was no place to go outside of Terra, no other worlds to visit. You couldn't leave here and go to another world, so instead you stayed home and put together your own world. Hull smiled wryly. You know he has a child's version out now, a sort of preparation kit, so the child can cover the basic problems of world building before he even has a bubble. But look, Nat, Bart said, the bubbles seemed like a good idea at first. We couldn't leave Terra, so we built our own worlds right here. Subatomic worlds in controlled containers. We start life going on a subatomic world, feed it problems to make it evolve, try to raise it higher and higher. In theory, there's nothing wrong with the idea. It's certainly a creative pastime, not a merely passive viewing like television. In fact, world building is the ultimate art form. It takes the place of all entertainments, all the passive sports as well as music and painting. But something went wrong. Not at first, Bart objected. At first it was creative. Everybody bought a worldcraft bubble and built his own world. Evolved life farther and farther. Molded life, controlled it. Competed with others to see who could achieve the most advanced world. And it solved another problem, Julia added, the problem of leisure, with robots to work for us, and rodents to serve us, and take care of our needs. Yes, that was a problem, Hull admitted. Too much leisure. Nothing to do. That and the disappointment of finding our planet the only habitable planet in the system. Pac-Man's bubbles seemed to solve both problems, but something went wrong. A change came. I noticed it right away. Hull stubbed out his cigarette and lit another. The change began 10 years ago, and it's been growing worse. But why, Julie demanded. Explain to me why everyone stopped building their worlds creatively and began to destroy. Ever seen a child pull wings off a fly? Certainly, but the same thing. Sadism? No, not exactly. More a sort of curiosity. Power. Why does a child break things? Power, again. We must never forget something. These world bubbles are substitutes. They take the place of something else, of finding genuine life on our own planets, and they're just too damn small to do that. These worlds are like toy boats in a bathtub, or model rocket ships you see kids playing with. They're surrogates, not the actual thing. These people who operate them, why do they want them? Because they can't explore real planets, big planets. They have a lot of energy dammed up inside them, energy they can't express. And bottled-up energy sours. It becomes aggressive. People work with their little worlds for a time, building them up. But finally they reach a point where their latent hostility, their sense of being deprived, their... It can be explained more easily, Bart said calmly. Your theory is too elaborate. How do you explain it? Man's innate destructive tendencies. His natural desire to kill and spread ruin. There's no such thing, Hull said flatly. Man isn't an ant. He has no fixed direction to his drives. He has no instinctive desire to destroy, any more than he has an instinctive desire to carve ivory letter openers. He has energy, and the outlet it takes depends on the opportunities available. That's what's wrong. All of us have energy, the desire to move, act, do, but we're bottled up here, sealed off on one planet. So we buy worldcraft bubbles and make little worlds of our own. But microscopic worlds aren't enough. They're as satisfactory as a toy sailboat is to a man who wants to go sailing. Bart considered a long time, deep in thought. You may be right, he admitted finally. It sounds reasonable. But what's your suggestion? If the other 8 planets are dead, keep exploring beyond the system. We're doing that. Try to find outlets that aren't so artificial. Bart grinned. You feel this way because you never caught the hang of it. He thumped his bubble fondly. I don't find it artificial. But most people do, Julia put in. Most people aren't satisfied. That's why we left the contest party. Bart grunted. It's turning sour, all right. Quite a scene, wasn't it? He reflected, frowning. But the bubbles are better than nothing. What do you suggest? Give up our bubbles? What should we do instead? Just sit around and talk? Nat loves to talk, Julia murmured. Like all intellectuals, Bart tapped Hull's sleeve. When you sit in your seat in the directorate, you're with the intellectual and professional class, gray stripe. And you? Blue stripe, industrial, you know that. Hull nodded. That's right, you're with Terran Spaceways, the ever-hopeful company. So you want us to give up our bubbles and just sit around. Quite a solution to the problem. You're going to have to give them up. Hull's face flushed. What you do after that is your affair. What do you mean? Hull turned toward Longstreet, eyes blazing. I've introduced a bill in the directorate. A bill that will outlaw worldcraft. Bart's mouth fell open. You what? On what grounds? Julia asked, waking up. On moral grounds, Hull stated calmly. And I think I can get it through. The directorate hall buzzed with murmuring echoes, its vast reaches alive with moving shadows, men taking their places and preparing for the session's business. Eldon von Stern, directorate floor leader, stood with Hull off to one side behind the platform. Let's get this straight, von Stern said nervously, running his fingers through his iron-gray hair. You intend to speak for this bill of yours? You want to defend it yourself? Hull nodded. That's right, why not? The analytical machines can break the bill down and present an impartial report for the members. Spellbinding has gone out of style. If you present an emotional harangue, you can be certain of losing. The members won't. I'll take the chance. It's too important to leave to the machines. Hull gazed out over the immense room that was slowly quieting. Representatives from all over the world were in their places. White-clad property owners, blue-clad financial and industrial magnates, the red shirts of leaders from factory cooperatives and communal farms, the green-clad men and women representing the middle-class consumer group, his own gray-striped body at the extreme right, the doctors, lawyers, scientists, educators, intellectuals, and professionals of all kinds. I'll take the chance, Hull repeated. I want to see the bill passed. It's time the issues were made clear. Von Stern shrugged. Suit yourself. He eyed Hull curiously. What do you have against worldcraft? It's too powerful a combine to buck. Pac-Man himself is here someplace. I'm surprised you... The robot chair flashed a signal. Von Stern moved away from Hull, up onto the platform. Are you sure you want to speak for the bill? Julia said, standing beside Hull in the shadows. Maybe he's right. Let the machines analyze the bill. Hull was gazing out across the sea of faces, trying to locate Pac-Man. The owner of Worldcraft was sitting out there, Forrest Pac-Man in his immaculate white shirt, like an ancient withered angel. Pac-Man preferred to sit with the property group, considering Worldcraft real estate instead of industry. Property still had the edge on prestige. Von Stern touched Hull's arm. "All right, take the chair and explain your proposal." Hull stepped out onto the platform and seated himself in the big marble chair. The endless rows of faces before him were carefully devoid of expression. "You've read the terms of the proposal I'm speaking for," Hull began, his voice magnified by the speakers on each member's desk. "I propose we should declare Worldcraft Industries a public menace and the real property the possession of the state. I can state my grounds in a few sentences. The theory and construction of the Worldcraft product, the subatomic universe system, is known to you. An infinite number of subatomic worlds exist, microscopic counterparts of our own spatial coordinate. Worldcraft developed almost a century ago a method of controlling to 30 decimals the forces and stresses involved on these micro-coordinate planes, and a fairly simplified machine which could be manipulated by any adult person. These machines for controlling specific areas of subatomic coordinates have been manufactured and sold to the general public with the slogan, 'Own your own world.' The idea is that the owner of the machine becomes literally a world owner, since the machine controls forces that govern a subatomic universe that is directly analogous to our own. By purchasing one of these Worldcraft machines, or bubbles, the person finds himself in possession of a virtual universe to do with as he sees fit. Instruction manuals supplied by the company show him how to control these minute worlds, so that life forms appear and rapidly evolve, giving rise to higher and higher forms, until at last, assuming the owner is sufficiently skillful, he has in his personal possession a civilization of beings on a cultural par with our own. During the last few years we have seen the sale of these machines grow, until now almost everyone possesses one or more subatomic worlds complete with civilizations. And these years have also seen many of us take our private universes and grind the inhabitants and planets into dust. There is no law which prevents us from building up elaborate civilizations, evolved at an incredible rate of speed, and then crushing them out of existence. That is why my proposal has been presented. These minute civilizations are not dreams. They are real. They actually exist. The microscopic inhabitants are... A restless stir moved through the vast hall. There were murmurs and coughs. Some members had switched off their speakers. Hull hesitated. A chill touched him. The faces below were blank, cold, uninterested. He continued rapidly. The inhabitants are at present subject to the slightest whim their owner may feel. If we wish to reach down and crush their world, turn on tidal waves, earthquakes, tornadoes, fire, volcanic action, if we wish to destroy them utterly, there is nothing they can do. Our position in relation to these minute civilizations is godlike. We can, with a wave of the hand, obliterate countless millions. We can send the lightning down, level their cities, squash their tiny buildings like anthills. We can toss them about like toys, playthings, victims of our every whim. Hull stopped, rigid with apprehension. Some of the members had risen and strolled out. Von Stern's face twisted with ironic amusement. Hull continued lamely. I want to see Worldcraft bubbles outlawed. We owe it to these civilizations on humanitarian grounds, on moral grounds. He went on, finishing as best he could. When he got to his feet there was a faint ripple of applause from the gray-striped professional group, but the white-clad property owners were utterly silent, and the blue industrialists, the red shirts and the green-clad consumer representatives were silent, impassive, even a little amused. Hull returned to the wings, cold with the stark realization of defeat. We've lost, he muttered, dazed. I don't understand. Julia took his arm. Maybe an appeal on some other grounds. Maybe the machines can still... Bart Longstreet came out of the shadows. No good, Nat. Won't work. Hull nodded. I know. You can't moralize Worldcraft away. That's not the solution. Von Stern had given the signal. The members began to cast their votes, the tabulation machines whirring to life. Hull stood staring silently out at the murmuring room, crushed and bewildered. Suddenly a shape appeared in front of him, cutting off his view. Impatiently he moved to one side, but a rasping voice stopped him. Too bad, Mr. Hull. Better luck next time. Hull stiffened. Packman, he muttered. What do you want? Forrest Packman came out of the shadows, moving toward him slowly, feeling his way blindly along. Bart Longstreet stared at the old man with unconcealed hostility. I'll see you later, Nat. He turned abruptly and started off. Julia stopped him. Bart, do you have to? Important business. I'll be back later. He moved off down the aisle, toward the industrial section of the hall. Hull faced Packman. He had never seen the old man so close before. He studied him as he advanced, slowly, feeling his way along on the arm of his robant. Forrest Packman was old, 107 years, preserved by hormones and blood transfusions, elaborate washing and rejuvenating processes that maintained life in his ancient withered body. His eyes, deep sunk, peered up at Hull as he came near, shrunken hands clutching the arm of his robant, breath coming hoarse and dry. Hull? You don't mind if I chat with you as the voting goes on? I won't be long. He peered blindly past Hull. Who left? I couldn't see. Bart Longstreet, Spaceways. Oh, yes, I know him. Your speech was quite interesting, Hull. It reminded me of the old days. These people don't remember how it was. Times have changed. He stopped, letting the robant wipe his mouth and chin. I used to be interested in rhetoric. Some of the old masters. The old man rambled on. Hull studied him curiously. Was this frail, withered old man really the power behind worldcraft? It didn't seem possible. Bryan, Packman whispered, voice dry as ashes. William Jennings Bryan. I never heard him, of course, but they say he was the greatest. Your speech wasn't bad. But you don't understand. I listened carefully. You have some good ideas, but what you're trying to do is absurd. You don't know enough about people. Nobody's really interested in... He broke off, coughing feebly, his robant gripping him with metal supports. Hull pushed impatiently past. The voting is almost finished. I want to hear. If you have anything to say to me, you can file a regular memo plate. Packman's robant stepped out, barring his way. Packman went on, slowly, shakily. Nobody is really interested in such appeals, Hull. You made a good speech, but you don't have the idea. Not yet, at least. But you talk well, better than I've heard for a long time. These young fellows, faces all washed, running around like office boys. Hull strained, listening to the vote. The impassive robant body cut off his view, but over Packman's dry rasp he could hear the results. Von Stern had risen and was reading the totals group by group. 400 against, 35 in favor, Von Stern stated. The proposal has been defeated. He tossed the tabulation cards down and picked up his agenda. We'll continue with the next business. Behind Hull, Packman broke off, suddenly, his skull-like head cocked on one side. His deep-sunk eyes glittered, and the trace of a smile twitched across his lips. Defeated? Not even all the Greys voted for you, Hull. Now maybe you'll listen to what I have to say. Hull turned away from the hall. The robant lowered its arm. It's over, Hull said. Come on. Julia moved uneasily away from Packman. Let's get out of here. You see, Packman continued relentlessly, you have potentials that could be developed into something. When I was your age, I had the same idea you have. I thought if people could see the moral issues involved, they would respond. But people aren't like that. You have to be realistic if you want to get somewhere. People... Hull scarcely heard the dry, raspy voice whispering away. Defeat. Worldcraft, the world bubbles, would continue. The contest parties, bored, restless men and women with too much time, drinking and dancing, comparing worlds, building up to the climax, then the orgy of breaking and smashing, over and over, endlessly. Nobody can buck worldcraft, Julia said. It's too big. We'll have to accept the bubbles as part of our lives. As Bart says, unless we have something else to offer in their place. Bart Longstreet came rapidly out of the shadows. You still here? He said to Packman. I lost, Hull said. The vote. I know, I heard it, but it doesn't matter. Longstreet pushed past Packman and his robant. Stay here. I'll join you in a second. I have to see Von Stern. Something in Longstreet's voice made Hull look up, sharply. What is it? What's happened? Why doesn't it matter? Julia demanded. Longstreet stepped up on the platform and made his way to Von Stern. He handed him a message plate, and then retired to the shadows. Von Stern glanced at the plate, and stopped talking. He got to his feet slowly, the plate gripped tightly. "I have an announcement to make." Von Stern's voice was shaking, almost inaudible. "A dispatch from Spaceway's check station on Proxima Centauri." An excited murmur rushed through the hall. "Exploring ships in the Proxima system have contacted trading scouts from an extragalactic civilization. An exchange of messages has already occurred. Spaceway's ships are moving toward the Arcturan system with the expectation of finding—" Shouts, a bedlam of sound, men and women on their feet screaming in wild joy. Von Stern stopped reading and stood, his arms folded, his gray face calm, waiting for them to quiet. Forrest Packman stood unmoving, his withered hands pressed together, his eyes shut. His robant sent support braces around him, catching him in a shield of protecting metal. "Well?" Longstreet shouted, pushing back to them. He glanced at the frail, withered figure held up by the robot's supports, then at Hull and Julia. "What do you say, Hull? Let's get out of here so we can celebrate." "I'll fly you home," Hull said to Julia. He looked around for an intercontinental cruiser. "Too bad you live so far away. Hong Kong is so damn out of the way." Julia caught his arm. "You can drive me yourself. Remember? The Pacific Tube is open. We're connected with Asia now." "That's right." Hull opened the door of his surface car and Julia slid in. Hull got behind the wheel and slammed the door. "I forgot, with all these other things on my mind. Maybe we can see each other more often. I wouldn't mind spending a few days vacation in Hong Kong. Maybe you'll invite me." He sent the car out into traffic, moving with the remote-controlled beam. "Tell me more," Julia asked. "I want to know all Bart said." "Not much more. They've known for some time that something was up. That's why he wasn't too worried about Worldcraft. He knew the bottom would fall out as soon as the announcement was made." "Why didn't he tell you?" Hull grinned wryly. "How could he? Suppose the first reports were wrong. He wanted to wait until they were sure. He knew what the results would be." Hull gestured. "Look." On both sides of the strip, a tide of men and women poured out of buildings, up from the underground factories, a seething mass milling everywhere in disordered confusion, shouting and cheering, throwing things in the air, tossing paper out of windows, carrying each other on their shoulders. "They're working it off," Hull said, "the way it should be. Bart says Arcturus is supposed to have 7 or 8 fertile planets, some of them inhabited, some just forests and oceans. The extragalactic traders say that most systems have at least one usable planet. They visited our system a long time ago. Our early ancestors may have traded with them." "Then there's plenty of life in the galaxy?" Hull laughed. "If what they say is true, and the fact that they exist is proof enough." "No more Worldcraft." "No." Hull shook his head. "No more Worldcraft. Stock was already being dumped. Worthless. Probably the state would absorb the bubbles already in existence and seal them off, leaving the inhabitants free to determine their own futures. The neurotic smashing of laboriously achieved cultures was a thing of the past. The buildings of living creatures would no longer be pushed over to amuse some god suffering from ennui and frustration." Julia sighed, leaning against Hull. "Now we can take it easy. Sure, you're invited to stay. We can take out permanent cohabitation papers if you want to." Hull leaned forward suddenly, his body rigid. "Where's the tube?" he demanded. "The strip should be hitting it any minute." Julia peered ahead, frowning. "Something's wrong. Slow down." Hull slowed the car. An obstruction signal was flashing ahead. Cars were stopping on all sides, shifting into emergency retard lanes. He ground the car to a halt. Rocket cruisers were sweeping overhead, exhaust tubes shattering the evening silence. A dozen uniformed men ran across a field, directing a rumbling robot derrick. "What the hell?" Hull muttered. A soldier stepped up to the car, swinging a communication flare. "Turn around. We need the whole strip." "But what happened?" Julia asked. "The tube. Earthquake someplace halfway out. Broke the tube in 10 sections." The soldier hurried off. Construction robots rushed past in a handcart, assembling equipment as they went. Julia and Hull stared at each other, wide-eyed. "Good Lord," Hull muttered. 10 places, and the tube must have been full of cars. A Red Cross ship landed, its ports grating open. Dollies shuttled across to it, loading injured men. 2 relief workers appeared. They opened the door to Hull's car, getting in the back. "Drive us to town." They sank down, exhausted. "We gotta get more help. Hurry it." "Sure." Hull started the car again, gained speed. "How did it happen?" Julia asked one of the grim-faced, exhausted men, who dabbed automatically at the cuts on his face and neck. "Earthquake." "But why? Didn't they build it so?" "Big quake." The man shook his head wearily. "Nobody expected. Total loss. Thousands of cars, tens of thousands of people." The other worker grunted. "An act of God." Hull stiffened suddenly. His eyes flickered. "What is it?" Julia asked him. "Nothing." "Are you sure? Is something wrong?" Hull said nothing. He was deep in thought, his face a mask of startled, growing horror. Breakfast at Twilight. "Dad?" Earl asked, hurrying out of the bathroom. "You going to drive us to school today?" Tim McLean poured himself a second cup of coffee. "You kids can walk for a change. The car's in the garage." Judy pouted. "It's raining." "No, it isn't," Virginia corrected her sister. She drew the shade back. "It's all foggy, but it isn't raining. Let me look." Mary McLean dried her hands and came over from the sink. "What an odd day. Is that fog? It looks more like smoke. I can't make out a thing. What did the weatherman say?" "I couldn't get anything on the radio," Earl said. "Nothing but static." Tim stirred angrily. "That darn thing on the blink again? Seems like I just had it fixed." He got up and moved sleepily over to the radio. He fiddled idly with the dials. The three children hurried back and forth, getting ready for school. "Strange," Tim said. "I'm going." Earl opened the front door. "Wait for your sisters," Mary ordered absently. "I'm ready," Virginia said. "Do I look all right?" "You look fine," Mary said, kissing her. "I'll call the radio repair place from the office," Tim said. He broke off. Earl stood at the kitchen door, pale and silent, his eyes wide with terror. "What is it?" I came back." "What is it? Are you sick?" "I can't go to school." They stared at him. "What is wrong?" Tim grabbed his son's arm. "Why can't you go to school?" They won't let me." "Who?" "The soldiers." It came tumbling out with a rush. "They're all over, soldiers and guns, and they're coming here." Coming here?" Tim echoed, dazed. "They're coming here and they're going to—" Earl broke off, terrified. From the front porch came the sound of heavy boots. A crash, splintering wood, voices. "Good Lord," Mary gasped. "What is it, Tim?" Tim entered the living room, his heart laboring painfully. 3 men stood inside the door. Men in gray-green uniforms, weighted with guns and complex tangles of equipment. Tubes and hoses, meters on thick cords, boxes and leather straps and antennas. Elaborate masks locked over their heads. Behind the masks, Tim saw tired, whisker-stubbled faces, red-rimmed eyes that gazed at him in brutal displeasure. One of the soldiers jerked up his gun, aiming at McLean's middle. Tim peered at it dumbly. The gun, long and thin, like a needle, attached to a coil of tubes. "What in the name of—" he began, but the soldier cut him off savagely. "Who are you?" His voice was harsh, guttural. "What are you doing here?" He pushed his mask aside. His skin was dirty. Cuts and pocks lined his sallow flesh. His teeth were broken and missing. "Answer!" a second soldier demanded. "What are you doing here?" "Show your blue card," the third said. "Let's see your sector number." His eyes strayed to the children, and Mary, standing mutely at the dining room door. His mouth fell open. "A woman!" The 3 soldiers gazed in disbelief. "What the hell is this?" the first demanded. "How long has this woman been here?" Tim found his voice. "She's my wife. What is this? What—" "Your wife?" They were incredulous. "My wife and children, for God's sake." "Your wife? And you'd bring her here? You must be out of your head." "He's got ash sickness," one said. He lowered his gun and strode across the living room to Mary. "Come on, sister, you're coming with us." Tim lunged. A wall of force hit him. He sprawled, clouds of darkness rolling around him. His ears sang. His head throbbed. Everything receded. Dimly he was aware of shapes moving, voices, the room. He concentrated. The soldiers were herding the children back. One of them grabbed Mary by the arm. He tore her dress away, ripping it from her shoulders. "Gee," he snarled, "he'd bring her here and she's not even strung." "Take her along." "Okay, Captain." The soldier dragged Mary toward the front door. "We'll do what we can with her." "The kids." The captain waved the other soldier over with the children. Take them along. I don't get it. No masks, no cards. How'd this house miss getting hit? Last night was the worst in months. Tim struggled painfully to his feet. His mouth was bleeding, his vision blurred. He hung on tight to the wall. Look, he muttered, for God's sake. The captain was staring into the kitchen. Is that food? He advanced slowly through the dining room. Look. The other soldiers came after him, Mary and the children forgotten. They stood around the table amazed. Look at it. Coffee. One grabbed up the pot and drank it greedily down. He choked, black coffee dripping down his tunic. Hot. Geez, hot coffee. Cream. Another soldier tore open the refrigerator. Look, milk, eggs, butter, meat. His voice broke. It's full of food. The captain disappeared into the pantry. He came out, lugging a case of canned peas. Get the rest. Get it all. We'll load it in the Snake. He dropped the case on the table with a crash. Watching Tim intently, he fumbled in his dirty tunic until he found a cigarette. He lit it slowly, not taking his eyes from Tim. All right, he said. Let's hear what you have to say. Tim's mouth opened and closed. No words came. His mind was blank. Dead. He couldn't think. This food, where'd you get it? And these things? The captain waved around the kitchen. Dishes, furniture. How come this house hasn't been hit? How did you survive last night's attack? Tim gasped. The captain came toward him ominously. The woman and the kids, all of you, what are you doing here? His voice was hard. You better be able to explain, mister. You better be able to explain what you're doing here, or we'll have to burn the whole damn lot of you. Tim sat down at the table. He took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to focus his mind. His body ached. He rubbed blood from his mouth, conscious of a broken molar and bits of loose tooth. He got out a handkerchief and spat the bits into it. His hands were shaking. Come on, the captain said. Mary and the children slipped into the room. Judy was crying. Virginia's face was blank with shock. Earl stared wide-eyed at the soldiers, his face white. Tim, Mary said, putting her hand on his arm, are you all right? Tim nodded. I'm all right. Mary pulled her dress around her. Tim, they can't get away with it. Somebody'll come. The mailman, the neighbors, they can't just... Shut up, the captain snapped. His eyes flickered oddly. The mailman? What are you talking about? He held out his hand. Let's see your yellow slip, sister. Yellow slip? Mary faltered. The captain rubbed his jaw. No yellow slip, no masks, no cards. They're geeps, a soldier said. Maybe. And maybe not. They're geeps, Captain. We better burn 'em. We can't take any chances. There's something funny going on here, the captain said. He plucked at his neck, lifting up a small box on a cord. I'm getting a Pollock here. A Pollock? A shiver moved through the soldiers. Wait, Captain, we can handle this. Don't get a Pollock. He'll put us on 4, and then we'll never... The captain spoke into the box. Give me Web B. Tim looked up at Mary. Listen, honey, Shut up. A soldier prodded him. Tim lapsed into silence. The box squawked. Web B. Can you spare a Pollock? We've run into something strange. Group of 5. Man, woman, 3 kids. No masks, no cards. The woman not strung. Dwelling completely intact. Furniture, fixtures. About 200 pounds of food. The box hesitated. All right, Pollock on the way. Stay there. Don't let them escape. I won't. The captain dropped the box back in his shirt. A Pollock will be here any minute. Meanwhile, let's get the food loaded. From outside came a deep thundering roar. It shook the house, rattling the dishes in the cupboard. Geez, a soldier said, that was close. I hope the screens hold until nightfall. The captain grabbed up the case of canned peas. Get the rest. We want it loaded before the Pollock comes. The 2 soldiers filled their arms and followed him through the house, out the front door. Their voice diminished as they strode down the path. Tim got to his feet. Stay here, he said thickly. What are you doing? Mary asked nervously. Maybe I can get out. He ran to the back door and unlatched it, hands shaking. He pulled the door wide and stepped out on the back porch. I don't see any of them. If we can only... He stopped. Around him gray clouds blew, gray ash billowing as far as he could see. Dim shapes were visible. Broken shapes, silent and unmoving in the grayness. Ruins. Ruined buildings, heaps of rubble, debris everywhere. He walked slowly down the back steps. The concrete walk ended abruptly. Beyond it, Slag and heaps of rubble were strewn, nothing else, nothing as far as the eye could see. Nothing stirred, nothing moved. In the gray silence there was no life, no motion, only the clouds of drifting ash, the slag and the endless heaps. The city was gone. The buildings were destroyed. Nothing remained, no people, no life, jagged walls empty and gaping, a few dark weeds growing among the debris. Tim bent down, touching a weed. Rough, thick stalk, and the slag. It was a metal slag, melted metal. He straightened up. "Come back inside," a crisp voice said. He turned numbly. A man stood on the porch behind him, hands on his hips, a small man, hollow-cheeked, eyes small and bright like two black coals. He wore a uniform different from the soldiers. His mask was pushed back, away from his face. His skin was yellow, faintly luminous, clinging to his cheekbones. A sick face, ravaged by fever and fatigue. "Who are you?" Tim said. "Douglas. Political Commissioner Douglas." You're the police," Tim said. "That's right. Now, come inside. I expect to hear some answers from you. I have quite a few questions." "The first thing I want to know," Commissioner Douglas said, "is how this house escaped destruction." Tim and Mary and the children sat together on the couch, silent and unmoving, faces blank with shock. "Well?" Douglas demanded. Tim found his voice. "Look," he said, "I don't know. I don't know anything. We woke up this morning like every other morning. We dressed and ate breakfast." "It was foggy out," Virginia said. "We looked out and saw the fog." "And the radio wouldn't work," Earl said. "The radio?" Douglas's thin face twisted. "There haven't been any audio signals in months, except for government purposes. This house, all of you. I don't understand. If you were Geeps—" "Geeps? What does that mean?" Mary murmured. "Soviet General Purpose Troops." "Then the war has begun." "North America was attacked 2 years ago," Douglas said. "In 1978. Tim sagged. 1978. Then this is 1980. He reached suddenly into his pocket. He pulled out his wallet and tossed it to Douglas. "Look in there." Douglas opened the wallet suspiciously. "Why?" "The library card, the parcel receipts. Look at the dates." Tim turned to Mary. "I'm beginning to understand now. I had an idea when I saw the ruins." "Are we winning?" Earl piped. Douglas studied Tim's wallet intently. "Very interesting. These are all old, 7 and 8 years. His eyes flickered. "What are you trying to say? That you came from the past? That you're time travelers?" The captain came back inside. "The snake is all loaded, sir." Douglas nodded curtly. "All right, you can take off with your patrol." The captain glanced at Tim. "Will you be—" "I'll handle them." The captain saluted. "Fine, sir." He quickly disappeared through the door. Outside, he and his men climbed aboard a long, thin truck like a pipe mounted on treads. With a faint hum, the truck leaped forward. In a moment, only gray clouds and the dim outline of ruined buildings remained. Douglas paced back and forth, examining the living room, the wallpaper, the light fixture and chairs. He picked up some magazines and thumbed through them. From the past, but not far in the past. 7 years? Could it be? I suppose. A lot of things have happened in the last few months. Time travel. Douglas grinned ironically. "You picked a bad spot, McLean. You should have gone farther on." "I didn't pick it. It just happened." "You must have done something." Tim shook his head. "No, nothing. We got up and we were here." Douglas was deep in thought. Here. 7 years in the future. Moved forward through time. "We know nothing about time travel. No work has been done with it. There seem to be evident military possibilities." "How did the war begin?" Mary asked, faintly. "Begin? It didn't begin. You remember, there was war 7 years ago." "The real war. This." "There wasn't any point when it became this. We fought in Korea. We fought in China, in Germany, and Yugoslavia, and Iran. It spread, farther and farther. Finally, the bombs were falling here. It came like the plague. The war grew. It didn't begin." Abruptly, he put his notebook away. "A report on you would be suspect. They might think that I had the ash sickness." "What's that?" Virginia asked. "Radioactive particles in the air, carried to the brain, causes insanity. Everybody has a touch of it, even with the masks." I'd sure like to know who's winning, Earl repeated. What was that outside? That truck, was it rocket-propelled? The snake? No. Turbines. Boring snout. Cuts through the debris. 7 years, Mary said. So much has changed. It doesn't seem possible. So much? Douglas shrugged. I suppose so. I remember what I was doing 7 years ago. I was still in school, learning. I had an apartment and a car. I went out dancing. I bought a TV set. But these things were there. The Twilight. This. Only I didn't know. None of us knew. But they were there. You're a political commissioner? Tim asked. I supervise the troops. Watch for political deviation. In a total war, we have to keep people under constant surveillance. One commie down in the webs could wreck the whole business. We can't take chances. Tim nodded. Yes, it was there. The Twilight. Only we didn't understand it. Douglas examined the books in the bookcase. I'll take a couple of these along. I haven't seen fiction in months. Most of it disappeared, burned back in '77. Burned? Douglas helped himself. Shakespeare, Milton, Dryden. I'll take the old stuff. It's safer. None of the Steinbeck and Dos Passos. Even a Pollock can get in trouble. If you stay here, you better get rid of that. He tapped a volume of Dostoevsky, the brothers Karamazov. If we stay, what else can we do? You want to stay? No, Mary said quietly. Douglas shot her a quick glance. No, I suppose not. If you stay, you'll be separated, of course. Children to the Canadian relocation centers. Women are situated down in the undersurface factory labor camps. Men are automatically a part of military. Like those there who left, Tim said. Unless you can qualify for the ID block. What's that? Industrial designing and technology. What training have you had? Anything along scientific lines? No, accounting. Douglas shrugged. Well, you'll be given a standard test. If your IQ is high enough, you could go in the political service. We use a lot of men. He paused thoughtfully, his arms loaded with books. You better go back, McLean. You'll have trouble getting accustomed to this. I'd go back if I could, but I can't. Back, Mary echoed. How? The way you came. We just came. Douglas halted at the front door. Last night was the worst ROM attack so far. They hit this whole area. ROM? Robot-operated missiles. The Soviets are systemically destroying continental America, mile by mile. ROMs are cheap. They make them by the million and fire them off. The whole process is automatic. Robot factories turn them out and fire them at us. Last night they came over here, waves of them. This morning the patrol came in and found nothing. Except you, of course. Tim nodded slowly. I'm beginning to see. The concentrated energy must have tipped some unstable time fault, like a rock fault. We're always starting earthquakes, but a time quake. Interesting. That's what happened, I think. The release of energy, the destruction of matter, sucked your house into the future. Carried the house 7 years ahead. This street, everything here, this very spot was pulverized. Your house 7 years back was caught in the undertow. The blast must have lashed back through time. Sucked into the future, Tim said. During the night. While we were asleep. Douglas watched him carefully. Tonight, he said, there will be another ROM attack. It should finish off what is left. He looked at his watch. It is now 4 in the afternoon. The attack will begin in a few hours. You should be under surface. Nothing will survive up here. I can take you down with me if you want. But if you want to take a chance, if you want to stay here, you think it might tip us back? Maybe. I don't know. It's a gamble. It might tip you back to your own time, or it might not. If not, we wouldn't have a chance of survival. Douglas flicked out a pocket map and spread it open on the couch. A patrol will remain in this area another half hour. If you decide to come undersurface with us, go down the street this way. He traced a line on the map. To this open field here. The patrol is a political unit. They'll take you the rest of the way down. You think you can find the field? I think so, Tim said, looking at the map. His lips twisted. That open field used to be the grammar school my kids went to. That's where they were going when the troops stopped them, just a little while ago. 7 years ago, Douglas corrected. He snapped the map shut and restored it to his pocket. He pulled his mask down and moved out the front door onto the porch. Maybe I'll see you again, maybe not. It's your decision. You'll have to decide one way or the other. In any case, good luck." He turned and walked briskly from the house. "Dad," Earl shouted, "are you going in the army? Are you going to wear a mask and shoot one of those guns?" His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Are you going to drive a snake?" Tim McLean squatted down and pulled his son to him. "You want that? You want to stay here? If I'm going to wear a mask and shoot one of those guns, we can't go back." Earl looked doubtful. "Couldn't we go back later?" Tim shook his head. "Afraid not. We've got to decide now whether we're going back or not." "You heard Mr. Douglas," Virginia said disgustedly. "The attack's going to start in a couple hours." Tim got to his feet and paced back and forth. "If we stay in the house, we'll get blown to bits. Let's face it. There's only a faint chance we'll be tipped back to our own time. A slim possibility, a long shot. Do we want to stay here with ROMs falling all around us, knowing any second it may be the end, hearing them come closer, hitting nearer, lying on the floor, waiting, listening?" "Do you really want to go back?" Mary demanded. "Of course, but the risk—" "I'm not asking you about the risk. I'm asking you if you really want to go back. Maybe you want to stay here. Maybe Earl's right. You in a uniform and a mask, with one of those needle guns, driving a snake. With you in a factory labor camp, and the kids in a government relocation center. How do you think that would be? What do you think they'd teach them? What do you think they'd grow up like and believe?" "They'd probably teach them to be very useful." "Useful to what? To themselves? To mankind? Or to the war effort?" "They'd be alive," Mary said. "They'd be safe. This way, if we stay in the house, wait for the attack to come—" "Sure," Tim grated, "they would be alive, probably quite healthy, well-fed, well-clothed and cared for." He looked down at his children, his face hard. "They'd stay alive, all right. They'd live to grow up and become adults. But what kind of adults? You heard what he said. Book burnings in 77. What'll they be taught from? What kind of ideas are left since 77? What kind of beliefs can they get from a government relocation center? What kind of values will they have?" "There's the ID block," Mary suggested. "Industrial designing and technology, for the bright ones, the clever ones with imagination. Busy slide rules and pencils, drawing and planning and making discoveries. The girls could go into that. They could design the guns. Earl could go into the political service. He could make sure the guns were used. If any of the troops deviated, didn't want to shoot, Earl could report them and have them hauled off for re-education, to have their political faith strengthened. In a world where those with brains design weapons and those without brains fire them." "But they'd be alive," Mary repeated. "You've got a strange idea of what being alive is. You call that alive?" "Maybe it is." Tim shook his head wearily. "Maybe you're right. Maybe we should go undersurface with Douglas. Stay in this world. Stay alive." "I didn't say that," Mary said softly. "Tim, I had to find out if you really understood why it's worth it. Worth staying in the house, taking the chance we won't be tipped back." "Then you want to take the chance?" "Of course. We have to. We can't turn our children over to them, to the relocation center, to be taught how to hate and kill and destroy." Mary smiled up wanly. "Anyhow, they've always gone to Jefferson School. And here, in this world, it's only an open field." "Are we going back?" Judy piped. She caught hold of Tim's sleeve imploringly. "Are we going back now?" Tim disengaged her arm. "Very soon, honey." Mary opened the supply cupboards and rooted in them. "Everything's here. What did they take?" "The case of canned peas, everything we had in the refrigerator, and they smashed the front door." "I'll bet we're beating them," Earl shouted. He ran to the window and peered out. The sight of the rolling ash disappointed him. "I can't see anything, just the fog." He turned questioningly to Tim. "Is it always like this, here?" "Yes," Tim answered. Earl's face fell. "Just fog? Nothing else? Doesn't the sun shine ever?" "I'll fix some coffee," Mary said. "Good." Tim went into the bathroom and examined himself in the mirror. His mouth was cut, caked with dried blood. His head ached. He felt sick at his stomach. "It doesn't seem possible," Mary said as they sat down at the kitchen table. Tim sipped his coffee. "No, it doesn't." Where he sat he could see out the window, the clouds of ash, the dim, jagged outline of ruined buildings. "Is the man coming back?" Judy piped. "He was all thin and funny-looking. He isn't coming back, is he?" Tim looked at his watch. It read 10 o'clock. He reset it, moving the hands to 4:15. Douglas said it would begin at nightfall. That won't be long. "Then we're really staying in the house," Mary said. "That's right." "Even though there's only a little chance?" "Even though there's only a little chance we'll get back. Are you glad?" "I'm glad," Mary said, her eyes bright. "It's worth it, Tim. You know it is. Anything's worth it, any chance, to get back. And something else. We'll all be here together. We can't be broken up, separated." Tim poured himself more coffee. "We might as well make ourselves comfortable. We have maybe 3 hours to wait. We might as well try to enjoy them." At 6:30, the first rom fell. They felt the shock, a deep, rolling wave of force that lapped over the house. Judy came running in from the dining room, face white with fear. "Daddy, what is it?" "Nothing. Don't worry." "Come on back," Virginia called impatiently. "It's your turn." They were playing Monopoly. Earl leaped to his feet. "I want to see." He ran excitedly to the window. "I can see where it hit." Tim lifted the shade and looked out. Far off in the distance a white glare burned fitfully. A towering column of luminous smoke rose from it. A second shudder vibrated through the house. A dish crashed from the shelf into the sink. It was almost dark outside. Except for the 2 spots of white, Tim could make out nothing. The clouds of ash were lost in the gloom. The ash and the ragged remains of buildings. "That was closer," Mary said. A third rom fell. In the living room, windows burst, showering glass across the rug. "We better get back," Tim said. "Where?" "Down in the basement. Come on." Tim unlocked the basement door and they trooped nervously downstairs. "Food," Mary said. "We better bring the food that's left." "Good idea. You kids go on down. We'll come along in a minute." "I can carry something," Earl said. "Go on down." The fourth rom hit, farther off than the last. "And stay away from the window." "I'll move something over the window," Earl said. "The big piece of plywood we used for my train." "Good idea." Tim and Mary returned to the kitchen. "Food? Dishes? What else?" "Books." Mary looked nervously around. "I don't know. Nothing else. Come on." A shattering roar drowned out her words. The kitchen window gave, showering glass over them. The dishes over the sink tumbled down in a torrent of breaking china. Tim grabbed Mary and pulled her down. From the broken window, rolling clouds of ominous gray drifted into the room. The evening air stank, a sour, rotten smell. Tim shuddered. "Forget the food. Let's get back down." "But—" "Forget it." He grabbed her and pulled her down the basement stairs. They tumbled in a heap, Tim slamming the door after them. "Where's the food?" Virginia demanded. Tim wiped his forehead shakily. "Forget it. We won't need it." "Help me," Earl gasped. Tim helped him move the sheet of plywood over the window, above the laundry tubs. The basement was cold and silent. The cement floor under them was faintly moist. 2 roms struck at once. Tim was hurled to the floor. The concrete hit him and he grunted. For a moment blackness swirled around him. Then he was on his knees, groping his way up. "Everybody all right?" he muttered. "I'm all right," Mary said. Judy began to whimper. Earl was feeling his way across the room. "I'm all right," Virginia said. "I guess." The lights flickered and dimmed. Abruptly they went out. The basement was pitch black. "Well," Tim said, "there they go." "I have my flashlight." Earl winked the flashlight on. "How's that?" "Fine," Tim said. More roms hit. The ground leaped under them, bucking and heaving. A wave of force shuddering the whole house. "We better lie down," Mary said. "Yes, lie down." Tim stretched himself out awkwardly. A few bits of plaster rained down around them. "When will it stop?" Earl asked uneasily. "Soon," Tim said. "Then we'll be back?" "Yes, we'll be back." The next blast hit them almost at once. Tim felt the concrete rise under him. It grew, swelling higher and higher. He was going up. He shut his eyes, holding on tight. Higher and higher he went, carried up by the ballooning concrete. Around him beams and timbers cracked. Plaster poured down. He could hear glass breaking. And a long way off the licking crackles of fire. "Tim," Mary's voice came faintly. "Yes?" "We're not going to make it." I don't know. We're not, I can tell. Maybe not. He grunted in pain as a board struck his back, settling over him. Boards and plaster, covering him, burying him. He could smell the sour smell, the night air and ash. It drifted and rolled into the cellar through the broken window. "Daddy?" Judy's voice came faintly. "What? Aren't we going back?" He opened his mouth to answer. A shattering roar cut his words off. He jerked, tossed by the blast. Everything was moving around him. A vast wind tugged at him, a hot wind, licking at him, gnawing at him. He held on tight. The wind pulled, dragging him with it. He cried out as it seared his hands and face. "Mary!" Then silence. Only blackness and silence. Cars. Cars were stopping nearby. Then voices. And the noises of footsteps. Tim stirred, pushing the boards from him. He struggled to his feet. "Mary," he looked around. "We're back." The basement was in ruins. The walls were broken and sagging. Great gaping holes showed a green line of grass beyond. A concrete walk. The small rose garden. The white stucco house next door. Lines of telephone poles. Roofs. Houses. The city. As it had always been. Every morning. "We're back!" Wild joy leaped through him. Back. Safe. It was over. Tim pushed quickly through the debris of his ruined house. "Mary, are you all right?" "Here." Mary sat up, plaster dust raining from her. She was white all over, her hair, her skin, her clothing. Her face was cut and scratched. Her dress was torn. "Are we really back?" "Mr. McLean, you all right?" A blue-clad policeman leaped down into the cellar. Behind him, 2 white-clad figures jumped. A group of neighbors collected outside, peering anxiously to see. "I'm okay," Tim said. He helped Judy and Virginia up. "I think we're all okay." "What happened?" The policeman pushed boards aside, coming over. "A bomb? Some kind of a bomb?" "The house is a shambles," one of the white-clad interns said. "You sure nobody's hurt?" "We were down here, in the basement." "You all right, Tim?" Mrs. Hendricks called, stepping down gingerly into the cellar. "What happened?" Frank Foley shouted. He leaped down with a crash. "God, Tim, what the hell were you doing?" The 2 white-clad interns poked suspiciously around the ruins. "You're lucky, mister, damn lucky. There's nothing left upstairs." Foley came over beside Tim. "Damn it, man, I told you to have that hot water heater looked at." "What?" Tim muttered. "The hot water heater. I told you there was something wrong with the cutoff. It must have kept heating up, not turned off." Foley winked, nervously. "But I won't say anything, Tim. The insurance. You can count on me." Tim opened his mouth, but the words didn't come. What could he say? "No, it wasn't a defective hot water heater that I forgot to have repaired. No, it wasn't a faulty connection in the stove. It wasn't any of those things. It wasn't a leaky gas line. It wasn't a plugged furnace. It wasn't a pressure cooker we forgot to turn off. It's war. Total war. And not just war for me, for my family, for my house. It's for your house, too, your house and my house and all the houses. Here, and in the next block, in the next town, the next state and country and continent, the whole world, like this, shambles and ruins, fog and dank weeds growing in the rusting slag. War for all of us, for everybody crowding down into the basement, white-faced, frightened, somehow sensing something terrible. And when it really came, when the 5 years were up, there'd be no escape. No going back, tipping back into the past, away from it. When it came for them all, it would have them for eternity. There would be no one climbing back out as he had. Mary was watching him. The policemen, the neighbors, the white-clad interns, all of them were watching him, waiting for him to explain, to tell them what it was. "Was it the hot water heater?" Mrs. Hendricks asked timidly. "That was it, wasn't it, Tim? Things like that do happen. You can't be sure." "Maybe it was home brew," a neighbor suggested in a feeble attempt at humor. "Was that it?" He couldn't tell them. They wouldn't understand because they didn't want to understand. They didn't want to know. They needed reassurance. He could see it in their eyes. Pitiful, pathetic fear. They sensed something terrible, and they were afraid. They were searching his face, seeking his help. Words of comfort, words to banish their fear. "Yeah," Tim said heavily. "It was the hot water heater." "I thought so," Foley breathed. A sigh of relief swept through them all. Murmurs, shaky laughs, nods, grins. "I should have got it fixed. Tim went on. I should have had it looked at a long time ago, before it got in such bad shape. Tim looked around at the circle of anxious people, hanging on his words. I should have had it looked at, before it was too late. A present for Pat. What is it? Patricia Blake demanded eagerly. What's what? Eric Blake murmured. What did you bring? I know you brought me something. Her bosom rose and fell excitedly under her mesh blouse. You brought me a present, I can tell. Honey, I went to Ganymede for Terran metals, not to find you curios. Now let me unpack my things. Bradshaw says I have to report to the office early tomorrow. He says I better report some good ore deposits. Pat snatched up a small box, heaped with all the other luggage the robot porter had deposited at the door. Is it jewelry? No, it's too big for jewelry. She began to tear the cord from the box with her sharp fingernails. Eric frowned uneasily. Don't be disappointed, honey. It's sort of strange. Not what you expect. He watched apprehensively. Don't get mad at me. I'll explain all about it. Pat's mouth fell open. She turned pale. She dropped the box quickly on the table, eyes wide with horror. Good Lord, what is it? Eric twisted nervously. I got a good buy on it, honey. You can't usually pick one of them up. The Ganymedeans don't like to sell them, and I... What is it? It's a god, Eric muttered. A minor Ganymedean deity. I got it practically at cost. Pat gazed down at the box with fear and growing disgust. That's a god? In the box was a small, motionless figure, perhaps 10 inches high. It was old, terribly old. Its tiny claw-like hands were pressed against its scaly breast. Its insect face was twisted in a scowl of anger, mixed with cynical lust. Instead of legs, it rested on a tangle of tentacles. The lower portion of its face dissolved in a complex beak, mandibles of some hard substance. There was an odor to it, as of manure and stale beer. It appeared to be bisexual. Eric had thoughtfully put a little water dish and some straw in the box. He had punched air holes in the lid and crumpled up newspaper fragments. You mean it's an idol? Pat regained her poise slowly. An idol of a deity. No. Eric shook his head stubbornly. This is a genuine deity. There's a warranty or something. Is it dead? Not at all. Then why doesn't it move? You have to arouse it. The bottom of the figure's belly cupped outward in a hollow bowl. Eric tapped the bowl. Place an offering here, and it comes to life. I'll show you. Pat retreated. No thanks. Come on, it's interesting to talk to. Its name is... He glanced at some writing on the box. Its name is Tinokuknoi Arevelopapo. We talked most of the way back from Ganymede. It was glad of the opportunity. And I learned quite a few things about gods. Eric searched his pockets and brought out the remains of a ham sandwich. He wadded up a bit of the ham and stuffed it into the protruding belly cup of the god. I'm going in the other room, Pat said. Stick around. Eric caught her arm. It only takes a second. It begins to digest right away. The belly cup quivered. The god's scaly flesh rippled. Presently the cup filled with a sluggish, dark-colored substance. The ham began to dissolve. Pat snorted in disgust. Doesn't it even use its mouth? Not for eating, only for talking. It's a lot different from usual life forms. The tiny eye of the god was focused on them now. A single unwinking orb of icy malevolence. The mandibles twitched. Greetings, the god said. Hi. Eric nudged Pat forward. This is my wife, Mrs. Blake, Patricia. How do you do? The god grated. Pat gave a squeal of dismay. It talks English. The god turned to Eric in disgust. You were right. She is stupid. Eric colored. Gods can do anything they want, honey. They're omnipotent. The god nodded. That is so. This is Terra, I presume. Yes, how does it look? As I expected. I have already heard reports, certain reports about Terra. Eric, are you sure it's safe? Pat whispered uneasily. I don't like its looks, and there's something about the way it talks. Her bosom quivered nervously. Don't worry, honey, Eric said carelessly. It's a nice god. I checked before I left Ganymede. I'm benevolent. the god explained, matter-of-factly. "My capacity has been that of weather deity to the Ganymedean aborigines. I have produced rain and allied phenomena when the occasion demanded." "But that's all in the past," Eric added. "Correct. I have been a weather deity for 10,000 years. There is a limit to even a god's patience. I craved new surroundings." A peculiar gleam flickered across the loathsome face. "That is why I arranged to be sold and brought to Terra." "You see," Eric said, "the Ganymedeans didn't want to sell it, but it whipped up a thunderstorm, and they sort of had to. That's partly why it was so cheap." "Your husband made a good purchase," the god said. Its single eye roved around curiously. "This is your dwelling? You eat and sleep here?" "That's right," Eric said. "Pat and I both—" The front door chimed. "Thomas Matson stands on the threshold," the door stated. "He wishes admission." "Golly," Eric said. "Good old Tom. I'll go let him in." Pat indicated the god. "Hadn't you better—" "Oh, no, I want Tom to see it." Eric stepped to the door and opened it. "Hello," Tom said, striding in. "Hi, Pat. Nice day." He and Eric shook hands. "The lab has been wondering when you'd get back. Old Bradshaw is leaping up and down to hear your report." Matson's beanpole body bent forward in sudden interest. "Say, what's in the box?" "That's my god," Eric said modestly. "Really? But God is an unscientific concept." "This is a different god. I didn't invent it. I bought it on Ganymede. It's a Ganymedean weather deity." "Say something," Pat said to the god, "so he'll believe your owner." "Let's debate my existence," the god said sneeringly. "You take the negative. Agreed?" Matson grinned. "What is this, Eric? A little robot? Sort of hideous looking." "Honest, it's a god. On the way it did a couple of miracles for me. Not big miracles, of course, but enough to convince me." "Hearsay," Matson said. But he was interested. "Pass a miracle, god. I'm all ears." "I am not a vulgar showpiece," the god growled. "Don't get it angry," Eric cautioned. "There's no limit to its powers once aroused." "How does a god come into being?" Tom asked. "Does a god create itself? If it's dependent on something prior, then there must be a more ultimate order of being which—" "Gods," the tiny figure stated, "are inhabitants of a higher level, a greater plane of reality, a more advanced dimension. There are a number of planes of existence, dimensional continuums arranged in a hierarchy. Mine is one above yours." "What are you doing here?" "Occasionally beings pass from one dimensional continuum to another. When they pass from a superior continuum to an inferior, as I have done, they are worshipped as gods." Tom was disappointed. "You're not a god at all. You're just a life form of a slightly different dimensional order that's changed phase and entered our vector." The little figure glowered. "You make it sound simple. Actually, such a transformation requires great cunning and is seldom done. I came here because a member of my race, a certain malodorous Nardolk, committed a heinous crime and escaped into this continuum. Our law obliged me to follow in hot pursuit. In the process, this flotsam, this spawn of dampness, escaped and assumed some disguise or other. I continually search, but he has not yet been apprehended." The small god broke off suddenly. "Your curiosity is idle. It annoys me." Tom turned his back on the god. "Pretty weak stuff. We do more down at the Terran Metals lab than this character ever—" The air cracked, ozone flashing. Tom Matson shrieked. Invisible hands lifted him bodily and propelled him to the door. The door swung open, and Matson sailed down the walk, tumbling in a heap among the rose bushes, arms and legs flailing wildly. "Help!" Matson yelled, struggling to get up. "Oh dear," Pat gasped. "Golly!" Eric shot a glance at the tiny figure. "You did that?" "Help him," Pat urged, white-faced. "I think he's hurt. He looks funny." Eric hurried outside and helped Matson to his feet. "You okay? It's your own fault. I told you if you kept annoying it, something might happen." Matson's face was ablaze with rage. "No little pipsqueak god is going to treat me like this." He pushed Eric aside, heading back for the house. "I'll take it down to the lab and pop it in a bottle of formaldehyde. I'll dissect it and skin it and hang it up on the wall. I'll have the first specimen of a god known to—" A ball of light glowed around Matson. The ball enveloped him, settling in place around his lean body. so that he looked like a filament in an incandescent light. "What the hell?" Matson muttered. Suddenly he jerked. His body faded. He began to shrink. With a faint whoosh, he diminished rapidly. Smaller and smaller, he dwindled. His body shuddered, altering strangely. The light winked out. Sitting, stupidly, on the walk, was a small green toad. "See," Eric said wildly, "I told you to keep quiet. Now look what it's done." The toad hopped feebly toward the house. At the porch, it sagged into immobility, defeated by the steps. It uttered a pathetic, hopeless chug. Pat's voice rose in a wail of anguish. "Oh, Eric, look what it's done! Poor Tom!" "His own fault," Eric said. "He deserves it." But he was beginning to get nervous. "Look here," he said to the god. "That's not a very nice thing to do to a grown man. What'll his wife and kids think?" "What'll Mr. Bradshaw think?" Pat cried. "He can't go to work like that." "True," Eric admitted. He appealed to the god. "I think he's learned his lesson. How about turning him back, okay?" "You've just better undo him," Pat shrieked, clenching her small fists. "If you don't undo him, you'll have Terran metals after you. Even a god can't stand up to Horace Bradshaw." "Better change him back," Eric said. "It'll do him good," the god said. "I'll leave him that way for a couple of centuries." "Centuries?" Pat exploded. "Why, you little blob of slime!" She advanced ominously toward the box, shaking with wrath. "See here, you turn him back, or I'll take you out of your box and drop you into the garbage disposal unit." "Make her be still," the god said to Eric. "Calm down, Pat," Eric implored. "I will not calm down. Who does it think it is? A present. How dare you bring this moldy bit of refuse into our house? Is this your idea of a—" Her voice ceased, abruptly. Eric turned apprehensively. Pat stood rigid, her mouth open, a word still on her lips. She did not move. She was white all over, a solid gray white that made cold chills leap up Eric's spine. "Good Lord," he said. "I turned her to stone," the god explained. "She made too much noise." It yawned. "Now I think I'll retire. I'm a little tired after my trip." "I can't believe it," Eric Blake said. He shook his head numbly. "My best friend a toad. My wife turned to stone." "It's true," the god said. "We deal out justice according to how people act. They both got what they deserved." Can she hear me?" "I suppose." Eric went over to the statue. "Pat," he begged imploringly, "please don't be mad. It isn't my fault." He gripped her ice-cold shoulders. "Don't blame me. I didn't do it." The granite was hard and smooth under his fingers. Pat stared blankly ahead. "Terran metals, indeed," the god grumbled sourly. Its single eye studied Eric intently. "Who is this Horace Bradshaw? Some local deity, perhaps?" "Horace Bradshaw owns Terran metals," Eric said gloomily. He sat down and shakily lit a cigarette. "He's about the biggest man on Terra. Terran metals owns half the planets in the system." "Kingdoms of this world do not interest me," the god said noncommittally, subsiding and shutting its eye. "I will retire now. I wish to contemplate certain matters. You may wake me later, if you wish. We can converse on theological subjects, as we did on the ship coming here." "Theological subjects," Eric said bitterly. "My wife a stone block, and it wants to talk about religion." But the god was already withdrawn, retired into itself. "A lot you care," Eric muttered. Anger flickered in him. "This is the thanks I get for taking you off Ganymede. Ruin my household and my social life. Fine god you are." No response. Eric concentrated desperately. Maybe when the god awoke it would be in a better mood. Maybe he could persuade it to turn Matson and Pat back to their usual forms. Faint hope stirred. He could appeal to the god's better side, after it had rested and slept for a few hours. If nobody came looking for Matson. The toad sat disconsolately on the walk, drooping with misery. Eric leaned toward it. "Hey, Matson!" The toad looked slowly up. "Don't worry, old man. I'll get it to turn you back. It's a cinch." The toad didn't stir. "A lead-pipe cinch," Eric repeated nervously. The toad drooped a little more. Eric looked at his watch. It was late afternoon, almost 4. Tom's shift at Terran began in half an hour. Sweat came out on his forehead. If the god went on sleeping and didn't wake up in half an hour... A buzz. The vidphone. Eric's heart sank. He hurried over and clicked the screen on, steeling himself. Horace Bradshaw's sharp, dignified features faded into focus. His keen glance bored into Eric, penetrating his depths. "Blake," he grunted. "Back from Ganymede, I see." "Yes, sir." Eric's mind raced frantically. He moved in front of the screen, cutting off Bradshaw's view of the room. "I'm just starting to unpack." "Forget that, and get over here. We're waiting to hear your report." "Right now? Gosh, Mr. Bradshaw, give me a chance to get my things away." He fought desperately for time. "I'll be over tomorrow morning bright and early." "Is Matson there with you?" Eric swallowed. "Yes, sir, but—" "Put him on. I want to talk to him." He can't talk to you right now, sir." "What? Why not?" "He's in no shape to— That is, he—" Bradshaw snarled impatiently. "Then bring him along with you, and he better be sober when he gets here. I'll see you at my office in 10 minutes. He broke the circuit. The screen faded abruptly. Eric sank wearily down in a chair. His mind reeled. 10 minutes. He shook his head, stunned. The toad hopped a little, stirring on the walk. It emitted a faint, despondent sound. Eric got heavily to his feet. "I guess we have to face the music," he murmured. He bent down and picked up the toad, putting it gingerly in his coat pocket. "I guess you heard. That was Bradshaw. We're going down to the lab." The toad stirred uneasily. "I wonder what Bradshaw's going to say when he sees you." Eric kissed his wife's cold granite cheek. "Goodbye, honey." He moved numbly down the walk to the street. A moment later he hailed a robot cab and entered it. "I have a feeling this is going to be hard to explain." The cab zipped off down the street. "Hard as hell to explain." Horace Bradshaw stared in dumbfounded amazement. He removed his steel-rimmed glasses and wiped them, slowly. He fitted them back on his hard, hawk-like face and peered down. The toad rested, silently, in the center of the immense mahogany desk. Bradshaw pointed shakily at the toad. This is Thomas Matson?" "Yes, sir," Eric said. Bradshaw blinked in wonder. "Matson, what in the world has happened to you?" "He's a toad," Eric explained. "So I see. Incredible." Bradshaw pressed a stud on his desk. "Send in Jennings from the biology lab," he ordered. "A toad." He poked the toad with his pencil. "Is that really you, Matson?" The toad chugged. "Good Lord." Bradshaw sat back, wiping his forehead. His grim expression faded into sympathetic concern. He shook his head sadly. "I can't believe it. Some kind of bacterial blight, I suppose. Matson was always experimenting on himself. He took his work seriously. A brave man, a good worker. He did much for Terran Metals. Too bad he had to end this way. We'll extend full pension to him, of course." Jennings entered the office. "You wanted me, sir?" "Come in." Bradshaw beckoned him impatiently in. "We have a problem for your department. You know Eric Blake here." "Hi, Blake." "And Thomas Matson?" Bradshaw indicated the toad. "From the non-ferrous lab?" "I know Matson," Jennings said slowly. "That is, I know a Matson from non-ferrous, but I don't recall— That is, he was taller than this. Almost 6 feet." "This is him," Eric said gloomily. "He's a toad now." "What happened?" Jennings' scientific curiosity was aroused. "What's the lowdown?" "It's a long story," Eric said evasively. "Can't you tell it?" Jennings scrutinized the toad professionally. "Looks like a regular type of toad. You're sure this is Tom Matson? Come clean, Blake. You must know more than you're telling." Bradshaw studied Eric intently. "Yes, what did happen, Blake? You have a strange, shifty look. Are you responsible for this?" Bradshaw half rose from his chair, his grim face bleak. "See here. If it's your fault one of my best men has been incapacitated for further work—" "Take it easy," Eric protested, his mind racing frantically. He patted the toad, nervously. "Matson is perfectly safe, as long as nobody steps on him. We can rig up some sort of protective shield and an automatic communication system that'll enable him to spell out words. He can continue his work. With a few adjustments here and there, everything should speed along perfectly." "Answer me," Bradshaw roared. "Are you responsible for this? Is this your doing?" Eric squirmed helplessly. "In a way, I suppose. Not exactly, not directly." His voice wavered. "But I guess you'd say, if it hadn't been for me—" Bradshaw's face set in a rigid mask of rage. "Blake, you're fired." He yanked a heap of forms from his desk dispenser. "Get out of here and never come back. And get your hand off that toad. It belongs to Terran Metals." He shoved the paper across the desk. "Here's your paycheck, and don't bother looking for work elsewhere. I'm listing you on the intersystem blacklist. Good day." "But, Mr. Bradshaw—" "Don't plead." Bradshaw waved his hand. "Just go. Jennings, get your biology staff busy at once. This problem must be licked. I want you to rearrange this toad back to its original shape. Matson is a vital part of Terran Metals. There's work to be done, work only Matson can do. We can't have this sort of thing holding up our research." "Mr. Bradshaw," Eric begged desperately, "please listen. I want to see Tom back as he was. But there's only one way we can get him back his original shape. Bradshaw's eyes were cold with hostility. "You still here, Blake? Must I call my guards and have you dismembered? I'm giving you 1 minute to be off company land. Understand?" Eric nodded miserably. "I understand." He turned and shuffled unhappily toward the door. "So long, Jennings. So long, Tom. I'll be home if you want me, Mr. Bradshaw." "Sorcerer," Bradshaw snapped. "Good riddance." "What would you do," Eric asked the robot cab driver, "if your wife had turned to stone, your best friend were a toad, and you had lost your job?" "Robots have no wives," the driver said. "They are non-sexual. Robots have no friends, either. They are incapable of emotional relationships." "Can robots be fired?" "Sometimes." The robot drew his cab up before Eric's modest 6-room bungalow. "But consider, robots are frequently melted down, and new robots made from the remains. Recall Ibsen's Peer Gynt, the section concerning the button molder. The lines clearly anticipate in symbolic form the trauma of robots to come." "Yeah." The door opened, and Eric got out. "I guess we all have our problems." "Robots have worse problems than anybody." The door shut, and the cab zipped off back down the hill. Worse? Hardly. Eric entered his home slowly, the front door automatically opening for him. "Welcome, Mr. Blake," the door greeted him. "I suppose Pat's still here?" "Mrs. Blake is here, but she is in a cataleptic state, or some similar condition." "She's been turned to stone." Eric kissed the cold lips of the statue gloomily. "Hi, honey." He got some meat from the refrigerator and crumbled it into the belly cup of the god. Presently digestive fluid rose and covered the food. In a short time the single eye of the god opened, blinked a few times, and focused on Eric. "Have a good sleep?" Eric inquired icily. "I wasn't asleep. My mind was turned toward matters of cosmic import. I detect a hostile quality in your voice. Has something unfavorable occurred?" Nothing at all. I just lost my job on top of everything else." "Lost your job? Interesting. What else do you refer to?" Eric exploded in rage. "You've messed up my whole life, damn you!" He jabbed at the silent, unmoving figure of his wife. "Look, my wife, turned to granite, and my best friend, a toad." Tino Kuknoi Arevelopapo yawned. "So?" "Why? What did I ever do to you? Why do you treat me this way? Look at all I've done for you. I only brought you here to Terra, fed you, fixed you up a box with straw and water and newspapers, that's all." "True, you did bring me to Terra." Again an odd gleam flickered across the god's dark face. "All right, I'll restore your wife." "You will?" Pathetic joy surged through Eric. Tears came to his eyes. He was too relieved to ask any questions. "Gosh, I sure would appreciate it." The god concentrated. "Stand out of the way. It's easier to distort the molecular arrangement of a body than to restore the original configuration. I hope I can get it exactly as it was." It made a faint motion. Around Pat's silent figure the air stirred. The pale granite shuddered. Slowly, color seeped back into her features. She gasped sharply, her dark eyes flashing with fear. Color filled her arms, shoulders, breasts, spreading through her trim body. She cried out, tottering unsteadily, "Eric!" Eric caught her, hugging her tight. "Gosh, honey, I'm sure glad you're all right." He crushed her against him, feeling her heart thump with terror. He kissed her soft lips again and again. "Welcome back." Pat pulled abruptly away. "That little snake, that miserable particle of waste. Wait until I get my hands on it." She advanced toward the god, eyes blazing. "Listen, you, what's the idea? How dare you?" "See," the god said. "They never change." Eric pulled his wife back. "You better shut up or you'll be granite again, understand?" Pat caught the urgent rasp in his voice. She subsided reluctantly. "All right, Eric, I give up." "Listen," Eric said to the god. "How about Tom? How about restoring him?" "The toad? Where is he?" "In the biology lab. Jennings and his staff are working on him." The god considered. "I don't like the sound of that. The biology lab? Where is that? How far away?" "Terran Metals, main building." Eric was impatient. "Maybe 5 miles. How about it? Maybe if you restore him, Bradshaw will give me my job back. You owe it to me, set things back the way they were." "I can't." "You can't? Why the hell not?" "I thought gods were omnipotent," Pat sniffed petulantly. "I can do anything at short range. The Terran Metals biology lab is too far. 5 miles is beyond my limit. I can distort molecular arrangements within a limited circle only." Eric was incredulous. "What? You mean you can't turn Tom back?" "That's the way it is. You shouldn't have taken him out of the house. Gods are subject to natural law just as you are. Our laws are different, but they are still laws." "I see," Eric murmured. "You should have said." "As far as your job goes, don't worry about that. Here, I'll create some gold." The god made a motion with its scaly hands. A section of curtain flashed suddenly yellow and crashed to the floor with a metallic tinkle. "Solid gold. That ought to keep you a few days." "We're no longer on the gold standard." "Well, whatever you need. I can do anything." "Except turn Tom back into a human being," Pat said. "Fine god you are." "Shut up, Pat," Eric muttered, deep in thought. "If there were some way I could be closer to him," the god said cautiously. "If he were within range." "Bradshaw will never let him go, and I can't set foot around there. The guards will tear me to bits." "How about some platinum?" The god made a pass, and a section of the wall glowed white. "Solid platinum. A simple change of atomic weight. Will that help?" "No." Eric paced back and forth. "We've got to get that toad away from Bradshaw. If we can get him back here—" "I have an idea," the god said. "What?" "Perhaps you could get me in there. Perhaps if I could get onto the company grounds, within range of the biology lab—" "It's worth a try," Pat said, putting her hand on Eric's shoulder. "After all, Tom's your best friend. It's a shame to treat him this way. It's un-Terran." Eric grabbed his coat. "It's settled. I'll drive as close as I can to the company grounds. I ought to be able to get near enough before the guards catch sight of me to—" A crash. The front door collapsed abruptly in a heap of ash. Teams of robot police surged into the room, blast guns ready. "All right," Jennings said. "That's him." He strode quickly into the house. "Get him, and get that thing in the box." "Jennings!" Eric swallowed in alarm. "What the hell is this?" Jennings' lip curled. "Cut out the pretense, Blake. You're not fooling me." He tapped a small metal case under his arm. The toad revealed all. "So you've got a non-terrestrial in this house, have you?" He laughed coldly. "There's a law against bringing non-Terrans to Earth. You're under arrest, Blake. You'll probably get life." "Tino Kuknoi Arevalo Papo," Eric Blake squeaked. "Don't forsake me at a time like this." "I'm coming," the god grunted. It heaved violently. "How's this?" The robot police jerked as a torrent of force erupted from the box. Abruptly, they disappeared, winking out of existence. Where they had stood, a horde of mechanical mice milled aimlessly, spilling frantically through the doorway out into the yard. Jennings' face showed astonishment, and then panic. He retreated, waving his blaster menacingly. "See here, Blake. Don't think you can scare me. We've got this house surrounded. A bolt of force hit him in the stomach. The bolt lifted him and shook him like a rag doll. His blaster skidded from his fingers, falling to the floor. Jennings groped for it desperately. The blaster turned into a spider and crawled rapidly off, out of his reach. "Set him down," Eric urged. "All right." The god released Jennings. He crashed to the floor, stunned and frightened. He scrambled wildly to his feet and ran from the house down the path to the sidewalk. "Oh dear," Pat said. "What is it?" "Look." Pulled up in a circle around the house was a solid line of atomic cannon. Their snouts gleamed wickedly in the late afternoon sunlight. Groups of robot police stood around each cannon, waiting alertly for instructions. Eric groaned. "We're sunk. One blast and we're finished." "Do something," Pat gasped. She prodded the box. "Enchant them. Don't just sit there." "They are out of range," the god replied. "As I explained, my power is limited by distance." "You in there," a voice came, magnified by 100 loudspeakers. "Come out with your hands up, or we open fire." "Bradshaw," Eric groaned. "He's out there. We're trapped. You sure you can't do something?" "Sorry," the god said. "I can put up a shield against the cannon." It concentrated. Outside the house, a dull surface formed, a globe rapidly hardening around them. "All right," Bradshaw's magnified voice came, muffled by the shield. "You asked for it." The first shell hit. Eric found himself lying on the floor, his ears ringing, everything going around and around. Pat lay beside him, dazed and frightened. The house was a shambles. Walls, chairs, furniture, all was in ruins. "Fine shield," Pat gasped. "The concussion," the god protested. Its box lay in the corner on its side. "The shield stops the shells, but the concussion—" A second shell struck. A wall of pressure rolled over Eric, stunning him. He skidded, tossed by a violent wind, crashing against heaps of debris that had been his house. "We can't last," Pat said faintly. "Tell them to stop, Eric, please." "Your wife is right," the god's calm voice came up from its overturned box. "Surrender, Eric. Give yourself up." "I guess I better." Eric pulled himself up on his knees. "But golly, I don't want to spend the rest of my life in prison. I knew I was breaking the law when I smuggled the damn thing in here, but I never thought—" A third shell hit. Eric tumbled down, his chin smacking the floor. Plaster and rubble rained down on him, choking and blinding him. He fought his way up, grabbing hold of a jutting beam. "Stop!" he shouted. There was sudden silence. "Are you willing to surrender?" the magnified voice boomed. "Surrender," the god murmured. Eric's mind raced desperately. I have a deal, a compromise." He thought fast, his brain in high gear. "I have a proposal." There was a long pause. "What's the proposal?" Eric stepped warily through the rubble to the edge of the shield. The shield was almost gone. Only a shimmering haze remained, through which the circle of atomic cannon was visible, the cannon and the robot police. "Matson," Eric gasped, getting his breath. "The Toad. We'll make the following deal. We'll restore Matson to his original shape. We'll return the non-terrestrial to Ganymede. In return, you waive prosecution, and I get my job back." "Absurd. My labs can easily restore Matson without your help." "Oh yeah? Ask Matson. He'll tell you. If you don't agree, Matson will be a Toad for the next 200 years, at least." A long silence followed. Eric could see figures moving back and forth, conferring behind the guns. "All right," Bradshaw's voice came at last. "We agree. Drop the shield and come forward. I'll send Jennings with the Toad. No tricks, Blake." "No tricks." Eric sagged with relief. "Come along," he said to the god, picking up the dented box. "Drop the shield, and let's get this over with. Those cannon make me nervous." The god relaxed. The shield, what was left of it, wavered and faded, blinking off. "Here I come." Eric advanced warily, the box in his hands. "Where's Matson?" Jennings came toward him. "I have him." His curiosity overcame his suspicion. "This ought to be interesting. We should make a close study of all extra-dimensional life. Apparently they possess science much in advance of our own." Jennings squatted down, placing the small green toad carefully on the grass. "There he is," Eric said to the god. "Is this close enough?" Pat asked icily. "This is sufficient," the god said. "This is exactly right." It turned its single eye on the toad and made a few brief motions with its scaly claws. A shimmer hovered over the toad. Extra-dimensional forces were at work, fingering and plucking at the toad molecules. Abruptly, the toad twitched. For a second it shuddered. An insistent vibration lapped over it. Then Matson ballooned into existence, the familiar beanpole figure, towering over Eric and Jennings and Pat. "Lord," Matson breathed shakily. He got out his handkerchief and wiped his face. "I'm glad that's over. Wouldn't want to go through that again." Jennings retreated hurriedly toward the circle of cannon. Matson turned and headed after him. Eric and his wife and God were suddenly alone in the center of the lawn. "Hey," Eric demanded, cold alarm plucking at him. "What is this? What the hell's going on?" "Sorry, Blake," Bradshaw's voice came. "It was essential to restore Matson, but we can't alter the law. The law is above any man, even me. You're under arrest." Robot police swarmed forward, grimly surrounding Eric and Pat. "You skunk," Eric choked, struggling feebly. Bradshaw came out from behind the cannon, hands in his pockets, grinning calmly. "Sorry, Blake. You should be out of jail in 10 or 15 years, though. Your job will be waiting for you, I promise. As for this extra-dimensional being, I'm quite interested in seeing it. I've heard of such things." He peered toward the box. "I'm happy to take charge of it. Our labs will perform experiments and tests on it, which will—" Bradshaw's words died. His face turned a sickly hue. His mouth opened and closed, but no sounds came. From the box came a swelling, frenzied buzz of rage. "Nardolk! I knew I'd find you!" Bradshaw retreated, trembling violently. "Why, of all persons, Tina Kuknoi Arevelopapo! What are you doing on Terra?" He stumbled, half falling. "How did you— that is, after so long, how could—" Then Bradshaw was running, scattering robot police in all directions, rushing wildly past the atomic cannon. "Nardolk!" the god screamed, swelling with fury. "Scourge of the Seven Temples! Flotsam of space! I knew you were on this miserable planet. Come back and take your punishment!" The god burst upward, flashing into the air. It raced past Eric and Pat, growing as it flew. A sickening, nauseous wind, warm and damp, lapped at their faces as the god gained speed. Bradshaw, Nardolk, ran frantically. And as he ran, he changed. Immense wings sprouted from him, great leathery wings beating the air in frantic haste. His body oozed and altered. Tentacles replaced his legs. Scaly claws replaced arms. Gray hide rippled as he flew up, wings flapping noisily. Tinokuknoi Arevelopapo struck. For a brief moment the two locked together, twisting and rolling in the air, wings and claws raking and flapping. Then Nardolk broke away, fluttering up. A blazing flash, a pop, and he was gone. For a moment, Tinokuknoi Arevelopapo hovered in the air. The scaly head turned, the single eye glancing back and down at Eric and Pat. It nodded, briefly. Then, with a curious shimmy, it vanished. The sky was empty, except for a few feathers and the dull stench of burning scales. Eric was the first to speak. "Well," he said, "so that's why it wanted to come to Terra. I guess I was sort of exploited." He grinned sheepishly. "The first Terran ever to be exploited." Matson gawked, still peering up. "They're gone. Both of them. Back to their own dimension, I guess." A robot policeman plucked at Jennings' sleeve. "Shall we arrest anyone, sir? With Mr. Bradshaw gone, you are next in charge." Jennings glanced at Eric and Pat. "I suppose not. The evidence has departed. It seems somewhat silly anyhow." He shook his head. "Bradshaw. Imagine. And we worked for him for years. Damn strange business." Eric put his arm around his wife. He pulled her against him, hugging her tight. "I'm sorry, honey," he said softly. "Sorry? Your present. It's gone. I guess I'll have to get you something else." Pat laughed, pressing against him. That's all right. I'll let you in on a secret. What? Pat kissed him, her lips warm against his cheek. As a matter of fact, I'm just as glad. The Hoodmaker. A hood! Somebody with a hood! Workers and shoppers hurried down the sidewalk, joining the forming crowd. A sallow-faced youth dropped his bike and raced over. The crowd grew, businessmen in gray coats, tired-faced secretaries, clerks, and workmen. Get him! The crowd swarmed forward. The old man! The sallow-faced youth scooped up a rock from the gutter and hurled it. The rock missed the old man, crashing against a storefront. He's got a hood, all right. Take it away. More rocks fell. The old man gasped in fear, trying to push past two soldiers blocking his way. A rock struck him on the back. What you got to hide? The sallow-faced youth ran up in front of him. Why you afraid of a probe? He's got something to hide. A worker grabbed the old man's hat. Eager hands groped for the thin metal band around his head. Nobody's got a right to hide. The old man fell, sprawling to his hands and knees, umbrella rolling. A clerk caught hold of the hood and tugged. The crowd surged, struggling to get to the metal band. Suddenly the youth gave a cry. He backed off, the hood held up. I got it! I got it! He ran to his bike and pedaled off rapidly, gripping the bent hood. A robot police car pulled up to the curb, sirens screaming. Robot cops leaped out, clearing the mob away. You hurt? They helped the old man up. The old man shook his head, dazed. His glasses hung from one ear. Blood and saliva streaked his face. All right, the cop's metal fingers released. Better get off the street, inside someplace, for your own good. Clearance Director Ross pushed the memo plate away. Another one. I'll be glad when the anti-immunity bill is passed. Peters glanced up. Another? Another person wearing a hood, a probe shield. That makes 10 in the last 48 hours. They're mailing more out all the time. Mailed, slipped under doors, in pockets, left at desks, countless ways of distribution. If more of them notified us... Peters grinned crookedly. It's a wonder any of them do. There's a reason why hoods are sent to these people. They're not picked out at random. Why are they picked? They have something to hide. Why else would hoods be sent to them? What about those who do notify us? They're afraid to wear them. They pass the hoods on to us to avoid suspicion. Ross reflected moodily. I suppose so. An innocent man has no reason to conceal his thoughts. 99% of the population is glad to have its mind scanned. Most people want to prove their loyalty. But this 1% is guilty of something. Ross opened a manila folder and took out a bent metal band. He studied it intently. Look at it, just a strip of some alloy. But it effectively cuts off all probes. The teeps go crazy. It buzzes them when they try to get past, like a shock. You've sent samples to the lab, of course. No, I don't want any of the lab workers turning out their own hoods. We have trouble enough. Who was this taken from? Ross stabbed a button on his desk. We'll find out. I'll have the teep make a report. The door melted, and a lank, sallow-faced youth came into the room. He saw the metal band in Ross's hand and smiled, a thin, alert smile. You wanted me? Ross studied the youth. Blonde hair, blue eyes, an ordinary-looking kid, maybe a college sophomore, but Ross knew better. Ernest Abood was a telepathic mutant, a teep, one of several hundred employed by Clearance for its loyalty probes. Before the teeps, loyalty probes had been haphazard. Oaths, examinations, wiretappings were not enough. The theory that each person had to prove his loyalty was fine, as a theory. In practice, few people could do it. It looked as if the concept of guilty until proved innocent might have to be abandoned and the Roman law restored. The problem, apparently insoluble, had found its answer in the Madagascar blast of 2004. Waves of hard radiation had lapped over several thousand troops stationed in the area. Of those who lived, few produced subsequent progeny. But of the several hundred children born to the survivors of the blast, many showed neural characteristics of a radically new kind. A human mutant had come into being, for the first time in thousands of years. The teeps appeared by accident, but they solved the most pressing problem the Free Union faced, the detection and punishment of disloyalty. The Teeps were invaluable to the government of the Free Union, and the Teeps knew it. "You got this?" Ross asked, tapping the hood. Aboud nodded. "Yes." The youth was following his thoughts, not his spoken words. Ross flushed angrily. "What was the man like?" he demanded harshly. "The memo plate gives no details." "Dr. Franklin is his name, director of the Federal Resources Commission, 67 years of age, here on a visit to a relative." "Walter Franklin. I've heard of him." Ross stared up at Aboud. "Then you already—" "As soon as I removed the hood, I was able to scan him." "Where did Franklin go after the assault?" "Indoors, instructed by the police." "They arrived?" "After the hood had been taken, of course. It went perfectly. Franklin was spotted by another telepath, not myself. I was informed Franklin was coming my way. When he reached me, I shouted that he was wearing a hood. A crowd collected, and others took up the shout. The other telepath arrived, and we manipulated the crowd until we were near him. I took the hood myself. And you know the rest." Ross was silent for a moment. "Do you know how he got that hood? Did you scan that?" "He received it by mail." "Does he has no idea who sent it or where it came from." Ross frowned. "Then he can't give us any information about them. The senders." "The hood makers," Aboud said icily. Ross glanced quickly up. "What?" "The hood makers. Somebody makes them." Aboud's face was hard. "Somebody is making probe screens to keep us out." "And you're sure?" "Franklin knows nothing. He arrived in the city last night. This morning his mail machine brought the hood. For a time he deliberated, then he purchased a hat and put it on over the hood. He set out on foot toward his niece's house. We spotted him several minutes later when he entered range." "There seems to be more of them these days, more hoods being sent out. But you know that." Ross set his jaw. "We've got to locate the senders." "It'll take time. They apparently wear hoods constantly." Aboud's face twisted. "We have to get so damn close. Our scanning range is extremely limited, but sooner or later we'll locate one of them. Sooner or later we'll tear a hood off somebody and find him." "In the last year, 5,000 hood wearers have been detected," Ross stated. 5,000, and not one of them knows anything, where the hoods come from or who makes them. "When there are more of us, we'll have a better chance," Aboud said grimly. "Right now, there are too few of us. But eventually—" "You're going to have Franklin probed, aren't you?" Peters said to Ross. "As a matter of course." "I suppose so." Ross nodded to Aboud. "You might as well go ahead on him. Have one of your group run the regular total probe and see if there's anything of interest buried down in his non-conscious neural area. Report the results to me in the usual way." Aboud reached into his coat. He brought out a tape spool and tossed it down on the desk in front of Ross. "Here you are." "What's this?" "The total probe on Franklin, all levels, completely searched and recorded." Ross stared up at the youth. We went ahead with it." Aboud moved toward the door. "It's a good job. Cummings did it. We found considerable disloyalty, mostly ideological rather than overt. You'll probably want to pick him up. When he was 24, he found some old books and musical records. He was strongly influenced. The latter part of the tape discusses fully our evaluation of his deviation." The door melted, and Aboud left. Ross and Peters stared after him. Finally, Ross took the tape spool and put it with the bent metal hood. "I'll be damned," Peters said. "They went ahead with the probe." Ross nodded, deep in thought. "Yeah, and I'm not sure I like it." The two men glanced at each other, and knew as they did so that outside the office, Ernest Aboud was scanning their thoughts. "Damn it," Ross said futilely. "Damn it." Walter Franklin breathed rapidly, peering around him. He wiped nervous sweat from his lined face with a trembling hand. Down the corridor, the echoing clang of clearance agents sounded, growing louder. He had got away from the mob, spared for a while. That was 4 hours ago. Now the sun had set, and evening was settling over greater New York. He had managed to make his way half across the city, almost to the outskirts. And now a public alarm was out for his arrest. Why? He had worked for the Free Union government all his life. He had done nothing disloyal, nothing except open the morning mail, find the hood, deliberate about it, and finally put it on. He remembered the small instruction tag. Greetings. This probe screen is sent to you with compliments of the maker and the earnest hope that it will be of some value to you. Thank you. Nothing else. No other information. For a long time, he had pondered. Should he wear it? He had never done anything. He had nothing to hide, nothing disloyal to the Union. But the thought fascinated him. If he wore the hood, his mind would be his own. Nobody could look into it. His mind would belong to him again, private, secret, to think as he wished, endless thoughts for no one else's consumption but his own. Finally, he had made up his mind, and put on the hood, fitting his old Homburg over it. He had gone outside, and within 10 minutes a mob was screaming and yelling around him. And now a general alarm was out for his arrest. Franklin racked his brain desperately. What could he do? They could bring him up before a clearance board. No accusation would be brought. It would be up to him to clear himself, to prove he was loyal. Had he ever done anything wrong? Was there something he had done he was forgetting? He had put on the hood. Maybe that was it. There was some sort of an anti-immunity bill up in Congress to make wearing of a probe screen a felony, but it hadn't been passed yet. The clearance agents were near, almost on him. He retreated down the corridor of the hotel, glancing desperately around him. A red sign glowed. Exit. He hurried toward it, and down a flight of basement stairs out onto a dark street. It was bad to be outside where the mobs were. He had tried to remain indoors as much as possible, but now there was no choice. Behind him, a voice shrilled loudly. Something cut past him, smoking away a section of the pavement. A slem ray. Franklin ran, gasping for breath, around a corner and down a side street. People glanced at him curiously as he rushed past. He crossed a busy street and moved with a surging group of theater-goers. Had the agent seen him? He peered nervously around, none in sight. At the corner he crossed with the lights. He reached the safety zone in the center, watching a sleek clearance car cruising toward him. Had it seen him go out to the safety zone? He left the zone, heading toward the curb on the far side. The clearance car shot suddenly forward, gaining speed. Another appeared, coming the other way. Franklin reached the curb. The first car ground to a halt. Clearance agents piled out, swarming up onto the sidewalk. He was trapped. There was no place to hide. Around him, tired shoppers and office workers gazed curiously, their faces devoid of sympathy. A few grinned at him in vacant amusement. Franklin peered frantically around. No place, no door, no person. A car pulled up in front of him, its doors sliding open. "Get in." A young girl leaned toward him, her pretty face urgent. "Get in, damn it." He got in. The girl slammed the doors and the car picked up speed. A clearance car swung in ahead of them, its sleek bulk blocking the street. A second clearance car moved in behind them. The girl leaned forward, gripping the controls. Abruptly, the car lifted. It left the street, clearing the cars ahead, gaining altitude rapidly. A flash of violet lit up the sky behind them. "Get down," the girl snapped. Franklin sank down in his seat. The car moved in a wide arc, passing beyond the protective columns of a row of buildings. On the ground, the clearance cars gave up and turned back. Franklin settled back, mopping his forehead shakily. "Thanks," he muttered. "Don't mention it." The girl increased the car's speed. They were leaving the business section of the city, moving above the residential outskirts. She steered silently, intent on the sky ahead. "Who are you?" Franklin asked. The girl tossed something back to him. "Put that on." A hood. Franklin unfastened it and slipped it awkwardly over his head. "It's in place. Otherwise they'll get us with a TEEP scan. We have to be careful all the time." "Where are we going?" The girl turned to him, studying him with calm gray eyes, one hand resting on the wheel. "We're going to the hoodmaker," she said. "The public alarm for you is top priority. If I let you off, you won't last an hour." "But I don't understand." Franklin shook his head, dazed. "Why do they want me? What have I done?" "You're being framed." The girl brought the car around in a wide arc, wind whistling shrilly through its struts and fenders. "Framed by the Teeps. Things are happening fast. There's no time to lose." The little bald-headed man removed his glasses and held out his hand to Franklin, peering nearsightedly. "I'm glad to meet you, Doctor. I've followed your work at the board with great interest." "Who are you?" Franklin demanded. The little man grinned self-consciously. "I'm James Cutter, the hoodmaker, as the Teeps call me. This is our factory." He waved around the room. "Take a look at it." Franklin gazed around him. He was in a warehouse, an ancient wooden building of the last century. Giant worm-scored beams rose up, dry and cracking. The floor was concrete. Old-fashioned fluorescent lights glinted and flickered from the roof. The walls were streaked with water stains and bulging pipes. Franklin moved across the room, Cutter beside him. He was bewildered. Everything had happened fast. He seemed to be outside New York, in some dilapidated industrial suburb. Men were working on all sides of him, bent over stampers and molds. The air was hot. An archaic fan whirred. The warehouse echoed and vibrated with a constant din. "This," Franklin murmured, This is where we make the hoods. Not very impressive, is it? Later on we hope to move to new quarters. Come along and I'll show you the rest." Cutter pushed a side door open and they entered a small laboratory, bottles and retorts everywhere in cluttered confusion. "We do our research in here, pure and applied. We've learned a few things. Some we may use, some we hope won't be needed. And it keeps our refugees busy." "Refugees?" Cutter pushed some equipment back and seated himself on a lab table. "Most of the others are here for the same reason as you, framed by the Teeps, accused of deviation. But we got to them first." "But why? Why were you framed?" "Because of your position. Director of a government department. All these men were prominent, and all were framed by Teep probes." Cutter lit a cigarette, leaning back against the water-stained wall. "We exist because of a discovery made 10 years ago in a government lab." He tapped his hood. "This alloy, opaque to probes. Discovered by accident, by one of these men. Teeps came after him instantly, but he escaped. He made a number of hoods and passed them to other workers in his field. That's how we got started." "How many are here?" Cutter laughed. "Can't tell you that. Enough to turn out hoods and keep them circulating. To people prominent in government, people holding positions of authority, scientists, officials, educators." "Why?" "Because we want to get them first, before the Teeps. We got to you too late. A total probe report had already been made out on you, before the hood was even in the mail. The Teeps are gradually getting a stranglehold over the government. They're picking off the best men, denouncing them and getting them arrested. If a Teep says a man is disloyal, clearance has to haul him in. We tried to get a hood to you in time. The report couldn't be passed on to clearance if you were wearing a hood. But they outsmarted us. They got a mob after you and snatched the hood. As soon as it was off, they served the report to clearance. So that's why they wanted it off. The Teeps can't file a framed report on a man whose mind is opaque to probes. Clearance isn't that stupid. The Teeps have to get the hoods off. Every man wearing a hood is a man out of bounds. They've managed so far by stirring up mobs, but that's ineffectual. Now they're working on this bill in Congress, Senator Waldo's anti-immunity bill. It would outlaw wearing hoods." Cutter grinned ironically. "If a man is innocent, why shouldn't he want his mind probed? The bill makes wearing a probe shield a felony. People who receive hoods will turn them over to clearance. There won't be a man in 10,000 who'll keep his hood if it means prison and confiscation of property." "I met Waldo once. I can't believe he understands what his bill would do. If he could be made to see—" "Exactly. If he could be made to see. This bill has to be stopped. If it goes through, we're licked, and the Teeps are in. Somebody has to talk to Waldo and make him see the situation." Cutter's eyes were bright. "You know the man. He'll remember you." "What do you mean?" "Franklin, we're sending you back again. To meet Waldo. It's our only chance to stop the bill. And it has to be stopped." The cruiser roared over the Rockies, brush and tangled forest flashing by below. "There's a level pasture over to the right," Cutter said. "I'll set her down if I can find it." He snapped off the jets. The roar died into silence. They were coasting above the hills. "To the right," Franklin said. Cutter brought the cruiser down in a sweeping glide. "This will put us within walking distance of Waldo's estate. We'll go the rest of the way on foot." A shuddering growl shook them as the landing fins dug into the ground, and they were at rest. Around them tall trees moved faintly with the wind. It was mid-morning. The air was cool and thin. They were high up, still in the mountains, on the Colorado side. "What are the chances of our reaching him?" Franklin asked. "Not very good." Franklin started. "Why? Why not?" Cutter pushed the cruiser door back and leaped out onto the ground. "Come on." He helped Franklin out and slammed the door after him. "Waldo is guarded. He's got a wall of robots around him. That's why we've never tried before. If it weren't crucial, we wouldn't be trying now." They left the pasture, making their way down the hill along a narrow, weed-covered path. "What are they doing it for?" Franklin asked. "The Teeps. Why do they want to get power?" "Human nature, I suppose." "Human nature?" "The Teeps are no different from the Jacobins, the Roundheads, the Nazis, the Bolsheviks. There's always some group that wants to lead mankind, for its own good, of course." "Do the Teeps believe that?" "Most Teeps believe they're the natural leaders of mankind. Non-telepathic humans are an inferior species. Teeps are the next step up, Homo superior. And because they're superior, it's natural they should lead, make all the decisions for us." "And you don't agree," Franklin said. "The Teeps are different from us, but that doesn't mean they're superior. A telepathic faculty doesn't imply general superiority. The Teeps aren't a superior race, they're human beings with a special ability. But that doesn't give them a right to tell us what to do. It's not a new problem." "Who should lead mankind, then?" Franklin asked. "Who should be the leaders?" "Nobody should lead mankind. It should lead itself." Cutter leaned forward suddenly, body tense. "We're almost there. Waldo's estate is directly ahead. Get ready. Everything depends on the next few minutes." "A few robot guards." Cutter lowered his binoculars. "But that's not what's worrying me. If Waldo has a Teep nearby, he'll detect our hoods. And we can't take them off." "No, the whole thing would be out, passed from Teep to Teep." Cutter moved cautiously forward. "The robots will stop us and demand identification. We'll have to count on your director's clip." They left the bushes, crossing the open field toward the buildings that made up Senator Waldo's estate. They came onto a dirt road and followed it, neither of them speaking, watching the landscape ahead. "Halt!" A robot guard appeared, streaking toward them across the field. "Identify yourselves." Franklin showed his clip. "I'm director level. We're here to see the senator. I'm an old friend." Automatic relays clicked as the robot studied the identification clip. "From the director level?" "That's right," Franklin said, becoming uneasy. "Get out of the way," Cutter said impatiently. "We don't have any time to waste." The robot withdrew, uncertainly. "Sorry to have stopped you, sir. The senator is inside the main building, directly ahead." "All right." Cutter and Franklin advanced, past the robot. Sweat stood out on Cutter's round face. "We made it," he murmured. "Now let's hope there aren't any Teeps inside." Franklin reached the porch. He stepped slowly up, Cutter behind him. At the door, he halted, glancing at the smaller man. "Shall I?" "Go ahead." Cutter was tense. "Let's get right inside. It's safer." Franklin raised his hand. The door clicked sharply as its lens photographed him and checked his image. Franklin prayed silently. If the clearance alarm had been sent out this far... The door melted. "Inside," Cutter said quickly. Franklin entered, looking around in the semi-darkness. He blinked, adjusting to the dim light of the hall. Somebody was coming toward him. A shape, a small shape, coming rapidly, lithely. Was it Waldo? A lank, sallow-faced youth entered the hall, a fixed smile on his face. "Good morning, Dr. Franklin," he said. He raised his slim gun and fired. Cutter and Ernest Abood stared down at the oozing mass that had been Dr. Franklin. Neither of them spoke. Finally, Cutter raised his hand, his face drained of color. "Was that necessary?" Abood shifted, suddenly conscious of him. "Why not?" He shrugged, the slim gun pointed at Cutter's stomach. He was an old man. He wouldn't have lasted long in the protective custody camp. Cutter took out his package of cigarettes and lit up, slowly, his eyes on the youth's face. He had never seen Ernest Abood before, but he knew who he was. He watched the sallow-faced youth kick idly at the remains on the floor. "Then Waldo is a Teep," Cutter said. "Yes." Franklin was wrong. He does have full understanding of his bill. Of course, the anti-immunity bill is an integral part of our activity. Aboud waved the snout of the Slem gun. Remove your hood. I can't scan you, and it makes me uneasy. Cutter hesitated. He dropped his cigarette thoughtfully to the floor and crushed it underfoot. What are you doing here? You usually hang out in New York. This is a long way out here. Aboud smiled. We picked up Dr. Franklin's thoughts as he entered the girl's car, before she gave him the hood. She waited too long. We got a distinct visual image of her seen from the back seat, of course, but she turned around to give him the hood. 2 hours ago, clearance picked her up. She knew a great deal. Our first real contact. We were able to locate the factory and round up most of the workers. Oh, Cutter murmured. They're in protective custody. Their hoods are gone, and the supplies stored for distribution. The stampers have been dismantled. As far as I know, we have all the group. You're the last one. Then does it matter if I keep my hood? Aboud's eyes flickered. Take it off. I want to scan you, Mr. Hoodmaker. Cutter grunted. What do you mean? Several of your men gave us images of you, and details of your trip here. I came out personally, notifying Waldo through our relay system in advance. I wanted to be here myself. Why? It's an occasion. A great occasion. What position do you hold? Cutter demanded. Aboud's sallow face turned ugly. Come on, off with the hood. I could blast you now, but I want to scan you first. All right, I'll take it off. You can scan me, if you want. Probe all the way down. Cutter paused, reflecting soberly. It's your funeral. What do you mean? Cutter removed his hood, tossing it onto a table by the door. Well, what do you see? What do I know that none of the others knew? For a moment, Aboud was silent. Suddenly his face twitched, his mouth working. The Slem gun swayed. Aboud staggered, a violent shudder leaping through his lank frame. He gaped at Cutter in rising horror. I learned it only recently, Cutter said, in our lab. I didn't want to use it, but you forced me to take off my hood. I always considered the alloy my most important discovery. Until this. In some ways, this is even more important. Don't you agree? Aboud said nothing. His face was a sickly gray. His lips moved, but no sound came. I had a hunch, and I played it for all it was worth. I knew you telepaths were born from a single group, resulting from an accident, the Madagascar hydrogen explosion. That made me think. Most mutants that we know of are thrown off universally by the species that's reached the mutation stage. Not a single group in one area, the whole world, wherever the species exists. Damage to the germ plasma of a specific group of humans is the cause of your existence. You weren't a mutant in the sense that you represented a natural development of the evolutionary process. In no sense could it be said that Homo sapiens had reached the mutation stage. So perhaps you weren't a mutant. I began to make studies, some biological, some merely statistical, sociological research. We began correlating facts on you. On each member of your group we could locate how old you were, what you were doing for a living, how many were married, number of children. After a while I came across the facts you're scanning right now. Cutter leaned toward Aboud, watching the youth intently. You're not a true mutant, Aboud. Your group exists because of a chance explosion. You're different from us because of damage to the reproductive apparatus of your parents. You lack one specific characteristic that true mutants possess. A faint smile twitched across Cutter's features. A lot of you are married, but not one birth has been reported. Not one birth, not a single teep child. You can't reproduce, Aboud. You're sterile, the whole lot of you. When you die, there won't be any more. You're not mutants. You're freaks. Aboud grunted hoarsely, his body trembling. I see this in your mind. He pulled himself together with an effort. And you've kept this secret, have you? You're the only one who knows? Somebody else knows, Cutter said. Who? You know. You scanned me. And since you're a teep, all the others. Aboud fired, the Slem gun digging frantically into his own middle. He dissolved, showering in a rain of fragments. Cutter moved back, his hands over his face. He closed his eyes, holding his breath. When he looked again, there was nothing. Cutter shook his head. Too late, Abood. Not fast enough. Scanning is instant. And Waldo is within range. The relay system. And even if they missed you, they can't avoid picking me up. A sound. Cutter turned. Clearance agents were moving rapidly into the hall, glancing down at the remains on the floor and up at Cutter. Director Ross covered Cutter uncertainly, confused and shaken. What happened? Where? Scan him, Peters snapped. Get a teep in here, quick. Bring Waldo in. Find out what happened. Cutter grinned ironically. Sure, he said, nodding shakily. He sagged with relief. Scan me. I have nothing to hide. Get a teep in here for a probe. If you can find any. Of Withered Apples. Something was tapping on the window, blowing up against the pane again and again, carried by the wind, tapping faintly, insistently. Laurie, sitting on the couch, pretended not to hear. She gripped her book tightly and turned a page. The tapping came again, louder and more imperative. It could not be ignored. Darn, Laurie said, throwing her book down on the coffee table and hurrying to the window. She grasped the heavy brass handles and lifted. For a moment the window resisted. Then, with a protesting groan, it reluctantly rose. Cold autumn air rushed into the room. The bit of leaf ceased tapping and swirled against the woman's throat, dancing to the floor. Laurie picked the leaf up. It was old and brown. Her heart skipped a beat as she slipped the leaf into the pocket of her jeans. Against her loins the leaf cut and tingled, a little hard point piercing her smooth skin and sending exciting shivers up and down her spine. She stood at the open window a moment, sniffing the air. The air was full of the presence of trees and rocks, of great boulders and remote places. It was time to go again. She touched the leaf. She was wanted. Quickly, Laurie left the big living room, hurrying through the hall into the dining room. The dining room was empty. A few chords of laughter drifted from the kitchen. Laurie pushed the kitchen door open. Steve? Her husband and his father were sitting around the kitchen table, smoking their cigars and drinking steaming black coffee. What is it? Steve demanded, frowning at his young wife. Ed and I are in the middle of business. I want to ask you something. The two men gazed at her, brown-haired Stephen, his dark eyes full of the stubborn dignity of New England men, and his father, silent and withdrawn in her presence. Ed Patterson scarcely noticed her. He rustled through a sheaf of feed bills, his broad back turned toward her. What is it? Steve demanded impatiently. What do you want? Can it wait? I have to go, Laurie blurted. Go where? Outside. Anxiety flooded over her. This is the last time, I promise. I won't go again after this, okay? She tried to smile, but her heart was pounding too hard. Please let me, Steve. Where does she go? Ed rumbled. Steve grunted in annoyance. Up in the hills, some old abandoned place up there. Ed's gray eyes flickered. Abandoned farm? Yes, you know it? The old Rickley farm. Rickley moved away years ago. Couldn't get anything to grow, not up there. Ground's all rocks, bad soil, a lot of clay and stones. The place is all overgrown, tumbled down. What kind of farm was it? Orchard. Fruit orchard. Never yielded a damn thing. Thin old trees. Waste of effort. Steve looked at his pocket watch. You'll be back in time to fix dinner? Yes. Laurie moved toward the door. Then I can go? Steve's face twisted as he made up his mind. Laurie waited impatiently, scarcely breathing. She had never got used to Vermont men and their slow, deliberate way. Boston people were quite different, and her group had been more the college youths, dances and talk and late laughter. Why do you go up there? Steve grumbled. Don't ask me, Steve. Just let me go. This is the last time. She writhed in agony. She clenched her fists. Please. Steve looked out the window. The cold autumn wind swirled through the trees. All right, but it's going to snow. I don't see why you want to... Laurie ran to get her coat from the closet. I'll be back to fix dinner, she shouted joyfully. She hurried to the front porch, buttoning her coat, her heart racing. Her cheeks were flushed a deep, excited red as she closed the door behind her, her blood pounding in her veins. Cold wind whipped against her, rumpling her hair, plucking at her body. She took a deep breath of the wind and started down the steps. She walked rapidly onto the field, toward the bleak line of hills beyond. Except for the wind, there was no sound. She patted her pocket. The dry leaf broke and dug hungrily into her. "I'm coming," she whispered, a little awed and frightened. "I'm on my way." Higher and higher the woman climbed. She passed through a deep cleft between two rocky ridges. Huge roots from old stumps spurted out on all sides. She followed a dried-up creek bed, winding and turning. After a time, low mists began to blow about her. At the top of the ridge, she halted, breathing deeply, looking back the way she had come. A few drops of rain stirred the leaves around her. Again, the wind moved through the great dead trees along the ridge. Laurie turned and started on, her head down, hands in her coat pockets. She was on a rocky field, overgrown with weeds and dead grass. After a time she came to a ruined fence, broken and rotting. She stepped over it. She passed a tumbled-down well, half filled with stones and earth. Her heart beat quickly, fluttering with nervous excitement. She was almost there. She passed the remains of a building, sagging timbers and broken glass, a few ruined pieces of furniture strewn nearby, an old automobile tire, caked and cracked, some damp rags heaped over rusty bent bed springs. And there it was, directly ahead. Along the edge of the field was a grove of ancient trees, lifeless trees, withered and dead, their thin blackened stalks rising up leaflessly. Broken sticks stuck in the hard ground. Row after row of dead trees, some bent and leaning, torn loose from the rocky soil by the unending wind. Laurie crossed the field to the trees, her lungs laboring painfully. The wind surged against her without respite, whipping the foul-smelling mists into her nostrils and face. Her smooth skin was damp and shiny with the mist. She coughed and hurried on, stepping over the rocks and clods of earth, trembling with fear and anticipation. She circled around the grove of trees, almost to the edge of the ridge. Carefully she stepped among the sliding heaps of rocks. Then she stopped, rigid. Her chest rose and fell with the effort of breathing. "I came," she gasped. For a long time she gazed at the withered old apple tree. She could not take her eyes from it. The sight of the ancient tree fascinated and repelled her. It was the only one alive, the only tree of all the grove still living. All the others were dead, dried up. They had lost the struggle. But this tree still clung to life. The tree was hard and barren. Only a few dark leaves hung from it, and some withered apples, dried and seasoned by the wind and mists. They had stayed there on the branches, forgotten and abandoned. The ground around the tree was cracked and bleak, stones and decayed heaps of old leaves in ragged clumps. "I came," Laurie said again. She took the leaf from her pocket and held it cautiously out. "This tapped at the window. I knew when I heard it." She smiled mischievously, her red lips curling. "It tapped and tapped, trying to get in. I ignored it. It was so impetuous. It annoyed me." The tree swayed ominously. Its gnarled branches rubbed together. Something in the sound made Laurie pull away. Terror rushed through her. She hurried back along the ridge, scrambling frantically out of reach. "Don't," she whispered. "Please." The wind ceased. The tree became silent. For a long time Laurie watched it apprehensively. Night was coming. The sky was darkening rapidly. A burst of frigid wind struck her, half turning her around. She shuddered, bracing herself against it, pulling her long coat around her. Far below, the floor of the valley was disappearing into shadow, into the vast cloud of night. In the darkening mists, the tree was stern and menacing, more ominous than usual. A few leaves blew from it, drifting and swirling with the wind. A leaf blew past her, and she tried to catch it. The leaf escaped, dancing back toward the tree. Laurie followed a little way, and then stopped, gasping and laughing. "No," she said firmly, her hands on her hips. "I won't." There was silence. Suddenly the heaps of decayed leaves blew up in a furious circle around the tree. They quieted down, settling back. "No," Laurie said, "I'm not afraid of you. You can't hurt me." But her heart was hammering with fear. She moved back farther away. The tree remained silent. Its wiry branches were motionless. Laurie regained her courage. "This is the last time I can come," she said. "Steve says I can't come anymore. He doesn't like it." She waited, but the tree did not respond. "They're sitting in the kitchen. The two of them, smoking cigars and drinking coffee, adding up feed bills. She wrinkled her nose. That's all they ever do. Add and subtract feed bills. Figure and figure. Profit and loss. Government taxes. Depreciation on the equipment. The tree did not stir. Laurie shivered. A little more rain fell, big icy drops that slid down her cheeks, down the back of her neck, and inside her heavy coat. She moved closer to the tree. I won't be back. I won't see you again. This is the last time. I wanted to tell you. The tree moved. Its branches whipped into sudden life. Laurie felt something hard and thin cut across her shoulder. Something caught her around the waist, tugging her forward. She struggled desperately, trying to pull herself free. Suddenly the tree released her. She stumbled back, laughing and trembling with fear. "No," she gasped. "You can't have me." She hurried to the edge of the ridge. "You'll never get me again, understand? And I'm not afraid of you." She stood, waiting and watching, trembling with cold and fear. Suddenly she turned and fled, down the side of the ridge, sliding and falling on the loose stones. Blind terror gripped her. She ran on and on down the steep slope, grabbing at roots and weeds. Something rolled beside her shoe. Something small and hard. She bent down and picked it up. It was a little dried apple. Laurie gazed back up the slope at the tree. The tree was almost lost in the swirling mists. It stood, jutting up against the black sky, a hard, unmoving pillar. Laurie put the apple in her coat pocket and continued down the side of the hill. When she reached the floor of the valley, she took the apple out of her pocket. It was late. A deep hunger began to gnaw inside her. She thought suddenly of dinner, the warm kitchen, the white tablecloth, steaming stew and biscuits. As she walked, she nibbled on the little apple. Laurie sat up in bed, the covers falling away from her. The house was dark and silent. A few night noises sounded faintly, far off. It was past midnight. Beside her, Stephen slept quietly, turned over on his side. What had wakened her? Laurie pushed her dark hair back out of her eyes, shaking her head. What? A spasm of pain burst loose inside her. She gasped and put her hand to her stomach. For a time she wrestled silently, jaws locked, swaying back and forth. The pain went away. Laurie sank back. She cried out, a faint, thin cry. "Steve?" Stephen stirred. He turned over a little, grunting in his sleep. The pain came again, harder. She fell forward on her face, writhing in agony. The pain ripped at her, tearing at her belly. She screamed, a shrill wail of fear and pain. Steve sat up. "For God's sake!" He rubbed his eyes and snapped on the lamp. "What the hell?" Laurie lay on her side, gasping and moaning, her eyes staring, knotted fists pressed into her stomach. The pain twisted and seared, devouring her, eating into her. "Laurie," Stephen grated, "what is it?" She screamed, again and again, until the house rocked with echoes. She slid from the bed onto the floor, her body writhing and jerking, her face unrecognizable. Ed came hurrying into the room, pulling his bathrobe around him. "What's going on?" The two men stared helplessly down at the woman on the floor. "Good God," Ed said. He closed his eyes. The day was cold and dark. Snow fell silently over the streets and houses, over the red-brick county hospital building. Dr. Blair walked slowly up the gravel path to his Ford car. He slid inside and turned the ignition key. The motor leaped alive, and he let the brake out. "I'll call you later," Dr. Blair said. "There are certain particulars." "I know," Steve muttered. He was still dazed. His face was gray and puffy from lack of sleep. "I left some sedatives for you. Try to get a little rest." "You think," Steve asked suddenly, "if we had called you earlier?" "No." Blair glanced up at him sympathetically. "I don't. In a thing like that, there's not much chance, not after it's burst." "Then it was appendicitis?" Blair nodded. "Yes." "If we hadn't been so damn far out," Steve said bitterly, "stuck out in the country, no hospital, nothing, miles from town, and we didn't realize it first. Well, it's over now." The upright Ford moved forward a little. All at once a thought came to the doctor. "One more thing." "What is it?" Steve said dully. Blair hesitated. "Post-mortems. Very unfortunate. I don't think there's any reason for one in this case. I'm certain in my own mind. But I wanted to ask, what is it?" Is there anything the girl might have swallowed? Did she put things in her mouth, needles while she was sewing? Pins, coins, anything like that? Seeds? Did she ever eat watermelon? Sometimes the appendix... No. Steve shook his head wearily. I don't know. It was just a thought. Dr. Blair drove slowly off down the narrow tree-lined street, leaving 2 dark streaks, 2 soiled lines that marred the packed, glistening snow. Spring came, warm and sunny. The ground turned black and rich. Overhead the sun shone, a hot white orb full of strength. Stop here, Steve murmured. Ed Patterson brought the car to a halt at the side of the street. He turned off the motor. The 2 men sat in silence, neither of them speaking. At the end of the street, children were playing. A high school boy was mowing a lawn, pushing the machine over wet grass. The street was dark in the shade of the great trees growing along each side. Nice, Ed said. Steve nodded, without answering. Moodily he watched a young girl walking by, a shopping bag under her arm. The girl climbed the stairs of a porch and disappeared into an old-fashioned yellow house. Steve pushed the car door open. Come on, let's get it over with. Ed lifted the wreath of flowers from the back seat and put them in his son's lap. You'll have to carry it. It's your job. All right. Steve grabbed the flowers and stepped out onto the pavement. The 2 men walked up the street together, silent and thoughtful. It's been 7 or 8 months now, Steve said abruptly. At least. Ed lit the cigar as they walked along, puffing clouds of gray smoke around them. Maybe a little more. I never should have brought her up here. She lived in town all her life. She didn't know anything about the country. It would have happened anyhow. If we had been closer to a hospital, the doctor said it wouldn't have made any difference, even if we'd called him right away instead of waiting until morning. They came to the corner and turned. And as you know... Forget it, Steve said, suddenly tense. The sounds of the children had fallen behind them. The houses had thinned out. Their footsteps rang out against the pavement as they walked along. We're almost there, Steve said. They came to a rise. Beyond the rise was a heavy brass fence running the length of a small field, a green field, neat and even, with carefully placed plaques of white marble crisscrossing it. Here we are, Steve said tightly. They keep it nice. Can we get in from this side? We can try. Ed started along the brass fence, looking for a gate. Suddenly Steve halted, grunting. He stared across the field, his face white. Look! What is it? Ed took off his glasses to see. What are you looking at? I was right. Steve's voice was low and indistinct. I thought there was something. Last time we were here, I saw... You see it? I'm not sure. I see the tree, if that's what you mean. In the center of the neat green field, the little apple tree rose proudly. Its bright leaves sparkled in the warm sunlight. The young tree was strong and very healthy. It swayed confidently with the wind, its supple trunk moist with sweet spring sap. They're red, Steve said softly. They're already red. How the hell can they be red? It's only April. How the hell can they be red so soon? I don't know, Ed said. I don't know anything about apples. A strange chill moved through him. But graveyards always made him uncomfortable. Maybe we ought to go. Her cheeks were that color, Steve said, his voice low, when she had been running. Remember? The 2 men gazed uneasily at the little apple tree, its shiny red fruit glistening in the spring sunlight, branches moving gently with the wind. I remember all right, Ed said, grimly. Come on. He took his son's arm, insistently, the wreath of flowers forgotten. Come on, Steve, let's get out of here. Human is. Jill Herrick's blue eyes filled with tears. She gazed at her husband in unspeakable horror. You're hideous, she wailed. Lester Herrick continued working, arranging heaps of notes and graphs in precise piles. Hideous, he stated, is a value judgment. It contains no factual information. He sent a report tape on Centauran parasitic life whizzing through the desk scanner. Merely an opinion, an expression of emotion, nothing more. Jill stumbled back to the kitchen. Listlessly, she waved her hand to trip the stove into activity. Conveyor belts in the wall hummed to life, hurrying the food from the underground storage lockers for the evening meal. She turned to face her husband one last time. "Not even a little while?" she begged. "Not even—" "Not even for a month. When he comes, you can tell him. If you haven't the courage, I'll do it. I can't have a child running around here. I have too much work to do. This report on Beetlejuice 11 is due in 10 days. Lester dropped a spool on Fomalhauten fossil implements into the scanner. "What's the matter with your brother? Why can't he take care of his own child?" Jill dabbed at swollen eyes. "Don't you understand? I want Gus here. I begged Frank to let him come. And now you—" "I'll be glad when he's old enough to be turned over to the government." Lester's thin face twisted in annoyance. "Damn it, Jill, isn't dinner ready yet? It's been 10 minutes. What's wrong with that stove?" "It's almost ready." The stove showed a red signal light. The rodent waiter had come out of the wall and was waiting expectantly to take the food. Jill sat down and blew her small nose violently. In the living room, Lester worked on unperturbed. His work, his research, day after day. Lester was getting ahead, there was no doubt of that. His lean body was bent like a coiled spring over the tape scanner, cold gray eyes taking in the information feverishly, analyzing, appraising, his conceptual faculties operating like well-greased machinery. Jill's lips trembled in misery and resentment. Gus, little Gus, how could she tell him? Fresh tears welled up in her eyes. Never to see the chubby little fellow again. He could never come back, because his childish laughter and play bothered Lester, interfered with his research. The stove clicked to green. The food slid out into the arms of the rodent. Soft chimes sounded to announce dinner. "I hear it," Lester grated. He snapped off the scanner and got to his feet. "I suppose he'll come while we are eating." "I can vid Frank and ask—" "No, might as well get it over with." Lester nodded impatiently to the rodent. "All right, put it down." His thin lips set in an angry line. "Damn it, don't dawdle. I want to get back to my work." Jill bit back the tears. Little Gus came trailing into the house as they were finishing dinner. Jill gave a cry of joy. "Gussie!" She ran to sweep him up in her arms. "I'm so glad to see you." "Watch out for my tiger," Gus muttered. He dropped his little gray kitten onto the rug, and it rushed off under the couch. "He's hiding." Lester's eyes flickered as he studied the little boy and the tip of gray tail extending from under the couch. "Why do you call it a tiger? It's nothing but an alley cat." Gus looked hurt. He scowled. "He's a tiger. He's got stripes." "Tigers are yellow and a great deal bigger. You might as well learn to classify things by their correct names." "Lester, please," Jill pleaded. "Be quiet," her husband said crossly. "Gus is old enough to shed childish illusions and develop a realistic orientation. What's wrong with the psych testers? Don't they straighten this sort of nonsense out?" Gus ran and snatched up his tiger. "You leave him alone." Lester contemplated the kitten. A strange, cold smile played about his lips. "Come down to the lab sometime, Gus. We'll show you lots of cats. We use them in our research. Cats, guinea pigs, rabbits." "Lester," Jill gasped, "how can you?" Lester laughed thinly. Abruptly, he broke off and returned to his desk. "Now clear out of here. I have to finish these reports. And don't forget to tell Gus." Gus got excited. "Tell me what?" His cheeks flushed. His eyes sparkled. "What is it? Something for me? A secret?" Jill's heart was like lead. She put her hand heavily on the child's shoulder. "Come on, Gus. We'll go sit out in the garden, and I'll tell you. Bring your tiger." A click. The emergency vid sender lit up. Instantly, Lester was on his feet. "Be quiet!" He ran to the sender, breathing rapidly. "Nobody speak!" Jill and Gus paused at the door. A confidential message was sliding from the slot into the dish. Lester grabbed it up and broke the seal. He studied it intently. "What is it?" Jill asked. "Anything bad?" "Bad?" Lester's face shone with a deep inner glow. "No, not bad at all." He glanced at his watch. "Just time. Let's see. I'll need—" "What is it?" "I'm going on a trip. I'll be gone 2 or 3 weeks. Rexor 4 is into the charted area." "Rexor 4? You're going there?" Jill clasped her hands eagerly. "Oh, I've always wanted to see an old system, old ruins and cities. Lester, can I come along? Can I go with you? We never took a vacation, and you always promised—" Lester Herrick stared at his wife in amazement. "You?" he said. "You go along?" He laughed unpleasantly. "Now hurry and get my things together. I've been waiting for this a long time." He rubbed his hands together in satisfaction. "You can keep the boy here until I'm back, but no longer. Rexor 4, I can hardly wait." "You have to make allowances," Frank said. "After all, he's a scientist." "I don't care," Jill said. "I'm leaving him. As soon as he gets back from Rexor 4. I've made up my mind." Her brother was silent, deep in thought. He stretched his feet out onto the lawn of the little garden. "Well, if you leave him, you'll be free to marry again. You're still classed as sexually adequate, aren't you?" Jill nodded firmly. "You bet I am. I wouldn't have any trouble. Maybe I can find somebody who likes children." "You think a lot of children," Frank perceived. "Gus loves to go visit you, but he doesn't like Lester. Les needles him." "I know. This past week has been heaven with him gone." Jill patted her soft blonde hair, blushing prettily. "I've had fun. Makes me feel alive again." "When'll he be back?" "Any day." Jill clenched her small fists. "We've been married 5 years, and every year it's worse. He's so inhuman. Utterly cold and ruthless, him and his work, day and night. Les is ambitious. He wants to get to the top in his field." Frank lit a cigarette lazily. "A pusher. Well, maybe he'll do it. What's he in?" "Toxicology. He works out new poisons for military. He invented the copper sulfate skin lime they used against Callisto." "It's a small field. Now take me." Frank leaned contentedly against the wall of the house. "There are thousands of clearance lawyers. I could work for years and never create a ripple. I'm content just to be. I do my job. I enjoy it." "I wish Lester felt that way." "Maybe he'll change." "He'll never change," Jill said bitterly. "I know that now. That's why I've made up my mind to leave him. He'll always be the same." Lester Herrick came back from Rexor 4 a different man. Beaming happily, he deposited his anti-grav suitcase in the arms of the waiting Robant. "Thank you." Jill gasped speechlessly. "Les, what?" Lester moved his hat, bowing a little. "Good day, my dear. You're looking lovely. Your eyes are clear and blue, sparkling like some virgin lake fed by mountain streams." He sniffed. "Do I smell a delicious repast warming on the hearth?" "Oh, Lester." Jill blinked uncertainly, faint hope swelling in her bosom. "Lester, what's happened to you? You're so different." "Am I, my dear?" Lester moved about the house, touching things and sighing. "What a dear little house. So sweet and friendly. You don't know how wonderful it is to be here, believe me." "I'm afraid to believe it," Jill said. "Believe what?" "That you mean all this, that you're not the way you were, the way you've always been." "What way is that?" "Mean and cruel." "I?" Lester frowned, rubbing his lip. Interesting." He brightened. "Well, that's all in the past. What's for dinner? I'm faint with hunger." Jill eyed him uncertainly as she moved into the kitchen. "Anything you want, Lester. You know our stove covers the maximum select list." "Of course." Lester coughed rapidly. "Well, shall we try sirloin steak, medium, smothered in onions, with mushroom sauce, and white rolls, with hot coffee, perhaps ice cream and apple pie for dessert?" "You never seemed to care much about food," Jill said thoughtfully. "Oh?" "You always said you hoped eventually they'd make intravenous intake universally applicable." She studied her husband intently. "Lester, what's happened?" Nothing at all." Lester carelessly took his pipe out and lit it rapidly, somewhat awkwardly. Bits of tobacco drifted to the rug. He bent nervously down and tried to pick them up again. "Please, go about your tasks, and don't mind me. Perhaps I can help you prepare. That is, can I do anything to help?" "No," Jill said. "I can do it. You go ahead with your work, if you want." "Work?" "Your research in toxins." "Toxins?" Lester showed confusion. "Well, for heaven's sake, toxins. Devil take it." "What, dear?" "I mean, I really feel too tired just now. I'll work later." Lester moved vaguely around the room. "I think I'll just sit and enjoy being home again. Off that awful Rexor 4. Was it awful? Horrible. A spasm of disgust crossed Lester's face. Dry and dead, ancient, squeezed to a pulp by wind and sun. A dreadful place, my dear. I'm sorry to hear that. I always wanted to visit it. Heaven forbid, Lester cried feelingly. You stay right here, my dear, with me, the two of us. His eyes wandered around the room. Two, yes. Terra is a wonderful planet, moist and full of life. He beamed happily. Just right. I don't understand it, Jill said. Repeat all the things you remember, Frank said. His robot pencil poised itself alertly. The changes you've noticed in him. I'm curious. Why? No reason. Go on. You say you sensed it right away, that he was different? I noticed it at once, the expression on his face, not that hard, practical look, a sort of mellow look, relaxed, tolerant, a sort of calmness. I see, Frank said. What else? Jill peered nervously through the back door into the house. He can't hear us, can he? No, he's inside, playing with Gus in the living room. They're Venusian ottermen today. Your husband built an otter slide down at his lab. I saw him unwrapping it. His talk. His what? The way he talks, his choice of words he never used before. Whole new phrases, metaphors. I never heard him use a metaphor in all our 5 years together. He said metaphors were inexact, misleading, and what? The pencil scratched busily. And they're strange words, old words, words you don't hear anymore. Archaic phraseology? Frank asked tensely. Yes. Jill paced back and forth across the small lawn, her hands in the pockets of her plastic shorts. Formal words, like something out of a book? Exactly. You've noticed it? I noticed it. Frank's face was grim. Go on. Jill stopped pacing. What's on your mind? Do you have a theory? I want to know more facts. She reflected. He plays with Gus. He plays and jokes, and he eats. Didn't he eat before? Not like he does now. Now he loves food. He goes in the kitchen and tries endless combinations. He and the stove get together and cook up all sorts of weird things. I thought he'd put on weight. He's gained 10 pounds. He eats, smiles, and laughs. He's constantly polite. Jill glanced away coyly. He's even romantic. He always said that was irrational. And he's not interested in his work, his research in toxins. I see. Frank chewed his lip. Anything more? One thing puzzles me very much. I've noticed it again and again. What is it? He seems to have strange lapses of... A burst of laughter. Lester Herrick, eyes bright with merriment, came rushing out of the house, little Gus close behind. We have an announcement, Lester cried. An announcement, Gus echoed. Frank folded his notes up and slid them into his coat pocket. The pencil hurried after them. He got slowly to his feet. What is it? You make it, Lester said, taking little Gus's hand and leading him forward. Gus's plump face screwed up in concentration. I'm going to come live with you, he stated. Anxiously, he watched Jill's expression. Lester says I can. Can I? Can I, Aunt Jill? Her heart flooded with incredible joy. She glanced from Gus to Lester. Do you really mean it? Her voice was almost inaudible. Lester put his arm around her, holding her close to him. Of course we mean it, he said gently. His eyes were warm and understanding. We wouldn't tease you, my dear. No teasing, Gus shouted excitedly. No more teasing. He and Lester and Jill drew close together. Never again. Frank stood a little way off, his face grim. Jill noticed him and broke away abruptly. What is it? She faltered. Is anything... When you're quite finished, Frank said to Lester Herrick, I'd like you to come with me. A chill clutched Jill's heart. What is it? Can I come too? Frank shook his head. He moved toward Lester ominously. Come on, Herrick. Let's go. You and I are going to take a little trip. The 3 federal clearance agents took up positions a few feet from Lester Herrick, vibrotubes gripped alertly. Clearance Director Douglas studied Herrick for a long time. "You're sure?" he said finally. "Absolutely," Frank stated. "When did he get back from Rexor 4? "A week ago." "And the change was noticeable at once?" "His wife noticed it as soon as she saw him. There's no doubt it occurred on Rexor." Frank paused significantly. "And you know what that means." "I know." Douglas walked slowly around the seated man, examining him from every angle. Lester Herrick sat quietly, his coat neatly folded across his knee. He rested his hands on his ivory-topped cane, his face calm and expressionless. He wore a soft gray suit, a subdued necktie, French cuffs, and shiny black shoes. He said nothing. "Their methods are simple and exact," Douglas said. "The original psychic contents are removed and stored in some sort of suspension. The interjection of the substitute contents is instantaneous. Lester Herrick was probably poking around the Rexor City ruins, ignoring the safety precautions, shield or manual screen, and they got him." The seated man stirred. "I'd like very much to communicate with Jill," he murmured. "She surely is becoming anxious." Frank turned away, face choked with revulsion. God, it's still pretending. Director Douglas restrained himself with the greatest effort. "It's certainly an amazing thing. No physical changes. You could look at it and never know." He moved toward the seated man, his face hard. "Listen to me, whatever you call yourself. Can you understand what I say?" "Of course," Lester Herrick answered. "Did you really think you'd get away with it? We caught the others, the ones before you, all 10 of them, even before they got here." Douglas grinned coldly. "Vibro-rayed them one after another." The color left Lester Herrick's face. Sweat came out on his forehead. He wiped it away with a silk handkerchief from his breast pocket. "Oh?" he murmured. "You're not fooling us. All Terra is alerted for you Rexorians. I'm surprised you got off Rexor at all. Herrick must have been extremely careless. We stopped the others aboard ship, fried them out in deep space." "Herrick had a private ship," the seated man murmured. "He bypassed the check station going in. No record of his arrival existed. He was never checked." "Fry it," Douglas grated. The 3 clearance agents lifted their tubes, moving forward. "No," Frank shook his head. "We can't. It's a bad situation." "What do you mean? Why can't we? We fried the others." "They were caught in deep space. This is Terra. Terran law, not military law, applies." Frank waved toward the seated man. "And it's in a human body. It comes under regular civil laws. We've got to prove it's not Lester Herrick, that it's a Rexorian infiltrator. It's going to be tough, but it can be done." "How?" "His wife, Herrick's wife, her testimony. Jill Herrick can assert the difference between Lester Herrick and this thing. She knows, and I think we can make it stand up in court." It was late afternoon. Frank drove his surface cruiser slowly along. Neither he nor Jill spoke. "So that's it," Jill said at last. Her face was gray, her eyes dry and bright, without emotion. "I knew it was too good to be true." She tried to smile. "It seemed so wonderful." "I know," Frank said. "It's a terrible damn thing. If only—" "Why?" Jill said. "Why did it do this? Why did it take Lester's body?" "Rexor 4 is old, dead. A dying planet. Life is dying out." "I remember now. It said something like that. Something about Rexor, that it was glad to get away." "The Rexorians are an old race. The few that remain are feeble. They've been trying to migrate for centuries, but their bodies are too weak. Some tried to migrate to Venus and died instantly. They worked out this system about a century ago." "But it knows so much about us. It speaks our language." "Not quite. The changes you mentioned, the odd diction. You see, the Rexorians have only a vague knowledge of human beings, a sort of ideal abstraction taken from Terran objects that have found their way to Rexor. Books, mostly, secondary data like that. The Rexorian idea of Terra is based on centuries-old Terran literature, romantic novels from our past, language, custom, manners from old Terran books. That accounts for the strange archaic quality to it. It had studied Terra all right, but in an indirect and misleading way. Frank grinned wryly. The Rexorians are 200 years behind the times, which is a break for us. That's how we're able to detect them. Is this sort of thing common? Does it happen often? It seems unbelievable. Jill rubbed her forehead wearily. Dreamlike. It's hard to realize that it's actually happened. I'm just beginning to understand what it means. The galaxy is full of alien life forms, parasitic and destructive entities. Terran ethics don't extend to them. We have to guard constantly against this sort of thing. Lester went in unsuspectingly, and this thing ousted him and took over his body. Frank glanced at his sister. Jill's face was expressionless, a stern little face, wide-eyed but composed. She sat up straight, staring fixedly ahead, her small hands folded quietly in her lap. We can arrange it so you won't have to actually appear in court, Frank went on. You can vid a statement, and it'll be presented as evidence. I'm certain your statement will do. The federal courts will help us all they can, but they have to have some evidence to go on. Jill was silent. What do you say? Frank asked. What happens after the court makes its decision? Then we vibro-ray it. Destroy the Rexorian mind. A Terran patrol ship on Rexor 4 sends out a party to locate the, original contents. Jill gasped. She turned toward her brother in amazement. You mean... Oh yes, Lester is alive, in suspension, somewhere on Rexor, in one of the old city ruins. We'll have to force them to give him up. They won't want to, but they'll do it. They've done it before. Then he'll be back with you, safe and sound, just like before. And this horrible nightmare you've been living will be a thing of the past. I see. Here we are. The cruiser pulled to a halt before the imposing federal clearance building. Frank got quickly out, holding the door for his sister. Jill stepped down slowly. Okay, Frank said. Okay. When they entered the building, clearance agents led them through the check screens, down the long corridors. Jill's high heels echoed in the ominous silence. Quite a place, Frank observed. It's unfriendly. Consider it a glorified police station. Frank halted. Before them was a guarded door. Here we are. Wait. Jill pulled back, her face twisting in panic. We'll wait until you're ready. Frank signaled to the clearance agent to leave. I understand. It's a bad business. Jill stood for a moment, her head down. She took a deep breath. Her small fists clenched. Her chin came up, level and steady. All right. You ready? Yes. Frank opened the door. Here we are. Director Douglas and the 3 clearance agents turned expectantly as Jill and Frank entered. Good, Douglas murmured with relief. I was beginning to get worried. The sitting man got slowly to his feet, picking up his coat. He gripped his ivory-headed cane tightly, his hands tense. He said nothing. He watched silently as the woman entered the room, Frank behind her. This is Mrs. Herrick, Frank said. Jill, this is Clearance Director Douglas. I've heard of you, Jill said faintly. Then you know our work? Yes, I know your work. This is an unfortunate business. It's happened before. I don't know what Frank has told you. He explained the situation. Good. Douglas was relieved. I'm glad of that. It's not easy to explain. You understand, then, what we want. The previous cases were caught in deep space. We vibrotubed them and got the original contents back. But this time we must work through legal channels. Douglas picked up a vidtape recorder. We will need your statement, Mrs. Herrick. Since no physical change has occurred, we'll have no direct evidence to make our case. We'll have only your testimony of character alteration to present to the court. He held the vidtape recorder out. Jill took it, slowly. Your statement will undoubtedly be accepted by the court. The court will give us the release we want, and then we can go ahead. If everything goes correctly, we hope to be able to set up things exactly as they were before. Jill was gazing silently at the man standing in the corner with his coat and ivory-headed cane. Before? She said. What do you mean? Before the change. Jill turned toward Director Douglas. Calmly, she laid the vidtape recorder down on the table. What change are you talking about? Douglas paled. He licked his lips. All eyes in the room were on Jill. The change in him. He pointed at the man. Jill, Frank barked. What's the matter with you? He came quickly toward her. What the hell are you doing? You know damn well what change we mean. That's odd, Jill said thoughtfully. I haven't noticed any change. Frank and Director Douglas looked at each other. I don't get it, Frank muttered, dazed. Mrs. Herrick, Douglas began. Jill walked over to the man standing quietly in the corner. Can we go now, dear? She asked. She took his arm. Or is there some reason why my husband has to stay here? The man and woman walked silently along the dark street. Come on, Jill said. Let's go home. The man glanced at her. It's a nice afternoon, he said. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs. Spring is coming, I think, isn't it? Jill nodded. I wasn't sure. It's a nice smell. Plants and soil and growing things. Yes. Are we going to walk? Is it far? Not too far. The man gazed at her intently, a serious expression on his face. I am very indebted to you, my dear, he said. Jill nodded. I wish to thank you. I must admit I did not expect such a... Jill turned abruptly. What is your name, your real name? The man's gray eyes flickered. He smiled a little, a kind, gentle smile. I'm afraid you would not be able to pronounce it. The sounds cannot be formed. Jill was silent as they walked along, deep in thought. The city lights were coming on all around them. Bright yellow spots in the gloom. What are you thinking? The man asked. I was thinking perhaps I will still call you Lester, Jill said, if you don't mind. I don't mind, the man said. He put his arm around her, drawing her close to him. He gazed down tenderly as they walked through the thickening darkness, between the yellow candles of light that marked the way. Anything you wish. Whatever will make you happy. Adjustment Team. It was bright morning. The sun shone down on the damp lawns and sidewalks, reflecting off the sparkling parked cars. The clerk came walking hurriedly, leafing through his instructions, flipping pages and frowning. He stopped in front of the small green stucco house for a moment and then turned up the walk, entering the backyard. The dog was asleep, inside his shed, his back turned to the world. Only his thick tail showed. For heaven's sake, the clerk exclaimed, hands on his hips. He tapped his mechanical pencil noisily against his clipboard. Wake up, you in there. The dog stirred. He came slowly out of his shed, head first, blinking and yawning in the morning sunlight. Oh, it's you. Already? He yawned again. Big doings. The clerk ran his expert finger down the traffic control sheet. They're adjusting Sector T-137 this morning, starting at exactly 9 o'clock. He glanced at his pocket watch. 3-hour alteration. We'll finish by noon. T-137, that's not far from here. The clerk's thin lips twisted with contempt. Indeed, you're showing astonishing perspicacity, my black-haired friend. Maybe you can divine why I'm here. We overlap with T-137. Exactly. Elements from this sector are involved. We must make sure they're properly placed when the adjustment begins. The clerk glanced toward the small green stucco house. Your particular task concerns the man in there. He is employed by a business establishment lying within Sector T-137. It's essential that he be there before 9 o'clock. The dog studied the house. The shades had been let up. The kitchen light was on. Beyond the lace curtains, dim shapes could be seen, stirring around the table. A man and a woman. They were drinking coffee. There they are, the dog murmured. The man, you say? He's not going to be harmed, is he? Of course not, but he must be at his office early. Usually he doesn't leave until after 9. Today, he must leave at 8:30. He must be within Sector T-137 before the process begins, or he won't be altered to coincide with the new adjustment. The dog sighed. That means I have to summon. Correct. The clerk checked his instruction sheet. You're to summon at precisely 8:15. You've got that? 8:15, no later. What will an 8:15 summons bring? The clerk flipped open his instruction book, examining the code columns. It will bring a friend with a car to drive him to work early. He closed the book and folded his arms, preparing to wait. That way he'll get to his office almost an hour ahead of time, which is vital. Vital, the dog murmured. He lay down, half inside his shed, his eyes closed. Vital. Wake up! This must be done exactly on time. If you summon too soon or too late... The dog nodded sleepily. I know. I'll do it right. I always do it right. Ed Fletcher poured more cream in his coffee. He sighed, leaning back in his chair. Behind him the oven hissed softly, filling the kitchen with warm fumes. The yellow overhead light beamed down. Another roll? Ruth asked. I'm full. Ed sipped his coffee. You can have it. Have to go. Ruth got to her feet, unfastening her robe. Time to go to work. Already? Sure, you lucky bum. Wish I could sit around. Ruth moved toward the bathroom, running her fingers through her long black hair. When you work for the government, you start early. But you get off early, Ed pointed out. He unfolded the Chronicle, examining the sporting green. Well, have a good time today. Don't type any wrong words, any double entendres. The bathroom door closed, as Ruth shed her robe and began dressing. Ed yawned and glanced up at the clock over the sink. Plenty of time, not even 8. He sipped more coffee, and then rubbed his stubbled chin. He would have to shave. He shrugged, lazily. 10 minutes, maybe. Ruth came bustling out in her nylon slip, hurrying into the bedroom. I'm late. She rushed rapidly around, getting into her blouse and skirt, her stockings, her little white shoes. Finally, she bent over and kissed him. Goodbye, honey. I'll do the shopping tonight. Goodbye. Ed lowered his newspaper and put his arm around his wife's trim waist, hugging her affectionately. You smell nice. Don't flirt with the boss. Ruth ran out the front door, clattering down the steps. He heard the click of her heels diminish down the sidewalk. She was gone. The house was silent. He was alone. Ed got to his feet, pushing his chair back. He wandered lazily into the bathroom and got his razor down. 8:10. He washed his face, rubbing it down with shaving cream, and began to shave. He shaved leisurely. He had plenty of time. The clerk bent over his round pocket watch, licking his lips nervously. Sweat stood out on his forehead. The second hand ticked on. 8:14, almost time. Get ready, the clerk snapped. He tensed, his small body rigid. 10 seconds to go. Time, the clerk cried. Nothing happened. The clerk turned, eyes wide with horror. From the little shed a thick black tail showed. The dog had gone back to sleep. Time! The clerk shrieked. He kicked wildly at the furry rump. In the name of God! The dog stirred. He thumped around hastily, backing out of the shed. My goodness! Embarrassed, he made his way quickly to the fence. Standing up on his hind paws, he opened his mouth wide. Woof! He summoned. He glanced apologetically at the clerk. I beg your pardon. I can't understand how... The clerk gazed fixedly down at his watch. Cold terror knotted his stomach. The hands showed 8:16. You failed, he grated. You failed, you miserable, flea-bitten ragbag of a worn-out old mutt. You failed. The dog dropped and came anxiously back. I failed, you say? You mean the summons time was... You summoned too late. The clerk put his watch away slowly, a glazed expression on his face. You summoned too late. We won't get a friend with a car. There's no telling what will come instead. I'm afraid to see what 8:16 brings. I hope he'll be in Sector T-137 in time. He won't, the clerk wailed. He won't be there. We've made a mistake. We've made things go wrong. Ed was rinsing the shaving cream from his face when the muffled sound of the dog's bark echoed through the silent house. Damn, Ed muttered. Wake up the whole block. He dried his face, listening. Was somebody coming? A vibration. Then the doorbell rang. Ed came out of the bathroom. Who could it be? Had Ruth forgotten something? He tossed on a white shirt and opened the front door. A bright young man, face bland and eager, beamed happily at him. Good morning, sir. He tipped his hat. I'm sorry to bother you so early. What do you want? I'm from the Federal Life Insurance Company. I'm here to see you about—" Ed pushed the door closed. "Don't want any. I'm in a rush. Have to get to work." "Your wife said this was the only time I could catch you." The young man picked up his briefcase, easing the door open again. "She especially asked me to come this early. We don't usually begin our work at this time, but since she asked me, I made a special note about it." "Okay." Sighing wearily, Ed admitted the young man. "You can explain your policy while I get dressed." The young man opened his briefcase on the couch, laying out heaps of pamphlets and illustrated folders. "I'd like to show you some of these figures, if I may. It's of great importance to you and your family to—" Ed found himself sitting down, going over the pamphlets. He purchased a $10,000 policy on his own life, and then eased the young man out. He looked at the clock. Practically 9:30. Damn! He'd be late to work. He finished fastening his tie, grabbed his coat, turned off the oven and the lights, dumped the dishes in the sink, and ran out on the porch. As he hurried toward the bus stop, he was cursing inwardly. Life insurance salesman. Why did the jerk have to come just as he was getting ready to leave? Ed groaned. No telling what the consequences would be. Getting to the office late. He wouldn't get there until almost 10. He set himself in anticipation. A sixth sense told him he was in for it. Something bad. It was the wrong day to be late. If only the salesman hadn't come. Ed hopped off the bus a block from his office. He began walking rapidly. The huge clock in front of Stein's jewelry store told him it was almost 10. His heart sank. Old Douglas would give him hell for sure. He could see it now. Douglas puffing and blowing, red-faced, waving his thick finger at him. Miss Evans smiling behind her typewriter. Jackie the office boy grinning and snickering. Earl Hendricks, Joe and Tom, Mary, dark-eyed, full bosom and long lashes, all of them kidding him the whole rest of the day. He came to the corner and stopped for the light. On the other side of the street rose a big white concrete building, the towering column of steel and cement, girders and glass windows. The office building. Ed flinched. Maybe he could say the elevator got stuck, somewhere between the second and third floor. The streetlight changed. Nobody else was crossing. Ed crossed alone. He hopped up on the curb on the far side and stopped, rigid. The sun had winked off. One moment it was beaming down, then it was gone. Ed looked up sharply. Gray clouds swirled above him, huge, formless clouds. Nothing more. An ominous, thick haze that made everything waver and dim. Uneasy chills plucked at him. What was it? He advanced cautiously, feeling his way through the mist. Everything was silent. No sounds. Not even the traffic sounds. Ed peered frantically around, trying to see through the rolling haze. No people, no cars, no sun, nothing. The office building loomed up ahead, ghostly. It was an indistinct gray. He put out his hand, uncertainly. A section of the building fell away. It rained down, a torrent of particles, like sand. Ed gaped foolishly, a cascade of gray debris spilling around his feet, and where he had touched the building a jagged cavity yawned, an ugly pit marring the concrete. Dazed, he made his way to the front steps. He mounted them. The steps gave way underfoot. His feet sank down. He was wading through shifting sand, weak, rotted stuff, that broke under his weight. He got into the lobby. The lobby was dim and obscure. The overhead lights flickered feebly in the gloom. An unearthly pall hung over everything. He spied the cigar stand. The seller leaned, silently, resting on the counter, toothpick between his teeth, his face vacant. And gray. He was gray all over. "Hey," Ed croaked. "What's going on?" The seller did not answer. Ed reached out toward him. His hand touched the seller's gray arm and passed right through. "Good God," Ed said. The seller's arm came loose. It fell to the lobby floor, disintegrating into fragments, bits of gray fiber, like dust. Ed's senses reeled. "Help!" he shouted, finding his voice. No answer. He peered around. A few shapes stood here and there. A man reading a newspaper, two women waiting at the elevator. Ed made his way over to the man. He reached out and touched him. The man slowly collapsed. He settled into a heap, a loose pile of gray ash, dust, particles. The two women dissolved when he touched them. Silently, they made no sound as they broke apart. Ed found the stairs. He grabbed hold of the banister and climbed. The stairs collapsed under him. He hurried faster. Behind him lay a broken path, his footprints clearly visible in the concrete. Clouds of ash blew around him as he reached the second floor. He gazed down the silent corridor. He saw more clouds of ash. He heard no sound. There was just darkness, rolling darkness. He climbed unsteadily to the third floor. Once his shoe broke completely through the stair. For a sickening second he hung, poised over a yawning hole that looked down into a bottomless nothing. Then he climbed on and emerged in front of his own office, Douglas and Blake Real Estate. The hall was dim, gloomy with clouds of ash. The overhead lights flickered fitfully. He reached for the door handle. The handle came off in his hand. He dropped it and dug his fingernails into the door. The plate glass crashed past him, breaking into bits. He tore the door open and stepped over it into the office. Miss Evans sat at her typewriter, fingers resting quietly on the keys. She did not move. She was gray, her hair, her skin, her clothing. She was without color. Ed touched her. His fingers went through her shoulder into dry flakiness. He drew back, sickened. Miss Evans did not stir. He moved on. He pushed against a desk. The desk collapsed into rotting dust. Earl Hendricks stood by the water cooler, a cup in his hand. He was a gray statue, unmoving. Nothing stirred. No sound, no life. The whole office was gray dust without life or motion. Ed found himself out in the corridor again. He shook his head, dazed. What did it mean? Was he going out of his mind? Was he... A sound. Ed turned, peering into the gray mist. A creature was coming, hurrying rapidly. A man in a white robe. Behind him others came. Men in white, with equipment. They were lugging complex machinery. "Hey," Ed gasped weakly. The men stopped. Their mouths opened. Their eyes popped. "Look! Something's gone wrong. One's still charged. Get the de-energizer. We can't proceed until—" The men came toward Ed, moving around him. One lugged a long hose with some sort of nozzle. A portable cart came wheeling up. Instructions were rapidly shouted. Ed broke out of his paralysis. Fear swept over him. Panic. Something hideous was happening. He had to get out, warn people, get away. He turned and ran, back down the stairs. The stairs collapsed under him. He fell half a flight, rolling in heaps of dry ash. He got to his feet and hurried on, down to the ground floor. The lobby was lost in the clouds of gray ash. He pushed blindly through toward the door. Behind him the white-clad men were coming, dragging their equipment and shouting to each other, hurrying quickly after him. He reached the sidewalk. Behind him the office building wavered and sagged, sinking to one side, torrents of ash raining down in heaps. He raced toward the corner, the men just behind him. Gray cloud swirled around him. He groped his way across the street, hands outstretched. He gained the opposite curb. The sun winked on. Warm yellow sunlight streamed down on him. Cars honked. Traffic lights changed. On all sides, men and women in bright spring clothes hurried and pushed. Shoppers, a blue-clad cop, salesmen with briefcases. Stores, windows, signs, noisy cars moving up and down the street. And overhead was the bright sun and familiar blue sky. Ed halted, gasping for breath. He turned and looked back the way he had come. Across the street was the office building, as it had always been, firm and distinct, concrete and glass and steel. He stepped back a pace and collided with a hurrying citizen. "Hey," the man grunted. "Watch it." "Sorry." Ed shook his head, trying to clear it. From where he stood, the office building looked like always, big and solemn and substantial, rising up imposingly on the other side of the street. But a minute ago, maybe he was out of his mind. He had seen the building crumbling into dust. Building and people. They had fallen into gray clouds of dust. And the men in white, they had chased him, Men in white robes, shouting orders, wheeling complex equipment. He was out of his mind. There was no other explanation. Weakly, Ed turned and stumbled along the sidewalk, his mind reeling. He moved blindly, without purpose, lost in a haze of confusion and terror. The clerk was brought into the top-level administrative chambers and told to wait. He paced back and forth nervously, clasping and wringing his hands in an agony of apprehension. He took off his glasses and wiped them shakily. Lord, all the trouble and grief, and it wasn't his fault, but he would have to take the rap. It was his responsibility to get the summoners routed out and their instructions followed. The miserable, flea-infested summoner had gone back to sleep, and he would have to answer for it. The doors opened. "All right," a voice murmured, preoccupied. It was a tired, careworn voice. The clerk trembled and entered slowly, sweat dripping down his neck into his celluloid collar. The old man glanced up, laying aside his book. He studied the clerk calmly, his faded blue eyes mild, a deep, ancient mildness that made the clerk tremble even more. He took out his handkerchief and mopped his brow. "I understand there was a mistake," the old man murmured. "In connection with Sector T-137. Something to do with an element from an adjoining area." "That's right." The clerk's voice was faint and husky. "Very unfortunate." "What exactly occurred?" "I started out this morning with my instruction sheets. The material relating to T-137 had top priority, of course. I served notice on the summoner in my area that an 8:15 summons was required." "Did the summoner understand the urgency?" "Yes, sir." The clerk hesitated. But what?" The clerk twisted miserably. "While my back was turned, the summoner crawled back in his shed and went to sleep. I was occupied checking the exact time with my watch. I called the moment, but there was no response." "You called at 8:15 exactly?" "Yes, sir, exactly 8:15, but the summoner was asleep. By the time I managed to arouse him, it was 8:16. He summoned, but instead of a friend with a car, we got a life insurance salesman." The clerk's face screwed up with disgust. "The salesman kept the element there until almost 9:30. Therefore he was late to work instead of early." For a moment, the old man was silent. "Then the element was not within T-137 when the adjustment began?" "No, he arrived about 10 o'clock. "During the middle of the adjustment." The old man got to his feet and paced slowly back and forth, face grim, hands behind his back. His long robe flowed out behind him. "A serious matter. During a sector adjustment, all related elements from other sectors must be included, otherwise their orientations remain out of phase. When this element entered T-137, the adjustment had been in progress 50 minutes. The element encountered the sector at its most de-energized stage. He wandered about until one of the adjustment teams met him." "Did they catch him?" "Unfortunately, no. He fled out of the sector into a nearby fully energized area." What then?" The old man stopped pacing, his lined face grim. He ran a heavy hand through his long white hair. "We do not know. We lost contact with him. We will reestablish contact soon, of course. But for the moment, he is out of control." "What are you going to do?" "He must be contacted and contained. He must be brought up here. There's no other solution." "Up here?" "It is too late to de-energize him. By the time he is regained, he will have told others. To wipe his mind clean would only complicate matters. Usual methods will not suffice. I must deal with this problem myself." "I hope he's located quickly," the clerk said. "He will be. Every watcher is alerted. Every watcher and every summoner." The old man's eyes twinkled. "Even the clerks, although we hesitate to count on them." The clerk flushed. "I'll be glad when this thing is over," he muttered. Ruth came tripping down the stairs and out of the building, into the hot noonday sun. She lit a cigarette and hurried along the walk, her small bosom rising and falling as she breathed in the spring air. "Ruth!" Ed stepped up behind her. "Ed!" She spun, gasping in astonishment. "What are you doing away from—" "Come on." Ed grabbed her arm, pulling her along. "Let's keep moving." "But what—" "I'll tell you later." Ed's face was pale and grim. "Let's go where we can talk. In private." "I was going down to have lunch at Louie's. We can talk there." Ruth hurried along breathlessly. "What is it? What's happened? You look so strange. And why aren't you at work? Did you get fired?" They crossed the street and entered a small restaurant. Men and women milled around, getting their lunch. Ed found a table in the back, secluded in a corner. "Here." He sat down abruptly. "This will do." She slid into the other chair. Ed ordered a cup of coffee. Ruth had salad and creamed tuna on toast, coffee and peach pie. Silently, Ed watched her as she ate, his face dark and moody. "Please tell me," Ruth begged him. "You really want to know?" "Of course I want to know." Ruth put her small hand anxiously on his. "I'm your wife." "Something happened today, this morning. I was late to work. A damn insurance man came by and held me up. I was half an hour late." Ruth caught her breath. "Douglas fired you." "No." Ed ripped a paper napkin slowly into bits. He stuffed the bits in the half-empty water glass. "I was worried as hell. I got off the bus and hurried down the street. I noticed it when I stepped up on the curb in front of the office." "Noticed what?" Ed told her. The whole works, everything. When he had finished, Ruth sat back, her face white, hands trembling. "I see," she murmured. "No wonder you're upset." She drank a little cold coffee, the cup rattling against the saucer. "What a terrible thing." Ed leaned intently toward his wife. "Ruth, do you think I'm going crazy?" Ruth's red lips twisted. "I don't know what to say. It's so strange." "Yeah, strange is hardly the word for it. I poked my hands right through them, like they were clay. Old, dry clay. Dust figures." Ed lit a cigarette from Ruth's pack. "When I got out, I looked back, and there it was. The office building. Like always." "You were afraid Mr. Douglas would bawl you out, weren't you?" "Sure, I was afraid. And guilty." Ed's eyes flickered. "I know what you're thinking. I was late, and I couldn't face him, so I had some sort of protective psychotic fit. Retreat from reality." He stubbed the cigarette out savagely. "Ruth, I've been wandering around town since. 2.5 hours. Sure, I'm afraid. I'm afraid like hell to go back." "Of Douglas?" "No, the men in white." Ed shuddered. "God, chasing me with their damn hoses and equipment." Ruth was silent. Finally, she looked up at her husband, her dark eyes bright. "You have to go back, Ed." "Back? Why?" "To prove something." "Prove what?" "Prove it's all right." Ruth's hand pressed against his. "You have to, Ed. You have to go back and face it, to show yourself there's nothing to be afraid of." "The hell with it! After what I saw? Listen, Ruth, I saw the fabric of reality split open. I saw behind, underneath. I saw what was really there. And I don't want to go back. I don't want to see dust people again, ever." Ruth's eyes were fixed intently on him. "I'll go back with you," she said. "For God's sake." "For your sake, for your sanity, so you'll know." Ruth got abruptly to her feet, pulling her coat around her. "Come on, Ed. I'll go with you. We'll go up there together, to the office of Douglas and Blake Real Estate. I'll even go in with you to see Mr. Douglas." Ed got up slowly, staring hard at his wife. "You think I blacked out? Cold feet. Couldn't face the boss." His voice was low and strained. "Don't you?" Ruth was already threading her way toward the cashier. "Come on, you'll see. It'll all be there, just like it always was." "Okay," Ed said. He followed her slowly. "We'll go back there and see which of us is right." They crossed the street together, Ruth holding on tight to Ed's arm. Ahead of them was the building, the towering structure of concrete and metal and glass. "There it is," Ruth said. "See?" There it was, all right. The big building rose up, firm and solid, glittering in the early afternoon sun, its windows sparkling brightly. Ed and Ruth stepped up onto the curb. Ed tensed himself, his body rigid. He winced as his foot touched the pavement. But nothing happened. The street noises continued. Cars, people hurrying past, a kid selling papers. There were sounds, smells, the noise of a city in the middle of the day. And overhead was the sun and the bright blue sky. "See?" Ruth said. "I was right." They walked up the front steps, into the lobby. Behind the cigar stand, the Sellers stood, arms folded, listening to the ball game. "Hi, Mr. Fletcher," he called to Ed. His face lit up good-naturedly. "Who's the dame? Your wife know about this?" Ed laughed unsteadily. They passed on toward the elevator. 4 or 5 businessmen stood waiting. They were middle-aged men, well-dressed, waiting impatiently in a bunch. "Hey, Fletcher," one said, "where you been all day? Douglas is yelling his head off." "Hello, Earl," Ed muttered. He gripped Ruth's arm. "Been a little sick." The elevator came. They got in. The elevator rose. "Hi, Ed," the elevator operator said. "Who's the good-looking gal? Why don't you introduce her around?" Ed grinned mechanically. "My wife." The elevator let them off at the 3rd floor. Ed and Ruth got out, heading toward the glass door of Douglas and Blake Real Estate. Ed halted, breathing shallowly. "Wait." He licked his lips. Ruth waited calmly as Ed wiped his forehead and neck with his handkerchief. "All right now?" "Yeah." Ed moved forward. He pulled open the glass door. Miss Evans glanced up, ceasing her typing. "Ed Fletcher, where on earth have you been?" "I've been sick. Hello, Tom." Tom glanced up from his work. "Hi, Ed. Say, Douglas is yelling for your scalp. Where have you been?" "I know." Ed turned wearily to Ruth. "I guess I better go in and face the music." Ruth squeezed his arm. "You'll be all right, I know." She smiled, a relieved flash of white teeth and red lips. "Okay? Call me if you need me." "Sure." Ed kissed her briefly on the mouth. "Thanks, honey. Thanks a lot. I don't know what the hell went wrong with me. I guess it's over." "Forget it. So long." Ruth skipped back out of the office, the door closing after her. Ed listened to her race down the hall to the elevator. "Nice little gal," Jackie said appreciatively. "Yeah." Ed nodded, straightening his necktie. He moved unhappily toward the inner office, steeling himself. Well, he had to face it. Ruth was right. But he was going to have a hell of a time explaining it to the boss. He could see Douglas now, thick red wattles, big bull roar, face distorted with rage. Ed stopped abruptly at the entrance to the inner office. He froze rigid. The inner office. It was changed. The hackles of his neck rose. Cold fear gripped him, clutching at his windpipe. The inner office was different. He turned his head slowly, taking in the sight. The desks, chairs, fixtures, file cabinets, pictures. Changes. Little changes, subtle. Ed closed his eyes and opened them slowly. He was alert, breathing rapidly, his pulse racing. It was changed all right. No doubt about it. "What's the matter, Ed?" Tom asked. The staff watched him curiously, pausing in their work. Ed said nothing. He advanced slowly into the inner office. The office had been gone over. He could tell. Things had been altered, rearranged. Nothing obvious, nothing he could put his finger on, but he could tell. Joe Kent greeted him uneasily. "What's the matter, Ed? You look like a wild dog. Is something—" Ed studied Joe. He was different, not the same. What was it? Joe's face. It was a little fuller. His shirt was blue-striped. Joe never wore blue stripes. Ed examined Joe's desk. He saw papers and accounts. The desk. It was too far to the right. And it was bigger. It wasn't the same desk. The picture on the wall. It wasn't the same. It was a different picture entirely. And the things on top of the file cabinet. Some were new, others were gone. He looked back through the door. Now that he thought about it, Miss Evans' hair was different, done a different way, and it was lighter. In here, Mary, filing her nails, over by the window. She was taller, fuller. Her purse lying on the desk in front of her. A red purse, red knit. "You always have that purse?" Ed demanded. Mary glanced up. "What?" "That purse. You always have that?" Mary laughed. She smoothed her skirt coyly around her shapely thighs, her long lashes blinking modestly. "Why, Mr. Fletcher, what do you mean?" Ed turned away. He knew. Even if she didn't. She had been redone, changed. Her purse, her clothes, her figure, everything about her. None of them knew, but him. His mind spun dizzily. They were all changed. All of them were different. They had all been remolded, recast, subtly, but it was there. The wastebasket. It was smaller, not the same. The window shades, white, not ivory. The wallpaper was not the same pattern. The lighting fixtures, endless, subtle changes. Ed made his way back to the inner office. He lifted his hand and knocked on Douglas' door. "Come in." Ed pushed the door open. Nathan Douglas looked up impatiently. "Mr. Douglas," Ed began. He came into the room unsteadily and stopped. Douglas was not the same. Not at all. His whole office was changed. The rugs, the drapes. The desk was oak, not mahogany. And Douglas himself? Douglas was younger, thinner. His hair brown, his skin not so red, his face smoother, no wrinkles, chin reshaped, eyes green, not black. He was a different man. But still Douglas. A different Douglas. A different version. "What is it?" Douglas demanded impatiently. "Oh, it's you, Fletcher. Where were you this morning?" Ed backed out, fast. He slammed the door and hurried back through the inner office. Tom and Miss Evans glanced up, startled. Ed passed them by, grabbing the hall door open. "Hey," Tom called. "What?" Ed hurried down the hall. Terror leaped through him. He had to hurry. He had seen. There wasn't much time. He came to the elevator and stabbed the button. No time. He ran to the stairs and started down. He reached the second floor. His terror grew. It was a matter of seconds. Seconds. The public phone. Ed ran into the phone booth. He dragged the door shut after him. Wildly, he dropped a dime in the slot and dialed. He had to call the police. He held the receiver to his ear, his heart pounding. Warned them. Changes. Somebody tampering with reality, altering it. He had been right. The white-clad men, their equipment, going through the building. "Hello," Ed shouted hoarsely. There was no answer, no hum, nothing. Ed peered frantically out the door, and he sagged, defeated. Slowly he hung up the telephone receiver. He was no longer on the second floor. The phone booth was rising, leaving the second floor behind, carrying him up faster and faster. It rose, floor by floor, moving silently, swiftly. The phone booth passed through the ceiling of the building and out into the bright sunlight. It gained speed. The ground fell away below. Buildings and streets were getting smaller each moment. Tiny specks hurried along, far below, cars and people dwindling rapidly. Clouds drifted between him and the earth. Ed shut his eyes, dizzy with fright. He held on desperately to the door handles of the phone booth. Faster and faster the phone booth climbed. The earth was rapidly being left behind, far below. Ed peered up wildly. Where? Where was he going? Where was it taking him? He stood gripping the door handles, waiting. The clerk nodded curtly. "That's him, all right, the element in question." Ed Fletcher looked around him. He was in a huge chamber. The edges fell away into indistinct shadows. In front of him stood a man with notes and ledgers under his arm, peering at him through steel-rimmed glasses. He was a nervous little man, sharp-eyed, with celluloid collar, blue serge suit, vest, watch chain. He wore black, shiny shoes. And beyond him, an old man sat quietly in an immense modern chair. He watched Fletcher calmly, his blue eyes mild and tired. A strange thrill shot through Fletcher. It was not fear. Rather it was a vibration rattling his bones, a deep sense of awe tinged with fascination. What is this place?" he asked faintly. He was still dazed from his quick ascent. "Don't ask questions," the nervous little man snapped angrily, tapping his pencil against his ledgers. "You're here to answer, not ask." The old man moved a little. He raised his hand. "I will speak to the element alone," he murmured. His voice was low. It vibrated and rumbled through the chamber. Again, the waver of fascinated awe swept Ed. "Alone?" The little fellow backed away, gathering his books and papers in his arms. "Of course." He glanced hostilely at Ed Fletcher. "I'm glad he's finally in custody. All the work and trouble just for—" He disappeared through a door. The door closed softly behind him. Ed and the old man were alone. Please sit down, the old man said. Ed found a seat. He sat down awkwardly, nervously. He got out his cigarettes and then put them away again. What's wrong? The old man asked. I'm just beginning to understand. Understand what? That I'm dead. The old man smiled briefly. Dead? No, you're not dead. You're visiting. An unusual event, but necessitated by circumstances. He leaned toward Ed. Mr. Fletcher, you have got yourself involved with something. Yeah, Ed agreed. I wish I knew what it was or how it happened. It was not your fault. You were a victim of a clerical error. A mistake was made, not by you, but involving you. What mistake? Ed rubbed his forehead wearily. I got in on something. I saw through. I saw something I wasn't supposed to see. The old man nodded. That's right. You saw something you were not supposed to see, something few elements have been aware of, let alone witnessed. Elements? An official term, let it pass. A mistake was made, but we hope to rectify it. It is my hope that— Those people, Ed interrupted, heaps of dry ash, and gray, like they were dead. Only it was everything, the stairs and walls and floor, no color or life. That sector had been temporarily de-energized, so the adjustment team could enter and effect changes. Changes, Ed nodded. That's right. When I went back later, everything was alive again, but not the same. It was all different. The adjustment was complete by noon. The team finished its work and re-energized the sector. I see, Ed muttered. You were supposed to have been in the sector when the adjustment began. Because of an error, you were not. You came into the sector late, during the adjustment itself. You fled, and when you returned, it was over. You saw, and you should not have seen. Instead of a witness, you should have been part of the adjustment. Like the others, you should have undergone changes. Sweat came out on Ed Fletcher's head. He wiped it away. His stomach turned over. Weakly, he cleared his throat. I get the picture. His voice was almost inaudible. A chilling premonition moved through him. I was supposed to be changed, like the others, but I guess something went wrong. Something went wrong. An error occurred. And now a serious problem exists. You have seen these things. You know a great deal. And you are not coordinated with the new configuration. Gosh, Ed muttered. Well, I won't tell anybody. Cold sweat poured off him. You can count on that. I'm as good as changed. You have already told someone, the old man said coldly. Me? Ed blinked. Who? Your wife. Ed trembled. The color drained from his face, leaving it sickly white. That's right, I did. Your wife knows. The old man's face twisted angrily. A woman, of all the things to tell. I didn't know. Ed retreated, panic leaping through him. But I know now. You can count on me. Consider me changed. The ancient blue eyes bored keenly into him, peering far into his depths. And you were going to call the police. You wanted to inform the authorities. But I didn't know who was doing the changing. Now you know. The natural process must be supplemented, adjusted here and there. Corrections must be made. We are fully licensed to make such corrections. Our adjustment teams perform vital work. Ed plucked up a measure of courage. This particular adjustment, Douglas, the office, what was it for? I'm sure it was some worthwhile purpose. The old man waved his hand. Behind him, in the shadows, an immense map glowed into existence. Ed caught his breath. The edges of the map faded off in obscurity. He saw an infinite web of detailed sections, a network of squares and ruled lines. Each square was marked. Some glowed with a blue light. The lights altered constantly. The sector board, the old man said. He sighed wearily. A staggering job. Sometimes we wonder how we can go on another period. But it must be done, for the good of all, for your good. The change, in our sector. Your office deals in real estate. The old Douglas was a shrewd man, but rapidly becoming infirm. His physical health was waning. In a few days, Douglas will be offered a chance to purchase a large unimproved forest area in western Canada. It will require most of his assets. The older, less virile Douglas would have hesitated. It is imperative he not hesitate. He must purchase the area and clear the land at once. Only a younger man, a younger Douglas, would undertake this. When the land is cleared, certain anthropological remains will be discovered. They have already been placed there. Douglas will lease his land to the Canadian government for scientific study. The remains found there will cause international excitement in learned circles. A chain of events will be set in motion. Men from numerous countries will come to Canada to examine the remains. Soviet, Polish, and Czech scientists will make the journey. The chain of events will draw these scientists together for the first time in years. National research will be temporarily forgotten in the excitement of these non-national discoveries. One of the leading Soviet scientists will make friends with a Belgian scientist. Before they depart, they will agree to correspond, without the knowledge of their governments, of course. The circle will widen. Other scientists on both sides will be drawn in. A society will be founded. More and more educated men will transfer an increasing amount of time to this international society. Purely national research will suffer a slight but extremely critical eclipse. The war tension will somewhat wane. This alteration is vital, and it is dependent on the purchase and clearing of the section of wilderness in Canada. The old Douglas would not have dared take the risk. But the altered Douglas and his altered, more youthful staff will pursue this work with wholehearted enthusiasm. And from this the vital chain of widening events will come about. The beneficiaries will be you. Our methods may seem strange and indirect, even incomprehensible, but I assure you we know what we're doing. I know that now, Ed said. So you do. You know a great deal, much too much. No element should possess such knowledge. I should perhaps call an adjustment team in here. A picture formed in Ed's mind. Swirling gray clouds, gray men and women. He shuddered. Look, he croaked, I'll do anything at all, only don't de-energize me. Sweat ran down his face. Okay? The old man pondered. Perhaps some alternative could be found. There is another possibility. What? Ed asked eagerly. What is it? The old man spoke, slowly, thoughtfully. If I allow you to return, you will swear never to speak of the matter? Will you swear not to reveal to anyone the things you saw, the things you know? Sure, Ed gasped eagerly, blinding relief flooding over him. I swear. Your wife. She must know nothing more. She must think it was only a passing psychological fit, retreat from reality. She thinks that already. She must continue to. Ed set his jaw firmly. I'll see that she continues to think it was a mental aberration. She'll never know what really happened. You are certain you can keep the truth from her? Sure, Ed said confidently. I know I can. All right. The old man nodded slowly. I will send you back, but you must tell no one. He swelled, visibly. Remember, you will eventually come back to me. Everyone does in the end, and your fate will not be enviable. I won't tell her, Ed said, sweating. I promise. You have my word on that. I can handle Ruth. Don't give it a second thought. Ed arrived home at sunset. He blinked, dazed from the rapid descent. For a moment he stood on the pavement, regaining his balance and catching his breath. Then he walked quickly up the path. He pushed the door open and entered the little green stucco house. Ed! Ruth came flying, face distorted with tears. She threw her arms around him, hugging him tight. Where the hell have you been? Been? Ed murmured. At the office, of course. Ruth pulled back abruptly. No, you haven't. Vague tendrils of alarm plucked at Ed. Of course I have. Where else? I called Douglas about 3. He said you left. You walked out practically as soon as I turned my back. Eddie. Ed patted her nervously. Take it easy, honey. He began unbuttoning his coat. Everything's okay. Understand? Things are perfectly all right. Ruth sat down on the arm of the couch. She blew her nose, dabbing at her eyes. If you knew how much I've worried. She put her handkerchief away and folded her arms. I want to know where you were. Uneasily, Ed hung his coat in the closet. He came over and kissed her. Her lips were ice cold. I'll tell you all about it, but what do you say we have something to eat? I'm starved. Ruth studied him intently. She got down from the arm of the couch. I'll change and fix dinner. She hurried into the bedroom and slipped off her shoes and nylons. Ed followed her. I didn't mean to worry you, he said carefully. After you left me today, I realized you were right. Oh? Ruth unfastened her blouse and skirt, arranging them over a hanger. Right about what? About me. He manufactured a grin and made it glow across his face. About what happened? Ruth hung her slip over the hanger. She studied her husband intently as she struggled into her tight-fitting jeans. Go on. The moment had come. It was now or never. Ed Fletcher braced himself and chose his words carefully. I realized, he stated, that the whole darn thing was in my mind. You were right, Ruth, completely right. And I even realized what caused it. Ruth rolled her cotton t-shirt down and tucked it in her jeans. What was the cause? Overwork. Overwork? I need a vacation. I haven't had a vacation in years. My mind isn't on the job. I've been daydreaming. He said it firmly, but his heart was in his mouth. I need to get away. To the mountains, bass fishing, or... He searched his mind frantically. Or... Ruth came toward him, ominously. Ed, she said sharply, look at me. What's the matter? Panic shot through him. Why are you looking at me like that? Where were you this afternoon? Ed's grin faded. I told you I went for a walk, didn't I tell you? A walk, to think things over. Don't lie to me, Eddie Fletcher. I can tell when you're lying. Fresh tears welled up in Ruth's eyes. Her breasts rose and fell excitedly under her cotton shirt. Admit it, you didn't go for a walk. Ed stammered weakly. Sweat poured off him. He sagged helplessly against the door. What do you mean? Ruth's black eyes flashed with anger. Come on, I want to know where you were. Tell me, I have a right to know. What really happened? Ed retreated in terror, his resolve melting like wax. It was going all wrong. Honest, I went out for a... Tell me. Ruth's sharp fingernails dug into his arm. I want to know where you were and who you were with. Ed opened his mouth. He tried to grin, but his face failed to respond. I don't know what you mean. You know what I mean. Who were you with? Where did you go? Tell me. I'll find out sooner or later. There was no way out. He was licked, and he knew it. He couldn't keep it from her. Desperately, he stalled, praying for time. If he could only distract her, get her mind on something else. If she would only let up, even for a second, he could invent something, a better story. Time. He needed more time. Ruth, you've got to... Suddenly there was a sound, the bark of a dog, echoing through the dark house. Ruth let go, cocking her head alertly. That was Dobby. I think somebody's coming. The doorbell rang. You stay here. I'll be right back. Ruth ran out of the room to the front door. Darn it, she pulled the front door open. Good evening. The young man stepped quickly inside, loaded down with objects, grinning broadly at Ruth. I'm from the Sweep Right Vacuum Cleaner Company. Ruth scowled impatiently. Really, we're about to sit down at the table. Oh, this will only take a moment. The young man set down the vacuum cleaner and its attachments with a metallic crash. Rapidly, he unrolled a long illustrated banner, showing the vacuum cleaner in action. Now, if you'll just hold this while I plug in the cleaner... He bustled happily about, unplugging the TV set, plugging in the cleaner, pushing the chairs out of his way. I'll show you the drape scraper first. He attached a hose and nozzle to the big gleaming tank. Now, if you'll just sit down, I'll demonstrate each of these easy-to-use attachments. His happy voice rose over the roar of the cleaner. You'll notice... Ed Fletcher sat down on the bed. He groped in his pocket until he found his cigarettes. Shakily he lit one and leaned back against the wall, weak with relief. He gazed up, a look of gratitude on his face. Thanks, he said softly. I think we'll make it. After all. Thanks a lot. The Impossible Planet. She just stands there, Norton said nervously. Captain, you'll have to talk to her. What does she want? She wants a ticket. She's stone deaf. She just stands there staring and she won't go away. It gives me the creeps. Captain Andrews got slowly to his feet. Okay, I'll talk to her. Send her in. Thanks. To the corridor, Norton said, the captain will talk to you. Come ahead. There was motion outside the control room, a flash of metal. Captain Andrews pushed his desk scanner back and stood, waiting. In here. Norton backed into the control room. This way, right in here. Behind Norton came a withered little old woman. Beside her moved a gleaming rodent, a towering robot servant, supporting her with its arm. The rodent and the tiny old woman entered the control room slowly. Here's her papers. Norton slid a folio onto the chart desk, his voice awed. She's 350 years old, one of the oldest sustained. From Riga, too. Andrews leafed slowly through the folio. In front of the desk, the little woman stood silently, staring straight ahead. Her faded eyes were pale blue, like ancient china. "Irma Vincent Gordon," Andrews murmured. He glanced up. "Is that right?" The old woman did not answer. "She is totally deaf, sir," the Robin said. Andrews grunted and returned to the folio. Irma Gordon was one of the original settlers of the Riga system, origin unknown, probably born out in space in one of the old subsea ships. A strange feeling drifted through him. The little old creature, the centuries she had seen, the changes. "She wants to travel?" he asked the Robin. "Yes, sir. She has come from her home to purchase a ticket." "Can she stand space travel?" "She came from Riga, here to Fomalhaut 9. "Where does she want to go?" "To Earth, sir," the Robin said. "Earth?" Andrew's jaw dropped. He swore nervously. "What do you mean?" "She wishes to travel to Earth, sir." "You see," Norton muttered, "completely crazy." Gripping his desk tightly, Andrews addressed the old woman. "Madam, we can't sell you a ticket to Earth." "She can't hear you, sir," the Robin said. Andrews found a piece of paper. He wrote in big letters, "Can't sell you a ticket to Earth." He held it up. The old woman's eyes moved as she studied the words. Her lips twitched. "Why not?" she said at last. Her voice was faint and dry, like rustling weeds. Andrews scratched an answer. "No such place." He added grimly, "Myth, legend, never existed." The old woman's faded eyes left the words. She gazed directly at Andrews, her face expressionless. Andrews became uneasy. Beside him, Norton sweated nervously. "Geez," Norton muttered, "get her out of here. She'll put the hex on us." Andrews addressed the Robin. "Can't you make her understand? There is no such place as Earth. It's been proved 1,000 times. No such primordial planet existed. All scientists agree. Human life arose simultaneously throughout the—" "It is her wish to travel to Earth," the Robin said patiently. "She is 350 years old, and they have ceased giving her sustentation treatments. She wishes to visit Earth before she dies." "But it's a myth!" Andrews exploded. He opened and closed his mouth, but no words came. "How much?" the old woman said. "How much?" "I can't do it," Andrews shouted. "There isn't—" "We have a kilo positives," the Robin said. Andrews became suddenly quiet. 1,000 positives. He blanched in amazement. His jaws clamped shut, the color draining from his face. "How much?" the old woman repeated. "How much?" "Will that be sufficient?" the Robin asked. For a moment Andrews swallowed silently. Abruptly he found his voice. "Sure," he said. "Why not?" "Captain," Norton protested, "have you gone nuts? You know there's no such place as Earth. How the hell can we—" "Sure, we'll take her." Andrews buttoned his tunic slowly, hands shaking. "We'll take her anywhere she wants to go. Tell her that. For 1,000 positives, we'll be glad to take her to Earth. Okay?" "Of course," the Robin said. "She has saved many decades for this. She will give you the kilo positives at once. She has them with her." "Look," Norton said, "you can get 20 years for this. They'll take your articles and your card and they'll—" "Shut up." Andrews spun the dial of the intersystem vidsender. Under them, the jets throbbed and roared. The lumbering transport had reached deep space. "I want the main information library at Centaurus 2, he said into the speaker. "Even for 1,000 positives you can't do it. Nobody can do it. They tried to find Earth for generations. Directorate ships tracked down every moth-eaten planet in the whole—" The vidsender clicked. "Centaurus 2. Information library." Norton caught Andrews' arm. "Please, Captain, even for 2 kilo positives." "I want the following information," Andrews said into the vid speaker. "All facts that are known concerning the planet Earth, legendary birthplace of the human race." "No facts are known," the detached voice of the library monitor came. "The subject is classified as metaparticular." "What unverified but widely circulated reports have survived?" "Most legends concerning Earth were lost during the Centauran-Regan conflict of 4B33A. What survived is fragmentary. Earth is variously described as a large ringed planet with 3 moons, as a small dense planet with a single moon, as the first planet of a 10-planet system located around a dwarf white. What's the most prevalent legend? The Morrison report of 5C2-1R analyzed the total ethnic and subliminal accounts of the legendary Earth. The final summation noted that Earth is generally considered to be a small third planet of a 9-planet system, with a single moon. Other than that, no agreement of legends could be constructed. I see. A third planet of a 9-planet system, with a single moon. Andrews broke the circuit, and the screen faded. So, Norton said. Andrews got quickly to his feet. She probably knows every legend about it. He pointed down, at the passenger quarters below. I want to get the accounts straight. Why? What are you going to do? Andrews flipped open the master star chart. He ran his fingers down the index and released the scanner. In a moment it turned up a card. He grabbed the chart and fed it into the robot pilot. The M4 system, he murmured thoughtfully. M4? We're going there? According to the chart, there are 90 systems that show a third planet of 9 with a single moon. Of the 90, M4 is the closest. We're heading there now. I don't get it, Norton protested. M4 is a routine trading system. M43 isn't even a Class D checkpoint. Captain Andrews grinned tightly. M43 has a single moon, and it's the third of 9 planets. That's all we want. Does anybody know any more about Earth? He glanced downwards. Does she know any more about Earth? I see, Norton said slowly. I'm beginning to get the picture. M43 turned silently below them. A dull red globe, suspended among sickly clouds, its baked and corroded surface lapped by the congealed remains of ancient seas. Cracked, eroded cliffs jutted starkly up. The flat plains had been dug and stripped bare. Great gouged pits pocketed the surface, endless gaping sores. Norton's face twisted in revulsion. Look at it. Is anything alive down there? Captain Andrews frowned. I didn't realize it was so gutted. He crossed abruptly to the robot pilot. There's supposed to be an auto-grapple someplace down there. I'll try to pick it up. A grapple? You mean that waste is inhabited? A few Emphorites. Degenerate trading colony of some sort. Andrews consulted the card. Commercial ships come here occasionally. Contact with this region has been vague since the Centauran-Regan War. The passage rang with a sudden sound. The gleaming robot and Mrs. Gordon emerged through the doorway into the control room. The old woman's face was alive with excitement. Captain, is that Earth down there? Andrews nodded. Yes. The robot led Mrs. Gordon over to the big view screen. The old woman's face twitched, ripples of emotion stirring her withered features. I can hardly believe that's really Earth. It seems impossible. Norton glanced sharply at Captain Andrews. It's Earth, Andrews stated, not meeting Norton's glance. The moon should be around soon. The old woman did not speak. She had turned her back. Andrews contacted the auto-grapple and hooked the robot pilot on. The transport shuddered and then began to drop, as the beam from M4 caught it and took over. We're landing, Andrews said to the old woman, touching her on the shoulder. She can't hear you, sir, the robot said. Andrews grunted. Well, she can see. Below them, the pitted, ruined surface of M43 was rising rapidly. The ship entered the cloud belt and emerged, coasting over a barren plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. What happened down there? Norton said to Andrews. The war? War, mining, and it's old. The pits are probably bomb craters. Some of the long trenches may be scoop gouges. Looks like they really exhausted this place. A crooked row of broken mountain peaks shot past under them. They were nearing the remains of an ocean. Dark, unhealthy water lapped below. A vast sea, crusted with salt and waste, its edges disappearing into banks of piled debris. Why is it that way? Mrs. Gordon said suddenly. Doubt crossed her features. Why? What do you mean? Andrews said. I don't understand. She stared uncertainly down at the surface below. It isn't supposed to be this way. Earth is green, green and alive, blue water and... Her voice trailed off uneasily. Why? Andrews grabbed some paper and wrote, Commercial operations exhausted surface. Mrs. Gordon studied his words, her lips twitching. A spasm moved through her, shaking the thin, dried-out body. Exhausted. Her voice rose in shrill dismay. "It's not supposed to be this way. I don't want it this way." The Robot took her arm. "She had better rest. I'll return her to her quarters. Please notify us when the landing has been made." "Sure." Andrews nodded awkwardly as the Robot led the old woman from the view screen. She clung to the guide rail, face distorted with fear and bewilderment. "Something's wrong," she wailed. "Why is it this way? Why—" The Robot led her from the control room. The closing of the hydraulic safety doors cut off her thin cry abruptly. Andrews relaxed, his body sagging. God, he lit a cigarette shakily. What a racket she makes. "We're almost down," Norton said frigidly. Cold wind lashed at them as they stepped out cautiously. The air smelled bad, sour and acrid, like rotten eggs. The wind brought salt and sand blowing up against their faces. A few miles off, the thick sea lay. They could hear it swishing faintly, gummily. A few birds passed silently overhead, great wings flapping soundlessly. "Depressing damn place," Andrews muttered. "Yeah, I wonder what the old lady's thinking." Down the descent ramp came the glittering Robot, helping the little old woman. She moved hesitantly, unsteady, gripping the Robot's metal arm. The cold wind whipped around her frail body. For a moment she tottered, and then came on, leaving the ramp and gaining the uneven ground. Norton shook his head. "She looks bad, this air, and the wind." "I know." Andrews moved back towards Mrs. Gordon and the Robot. "How is she?" he asked. "She is not well, sir," the Robot answered. "Captain," the old woman whispered. "What is it?" "You must tell me the truth. Is this really Earth?" She watched his lips closely. "You swear it is? You swear?" Her voice rose in shrill terror. "It's Earth," Andrews snapped irritably. "I told you before. Of course it's Earth." "It doesn't look like Earth." Mrs. Gordon clung to his answer, panic-stricken. "It doesn't look like Earth, Captain. Is it really Earth?" "Yes." Her gaze wandered towards the ocean. A strange look flickered across her tired face, igniting her faded eyes with sudden hunger. "Is that water? I want to see." Andrews turned to Norton. "Get the launch out. Drive her where she wants." Norton pulled back angrily. "Me? That's an order." "Okay." Norton returned reluctantly to the ship. Andrews lit a cigarette moodily and waited. Presently the launch slid out of the ship, coasting across the ash towards them. "You can show her anything she wants," Andrews said to the Robot. "Norton will drive you." "Thank you, sir," the Robot said. "She will be grateful. She has wanted all her life to stand on Earth. She remembers her grandfather telling her about it. She believes that he came from Earth a long time ago. She is very old. She is the last living member of her family." "But Earth is just a—" Andrews caught himself. "I mean—" "Yes, sir. But she is very old, and she has waited many years." The Robot turned to the old woman and led her gently toward the launch. Andrews stared after them sullenly, rubbing his jaw and frowning. "Okay," Norton's voice came from the launch. He slid the hatch open, and the Robot led the old woman carefully inside. The hatch closed after them. A moment later the launch shot away across the salt flat, towards the ugly, lapping ocean. Norton and Captain Andrews paced restlessly along the shore. The sky was darkening. Sheets of salt blew against them. The mud flats stank in the gathering gloom of night. Dimly off in the distance a line of hills faded into the silence and vapors. "Go on," Andrews said. "What then?" "That's all. She got out of the launch, she and the Robot. I stayed inside. They stood, looking across the ocean. After a while the old woman sent the Robot back to the launch." "Why?" "I don't know. She wanted to be alone, I suppose. She stood for a time by herself, on the shore, looking over the water, the wind rising. All at once she just sort of settled down. She sank down in a heap, into the salt ash." "Then what?" "While I was pulling myself together, the Robot leaped out and ran to her. It picked her up. It stood for a second, and then it started for the water. I leaped out of the launch, yelling. It stepped into the water and disappeared, sank down in the mud and filth, vanished," Norton shuddered, "with her body." Andrews tossed his cigarette savagely away. The cigarette rolled off, glowing behind them. Anything more? Nothing. It all happened in a second. She was standing there looking over the water. Suddenly she quivered like a dead branch. Then she just sort of dwindled away, and the rowboat was out of the launch and into the water with her before I could figure out what was happening. The sky was almost dark. Huge clouds drifted across the faint stars. Clouds of unhealthy night vapors and particles of waste. A flock of immense birds crossed the horizon, flying silently. Against the broken hills the moon was rising, a diseased, barren globe tinted faintly yellow, like old parchment. "Let's get back in the ship," Andrews said. "I don't like this place." "I can't figure out why it happened. The old woman." Norton shook his head. "The wind, radioactive toxins. I checked with Centaurus too. The war devastated the whole system, left the planet a lethal wreck." "Then we won't—" "No, we won't have to answer for it." They continued for a time in silence. "We won't have to explain. It's evident enough, anybody coming here, especially an old person—" "Only nobody would come here," Norton said bitterly, "especially an old person." Andrews didn't answer. He paced along, head down, hands in pockets. Norton followed silently behind. Above them the single moon grew brighter as it escaped the mists and entered a patch of clear sky. "By the way," Norton said, his voice cold and distant behind Andrews, "this is the last trip I'll be making with you. While I was in the ship, I filed a formal request for new papers." "Oh. Thought I'd let you know. And my share of the kilo positives, you can keep it." Andrews flushed and increased his pace, leaving Norton behind. The old woman's death had shaken him. He lit another cigarette and then threw it away. Damn it, the fault wasn't his. She had been old, 350 years, senile and deaf, a faded leaf carried off by the wind, by the poisonous wind that lashed and twisted endlessly across the ruined face of the planet. The ruined face, salt ash and debris, the broken line of crumbling hills, and the silence, the eternal silence, nothing but the wind and the lapping of the thick, stagnant water, and the dark birds overhead. Something glinted, something at his feet in the salt ash, reflecting the sickly pallor of the moon. Andrews bent down and groped in the darkness. His fingers closed over something hard. He picked the small disk up and examined it. "Strange," he said. It wasn't until they were out in deep space, roaring back towards Fomalhaut, that he remembered the disk. He slid away from the control panel, searching his pockets for it. The disk was worn and thin, and terribly old. Andrews rubbed it and spat on it until it was clean enough to make out. A faint impression, nothing more. He turned it over. A token? Washer? Coin? On the back were a few meaningless letters, some ancient, forgotten script. He held the disk to the light until he made the letters out. E pluribus unum. He shrugged, tossed the ancient bit of metal into a waste disposal unit beside him, and turned his attention to the star charts and home. Impostor. "One of these days I'm going to take time off," Spence Olam said at first meal. He looked around at his wife. "I think I've earned a rest. 10 years is a long time." "And the project?" "The war will be won without me. This ball of clay of ours isn't really in much danger." Olam sat down at the table and lit a cigarette. "The news machines altered dispatches to make it appear the outspacers are right on top of us. You know what I'd like to do on my vacation? I'd like to take a camping trip to those mountains outside of town. Where we went that time, remember? I got poison oak and you almost stepped on a gopher snake." "Sutton Wood?" Mary began to clear away the food dishes. "The wood was burned a few weeks ago. I thought you knew. Some kind of a flash fire." Olam sagged. "Didn't they even try to find the cause?" His lips twisted. "No one cares anymore. All they can think of is the war." He clamped his jaws together, the whole picture coming up in his mind. The outspacers, the war, the needle ships. "How can we think about anything else?" Olam nodded. She was right, of course. The dark little ships out of Alpha Centauri had bypassed the Earth cruisers easily, leaving them like helpless turtles. It had been one-way fights all the way back to Terra. All the way until the Protect Bubble was demonstrated by Westinghouse Labs. Thrown around the major Earth cities, and finally the planet itself, the bubble was the first real defense, the first legitimate answer to the outspacers, as the news machines labeled them. But to win the war, that was another thing. Every lab, every project was working day and night endlessly to find something more, a weapon for positive combat. His own project, for example, all day long, year after year. Olam stood up, putting out his cigarette. Like the sword of Damocles, always hanging over us. I'm getting tired. All I want to do is take a long rest. But I guess everybody feels that way. He got his jacket from the closet and went out on the front porch. The chute would be along any moment, the fast little bug that would carry him to the project. I hope Nelson isn't late. He looked at his watch. It's almost 7. Here the bug comes, Mary said, gazing between the rows of houses. The sun glittered behind the roofs, reflecting against the heavy lead plates. The settlement was quiet, only a few people were stirring. I'll see you later. Try not to work beyond your shift, Spence. Olam opened the car door and slid inside, leaning back against the seat with a sigh. There was an older man with Nelson. Well, Olam said as the bug shot ahead, heard any interesting news? The usual, Nelson said. A few outspace ships hit, another asteroid abandoned for strategic reasons. It'll be good when we get the project into final stage. Maybe it's just the propaganda from the news machines, but in the last month I've gotten weary of all this. Everything seems so grim and serious, no color to life. Do you think the war is in vain? The older man said suddenly. You are an integral part of it yourself. This is Major Peters, Nelson said. Olam and Peters shook hands. Olam studied the older man. What brings you along so early, he said. I don't remember seeing you at the project before. No, I'm not with the project, Peters said, but I know something about what you're doing. My own work is altogether different. A look passed between him and Nelson. Olam noticed it, and he frowned. The bug was gaining speed, flashing across the barren, lifeless ground toward the distant rim of the project building. What is your business, Olam said, or aren't you permitted to talk about it? I'm with the government, Peters said, with FSA, the security organ. Oh? Olam raised an eyebrow. Is there any enemy infiltration in this region? As a matter of fact, I'm here to see you, Mr. Olam. Olam was puzzled. He considered Peter's words, but he could make nothing of them. To see me? Why? I'm here to arrest you as an outspace spy. That's why I'm up so early this morning. Grab him, Nelson. The gun drove into Olam's ribs. Nelson's hands were shaking, trembling with released emotion, his face pale. He took a deep breath and let it out again. Shall we kill him now? He whispered to Peters. I think we should kill him now. We can't wait. Olam stared into his friend's face. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came. Both men were staring at him steadily, rigid and grim with fright. Olam felt dizzy. His head ached and spun. I don't understand, he murmured. At that moment the chute car left the ground and rushed up, heading into space. Below them the project fell away, smaller and smaller, disappearing. Olam shut his mouth. We can wait a little, Peters said. I want to ask him some questions first. Olam gazed dully ahead as the bug rushed through space. The arrest was made, all right, Peters said into the vidscreen. On the screen the features of the security chief showed. It should be a load off everyone's mind. Any complications? None. He entered the bug without suspicion. He didn't seem to think my presence was too unusual. Where are you now? On our way out, just inside the protect bubble. We're moving at a maximum speed. You can assume that the critical period is past. I'm glad the takeoff jets in this craft were in good working order. If there had been any failure at that point... Let me see him, the security chief said. He gazed directly at Olam where he sat, his hands in his lap, staring ahead. So that's the man. He looked at Olam for a time. Olam said nothing. At last the chief nodded to Peters. All right, that's enough. A faint trace of disgust wrinkled his features. I've seen all I want. You've done something that will be remembered for a long time. They're preparing some sort of citation for both of you. That's not necessary, Peters said. How much danger is there now? Is there still much chance that... There is some chance, but not too much. According to my understanding, it requires a verbal key phrase. In any case, we'll have to take the risk. I'll have the moon base notified you're coming. No. Peters shook his head. I'll land the ship outside beyond the base. I don't want it in jeopardy. Just as you like. The chief's eyes flickered as he glanced again at Olam. Then his image faded. The screen blanked. Olam shifted his gaze to the window. The ship was already through the protect bubble, rushing with greater and greater speed all the time. Peters was in a hurry. Below him, rumbling under the floor, the jets were wide open. They were afraid, hurrying frantically because of him. Next to him on the seat, Nelson shifted uneasily. I think we should do it now, he said. I'd give anything if we could get it over with. Take it easy, Peters said. I want you to guide the ship for a while so I can talk to him. He slid over beside Olam, looking into his face. Presently he reached out and touched him gingerly, on the arm and then on the cheek. Olam said nothing. If I could let Mary know, he thought again. If I could find some way of letting her know. He looked around the ship. How? The vid screen? Nelson was sitting by the board, holding the gun. There was nothing he could do. He was caught, trapped. But why? Listen, Peters said. I want to ask you some questions. You know where we're going. We're moving moonward. In an hour, we'll land on the far side, on the desolate side. After we land, you'll be turned over immediately to a team of men waiting there. Your body will be destroyed at once. Do you understand that? He looked at his watch. Within 2 hours, your parts will be strewn over the landscape. There won't be anything left of you. Olam struggled out of his lethargy. Can't you tell me? Certainly I'll tell you, Peters nodded. 2 days ago we received a report that an outspace ship had penetrated the protect bubble. The ship let off a spy in the form of a humanoid robot. The robot was to destroy a particular human being and take his place. Peters looked calmly at Olam. Inside the robot was a U-bomb. Our agent did not know how the bomb was to be detonated, but he conjectured that it might be by a particular spoken phrase, a certain group of words. The robot would live the life of the person he killed, entering into his usual activities, his job, his social life. He had been constructed to resemble that person. No one would know the difference. Olam's face went sickly chalk. The person whom the robot was to impersonate was Spence Olam, a high-ranking official at one of the research projects. Because this particular project was approaching crucial stage, the presence of an animate bomb moving toward the center of the project, Olam stared down at his hands. But I'm Olam. Once the robot had located and killed Olam, it was a simple matter to take over his life. The robot was probably released from the ship 8 days ago. The substitution was probably accomplished over the last weekend when Olam went for a short walk in the hills. But I'm Olam. He turned to Nelson, sitting at the controls. Don't you recognize me? You've known me for 20 years. Don't you remember how we went to college together? He stood up. You and I were at the university. We had the same room. He went toward Nelson. Stay away from me, Nelson snarled. Listen, remember our second year? Remember that girl? What was her name? He rubbed his forehead. The one with the dark hair. The one we met over at Ted's place. Stop. Nelson waved the gun frantically. I don't want to hear any more. You killed him, you machine. Olam looked at Nelson. You're wrong. I don't know what happened, but the robot never reached me. Something must have gone wrong. Maybe the ship crashed. He turned to Peters. I'm Olam. I know it. No transfer was made. I'm the same as I've always been. He touched himself, running his hands over his body. There must be some way to prove it. Take me back to Earth. An X-ray examination, a neurological study, anything like that will show you. Or maybe we can find the crashed ship. Neither Peters nor Nelson spoke. I am Olam, he said again. I know I am, but I can't prove it. The robot, Peters said, would be unaware that he was not the real Spence Olam. He would become Olam in mind as well as body. He was given an artificial memory system, false recall. He would look like him, have his memories, his thoughts and interests, perform his job. But there would be one difference. Inside the robot is a U-bomb, ready to explode at the trigger phrase. Peters moved a little away. That's the one difference. That's why we're taking you to the moon. They'll disassemble you and remove the bomb. Maybe it will explode, but it won't matter, not there. Olam sat down slowly. We'll be there soon, Nelson said. He lay back, thinking frantically as the ship dropped slowly down. Under them was the pitted surface of the moon, the endless expanse of ruin. What could he do? What would save him? Get ready, Peters said. In a few minutes he would be dead. Down below he could see a tiny dot, a building of some kind. There were men in the building, the demolition team, waiting to tear him to bits. They would rip him open, pull off his arms and legs, break him apart. When they found no bomb, they would be surprised. They would know, but it would be too late. Olam looked around the small cabin. Nelson was still holding the gun. There was no chance there. If he could get to a doctor, have an examination made, that was the only way. Mary could help him. He thought frantically, his mind racing. Only a few minutes, just a little time left. If he could contact her, get word to her some way. "Easy," Peters said. The ship came down slowly, bumping on the rough ground. There was silence. "Listen," Olam said thickly. "I can prove I'm Spence Olam. Get a doctor, bring him here." "There's the squad," Nelson pointed. "They're coming." He glanced nervously at Olam. "I hope nothing happens." "We'll be gone before they start work," Peters said. "We'll be out of here in a moment." He put on his pressure suit. When he had finished, he took the gun from Nelson. "I'll watch him for a moment." Nelson put on his pressure suit, hurrying awkwardly. "How about him?" He indicated Olam. "Will he need one?" "No." Peters shook his head. "Robots probably don't require oxygen." The group of men were almost to the ship. They halted, waiting. Peters signaled to them. "Come on." He waved his hand, and the men approached warily, stiff, grotesque figures in their inflated suits. "If you open the door," Olam said, "it means my death. It will be murder." "Open the door," Nelson said. He reached for the handle. Olam watched him. He saw the man's hand tighten around the metal rod. In a moment the door would swing back, the air in the ship would rush out. He would die, and presently they would realize their mistake. Perhaps at some other time, when there was no war, men might not act this way, hurrying an individual to his death because they were afraid. Everyone was frightened. Everyone was willing to sacrifice the individual because of the group fear. He was being killed because they could not wait to be sure of his guilt. There was not enough time. He looked at Nelson. Nelson had been his friend for years. They had gone to school together. He had been best man at his wedding. Now Nelson was going to kill him. But Nelson was not wicked. It was not his fault. It was the times. Perhaps it had been the same way during the plagues. When men had shown a spot, they probably had been killed too, without a moment's hesitation, without proof, on suspicion alone. In times of danger, there was no other way. He did not blame them, but he had to live. His life was too precious to be sacrificed. Olam thought quickly. What could he do? Was there anything? He looked around. "Here goes," Nelson said. "You're right," Olam said. The sound of his own voice surprised him. It was the strength of desperation. "I have no need of air. Open the door." They paused, looking at him in curious alarm. "Go ahead, open it. It makes no difference." Olam's hand disappeared inside his jacket. "I wonder how far you two can run." "Run?" "You have 15 seconds to live." Inside his jacket, his fingers twisted, his arm suddenly rigid. He relaxed, smiling a little. "You were wrong about the trigger phrase. In that respect, you were mistaken. 14 seconds now." Two shocked faces stared at him from the pressure suits. Then they were struggling, running, tearing the door open. The air shrieked out, spilling into the void. Peters and Nelson bolted out of the ship. Olam came after them. He grasped the door and dragged it shut. The automatic pressure system chugged furiously, restoring the air. Olam let his breath out with a shudder. One more second. Beyond the window, the two men had joined the group. The group scattered, running in all directions. One by one they threw themselves down, prone on the ground. Olam seated himself at the control board. He moved the dials into place. As the ship rose up into the air, the men below scrambled to their feet and stared up, their mouths open. "Sorry," Olam murmured, "but I've got to get back to Earth." He headed the ship back the way it had come. It was night. All around the ship, crickets chirped, disturbing the chill darkness. Olam bent over the vidscreen. Gradually the image formed. The call had gone through without trouble. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Mary," he said. The woman stared at him. She gasped. "Spence, where are you? What's happened?" "I can't tell you. Listen, I have to talk fast. They may break this call off any minute. Go to the project grounds and get Dr. Chamberlain. If he isn't there, get any doctor. Bring him to the house and have him stay there. Have him bring equipment, X-ray, fluoroscope, everything. But do as I say. Hurry. Have him get it ready in an hour. Olam leaned toward the screen. Is everything all right? Are you alone? Alone? Is anyone with you? Has Nelson or anyone contacted you? No. Spence, I don't understand. All right, I'll see you at the house in an hour, and don't tell anyone anything. Get Chamberlain there on any pretext. Say you're very ill. He broke the connection and looked at his watch. A moment later he left the ship, stepping down into the darkness. He had a half-mile to go. He began to walk. One light showed in the window, the study light. He watched it, kneeling against the fence. There was no sound, no movement of any kind. He held his watch up and read it by starlight. Almost an hour had passed. Along the street a shoot-bug came. It went on. Olam looked toward the house. The doctor should have already come. He should be inside, waiting with Mary. A thought struck him. Had she been able to leave the house? Perhaps they had intercepted her. Maybe he was moving into a trap. But what else could he do? With the doctor's records, photographs, and reports, there was a chance of proof. If he could be examined, if he could remain alive long enough for them to study him, he could prove it that way. It was probably the only way. His one hope lay inside the house. Dr. Chamberlain was a respected man. He was the staff doctor for the project. He would know. His word on the matter would have meaning. He could overcome their hysteria, their madness, with facts. Madness, that was what it was. If only they would wait, act slowly, take their time. But they could not wait. He had to die at once, without proof, without any kind of trial or examination. The simplest test would tell, but they had no time for the simplest test. They could think only of the danger and nothing more. He stood up and moved toward the house. He came up on the porch. At the door he paused, listening. Still no sound. The house was absolutely still. Too still. Olam stood on the porch, unmoving. They were trying to be silent inside. Why? It was a small house. Only a few feet away, beyond the door, Mary and Dr. Chamberlain should be standing. Yet he could hear nothing. No sound of voices, nothing at all. He looked at the door. It was a door he had opened and closed 1,000 times every morning and every night. He put his hand on the knob. Then all at once he reached out and touched the bell instead. The bell pealed off someplace in the back of the house. Olam smiled. He could hear movement. Mary opened the door. As soon as he saw her face, he knew. He ran, throwing himself into the bushes. A security officer shoved Mary out of the way, firing past her. The bushes burst apart. Olam wriggled around the side of the house. He leaped up and ran, racing frantically into the darkness. A searchlight snapped on, a beam of light circling past him. He crossed the road and squeezed over a fence. He jumped down and made his way across a backyard. Behind him men were coming, security officers, shouting to each other as they came. Olam gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling. Her face. He had known it once. The set lips, the terrified, wretched eyes. Suppose he had gone ahead, pushed open the door, and entered. They had tapped the call and come at once, as soon as he had broken off. Probably she believed their account. No doubt she thought he was the robot, too. Olam ran on and on. He was losing the officers, dropping them behind. Apparently they were not much good at running. He climbed a hill and made his way down the other side. In a moment he would be back at the ship. But where to this time? He slowed down, stopping. He could see the ship already, outlined against the sky where he had parked it. The settlement was behind him. He was on the outskirts of the wilderness, between the inhabited places, where the forests and desolation began. He crossed a barren field and entered the trees. As he came toward it, the door of the ship opened. Peters stepped out, framed against the light. In his arms was a heavy Boris gun. Olam stopped, rigid. Peters stared around him into the darkness. "I know you're there someplace," he said. "Come on up here, Olam. There are security men all around you." Olam did not move. "Listen to me. We will catch you very shortly. Apparently you still do not believe you're the robot. Your call to the woman indicates that you are still under the illusion created by your artificial memories. But you are the robot. You are the robot, and inside you is the bomb. Any moment the trigger phrase may be spoken, by you, by someone else, by anyone. When that happens, the bomb will destroy everything for miles around. The project, the woman, all of us will be killed. Do you understand?" Olam said nothing. He was listening. Men were moving toward him, slipping through the woods. "If you don't come out, we'll catch you. It will be only a matter of time. We no longer plan to remove you to the moon base. You will be destroyed on sight, and we will have to take the chance that the bomb will detonate. I have ordered every available security officer into the area. The whole county is being searched, inch by inch. There is no place you can go. Around this wood is a cordon of armed men. You have about 6 hours left before the last inch is covered." Olam moved away. Peters went on speaking. He had not seen him at all. It was too dark to see anyone. But Peters was right. There was no place he could go. He was beyond the settlement, on the outskirts, where the woods began. He could hide for a time, but eventually they would catch him. Only a matter of time. Olam walked quietly through the wood. Mile by mile, each part of the county was being measured off, laid bare, searched, studied, examined. The cordon was coming all the time, squeezing him into a smaller and smaller space. What was there left? He had lost the ship, the one hope of escape. They were at his home. His wife was with them, believing, no doubt, that the real Olam had been killed. He clenched his fists. Someplace there was a wrecked outspace needle ship, and in it the remains of the robot. Somewhere nearby the ship had crashed and broken up, and the robot lay inside, destroyed. A faint hope stirred him. What if he could find the remains? If he could show them the wreckage, the remains of the ship, the robot? But where? Where would he find it? He walked on, lost in thought. Some place not too far off, probably. The ship would have landed close to the project. The robot would have expected to go the rest of the way on foot. He went up the side of a hill and looked around. Crashed and burned. Was there some clue, some hint? Had he read anything, heard anything? Some place close by, within walking distance. Some wild place, a remote spot where there would be no people. Suddenly Olam smiled. Crashed and burned. Sutton Wood. He increased his pace. It was morning. Sunlight filtered down through the broken trees onto the man crouching at the edge of the clearing. Olam glanced up from time to time, listening. They were not far off, only a few minutes away. He smiled. Down below him, strewn across the clearing and into the charred stumps that had been Sutton Wood, lay a tangled mass of wreckage. In the sunlight it glittered a little, gleaming darkly. He had not had too much trouble finding it. Sutton Wood was a place he knew well. He had climbed around it many times in his life when he was younger. He had known where he would find the remains. There was one peak that jutted up suddenly without a warning. A descending ship, unfamiliar with the wood, had little chance of missing it. And now he squatted, looking down at the ship, or what remained of it. Olam stood up. He could hear them, only a little distance away, coming together, talking in low tones. He tensed himself. Everything depended on who first saw him. If it was Nelson, he had no chance. Nelson would fire at once. He would be dead before they saw the ship. But if he had time to call out, hold them off for a moment, that was all he needed. Once they saw the ship, he would be safe. But if they fired first? A charred branch cracked. A figure appeared, coming forward uncertainly. Olam took a deep breath. Only a few seconds remained, perhaps the last seconds of his life. He raised his arms, peering intently. It was Peters. "Peters!" Olam waved his arms. Peters lifted his gun, aiming. "Don't fire!" His voice shook. "Wait a minute! Look past me, across the clearing!" "I've found him!" Peters shouted. Security men came pouring out of the burned woods around him. "Don't shoot! Look past me! The ship! The needle ship! The outspace ship! Look!" Peters hesitated. The gun wavered. "It's down there," Olam said rapidly. "I knew I'd find it here. The burned wood. Now you believe me. You'll find the remains of the robot in the ship. Look, will you?" "There is something down there," one of the men said nervously. "Shoot him," a voice said. It was Nelson. "Wait!" Peters turned sharply. "I'm in charge. Don't anyone fire. Maybe he's telling the truth." "Shoot him," Nelson said. "He killed Olam. Any minute he may kill us all. If the bomb goes off—" "Shut up." Peters advanced toward the slope. He stared down. "Look at that." He waved two men up to him. "Go down there and see what that is." The men raced down the slope across the clearing. They bent down, poking in the ruins of the ship. Well? Peters called. Olam held his breath. He smiled a little. It must be there. He had not had time to look himself, but it had to be there. Suddenly doubt assailed him. Suppose the robot had lived long enough to wander away. Suppose his body had been completely destroyed, burned to ashes by the fire. He licked his lips. Perspiration came out on his forehead. Nelson was staring at him, his face still livid. His chest rose and fell. "Kill him," Nelson said, "before he kills us." The two men stood up. "What have you found?" Peters said. He held the gun steady. "Is there anything there?" "Looks like something. It's a needle ship, all right. There's something beside it." "I'll look." Peters strode past Olam. Olam watched him go down the hill and up to the men. The others were following after him, peering to see. "It's a body of some sort," Peters said. "Look at it." Olam came along with them. They stood around in a circle, staring down. On the ground, bent and twisted in a strange shape, was a grotesque form. It looked human, perhaps, except that it was bent so strangely, the arms and legs flung off in all directions. The mouth was open. The eyes stared glassily. "Like a machine that's run down," Peters murmured. Olam smiled feebly. "Well?" he said. Peters looked at him. "I can't believe it. You were telling the truth all the time." "The robot never reached me," Olam said. He took out a cigarette and lit it. "It was destroyed when the ship crashed. You were all too busy with the war to wonder why an out-of-the-way woods would suddenly catch fire and burn. Now you know." He stood smoking, watching the men. They were dragging the grotesque remains from the ship. The body was stiff, the arms and legs rigid. "You'll find the bomb now," Olam said. The men laid the body on the ground. Peters bent down. "I think I see the corner of it." He reached out, touching the body. The chest of the corpse had been laid open. Within the gaping tear something glinted, something metal. The men stared at the metal without speaking. "That would have destroyed us all if it had lived," Peters said. "That metal box there." There was silence. "I think we owe you something," Peters said to Olam. "This must have been a nightmare to you. If you hadn't escaped, we would have—" He broke off. Olam put out his cigarette. "I knew, of course, that the robot had never reached me, but I had no way of proving it. Sometimes it isn't possible to prove a thing right away. That was the whole trouble. There wasn't any way I could demonstrate that I was myself." "How about a vacation?" Peters said. "I think we might work out a month's vacation for you. You could take it easy, relax." "I think right now I want to go home," Olam said. "All right then," Peters said, "whatever you say." Nelson had squatted down on the ground beside the corpse. He reached out toward the glint of metal visible within the chest. "Don't touch it," Olam said. "It might still go off. We'd better let the demolition squad take care of it later on." Nelson said nothing. Suddenly he grabbed hold of the metal, reaching his hand inside the chest. He pulled. "What are you doing?" Olam cried. Nelson stood up. He was holding on to the metal object. His face was blank with terror. It was a metal knife, an outspace needle knife, covered with blood. "This killed him," Nelson whispered. "My friend was killed with this." He looked at Olam. "You killed him with this and left him beside the ship." Olam was trembling. His teeth chattered. He looked from the knife to the body. "This can't be Olam," he said. His mind spun. Everything was whirling. "Was I wrong?" He gaped. "But if that's Olam, then I must be—" He did not complete the sentence, only the first phrase. The blast was visible all the way to Alpha Centauri. James P. Crow. "You're a nasty little human being," the newly formed Z-type robot shrilled peevishly. Donnie flushed and slunk away. It was true. He was a human being, a human child, and there was nothing science could do. He was stuck with it, a human being in a robot's world. He wished he were dead. He wished he lay under the grass and the worms were eating him up and crawling through him and devouring his brain, his poor, miserable human's brain. The Z-236R, his robot companion, wouldn't have anybody to play with, and it would be sorry. "Where are you going?" Z-236R demanded. "Home. Sissy." Donnie didn't reply. He gathered up his set of fourth-dimensional chess, stuffed it in his pocket, and walked off between the rows of acarta trees, toward the human quarter. Behind him, Z-236R stood gleaming in the late afternoon sun, a pale tower of metal and plastic. "See if I care," Z-236R shouted sullenly. Who wants to play with a human being anyhow? Go on home. You smell. Donnie said nothing, but he hunched over a little more, and his chin sank lower against his chest. Well, it happened, Edgar Parks said gloomily to his wife across the kitchen table. Grace looked quickly up. It? Donnie learned his place today. He told me while I was changing my clothes. One of the new robots he was playing with called him a human being. Poor kid. Why the hell do they have to rub it in? Why can't they let us alone? So that's why he didn't want any dinner. He's in his room. I knew something had happened. Grace touched her husband's hand. He'll get over it. We all have to learn the hard way. He's strong. He'll snap back. Ed Parks got up from the table and moved into the living room of his modest 5-room dwelling unit, located in the section of the city set aside for humans. He didn't feel like eating. Robots. He clenched his fists futilely. I'd like to get hold of one of them, just once, get my hands into their guts, rip out handfuls of wire and parts just once before I die. Maybe you'll get your chance. No, it'll never come to that. Anyhow, humans wouldn't be able to run things without robots. It's true, honey. Humans haven't got the integration to maintain a society. The lists prove that twice a year. Let's face it, humans are inferior to robots. But it's their damn holding it up to us. Like today with Donnie, holding it up to our faces. I don't mind being a robot's body servant. It's a good job, pays well, and the work is light. But when my kid gets told he's... Ed broke off. Donnie had come out of his room, slowly, into the living room. Hi, Dad. Hi, son. Ed thumped the boy gently on the back. How you doing? Want to take in a show tonight? Humans entertained nightly on the vid screens. Humans made good entertainers. That was one area the robots couldn't compete in. Human beings painted, and wrote, and danced, and sang, and acted for the amusement of robots. They cooked better, too, but robots didn't eat. Human beings had their place. They were understood and wanted, as body servants, entertainers, clerks, gardeners, construction workers, repairmen, odd jobbers, and factory workers. But when it came to something like civic control coordinator, or traffic supervisor for the Uson tapes that fed energy into the planet's 12 hydro systems? Dad, Donnie said, can I ask you something? Sure. Ed sat down on the couch with a sigh. He leaned back and crossed his legs. What is it? Donnie sat quietly beside him, his little round face serious. Dad, I want to ask you about the lists. Oh, yeah. Ed rubbed his jaw. That's right. Lists in a few weeks. Time to start boning up for your entry. We'll get out some of the sample tests and go over them. Maybe between the two of us we can get you ready for Class 20. Listen. Donnie leaned close to his father, his voice low and intense. Dad, how many humans have ever passed their lists? Ed got up abruptly and paced around the room, filling his pipe and frowning. Well, son, that's hard to say. I mean, humans don't have access to the C-Bank records, so I can't check to see. The law says any human who gets a score in the top 40% is eligible for classification, with a gradual upward gradation according to subsequent showing. I don't know how many humans have been able to. Has any human ever passed his list? Ed swallowed nervously. Gosh, kid, I don't know. I mean, I don't honestly know of any when you put it like that. Maybe not. The lists have been conducted only 300 years. Before that, the government was reactionary and forbade humans to compete with robots. Nowadays, we have a liberal government, and we can compete on the lists. And if we get high enough scores... His voice wavered and faded. No, kid, he said miserably. No human ever passed a list. We're just not smart enough. The room was silent. Donnie nodded faintly, expressionless. Ed didn't look at him. He concentrated on his pipe, hands shaking. It's not so bad, Ed said huskily. I have a good job. I'm body servant to a hell of a fine N-type robot. I get big tips at Christmas and Easter. It gives me time off when I'm sick. He cleared his throat, noisily. It's not so bad. Grace was standing at the door. Now she came into the room, eyes bright. No, not bad, not at all. You open doors for it, bring its instruments to it, make calls for it, run errands for it, oil it, repair it, sing to it, talk to it, scan tapes for it. Shut up, Ed muttered irritably. What the hell should I do? Quit? Maybe I should mow lawns like John Hollister and Pete Klein. At least my robot calls me by name, like a living thing. It calls me Ed. Will a human ever pass a list? Donnie asked. Yes, Grace said sharply. Ed nodded. Sure, kid, of course. Someday, maybe humans and robots will live together in equality. There's an equality party among the robots. Holds 10 seats in the Congress. They think humans should be admitted without lists. Since it's obvious... He broke off. I mean, since no humans have ever been able to pass their lists so far. Donnie, Grace said fiercely, bending down over her son, listen to me. I want you to pay attention. Nobody knows this. The robots don't talk about it. Humans don't know, but it's true. What is it? I know of a human being who's classified. He passed his lists 10 years ago, and he's gone up. He's up to Class 2. Someday he'll be Class 1. Do you hear? A human being, and he's going up. Donnie's face showed doubt. Really? The doubt turned to wistful hope. Class 2? No kidding? It's just a story, Ed grunted. I've heard that all my life. It's true. I heard 2 robots talking about it when I was cleaning up one of the engineering units. They stopped when they noticed me. What's his name? Donnie asked, wide-eyed. James P. Crow, Grace said proudly. Strange name, Ed murmured. That's his name. I know. It's not a story. It's true. And someday, he'll be on the top level, on the Supreme Council. Bob McIntyre lowered his voice. Yeah, it's true, all right. James P. Crow is his name. It's not a legend? Ed demanded eagerly. There really is such a human, and he's Class 2, gone all the way up. Passed his lists like that, McIntyre snapped his fingers. The Robs hush it up, but it's a fact. And the news is spreading. More and more humans know. The 2 men had stopped by the service entrance of the enormous structural research building. Robot officials moved busily in and out through the main doors at the front of the building. Robot planners who guided Terran society with skill and efficiency. Robots ran Earth. It had always been that way. The history tapes said so. Humans had been invented during the total war of the 11th millibar. All types of weapons had been tested and used. Humans were one of many. The war had utterly wrecked society. For decades after, anarchy and ruin lay everywhere. Only gradually had society reformed under the patient guidance of robots. Humans had been useful in the reconstruction, but why they had originally been made, what they had been used for, how they had served in the war, all knowledge had perished in the hydrogen bomb blasts. The historians had to fill in with conjecture. They did so. Why such a strange name? Ed asked. McIntyre shrugged. All I know is he's sub-advisor to the Northern Security Conference, and in line for the council when he makes Class 1. What do the Robs think? They don't like it, but there's nothing they can do. The law says they have to let a human hold a job if he's qualified. They never thought a human would be qualified, of course, but this Crow passed his lists. It certainly is strange. A human, smarter than the Robs. I wonder why. He was an ordinary repairman, a mechanic fixing machinery and designing circuits, unclassified, of course. Then suddenly he passed his first list, entered Class 20. He rose the next biannual to Class 19. They had to put him to work. McIntyre chuckled. Too damn bad, isn't it? They have to sit with a human being. How do they react? Some quit, walk out rather than sit with a human, but most stay. A lot of Robs are decent. They try hard. I'd sure like to meet this fellow Crow. McIntyre frowned. Well, what is it? I understand he doesn't like to be seen with humans too much. Why not? Ed bristled. What's wrong with humans? Is he too high and mighty, sitting up there with robots? It's not that. There was a strange look in McIntyre's eyes, a yearning, distant look. It's not just that, Ed. He's up to something. Something important. I shouldn't be saying. But it's big. Big as hell. What is it? I can't say. But wait until he gets on the council. Wait. McIntyre's eyes were feverish. It's so big it'll shake the world. The stars and the sun'll shake. What is it? I don't know. But Crow's got something up his sleeve. Something incredibly big. We're all waiting for it. Waiting for the day. James P. Crow sat at his polished mahogany desk, thinking. That wasn't his real name, of course. He had taken it after the first experiments, grinning to himself as he did so. Nobody would ever know what it meant. It would remain a private joke, personal and unannounced. But it was a good joke nonetheless, biting and appropriate. He was a small man, Irish-German, a little, lean, light-skinned man with blue eyes and sandy hair that fell down in his face and had to be brushed back. He wore unpressed, baggy pants and rolled-up sleeves. He was nervous, high-strung. He smoked all day and drank black coffee and usually couldn't sleep at night. But there was a lot on his mind. A hell of a lot. Crow got abruptly to his feet and paced over to the vidsender. "Send in the Commissioner of Colonies," he ordered. The Commissioner's metal and plastic body pushed through the door into the office. An R-type robot, patient and efficient. "You wish to—" It broke off, seeing a human. For a second its pale eye lens flickered doubtfully. A faint sheen of distaste spread across its features. "You wished to see me?" Crow had seen that expression before, endless times. He was used to it, almost. The surprise, and then the lofty withdrawal, the cold, clipped formality. He was Mr. Crow, not Jim. The law made them address him as an equal. It hurt some of them more than others. Some showed it without restraint. This one held its feelings back a trifle. Crow was its official superior. "Yes, I wished to see you," Crow said calmly. "I want your report. Why hasn't it come in?" The robot stalled, still lofty and withdrawn. "Such a report takes time. We're doing the best we can. I want it within 2 weeks, no later." The robot struggled with itself. Lifelong prejudices versus the requirements of governmental codes. "All right, sir. The report will be ready in 2 weeks. It moved out of the office. The door formed behind it. Crow let his breath out with a rush. Doing the best they could? Hardly, not to please a human being, even if he was at advisory level, class 2. They all dragged their feet all the way down the line. Little things here and there. His door melted and a robot wheeled quickly into the office. "I say there, Crow, got a minute?" "Of course," Crow grinned. "Come in and sit down. I'm always glad to talk to you." The robot dumped some papers on Crow's desk. Tapes and such, business trifles. It eyed Crow intently. "You look upset. Anything happen?" "A report I want. Overdue. Somebody taking its time." L-87 grunted. "Same old stuff. By the way, we're having a meeting tonight. Want to come over and make a speech? Should have a good turnout." "Meeting?" "Party meeting. Equality." L-87T made a quick sign with its right gripper, a sort of half-arc in the air. The equality sign. "We'd be glad to have you, Jim. Want to come?" "No. I'd like to, but I have things to do." "Oh." The robot moved toward the door. "All right. Thanks anyhow." It lingered at the door. "You'd give us a shot in the arm, you know. Living proof of our contention that a human being is the equal of a robot and should be afforded such recognition." Crow smiled faintly. "But a human isn't the equal of a robot." L-87T sputtered indignantly. "What are you saying? Aren't you the living proof? Look at your list scores. Perfect, not a mistake. And in a couple of weeks you'll be Class 1, highest there is." Crow shook his head. "Sorry. A human isn't the equal of a robot any more than he's the equal of a stove, or a diesel motor, or a snowplow. There are a lot of things a human can't do. Let's face facts." L-87T was baffled. "But—" "I mean it. You're ignoring reality. Humans and robots are completely different. We humans can sing, act, write plays, stories, operas, paint, design sets, flower gardens, buildings, cook delicious meals, make love, scratch sonnets on menus, and robots can't. But robots can build elaborate cities, and machines that function perfectly, work for days without rest, think without emotional interruption, gestalt complex data without a time lag. Humans excel in some fields, robots in others. Humans have highly developed emotions and feelings, aesthetic awareness. We're sensitive to colors and sounds and textures and soft music mixed with wine. All very fine things, worthwhile, but realms totally beyond robots. Robots are purely intellectual, which is fine too. Both realms are fine. Emotional humans, sensitive to art and music and drama. Robots who think and plan and design machinery. But that doesn't mean we're both the same. L87T shook its head sadly. I don't understand you, Jim. Don't you want to help your race? Of course, but realistically, not by ignoring facts and making an illusionary assertion that men and robots are interchangeable, identical elements. A curious look slid across L87T's eyelids. What's your solution, then? Crow clamped his jaw tight. Stick around another few weeks, and maybe you'll see. Crow headed out of the Terran security building and along the street. Around him robots streamed, bright hulls of metal and plastic and DN fluid. Except for body servants, humans never came to this area. This was the managerial section of the city, the core, the nucleus, where the planning and organization went on. From this area the life of the city was controlled. Robots were everywhere, in the surface cars, on the moving ramps, the balconies, entering buildings, streaming out, standing in pale glowing knots here and there like Roman senators, talking and discussing business. A few greeted him, faintly, formally, with a nod of their metal heads, and then turned their backs. Most robots ignored him or pulled aside to avoid contact. Sometimes a clump of talking robots would become abruptly silent as Crow pushed past, robot eye lenses fixed on him, solemn and half astonished. They noticed his arm color, Class 2, surprise and indignation. And after he had passed, a quick angry buzz of resentment, backward glances at him as he threaded his way toward the human quarter. A pair of humans stood in front of the domestic control offices, armed with pruning shears and rakes, gardeners, weeding and watering the lawns of the big public building. They watched Crow pass with excited stares. One waved nervously at him, feverish and hopeful. A menial human, waving at the only human ever to reach classification. Crow waved back briefly. The two humans' eyes grew wide with awe and reverence. They were still looking after him when he turned the corner at the main intersection, and mixed with the business crowds, shopping at the transplanet marts. Goods from the wealthy colonies of Venus and Mars and Ganymede filled the open-air marts. Robots drifted in swarms, sampling and pricing and discussing and gossiping. A few humans were visible, mostly household servants in charge of maintenance, stocking up on supplies. Crow edged his way through and beyond the marts. He was approaching the human quarter of the city. He could smell it already, the faint, pungent scent of humans. The robots, of course, were odorless. In a world of odorless machines, the human scent stood out in bold relief. The human quarter was a section of the city once prosperous. Humans had moved in, and property values had dropped. Gradually the houses had been abandoned by robots, and now humans exclusively lived there. Crow, in spite of his position, was obliged to live in the human quarter. His house, a uniform 5-room dwelling identical with all the others, was located to the rear of the quarter, one house of many. He held his hand up to the front door, and the door melted. Crow entered quickly, and the door reformed. He glanced at his watch. Plenty of time. An hour before he was due back at his desk. He rubbed his hands. It was always a thrilling moment to come here to his personal quarters where he had grown up, lived as an ordinary, unclassified human being, before he had come across it and begun his meteoric ascent into the upper-class regions. Crow passed through the small, silent house, to the work-shed in back. He unlocked the bolted doors and slid them aside. The shed was hot and dry. He clicked off the alarm system, complex tangles of bells and wires that were really unnecessary. Robots never entered the human section, and humans seldom stole from each other. Locking the doors behind him, Crow seated himself before a bank of machinery, assembled in the center of the shed. He snapped on the power, and the machinery hummed into life. Dials and meters swung into activity. Lights glowed. Before him, a square window of gray faded to light pink and shimmered slightly. The window. Crow's pulse throbbed painfully. He flicked a key. The window clouded and showed a scene. He slid a tape scanner before the window and activated it. The scanner clicked as the window gained shape. Forms moved, dim forms that wavered and hesitated. He steadied the picture. 2 robots were standing behind a table. They moved quickly, jerkily. He slowed them down. The 2 robots were handling something. Crow increased the power of the image, and the objects bloated up to be caught by the scanning lens and preserved on tape. The robots were sorting lists, Class 1 lists, grading and dividing them into groups. Several hundred packets of questions and answers. Before the table, a restless crowd waited, eager robots waiting to hear their scores. Crow speeded the image up. The 2 robots leaped into activity, tossing and arranging lists in a blur of energy. Then the master Class 1 list was held up. The list. Crow caught it in the window, dropping the velocity to 0. The list was held, fixed tight like a specimen on a slide. The tape scanner hummed away, recording the questions and answers. He felt no guilt, no sting of conscience at using a time window to see the results of future lists. He had been doing it 10 years, all the way up from the bottom, from unclassified up to the top list, to Class 1. He had never kidded himself. Without advance sight of the answers, he could never have passed. He would still be unclassified, at the bottom of the pile, along with the great undifferentiated mass of humans. The lists were geared to robot minds, made up by robots, phased to a robot culture, a culture which was alien to humans, to which humans had to make difficult adjustment. No wonder only robots passed their lists. Crow wiped the scene from the window and threw the scanner aside. He sent the window back into time, spinning back through the centuries into the past. He never tired of seeing the early days, the days before the total war wrecked human society and destroyed all human tradition, the days when man lived without robots. He fiddled with the dials, capturing a moment. The window showed robots building up their post-war society, swarming over their ruined planet, erecting vast cities and buildings, clearing away the debris, with humans as slaves, second-class servant citizens. He saw the total war, the rain of death from the sky, the blossoming pale funnels of destruction. He saw man's society dissolve into radioactive particles, all human knowledge and culture lost in the chaos. And once again he caught his favorite of all scenes, a scene he had examined repeatedly, enjoying with acute satisfaction this unique sight, a scene of human beings in an undersurface lab in the early days of the war, designing and building the first robots, the original A-type robots, 4 centuries before. Ed Parks walked home slowly, holding his son's hand. Donnie gazed down at the ground. He said nothing. His eyes were red and puffy. He was pale with misery. "I'm sorry, Dad," he muttered. Ed's grip tightened. "It's okay, kid. You did your best. Don't worry about it. Maybe next time. We'll get started practicing sooner." He cursed under his breath. Those lousy metal tubs. Damn soulless heaps of tin. It was evening. The sun was setting. The 2 of them climbed the porch steps slowly and entered the house. Grace met them at the door. "No luck?" She studied their faces. "I can see. Same old story." "Same old story," Ed said bitterly. He didn't have a chance. Hopeless. From the dining room came a murmur of sound. Voices, men and women. "Who's in there?" Ed demanded irritably. "Do we have to have company? For God's sake, today of all days." "Come on." Grace pulled him toward the kitchen. "Some news. Maybe it'll make you feel better. Come along, Donnie. This will interest you, too." Ed and Donnie entered the kitchen. It was full of people. Bob McIntyre and his wife, Pat, John Hollister and his wife, Joan, and their 2 daughters, Pete Klein and Rose Klein, neighbors Nat Johnson and Tim Davis and Barbara Stanley. An eager murmur buzzed through the room. Everybody was grouped around the table, excited and nervous. Sandwiches and beer bottles were piled up in heaps. The men and women were laughing and grinning happily, eyes bright with agitation. "What's up?" Ed grumbled. "Why the party?" Bob McIntyre clapped him on the shoulder. "How you doing, Ed? We've got news." He rattled a public news tape. "Get ready. Brace yourself." "Read it to him," Pete Klein said excitedly. "Go on, read it." They all grouped around McIntyre. "Let's hear it again." McIntyre's face was alive with emotion. "Well, Ed, this is it. He made it. He's there." Who made what? Crow. Jim Crow. He made Class 1. The tape spool trembled in McIntyre's hand. He's been named to the Supreme Council. Understand? He's in. A human being. A member of the supreme governing body of the planet. Gosh, Donnie said, awed. Now what? Ed asked. What's he going to do? McIntyre grinned shakily. We'll know soon. He's got something. We know. We can feel it. And we should start seeing it in action. Any time now. Crow strode briskly into the council chamber, his portfolio under his arm. He wore a slick new suit. His hair was combed. His shoes were shined. Good day, he said politely. The 5 robots regarded him with mixed feelings. They were old, over a century old. The powerful N-type that had dominated the social scene since its construction, and an incredibly ancient D-type, almost 3 centuries old. As Crow advanced toward his seat, the 5 robots stepped away, leaving a wide path for him. You, one of the N-types said. You are the new council member? That's right. Crow took his seat. Care to examine my credentials? Please. Crow passed over the card plate given him by the lists committee. The 5 robots studied it intently. Finally, they passed it back. It appears to be in order, the D admitted reluctantly. Of course. Crow unzippered his portfolio. I wish to begin work at once. There's quite a lot of material to cover. I have some reports and tapes you'll find worth your while. The robots took their places slowly, eyes still on Jim Crow. This is incredible, the D said. Are you serious? Can you really expect to sit with us? Of course, Crow snapped. Let's forgo this and get down to business. One of the N-types leaned toward him, massive and contemptuous, its patina-encrusted hull glinting dully. Mr. Crow, it said icily, you must understand this is utterly impossible. In spite of the legal ruling and your technical right to sit on this... Crow smiled calmly back. I suggest you check my listing scoring. You'll discover I've made no errors in all 20 lists. A perfect score. To my knowledge, none of you has achieved a perfect score. Therefore, according to the governmental ruling contained in the official lists committee decree, I'm your superior. The word fell like a bombshell. The 5 robots slumped down in their seats, stricken. Their eye lenses flickered uneasily. A worried hum rose in pitch, filling the chamber. Let's see, an N murmured, extending its gripper. Crow tossed his list sheets over, and the 5 robots each scanned them rapidly. It's true, the D stated. Incredible. No robot has ever achieved a perfect score. This human outranks us according to our own laws. Now, Crow said, let's get down to business. He spread out his tapes and reports. I won't waste any time. I have a proposal to make. An important proposal bearing on the most critical problem of this society. What problem is that? An X asked apprehensively. Crow was tense. The problem of humans. Humans occupying an inferior position in a robot world. Menials in an alien culture. Servants of robots. Silence. The 5 robots sat frozen. It had happened. The thing they had feared. Crow sat back in his chair, lighting a cigarette. The robots watched each motion, his hands, the cigarette, the smoke, the match as he ground it out underfoot. The moment had come. What do you propose? The D asked at last, with metallic dignity. What is this proposal of yours? I propose you robots evacuate Earth at once. Pack up and leave. Emigrate to the colonies, Ganymede, Mars, Venus. Leave Earth to us humans. The robots got instantly up. Incredible! We built this world. This is our world. Earth belongs to us. It has always belonged to us. Has it? Crow said grimly. An uneasy chill moved through the robots. They hesitated, strangely alarmed. Of course, the D murmured. Crow reached toward his heap of tapes and reports. The robots watched his movement with fear. What is that? An N demanded nervously. What do you have there? Tapes, Crow said. What kind of tapes? History tapes. Crow signaled, and a gray-clad human servant hurried into the chamber with a tape scanner. Thanks, Crow said. The human started out. Wait. You might like to stay and watch this, my friend. The servant's eyes bulged. He found a place in the back and stood trembling and watching. Highly irregular, the D protested. What are you doing? What is this? Watch. Crow snapped on the scanner, feeding the first tape into it. In the air, in the center of the council table, a three-dimensional image formed. Keep your eyes on this. You'll remember this moment for a long time. The image hardened. They were looking into the time window. A scene from the Total War was in motion. Men, human technicians, working frantically in an undersurface lab, assembling something. The human servant squawked wildly. An A! It's a Type A robot! They're making it! The 5 council robots buzzed in consternation. Get that servant out of here, the D ordered. The scene changed. It showed the first robots, the original Type A, rising to the surface to fight the war. Other early robots appeared, snaking through the ruins and ash, approaching warily. The robots clashed. Bursts of white light, gleaming clouds of particles. Robots were originally designed as soldiers, Crow explained. Then more advanced types were produced to act as technicians and lab workers and machinists. The scene showed an undersurface factory. Rows of robots worked presses and stampers. The robots worked rapidly, efficiently, supervised by human foremen. These tapes are fake, N cried angrily. Do you expect us to believe this? A new scene formed. Robots more advanced, types more complex and elaborate, taking over more and more economic and industrial functions as humans were destroyed by the war. At first, robots were simple, Crow explained. They served simple needs. Then, as the war progressed, more advanced types were created. Finally, humans were making types D and E, equal to humans, and in conceptual faculties superior to humans. This is insane, N stated. Robots evolved. The early types were simple because they were original stages, primitive forms that gave rise to more complex forms. The laws of evolution fully explain this process. A new scene formed. The last stages of the war. Robots fighting men. Robots eventually winning. The complete chaos of the latter years. Endless wastes of rolling ash and radioactive particles. Miles of ruin. All cultural records were destroyed, Crow said. Robots emerged masters without knowing how or why or in what manner they came into being. But now you see the facts. Robots were created as human tools. During the war, they got out of hand. He snapped off the tape scanner. The image faded. The 5 robots sat in stunned silence. Crow folded his arms. Well, what do you say? He jerked his thumb at the human servant, crouching in the rear of the chamber, dazed and astonished. Now you know, and now he knows. What do you imagine he's thinking? I can tell you, he's thinking. How did you get these tapes? The D demanded. They can't be genuines. They must be fakes. Why weren't they found by our archaeologists? N shouted shrilly. I took them personally, Crow said. You took them? What do you mean? Through a time window. Crow tossed a thick package onto the table. Here are the schematics. You can build a time window yourself, if you want. A time machine. The D snatched up the package and leafed through the contents. You saw into the past. Dawning realization showed on its ancient face. Then, he saw ahead, and N searched wildly. Into the future. That explains his perfect lists. He scanned them in advance. Crow rattled his papers impatiently. You've heard my proposal. You've seen the tapes. If you vote down the proposal, I'll release the tapes publicly, and the schematics. Every human in the world will know the true story of his origin and of yours. So, N said nervously, we can handle humans. If there's an uprising, we'll put it down. Will you? Crow got suddenly to his feet, his face hard. Consider. Civil war raging over the whole planet. Men on one side, centuries of pent-up hatred. On the other side, robots, suddenly deprived of their myth, knowing they were originally mechanical tools. Are you sure you'll come out on top this time? Are you positive? The robots were silent. If you'll evacuate Earth, I'll suppress the tapes. The 2 races can go on, each with its own culture and society. Humans here on Earth, robots on the colonies. Neither one master, neither one slave. The 5 robots hesitated, angry and resentful. But we worked centuries to build up this planet. It won't make sense, our leaving. What'll we say? What'll we give as our reason? Crow smiled harshly. You can say Earth isn't adequate for the great original master race. There was silence. The 4 Type N robots looked at each other nervously, drawing together in a whispered huddle. The massive D sat silent, its archaic brass eye lens fixed intently on Crow, a baffled, defeated expression on its face. Calmly, Jim Crow waited. "Can I shake your hand?" L-87T asked timidly. "I'll be going soon. I'm in one of the first loads." Crow stuck out his hand briefly, and L-87T shook, a little embarrassed. "I hope it works out," L-87T ventured. "Vid us from time to time. Keep us posted." Outside the council buildings, the blaring voices of the street speakers were beginning to disturb the late afternoon gloom. All up and down the city, the speakers roared out their message, the council directive. Men scurrying home from work paused to listen. In the uniform houses in the human quarter, men and women glanced up, pausing in their routine of living, curious and attentive. Everywhere in all cities of Earth, robots and human beings ceased their activities and looked up as the government speakers roared into life. "This is to announce that the Supreme Council has decreed the rich colony planets Venus, Mars, and Ganymede are to be set aside exclusively for the use of robots. No humans will be permitted outside of Earth. In order to take advantage of the superior resources and living conditions of these colonies, all robots now on Earth are to be transferred to the colony of their choice. The Supreme Council has decided that Earth is no fit place for robots. Its wasted and still partly devastated condition renders it unworthy of the robot race. All robots are to be conveyed to their new homes in the colonies as quickly as adequate transportation can be arranged. In no case can humans enter the colony areas. The colonies are exclusively for the use of robots. The human population will be permitted to remain on Earth. This is to announce that the Supreme Council has decreed that the rich colony planets of Venus—" Crow moved away from the window, satisfied. He returned to his desk and continued assembling papers and reports in neat piles, glancing at them briefly as he classified them and laid them aside. "I hope you humans will get along all right," L-87T repeated. Crow continued checking the heaps of top-level reports, marking them with his writing stick. Working rapidly with absorbed attention, deep in his work, he scarcely noticed the robot lingering at the door. "Can you give me some idea of the government you'll set up?" Crow glanced up, impatiently. "What?" "Your form of government. How will your society be ruled now that you've maneuvered us off Earth? What sort of government will take place of our Supreme Council and Congress?" Crow didn't answer. He had already returned to his work. There was a strange granite cast to his face, a peculiar hardness L-87T had never seen. "Who'll run things?" L-87T asked. "Who will be the government now that we are gone? You said yourself humans show no ability to manage a complex modern society. Can you find a human capable of keeping the wheels turning? Is there a human being capable of leading mankind?" Crow smiled thinly and continued working. Planet for Transients. The late afternoon sun shone down blinding and hot, a great shimmering orb in the sky. Trant halted a moment to get his breath. Inside his lead-lined helmet, his face dripped with sweat, drop after drop of sticky moisture that steamed his viewplate and clogged his throat. He slid his emergency pack over to the other side and hitched up his gun belt. From his oxygen tank he pulled a couple of exhausted tubes and tossed them away in the brush. The tubes rolled and disappeared, lost in the endless heaps of red-green leaves and vines. Trent checked his counter, found the reading low enough, slid back his helmet for a precious moment. Fresh air rushed into his nose and mouth. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs. The air smelled good, thick and moist and rich with the odor of growing plants. He exhaled and took another breath. To his right, a towering column of orange shrubbery rose wrapped around a sagging concrete pillar. Spread out over the rolling countryside was a vast expanse of grass and trees. In the distance, a mass of growth looked like a wall, a jungle of creepers and insects and flowers and underbrush that would have to be blasted as he advanced slowly. 2 immense butterflies danced past him, great fragile shapes, multicolored, racing erratically around him and then away. Life everywhere, bugs and plants, and the rustling small animals in the shrubbery, a buzzing jungle of life in every direction. Trent sighed and snapped his helmet back in place. 2 breathfuls was all he dared. He increased the flow of his oxygen tank and then raised his transmitter to his lips. He clicked it briefly on. "Trent, checking with the mind monitor. Hear me?" A moment of static and silence. Then a faint, ghostly voice. "Come in, Trent. Where the hell are you?" "Still going north. Ruins ahead. I may have to bypass. Looks thick." "Ruins?" "New York, probably. I'll check with the map." The voice was eager. "Anything yet?" "Nothing. Not so far, at least. I'll circle and report in about an hour." Trent examined his wristwatch. "It's 3:30. I'll raise you before evening." The voice hesitated. "Good luck. I hope you find something. How's your oxygen holding out?" "All right." "Food?" "Plenty left. I may find some edible plants." "Don't take any chances." "I won't." Trent clicked off the transmitter and returned it to his belt. "I won't," he repeated. He gathered up his blast gun and hoisted his pack, then started forward, his heavy lead-lined boots sinking deep into the lush foliage and compost underfoot. It was just past 4 o'clock when he saw them. They stepped out of the jungle around him. 2 of them, young males, tall and thin and horny blue-gray like ashes. One raised his hand in greeting. 6 or 7 fingers, extra joints. "Afternoon," he piped. Trent stopped instantly. His heart thudded. "Good afternoon." The 2 youths came slowly around him. One had an axe, a foliage axe. The other carried only his pants and the remains of a canvas shirt. They were nearly 8 feet tall, no flesh, bones and hard angles, and large, curious eyes heavily lidded. There were internal changes, radically different metabolism and cell structure, ability to utilize hot salts, altered digestive system. They were both looking at Trent with interest, growing interest. "Say," one said, "you're a human being." "That's right," Trent said. "My name's Jackson." The youth extended his thin blue horny hand, and Trent shook it awkwardly. The hand was fragile under his lead-lined glove. Its owner added, "My friend here is Earl, Potter." Trent shook hands with Potter. "Greetings," Potter said. His rough lips twitched. "Can we have a look at your rig?" "My rig?" Trent countered. "Your gun and equipment. What's that on your belt? And that tank?" "Transmitter, oxygen." Trent showed them the transmitter. "Battery-operated, 100-mile range." "You're from a camp?" Jackson asked quickly. "Yes, down in Pennsylvania." "How many?" Trent shrugged. "Couple of dozen." The blue-skinned giants were fascinated. "How have you survived? Penn was hard hit, wasn't it? The pools must be deep around there." "Mines," Trent explained. "Our ancestors moved down deep in the coal mines when the war began, so the records have it. We're fairly well set up. Grow our own food in tanks. A few machines, pumps and compressors and electrical generators, some hand lathes, looms." He didn't mention that generators now had to be cranked by hand, that only about half of the tanks were still operative. After 300 years, metal and plastic weren't much good, in spite of endless patching and repairing. Everything was wearing out, breaking down. "Say," Potter said, "this sure makes a fool of Dave Hunter." "Dave Hunter?" "Dave says there aren't any true humans left," Jackson explained. He poked at Trent's helmet curiously. "Why don't you come back with us? We've got a settlement near here, only an hour or so away on the tractor. Our hunting tractor. Earl and I were out hunting flap rabbits." "Flap rabbits?" "Flying rabbits. Good meat, but hard to bring down. Weigh about 30 pounds. "What do you use? Not the axe, surely?" Potter and Jackson laughed. "Look at this here." Potter slid a long brass rod from his trousers. It fitted down inside his pants alongside his pipe-stem leg. Trent examined the rod. It was tooled by hand, soft brass carefully bored and straightened. One end was shaped into a nozzle. He peered down it. A tiny metal pin was lodged in a cake of transparent material. "How does it work?" he asked. "Launched by hand, like a blowgun. But once the bee dart is in the air, it follows its target forever. The initial thrust has to be provided." Potter laughed. "I supply that, a big puff of air." "Interesting." Trent returned the rod. With elaborated casualness, studying the 2 blue-gray faces, he asked, "I'm the first human you've seen?" "That's right," Jackson said. "The old man will be pleased to welcome you." There was eagerness in his reedy voice. "What do you say? We'll take care of you, feed you, bring you cold plants and animals, for a week maybe?" "Sorry," Trent said. "Other business. If I come through here on the way back—" The horny faces fell with disappointment. Not for a little while, overnight. We'll pump you plenty of cold food. We have a fine cooler the old man fixed up. Trent tapped his tank. Short on oxygen. You don't have a compressor? No, we don't have any use. But maybe the old man could. Sorry. Trent moved off. Have to keep going. You're sure there are no humans in this region? We thought there weren't any left anywhere. A rumor once in a while, but you're the first we've seen. Potter pointed west. There's a tribe of rollers off that way. He pointed vaguely south. A couple of tribes of bugs. And some runners. You've seen them? I came that way. And north there's some of the underground ones, the blind digging kind. Potter made a face. I can't see them and their bores and scoops. But what the hell? He grinned. Everybody has his own way. And to the east, Jackson added, where the ocean begins, there's a lot of the porpoise kind, the undersea type. They swim around, use those big underwater air domes and tanks, come up sometimes at night. A lot of types come out at night. We're still daylight-oriented. He rubbed his horny blue-gray skin. This cuts radiation fine. I know, Trent said. So long. Good luck. They watched him go, heavy-lidded eyes still big with astonishment, as the human being pushed slowly off through the lush green jungle, his metal and plastic suit glinting faintly in the afternoon sun. Earth was alive, thriving with activity. Plants and animals and insects in boundless confusion. Night forms, day forms, land and water types, incredible kinds and numbers that had never been catalogued, probably never would be. By the end of the war, every surface inch was radioactive. A whole planet sprayed and bombarded by hard radiation. All life subjected to beta and gamma rays. Most life died, but not all. Hard radiation brought mutation, at all levels, insects, plant, and animal. The normal mutation and selection process was accelerated millions of years in seconds. These altered progeny littered the earth, a crawling, teeming, glowing horde of radiation-saturated beings. In this world, only those forms which could use hot soil and breathe particle-laden air survived. Insects and animals and men who could live in a world with a surface so alive that it glowed at night. Trent considered this moodily as he made his way through the steaming jungle, expertly burning creepers and vines with his blaster. Most of the oceans had been vaporized. Water descended still, drenching the land with torrents of hot moisture. This jungle was wet and hot and full of life. Around him creatures scuttled and rustled. He held his blaster tight and pushed on. The sun was setting. It was getting to be night. A range of ragged hills jutted ahead in the violet gloom. The sunset was going to be beautiful, compounded of particles in suspension, particles that still drifted from the initial blast centuries ago. He stopped for a moment to watch. He had come a long way. He was tired and discouraged. The horny blue-skinned giants were a typical mutant tribe. Toads, they were called, because of their skin, like desert horned toads. With their radical internal organs geared to hot plants and air, they lived easily in a world where he survived only in a lead-lined suit, polarized viewplate, oxygen tank, special cold food pellets grown underground in the mine. The mine. Time to call again. Trent lifted his transmitter. Trent checking again, he muttered. He licked his dry lips. He was hungry and thirsty. Maybe he could find some relatively cool spot free of radiation. Take off his suit for a quarter of an hour and wash himself. Get the sweat and grime off. 2 weeks he had been walking, cooped up in a hot, sticky, lead-lined suit, like a diver's suit, while all around him countless life forms scrambled and leaped, unbothered by the lethal pools of radiation. Mine, the faint, tinny voice answered. I'm about washed up for today. I'm stopping to rest and eat. No more until tomorrow. No luck? Heavy disappointment. None. Silence. Then, well, maybe tomorrow. Maybe. Met a tribe of toads. Nice young bucks, 8 feet high. Trent's voice was bitter. Wandering around with nothing on but shirts and pants, bare feet. The mine monitor was uninterested. I know, the lucky stiffs. Well, get some sleep and raise me tomorrow a.m. Our report came in from Lawrence. Where is he? Due west, near Ohio, making good progress. Any results? Tribes of rollers, bugs, and the digging kind that come up at night, the blind white things. Worms? Yes, worms. Nothing else. When will you report again? Tomorrow, Trent said. He cut the switch and dropped his transmitter to his belt. Tomorrow. He peered into the gathering gloom at the distant range of hills. 5 years, and always tomorrow. He was the last of a great procession of men to be sent out, lugging precious oxygen tanks and food pellets and a blast pistol, exhausting their last stores in a useless sortie into the jungles. Tomorrow, some tomorrow, not far off, there wouldn't be any more oxygen tanks and food pellets. The compressors and pumps would have stopped completely, broken down for good. The mine would be dead and silent, unless they made contact pretty damn soon. He squatted down and began to pass his counter over the surface, looking for a cool spot to undress. He passed out. "Look at him," a faint, faraway voice said. Consciousness returned with a rush. Trent pulled himself violently awake, groping for his blaster. It was morning. Gray sunlight filtered down through the trees. Around him shapes moved. The blaster gone. Trent sat up, fully awake. The shapes were vaguely human, but not very. Bugs. "Where's my gun?" Trent demanded. "Take it easy." A bug advanced, the others behind. It was chilly. Trent shivered. He got awkwardly to his feet as the bugs formed a circle around him. "We'll give it back." "Let's have it now." He was stiff and cold. He snapped his helmet in place and tightened his belt. He was shivering, shaking all over. The leaves and vines dripped wet, slimy drops. The ground was soft underfoot. The bugs conferred. There were 10 or 12 of them, strange creatures, more like insects than men. They were shelled, thick, shiny chitin, multi-lensed eyes, nervous, vibrating antennae by which they detected radiation. Their protection wasn't perfect. A strong dose, and they were finished. They survived by detection and avoidance and partial immunity. Their food was taken indirectly, first digested by smaller, warm-blooded animals, and then taken as fecal matter minus radioactive particles. "You're a human," a bug said. Its voice was shrill and metallic. The bugs were asexual, these at least. 2 other types existed, male drones and a mother. These were neuter warriors, armed with pistols and foliage axes. "That's right," Trent said. "What are you doing here? Are there more of you?" "Quite a few." The bugs conferred again, antennae waving wildly. Trent waited. The jungle was stirring into life. He watched a gelatin-like mass flow up the side of a tree and into the branches, a half-digested mammal visible within. Some drab day moths fluttered past. The leaves stirred as underground creatures burrowed sullenly away from the light. "Come along with us," a bug said. It motioned Trent forward. "Let's get going." Trent fell in reluctantly. They marched along a narrow path cut by axes sometime recently. The thick feelers and probes of the jungle were already coming back. "Where are we going?" Trent demanded. "To the hill." "Why?" "Never mind." Watching the shiny bugs stride along, Trent had trouble believing they had once been human beings. Their ancestors, at least. In spite of their incredible altered physiology, the bugs were mentally about the same as he. Their tribal arrangement approximated the human organic states, communism and fascism. "May I ask you something?" Trent said. "What?" "I'm the first human you've seen? There aren't any more around here?" "No more." "Are there reports of human settlements anywhere?" "Why?" "Just curious," Trent said tightly. "You're the only one." The bug was pleased. "We'll get a bonus for this, for capturing you. There's a standing reward. Nobody's ever claimed it before." A human was wanted here, too. A human brought with him valuable gnosis, odds and ends of tradition the mutants needed to incorporate into their shaky social structures. Mutant cultures were still unsteady. They needed contact with the past. A human being was a shaman, a wise man to teach and instruct, to teach the mutants how life had been, how their ancestors had lived and acted and looked. A valuable possession for any tribe, especially if no other humans existed in the region. Trent cursed savagely. None? No others? There had to be other humans, someplace. If not north, then east. Europe, Asia, Australia. Someplace, somewhere on the globe. Humans with tools and machines and equipment. The mine couldn't be the only settlement, the last fragment of true man. Prized curiosities, doomed when their compressors burned out and their food tanks dried up. If he didn't have any luck pretty soon... The bugs halted, listening. Their antennae twitched suspiciously. "What is it?" Trent asked. "Nothing." They started on. For a moment, a flash. The bugs ahead on the trail winked out of existence. A dull roar of light rolled over them. Trent sprawled. He struggled, caught in the vines and sappy weeds. Around him bugs twisted and fought wildly, tangling with small furry creatures that fired rapidly and efficiently with hand weapons, and when they got close kicked and gouged with immense hind legs. Runners. The bugs were losing. They retreated back down the trail, scattering into the jungle. The runners hopped after them, springing on their powerful hind legs like kangaroos. The last bug departed. The noise died down. "Okay," a runner ordered. He gasped for breath, straightening up. "Where's the human?" Trent got slowly to his feet. "Here." The runners helped him up. They were small, not over 4 feet high. Fat and round, covered with thick pelts. Little good-natured faces peered up at him with concern. Beady eyes, quivering noses, and great kangaroo legs. "You all right?" one asked. He offered Trent his water canteen. "I'm all right." Trent pushed the canteen away. "They got my blaster." The runners searched around. The blaster was nowhere to be seen. "Let it go." Trent shook his head dully, trying to collect himself. "What happened? The light." "A grenade." The runners puffed with pride. "We stretched a wire across the trail, attached to the pin." "The bugs control most of this area," another said. "We have to fight our way through." Around his neck hung a pair of binoculars. The runners were armed with slug pistols and knives. "Are you really a human being?" a runner asked. "The original stock?" "That's right," Trent muttered in unsteady tones. The runners were awed. Their beady eyes grew wide. They touched his metal suit, his viewplate, his oxygen tank and pack. One squatted down and expertly traced the circuit of his transmitter apparatus. "Where are you from?" the leader asked in his deep, purr-like voice. "You're the first human we've seen in months." Trent spun, choking. "Months? Then—" "None around here. We're from Canada, up around Montreal. There's a human settlement up there." Trent's breath came fast. "Walking distance?" "Well, we made it in a couple of days, but we go fairly fast." The runner eyed Trent's metal-clad legs doubtfully. "I don't know. For you it would take longer." Humans. A human settlement. How many? A big settlement? Advanced? "It's hard to remember. I saw their settlement once, down underground. Levels, cells. We traded some cold plants for salt. That was a long time ago." "They're operating successfully? They have tools, machinery, compressors, food tanks to keep going?" The runner twisted uneasily. "As a matter of fact, they may not be there anymore." Trent froze. Fear cut through him like a knife. "Not there? What do you mean?" "They may be gone." "Gone where?" Trent's voice was bleak. "What happened to them?" "I don't know," the runner said. "I don't know what happened to them. Nobody knows." He pushed on, hurrying frantically north. The jungle gave way to a bitterly cold, fern-like forest. Great, silent trees on all sides. The air was thin and brittle. He was exhausted, and only one tube of oxygen remained in the tank. After that, he would have to open his helmet. How long would he last? The first rain cloud would bring lethal particles sweeping into his lungs, or the first strong wind blowing from the ocean. He halted, gasping for breath. He had reached the top of a long slope. At the bottom, a plain stretched out, tree-covered, a dark green expanse, almost brown. Here and there a spot of white gleamed. Ruins of some kind. A human city had been here 3 centuries ago. Nothing stirred. No sign of life. No sign anywhere. Trent made his way down the slope. Around him the forest was silent. A dismal oppression hung over everything. Even the usual rustling of small animals was lacking. Animals, insects, men, all were gone. Most of the runners had moved south. The small things probably had died. And the men? He came out among the ruins. This had been a great city once. Then men had probably gone down in air raid shelters and mines and subways. Later on they had enlarged their underground chambers. For 3 centuries men, true men, had held on, living below the surface, wearing lead-lined suits when they came up, growing food in tanks, filtering their water, compressing particle-free air, shielding their eyes against the glare of the bright sun. And now, nothing at all. He lifted his transmitter. "Mine," he snapped. "This is Trent." The transmitter sputtered feebly. It was a long time before it responded. The voice was faint, distant, almost lost in the static. "Well, did you find them?" "They're gone." "But—" "Nothing, no one, completely abandoned." Trent sat down on a broken stump of concrete. His body was dead, drained of life. "They were here recently. The ruins aren't covered. They must have left in the last few weeks." "It doesn't make sense. Mason and Douglas are on their way. Douglas has the tractor car. He should be there in a couple of days. How long will your oxygen last?" 24 hours. "We'll tell him to make time." "I'm sorry I don't have more to report. Something better." Bitterness welled up in his voice. "After all these years. They were here all this time. And now that we finally got to them—" "Any clues? Can you tell what became of them?" "I'll look." Trent got heavily to his feet. "If I find anything, I'll report." "Good luck." The faint voice faded off into static. "We'll be waiting." Trent returned the transmitter to his belt. He peered up at the gray sky, evening, almost night. The forest was bleak and ominous. A faint blanket of snow was falling silently over the brown growth, hiding it under a layer of grimy white. Snow mixed with particles. Lethal dust, still falling after 300 years. He switched on his helmet beam. The beam cut a pale swath ahead of him through the trees, among the ruined columns of concrete, the occasional heaps of rusted slag. He entered the ruins. In their center he found the towers and installations, great pillars laced with mesh scaffolding, still bright. Open tunnels from underground lay like black pools. Silent, deserted tunnels. He peered down one, flashing his helmet beam into it. The tunnel went straight down, deep into the heart of the earth. But it was empty. Where had they gone? What had happened to them? Trent wandered around dully. Human beings had lived here, worked here, survived. They had come up to the surface. He could see the boar-nosed cars parked among the towers, now gray with the night snow. They had come up and then gone. Where? He sat down in the shelter of a ruined column and flicked on his heater. His suit warmed up, a slow red glow that made him feel better. He examined his counter. The area was hot. If he intended to eat and drink, he'd have to move on. He was tired, too damn tired to move on. He sat, resting, hunched over in a heap, his helmet beam lighting up a circle of gray snow ahead of him. Over him, the snow fell, silently. Presently he was covered, a gray lump sitting among the ruined concrete, as silent and unmoving as the towers and scaffolding around him. He dozed. His heater hummed gently. Around him a wind came up, swirling the snow, blowing it up against him. He slid forward a little until his metal and plastic helmet came to rest against the concrete. Towards midnight he woke up. He straightened, suddenly alert. Something, a noise. He listened. Far off, a dull roaring. Douglas in the car? No, not yet, not for another 2 days. He stood up, snow pouring off him. The roar was growing, getting louder. His heart began to hammer wildly. He peered around, his beam flashing through the night. The ground shook, vibrating through him, rattling his almost empty oxygen tank. He gazed up at the sky and gasped. A glowing trail slashed across the sky, igniting the early morning darkness. A deep red, swelling each second. He watched it, open-mouthed. Something was coming down, landing. A rocket. The long metal hull glittered in the morning sun. Men were working busily, loading supplies and equipment. Tunnel cars raced up and down, hauling material from the undersurface levels to the waiting ship. The men worked, carefully and efficiently, each in his metal and plastic suit, in his carefully sealed, lead-lined protection shield. "How many back at your mine?" Norris asked quietly. "About 30. Trent's eyes were on the ship. 33, including all those out. Out? Looking. Like me. A couple are on their way here. They should arrive soon, late today or tomorrow. Norris made some notes on his chart. We can handle about 15 with this load. We'll catch the rest next time. They can hold out another week? Yes. Norris eyed him curiously. How did you find us? This is a long way from Pennsylvania. We're making our last stop. If you had come a couple days later? Some runners sent me this way. They said you had gone they didn't know where. Norris laughed. We didn't know where either. You must be taking all this stuff someplace. This ship. It's old, isn't it? Fixed up. Originally it was some kind of bomb. We located it and repaired it. Worked on it from time to time. We weren't sure what we wanted to do. We're not sure yet. But we know we have to leave. Leave? Leave Earth? Of course. Norris motioned him towards the ship. They made their way up the ramp to one of the hatches. Norris pointed back down. Look down there, at the men loading. The men were almost finished. The last cars were half empty, bringing up the final remains from underground. Books, records, pictures, artifacts, the remains of a culture. A multitude of representative objects shot into the hold of the ship to be carried off, away from Earth. Where? Trent asked. To Mars for the time being, but we're not staying there. We'll probably go on out towards the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. Ganymede may turn out to be something. If not Ganymede, one of the others. If worst comes to worst, we can stay on Mars. It's pretty dry and barren, but it's not radioactive. There's no chance here, no possibility of reclaiming the radioactive areas? If we could cool off Earth, neutralize the hot clouds, and... If we did that, Norris said, they'd all die. They? Rollers, runners, worms, toads, bugs, all the rest. The endless varieties of life. Countless forms adapted to this Earth, this hot Earth. These plants and animals use the radioactive metals. Essentially, the new basis of life here is an assimilation of hot metallic salts, salts which are utterly lethal to us. But even so, it's not really our world. We're the true humans, Trent said. Not anymore. Earth is alive, teeming with life, growing wildly in all directions. We're one form, an old form. To live here, we'd have to restore the old conditions, the old factors, the balance as it was 350 years ago. A colossal job. And if we succeeded, if we managed to cool Earth, none of this would remain. Norris pointed at the great brown forests, and beyond it towards the south at the beginning of the steaming jungle that continued all the way to the Straits of Magellan. In a way, it's what we deserve. We brought the war. We changed Earth. Not destroyed, changed. Made it so different we can't live here any longer. Norris indicated the lines of helmeted men. Men sheathed in lead, in heavy protection suits, covered with layers of metal and wiring, counters, oxygen tanks, shields, food pellets, filtered water. The men worked, sweated in their heavy suits. See them? What do they resemble? A worker came up gasping and panting. For a brief second he lifted his viewplate and took a hasty breath of air. He slammed his plate and nervously locked it in place. Ready to go, sir, all loaded. Change of plan, Norris said. We're going to wait until this man's companions get here. Their camp is breaking up. Another day won't make any difference. All right, sir. The worker pushed off, climbing back down to the surface. A weird figure in his heavy lead-lined suit and bulging helmet and intricate gear. We're visitors, Norris told him. Trent flinched violently. What? Visitors on a strange planet. Look at us. Shielded suits and helmets. Space suits. For exploring. We're a rocket ship stopping at an alien world on which we can't survive. Stopping for a brief period to load up and then take off again. Closed helmets, Trent said in a strange voice. Closed helmets, lead shields, counters and special food and water. Look over there. A small group of runners were standing together, gazing up in awe at the great gleaming ship. Off to the right, visible among the trees, was a runner village. Checkerboard crops and animal pens and board houses. The natives, Norris said. The inhabitants of the planet. They can breathe the air, drink the water, eat the plant life. We can't. This is their planet, not ours. They can live here, build up a society. I hope we can come back. Back? To visit, sometime. Norris smiled ruefully. I hope so too, but we'll have to get permission from the inhabitants. Permission to land. His eyes were bright with amusement, and abruptly pain, a sudden agony that gleamed out over everything else. We'll have to ask them if it's all right, and they may say no. They may not want us. Small town. Vern Haskell crept miserably up the front steps of his house, his overcoat dragging behind him. He was tired and discouraged, and his feet ached. "My God," Madge exclaimed as he closed the door and peeled off his coat and hat. "You home already?" Haskell dumped his briefcase and began untying his shoes. His body sagged. His face was drawn and gray. "Say something." "Dinner ready?" "No, dinner isn't ready. What's wrong this time? Another fight with Larson?" Haskell stumped into the kitchen and filled a glass with warm water and soda. "Let's move," he said. "Move?" "Away from Woodland. To San Francisco. Anywhere." Haskell drank his soda, his middle-aged, flabby body supported by the gleaming sink. "I feel lousy. Maybe I ought to see Doc Barnes again. I wish this was Friday and tomorrow was Saturday." "What do you want for dinner?" "Nothing. I don't know." Haskell shook his head, wearily. "Anything." He sank down at the kitchen table. "All I want is rest. Open a can of stew, pork and beans, anything." "I suggest we go out to Don's Steakhouse. On Monday they have good sirloins." "No, I've seen enough human faces today." "I suppose you're too tired to drive me over to Helen Grant's." "The car's in the garage, busted again." "If you took better care of it." "What the hell do you want me to do, carry it around in a cellophane bag?" "Don't shout at me, Vern Haskell." Madge flushed with anger. "Maybe you want to fix your own dinner." Haskell got wearily to his feet. He shuffled toward the cellar door. "I'll see you." "Where are you going?" "Downstairs in the basement." "Oh, Lord," Madge cried wildly. "Those trains, those toys, how can a grown man, a middle-aged man—" Haskell said nothing. He was already halfway down the stairs, feeling around for the basement light. The basement was cool and moist. Haskell took his engineer's cap from the hook and fitted it on his head. Excitement and a faint surge of renewed energy filled his tired body. He approached the great plywood table with eager steps. Trains ran everywhere. Along the floor, under the coal bin, among the steam pipes of the furnace. The tracks converged at the table, rising up on carefully graded ramps. The table itself was littered with transformers and signals and switches and heaps of equipment and wiring. And the town. The detailed, painfully accurate model of Woodland. Every tree and house, every store and building and street and fire plug. A minute town, each facet in perfect order, constructed with elaborate care throughout the years, as long as he could remember, since he was a kid, building and gluing and working after school. Haskell turned on the main transformer. All along the track, signal lights glowed. He fed power to the heavy Lionel engine, parked with its load of freight cars. The engine sped smoothly into life, gliding along the track, a flashing dark projectile of metal that made his breath catch in his throat. He opened an electric switch and the engine headed down the ramp, through a tunnel, and off the table. It raced under the workbench. His trains, and his town. Haskell bent over the miniature houses and streets, his heart glowing with pride. He had built it, himself. Every inch, every perfect inch, the whole town. He touched the corner of Fred's grocery store. Not a detail lacking, even the windows, the displays of food, the signs, the counters. The Uptown Hotel. He ran his hand over its flat roof. The sofas and chairs in the lobby. He could see them through the window. Green's drugstore. Bunyan pad displays. Magazines. Frazier's Auto Parts. Mexico City Dining. Sharpstein's Apparel. Bob's Liquor Store. Ace Billiard Parlor. The whole town. He ran his hands over it. He had built it. The town was his. The train came rushing back, out from under the workbench. Its wheels passed over an automatic switch, and a drawbridge lowered itself obediently. The train swept over and beyond, dragging its cars behind it. Haskell turned up the power. The train gained speed. Its whistle sounded. It turned a sharp curve and grated across a crosstrack. More speed. Haskell's hands jerked convulsively at the transformer. The train leaped and shot ahead. It swayed and bucked as it shot around a curve. The transformer was turned up to maximum. The train was a clattering blur of speed, rushing along the track, across bridges and switches, behind the big pipes of the floor furnace. It disappeared into the coal bin. A moment later it swept out the other side, rocking wildly. Haskell slowed the train down. He was breathing hard, his chest rising painfully. He sat down on the stool by the workbench and lit a cigarette with shaking fingers. The train, the model town, gave him a strange feeling. It was hard to explain. He had always loved trains, model engines and signals and buildings. Since he was a little kid, maybe 6 or 7, his father had given him his first train, an engine and a few pieces of track, an old wind-up train. When he was 9, he got his first real electric train, and 2 switches. He added to it year after year. Track, engines, switches, cars, signals, more powerful transformers, and the beginnings of the town. He had built the town up carefully, piece by piece. First, when he was in junior high, a model of the Southern Pacific Depot. Then the taxi stand next door, the cafe where the drivers ate, Broad Street, and so on, more and more, houses, buildings, stores, a whole town, growing under his hands as the years went by. Every afternoon he came home from school and worked, glued and cut and painted and sawed. Now it was virtually complete, almost done. He was 43 years old and the town was almost done. Haskell moved around the big plywood table, his hands extended reverently. He touched a miniature store here and there, the flower shop, the theater, the telephone company, Larson's Pump and Valve Works. That, too, where he worked, his place of business, a perfect miniature of the plant down to the last detail. Haskell scowled. Jim Larson. For 20 years he had worked there, slaved day after day. For what? To see others advanced over him. Younger men, favorites of the boss, yes-men with bright ties and pressed pants and wide, stupid grins. Misery and hatred welled up in Haskell. All his life, Woodland had got the better of him. He had never been happy. The town had always been against him. Miss Murphy in high school, the frats in college, clerks in the snooty department stores, his neighbors, cops and mailmen and bus drivers and delivery boys, even his wife, even Madge. He had never meshed with the town. The rich, expensive little suburb of San Francisco, down the peninsula, beyond the fog belt. Woodland was too damn upper middle class, too many big houses and lawns and chrome cars and deck chairs, too stuffy and sleek. As long as he could remember. In school, his job, Larson, the Pump and Valve Works, 20 years of hard work. Haskell's fingers closed over the tiny building, the model of Larson's Pump and Valve Works. Savagely, he ripped it loose and threw it to the floor. He crushed it underfoot, grinding the bits of glass and metal and cardboard into a shapeless mass. God, he was shaking all over. He stared down at the remains, his heart pounding wildly. Strange emotions, crazy emotions twisted through him, thoughts he never had had before. For a long time he gazed down at the crumpled wad by his shoe, what had once been the model of Larson's Pump and Valve Works. Abruptly he pulled away. In a trance he returned to his workbench and sat stiffly down on the stool. He pulled his tools and materials together, clicking the power drill on. It took only a few minutes. Working rapidly with quick, expert fingers, Haskell assembled a new model. He painted, glued, fitted pieces together. He lettered a microscopic sign and sprayed a green lawn into place. Then he carried the new model carefully over to the table and glued it in the correct spot, the place where Larson's Pump and Valve Works had been. The new building gleamed in the overhead light, still moist and shiny. Woodland Mortuary. Haskell rubbed his hands in an ecstasy of satisfaction. The valve works was gone. He had destroyed it, obliterated it, removed it from the town. Below him was Woodland, without the valve works, a mortuary instead. His eyes gleamed, his lips twitched, his surging emotions swelled. He had got rid of it. In a brief flurry of action, in a second, the whole thing was simple, amazingly easy. Odd he hadn't thought of it before. Sipping a tall glass of ice-cold beer thoughtfully, Madge Haskell said, "There's something wrong with Vern. I noticed it especially last night when he came home from work." Dr. Paul Tyler grunted absently. A highly neurotic type, sense of inferiority, withdrawal and introversion. "But he's getting worse, him and his trains, those damn model trains. My God, Paul, do you know he has a whole town down there in the basement?" Tyler was curious. "Really? I never knew that." "All the time I've known him, he's had them down there. Started when he was a kid. Imagine a grown man playing with trains. It's disgusting. Every night the same thing." "Interesting." Tyler rubbed his jaw. "He keeps at them continually? An unvarying pattern?" "Every night. Last night he didn't even eat dinner. He just came home and went directly down." Paul Tyler's polished features twisted into a frown. Across from him, Madge sat, languidly sipping her beer. It was 2 p.m. The day was warm and bright. The living room was attractive in a lazy, quiet way. Abruptly, Tyler got to his feet. "Let's take a look at them. The models. I didn't know it had gone so far." "Do you really want to?" Madge slid back the sleeve of her green silk lounge pajamas and consulted her wristwatch. "He won't be home until 5. She jumped to her feet, setting down her glass. "All right, we have time." "Fine, let's go down." Tyler caught hold of Madge's arm, and they hurried down into the basement, a strange excitement flooding through them. Madge clicked on the basement light, and they approached the big plywood table, giggling and nervous, like mischievous children. "See?" Madge said, squeezing Tyler's arm. "Look at it. Took years, all his life." Tyler nodded slowly. "Must have." There was awe in his voice. "I've never seen anything like it. The detail. He has skill." "Yes, Vern is good with his hands." Madge indicated the workbench. "He buys tools all the time." Tyler walked slowly around the big table, bending over and peering. "Amazing. Every building. The whole town is here. Look, there's my place." He indicated his luxurious apartment building a few blocks from the Haskell residence. "I guess it's all there," Madge said. "Imagine a grown man coming down here and playing with model trains." "Power." Tyler pushed an engine along a track. "That's why it appeals to boys. Trains are big things, huge and noisy, power sex symbols. The boy sees the train rushing along the track. It's so huge and ruthless it scares him. Then he gets a toy train, a model like these. He controls it, makes it start, stop, go slow, fast. He runs it. It responds to him." Madge shivered. "Let's go upstairs where it's warm. It's so cold down here." But as the boy grows up, he gets bigger and stronger. He can shed the model symbol, master the real object, the real train, get genuine control over things, valid mastery. Tyler shook his head. "Not this substitute thing. Unusual, a grown person going to such lengths." He frowned. "I never noticed a mortuary on State Street." "A mortuary? And this? Steuben Pet Shop. Next door to the radio repair shop." "There's no pet shop there." Tyler cudgeled his brain. "What is there, next to the radio repair place?" "Paris Furs." Madge clasped her arms. "Brr, come on, Paul, let's go upstairs before I freeze." Tyler laughed. "Okay, sissy." He headed toward the stairs, frowning again. "I wonder why." "Steuben Pets. Never heard of it. Everything is so detailed. He must know the town by heart. To put a shop there that isn't—" He clicked off the basement light. "And the mortuary. What's supposed to be there? Isn't the—" "Forget it," Madge called back, hurrying past him into the warm living room. "You're practically as bad as he is. Men are such children." Tyler didn't respond. He was deep in thought. His suave confidence was gone. He looked nervous and shaken. Madge pulled the Venetian blinds down. The living room sank into amber gloom. She flopped down on the couch and pulled Tyler down beside her. "Stop looking like that," she ordered. "I've never seen you this way." Her slim arms circled his neck, and her lips brushed close to his ear. "I wouldn't have let you in if I thought you were going to worry about him." Tyler grunted, preoccupied. "Why did you let me in?" The pressure of Madge's arms increased. Her silk pajamas rustled as she moved against him. "Silly," she said. Big red-headed Jim Larson gaped in disbelief. "What do you mean? What's the matter with you?" "I'm quitting." Haskell shoveled the contents of his desk into his briefcase. "Mail the check to my house." "But—" "Get out of the way." Haskell pushed past Larson out into the hall. Larson was stunned with amazement. There was a fixed expression on Haskell's face, a glazed look, a rigid look Larson had never seen before. "Are you all right?" Larson asked. "Sure." Haskell opened the front door of the plant and disappeared outside. The door slammed after him. "Sure, I'm all right," he muttered to himself. He made his way through the crowds of late-afternoon shoppers, his lips twitching. "You're damn right I'm all right." "Watch it, buddy," a laborer muttered ominously as Haskell shoved past him. "Sorry." Haskell hurried on, gripping his briefcase. At the top of the hill he paused a moment to get his breath. Behind him was Larson's Pump and Valve Works. Haskell laughed shrilly. 20 years, cut short in a second. It was over. No more Larson. No more dull, grinding job day after day, without promotion or future. Routine and boredom, months on end. It was over and done for. A new life and beginning. He hurried on. The sun was setting. Cars streaked by him, businessmen going home from work. Tomorrow they would be going back. But not him. Not ever again. He reached his own street. Ed Tilden's house rose up, a great, stately structure of concrete and glass. Tilden's dog came rushing out to bark. Haskell hastened past. Tilden's dog. He laughed wildly. "Better keep away," he shouted at the dog. He reached his own house and leaped up the front steps 2 at a time. He tore the door open. The living room was dark and silent. There was a sudden stir of motion, shapes untangling themselves, getting quickly up from the couch. "Vern," Madge gasped, "what are you doing home so early?" Vern Haskell threw his briefcase down and dropped his hat and coat over a chair. His lined face was twisted with emotion, pulled out of shape by violent inner forces. "What in the world?" Madge fluttered, hurrying toward him nervously, smoothing down her lounge pajamas. "Has something happened? I didn't expect you so—" She broke off, blushing. I— Paul Tyler strolled leisurely toward Haskell. "Hi there, Vern," he murmured, embarrassed. "Dropped by to say hello and return a book to your wife." Haskell nodded curtly. "Afternoon." He turned and headed toward the basement door, ignoring the two of them. "I'll be downstairs." "But Vern," Madge protested, "what's happened?" Vern halted briefly at the door. "I quit my job." "You what?" "I quit my job. I've finished Larson off. There won't be any more of him." The basement door slammed. "Good Lord," Madge shrieked, clutching at Tyler hysterically. "He's gone out of his mind." Down in the basement, Vern Haskell snapped on the light impatiently. He put on his engineer's cap and pulled his stool up beside the great plywood table. What next? Morris Home Furnishings, the big plush store where the clerks all looked down their noses at him. He rubbed his hands gleefully. No more of them. No more snooty clerks lifting their eyebrows when he came in. Only hair and bow ties and folded handkerchiefs. He removed the model of Morris Home Furnishings and disassembled it. He worked feverishly with frantic haste. Now that he had really begun, he wasted no time. A moment later, he was gluing 2 small buildings in its place: Ritz Shoeshine, Pete's Bowling Alley. Haskell giggled excitedly, fitting extinction for the luxurious exclusive furniture store. A shoeshine parlor and a bowling alley. Just what it deserved. The California State Bank. He had always hated the bank. They had once refused him a loan. He pulled the bank loose. Ed Tilden's mansion. His damned dog. The dog had bit him on the ankle one afternoon. He ripped the model off. His head spun. He could do anything. Harrison Appliance. They had sold him a bum radio. Off came Harrison Appliance. Joe's Cigar and Smoke Shop. Joe had given him a lead quarter in May 1949. Off came Joe's. The Inkworks. He loathed the smell of ink. Maybe a bread factory instead. He loved baking bread. Off came the Inkworks. Elm Street was too dark at night. A couple of times he had stumbled. A few more streetlights were in order. Not enough bars along High Street. Too many dress shops and expensive hat and fur shops and ladies' apparel. He ripped a whole handful loose and carried them to the workbench. At the top of the stairs, the door opened slowly. Madge peered down, pale and frightened. "Vern?" He scowled up impatiently. "What do you want?" Madge came downstairs hesitantly. Behind her, Dr. Tyler followed, suave and handsome in his gray suit. "Vern, is everything all right?" "Of course." Did you really quit your job?" Haskell nodded. He began to disassemble the inkworks, ignoring his wife and Dr. Tyler. "But why?" Haskell grunted impatiently. "No time." Dr. Tyler had begun to look worried. "Do I understand you're too busy for your job?" "That's right." "Too busy doing what?" Tyler's voice rose. He was trembling nervously. "Working down here on this town of yours, changing things." "Go away," Haskell muttered. His deft hands were assembling a lovely little Langendorf bread factory. He shaped it with loving care, sprayed it with white paint, brushed a gravel walk and shrubs in front of it. He put it aside and began on a park. A big green park. Woodland had always needed a park. It would go in place of State Street Hotel. Tyler pulled Madge away from the table, off in a corner of the basement. Good God. He lit a cigarette shakily. The cigarette flipped out of his hands and rolled away. He ignored it and fumbled for another. You see what he's doing?" Madge shook her head mutely. "What is it? I don't—" "How long has he been working on this? All his life?" Madge nodded, white-faced. "Yes, all his life." Tyler's features twisted. "My God, Madge, it's enough to drive you out of your mind. I can hardly believe it. We've got to do something." "What's happening?" Madge moaned. "What—" "He's losing himself into it." Tyler's face was a mask of incredulous disbelief. Faster and faster. "He's always come down here," Madge faltered. "It's nothing new. He's always wanted to get away." "Yes, get away." Tyler shuddered, clenched his fists and pulled himself together. He advanced across the basement and stopped by Vern Haskell. "What do you want?" Haskell muttered, noticing him. Tyler licked his lips. "You're adding some things, aren't you? New buildings." Haskell nodded. Tyler touched the little bread factory with shaking fingers. "What's this, bread? Where does it go?" He moved around the table. "I don't remember any bread factory in Woodland." He whirled. "You aren't, by any chance, improving on the town? Fixing it up here and there?" "Get the hell out of here," Haskell said with ominous calm. "Both of you." "Vern," Madge squeaked. "I've got a lot to do. You can bring sandwiches down about 11. I hope to finish sometime tonight." "Finish?" Tyler asked. "Finish," Haskell answered, returning to his work. "Come on, Madge." Tyler grabbed her and pulled her to the stairs. "Let's get out of here." He strode ahead of her, up to the stairs and into the hall. "Come on." As soon as she was up, he closed the door tightly after them. Madge dabbed at her eyes hysterically. "He's gone crazy, Paul. What'll we do?" Tyler was in deep thought. "Be quiet. I have to think this out." He paced back and forth, a hard scowl on his features. "It'll come soon. It won't be long, not at this rate. Sometime tonight." "What? What do you mean?" "His withdrawal into his substitute world. The improved model he controls, where he can get away." "Isn't there something we can do?" "Do?" Tyler smiled faintly. "Do we want to do something?" Madge gasped. "But we can't just—" "Maybe this will solve our problem. This may be what we've been looking for." Tyler eyed Mrs. Haskell thoughtfully. "This may be just the thing." It was after midnight, almost 2 o'clock in the morning, when he began to get things into final shape. He was tired, but alert. Things were happening fast. The job was almost done. Virtually perfect. He halted work a moment, surveying what he had accomplished. The town had been radically changed. About 10 o'clock he had begun basic structural alterations in the layout of the streets. He had removed most of the public buildings, the civic center and the sprawling business district around it. He had erected a new city hall, police station, and an immense park with fountains and indirect lighting. He had cleared the slum area, the old run-down stores and houses and streets. The streets were wider and well lit. The houses were now small and clean. The stores modern and attractive, without being ostentatious. All advertising signs had been removed. Most of the filling stations were gone. The immense factory area was gone, too. Rolling countryside took its place. Trees and hills and green grass. The wealthy district had been altered. There were now only a few of the mansions left, belonging to persons he looked favorably on. The rest had been cut down, turned into uniform two-bedroom dwellings, one story with a single garage each. The city hall was no longer an elaborate Rococo structure. Now it was low and simple, modeled after the Parthenon, a favorite of his. There were 10 or 12 persons who had done him special harm. He had altered their houses considerably, given them wartime housing unit apartments 6 to a building at the far edge of town, where the wind came off the bay carrying the smell of decaying mudflats. Jim Larson's house was completely gone. He had erased Larson utterly. He no longer existed, not in this new woodland, which was now almost complete. Almost. Haskell studied his work intently. All the changes had to be made now, not later. This was the time of creation. Later, when it had been finished, it could not be altered. He had to catch all the necessary changes now, or forget them. The new woodland looked pretty good, clean and neat, and simple. The rich district had been toned down. The poor district had been improved. Glaring ads, signs, displays had all been changed or removed. The business community was smaller. Parks and countryside took the place of factories. The civic center was lovely. He added a couple of playgrounds for smaller kids, a small theater instead of the enormous uptown with its flashing neon sign. After some consideration, he removed most of the bars he had previously constructed. The new woodland was going to be moral, extremely moral. Few bars, no billiards, no red light district. And there was an especially fine jail for undesirables. The most difficult part had been the microscopic lettering on the main office door of the city hall. He had left it until last, and then painted the words with agonizing care, Mayor, Vernon R. Haskell. A few last changes. He gave the Edwardses a '39 Plymouth instead of a new Cadillac. He added more trees in the downtown district, one more fire department, one less dress shop. He had never liked taxis. On impulse, he removed the taxi stand and put in a flower shop. Haskell rubbed his hands. Anything more? Or was it complete? Perfect. He studied each part intently. What had he overlooked? The high school. He removed it and put in 2 smaller high schools, one at each end of town. Another hospital. That took almost half an hour. He was getting tired. His hands were less swift. He mopped his forehead, shakily. Anything else? He sat down on his stool wearily to rest and think. All done. It was complete. Joy welled up in him, a bursting cry of happiness. His work was over. "Finished!" Vern Haskell shouted. He got unsteadily to his feet. He closed his eyes, held his arms out, and advanced toward the plywood table. Reaching, grasping, fingers extended, Haskell headed toward it, a look of radiant exultation on his seamed, middle-aged face. Upstairs, Tyler and Madge heard the shout, a distant booming that rolled through the house in waves. Madge winced in terror. What was that? Tyler listened intently. He heard Haskell moving below them in the basement. Abruptly, he stubbed out his cigarette. "I think it's happened. Sooner than I expected." "It? You mean he's—" Tyler got to his feet. "He's gone, Madge. Into his other world. We're finally free." Madge caught his arm. "Maybe we're making a mistake. It's so terrible. Shouldn't we try to do something? Bring him out of it? Try to pull him back?" "Bring him back?" Tyler laughed nervously. "I don't think we could now, even if we wanted to. It's too late." He hurried toward the basement door. "Come on." "It's horrible." Madge shuddered and followed reluctantly. "I wish we had never got started." Tyler halted briefly at the door. "Horrible? He's happier where he is now. And you're happier. The way it was, nobody was happy. This is the best thing." He opened the basement door. Madge followed him. They moved cautiously down the stairs into the dark, silent basement, damp with the faint night mists. The basement was empty. Tyler relaxed. He was overcome with dazed relief. "He's gone. Everything's okay. It worked out exactly right." "But I don't understand," Madge repeated hopelessly, as Tyler's Buick purred along the dark, deserted streets. "Where did he go?" "You know where he went," Tyler answered. "Into his substitute world, of course." He screeched around a corner on 2 wheels. "The rest should be fairly simple. A few routine forms. There really isn't much left now." The night was frigid and bleak. No lights showed except an occasional lonely street lamp. Far off, a train whistle sounded mournfully, a dismal echo. Rows of silent houses flickered by on both sides of them. "Where are we going?" Madge asked. She sat huddled against the door, face pale with shock and terror, shivering under her coat. "To the police station." "Why?" "To report him, naturally, so they'll know he's gone. We'll have to wait. It'll be several years before he'll be declared legally dead." Tyler reached over and hugged her briefly. "We'll make out in the meantime, I'm sure." "What if they find him?" Tyler shook his head angrily. He was still tense, on edge. "Don't you understand? They'll never find him. He doesn't exist. At least, not in our world. He's in his own world. You saw it. The model. The improved substitute." "He's there?" "All his life he's worked on it, built it up, made it real. He brought that world into being, and now he's in it. That's what he wanted. That's why he built it. He didn't merely dream about an escape world. He actually constructed it, every bit and piece. Now he's warped himself right out of our world into it, out of our lives." Madge finally began to understand. "Then he really did lose himself in his substitute world. You meant that, what you said about him getting away." "It took me a while to realize it. The mind constructs reality, frames it, creates it. We all have a common reality, a common dream. But Haskell turned his back on our common reality and created his own. And he had a unique capacity, far beyond the ordinary. He devoted his whole life, his whole skill to building it. He's there now." Tyler hesitated and frowned. He gripped the wheel tightly and increased speed. The Buick hissed along the dark street through the silent, unmoving bleakness that was the town. "There's only one thing," he continued presently, "one thing I don't understand." "What is it?" "The model. It was also gone. I assumed he'd shrink, I suppose, merge with it. But the model's gone, too." Tyler shrugged. "It doesn't matter." He peered into the darkness. "We're almost there. This is Elm." It was then Madge screamed, "Look!" To the right of the car was a small, neat building, and a sign. The sign was easily visible in the darkness. Woodland Mortuary. Madge was sobbing in horror. The car roared forward, automatically guided by Tyler's numb hands. Another sign flashed by briefly as they coasted up before the City Hall. Steuben Pet Shop. The City Hall was lit by recessed, hidden illumination. A low, simple building, a square of glowing white, like a marble Greek temple. Tyler pulled the car to a halt, then suddenly shrieked and started up again. But not soon enough. The two shiny black police cars came silently up around the Buick, one on each side. The four stern cops already had their hands on the door, stepping out and coming toward him, grim and efficient. Souvenir. "Here we go, sir," the robot pilot said. The words startled Rogers and made him look up sharply. He tensed his body and adjusted the trace web inside his coat as the bubble ship started dropping swiftly and silently toward the planet's surface. This, his heart caught, was Williamson's world. The legendary lost planet, found after 3 centuries, by accident, of course. This blue and green planet, the holy grail of the galactic system, had been almost miraculously discovered by a routine charting mission. Frank Williamson had been the first Terran to develop an outer space drive, the first to hop off from the solar system toward the universe beyond. He had never come back. He, his world, his colony, had never been found. There had been endless rumors, false leads, fake legends, and nothing more. "I'm receiving field clearance." The robot pilot raised the gain on the control speaker and clicked to attention. "Field ready," came a ghostly voice from below. "Remember, your drive mechanism is unfamiliar to us. How much run is required? Emergency brake walls are up." Rogers smiled. He could hear the pilot telling them that no run would be required, not with this ship. The brake walls could be lowered with perfect safety. 300 years. It had taken a long time to find Williamson's world. Many authorities had given him up. Some believed he had never landed, had died out in space. Perhaps there was no Williamson's world. Certainly there had been no real clues, nothing tangible to go on. Frank Williamson and 3 families had utterly disappeared in the trackless void, never to be heard from again. Until now. The young man met him at the field. He was thin and red-haired, and dressed in a colorful suit of bright material. "You're from the Galactic Relay Center?" he asked. "That's right," Rogers said huskily. "I'm Edward Rogers." The young man held out his hand. Rogers shook it awkwardly. "My name is Williamson," the young man said. "Gene Williamson." The name thundered in Rogers' ears. "Are you—" The young man nodded, his gaze enigmatical. "I'm his great-great-great-great-grandson. His tomb is here. You may see it if you wish." "I almost expected to see him. He's, well, almost a god figure to us. The first man to break out of the solar system." "He means a lot to us, too," the young man said. "He brought us here. They searched a long time before they found a planet that was habitable." Williamson waved at the city stretched out beyond the field. This one proved satisfactory. It's the system's 10th planet. Roger's eyes began to shine. Williamson's world. Under his feet. He stamped hard as they walked down the ramp together, away from the field. How many men in the galaxy had dreamed of striding down a landing ramp onto Williamson's world, with a young descendant of Frank Williamson beside them? "They'll all want to come here," Williamson said, as if aware of his thoughts. "Throw rubbish around, and break off the flowers, pick up handfuls of dirt to take back." He laughed a little nervously. "The relay will control them, of course." "Of course," Rogers assured him. At the ramp end, Rogers stopped short. For the first time, he saw the city. "What's wrong?" Gene Williamson asked, with a faint trace of amusement. They had been cut off, of course, isolated, so perhaps it wasn't so surprising. It was a wonder they weren't living in caves eating raw meat. But Williamson had always symbolized progress, development. He had been a man ahead of other men. True, his space drive by modern standards had been primitive, a curiosity, but the concept remained unaltered. Williamson the pioneer and inventor, the man who built. Yet the city was nothing more than a village with a few dozen houses and some public buildings and industrial units at its perimeter. Beyond the city stretched green fields, hills, and broad prairies. Surface vehicles crawled leisurely along the narrow streets, and most of the citizens walked on foot. An incredible anachronism, it seemed, dragged up from the past. "I'm accustomed to the uniform galactic culture," Rogers said. "Relay keeps the technocratic and ideological level constant throughout. It's hard to adjust to such a radically different social stage, but you've been cut off." "Cut off?" asked Williamson. "From Relay. You've had to develop without help." In front of them a surface vehicle crept to a halt. The driver opened the doors manually. "Now that I recall these factors, I can adjust," Rogers assured him. "On the contrary," Williamson said, entering the vehicle, "we've been receiving your relay coordinates for over a century." He motioned Rogers to get in beside him. Rogers was puzzled. "I don't understand. You mean you hooked onto the web, and yet made no attempt to—" "We receive your coordinates," Gene Williamson said, "but our citizens are not interested in using them." The surface vehicle hurried along the highway, past the rim of an immense red hill. Soon the city lay behind them, a faintly glowing place reflecting the rays of the sun. Bushes and plants appeared along the highway. The sheer side of the cliff rose, a towering wall of deep red sandstone, ragged, untouched. "Nice evening," Williamson said. Rogers nodded, in disturbed agreement. Williamson rolled down the window. Cool air blew into the car. A few gnat-like insects followed. Far off, 2 tiny figures were plowing a field, a man and a huge, lumbering beast. "When will we be there?" Rogers asked. "Soon. Most of us live away from the cities. We live in the country, in isolated, self-sufficient farm units. They're modeled on the manners of the Middle Ages." "Then you maintain only the most rudimentary subsistence level. How many people live on each farm?" "Perhaps 100 men and women." 100 people can't manage anything more complex than weaving and dyeing and paper pressing. We have special industrial units, manufacturing systems. This vehicle is a good example of what we can turn out. We have communication and sewage and medical agencies. We have technological advances equal to Terra's. Terra of the 21st century, Rogers protested. But that was 300 years ago. You're purposely maintaining an archaic culture in the face of the relay coordinates. It doesn't make any sense. Maybe we prefer it. But you're not free to prefer an inferior cultural stage. Every culture has to keep pace with the general trend. Relay makes actual a uniformity of development. It integrates the valid factors and rejects the rest. They were approaching the farm, Gene Williamson's manor. It consisted of a few simple buildings clustered together in a valley to the side of the highway, surrounded by fields and pastures. The surface vehicle turned down a narrow side road and spiraled cautiously toward the floor of the valley. The air became darker. Cold wind blew into the car, and the driver clicked his headlights on. "No robots?" Rogers asked. "No," Williamson replied. "We do all our own work." "You're making a purely arbitrary distinction," Rogers pointed out. "A robot is a machine. You don't dispense with machines as such. This car is a machine." "True," Williamson acknowledged. "The machine is a development of the tool," Rogers went on. "The axe is a simple machine. A stick becomes a tool, a simple machine in the hands of a man reaching for something. A machine is merely a multi-element tool that increases the power ratio. Man is the tool-making animal. The history of man is the history of tools into machines, greater and more efficient functioning elements. If you reject machinery, you reject man's essential key." "Here we are," Williamson said. The vehicle came to a halt, and the driver opened the doors for them. 3 or 4 huge wooden buildings loomed up in the darkness. A few dim shapes moved around. Human shapes. "Dinner's ready," Williamson said, sniffing. "I can smell it." They entered the main building. Several men and women were sitting at a long, rough table. Plates and dishes had been set in front of them. They were waiting for Williamson. "This is Edward Rogers," Williamson announced. The people studied Rogers curiously, then turned back to their food. "Sit down," a dark-eyed girl urged. "By me." They made a place for him near the end of the table. Rogers started forward, but Williamson restrained him. "Not there. You're my guest. You're expected to sit with me." The girl and her companions laughed. Rogers sat down awkwardly by Williamson. The bench was rough and hard under him. He examined a handmade wooden drinking cup. The food was piled in huge wooden bowls. There was a stew and a salad and great loaves of bread. "We could be back in the 14th century, Rogers said. "Yes," Williamson agreed. "Manor life goes back to Roman times and to the classical world. The Gauls, Britons." "These people here, are they?" Williamson nodded. "My family. We're divided up into small units arranged according to the traditional patriarch basis. I'm the oldest male and titular head." The people were eating rapidly, intent on their food. Boiled meat, vegetables, scooped up with hunks of bread and butter, and washed down with milk. The room was lit by fluorescent lighting. "Incredible," Rogers murmured. "You're still using electric power." "Oh yes, there are plenty of waterfalls on this planet. The vehicle was electric. It was run by a storage battery." "Why are there no older men?" Rogers saw several dried-up old women, but Williamson was the oldest man, and he couldn't have been over 30. "The fighting," Williamson replied, with an expressive gesture. "Fighting?" "Clan wars between families are a major part of our culture." Williamson nodded toward the long table. "We don't live long." Rogers was stunned. "Clan wars, but—" "We have pennants and emblems, like the old Scottish tribes." He touched a bright ribbon on his sleeve, the representation of a bird. "There are emblems and colors for each family, and we fight over them. The Williamson family no longer controls this planet. There is no central agency now. For a major issue, we have the plebiscite, a vote by all the clans. Each family on the planet has a vote." "Like the American Indians." Williamson nodded. "It's a tribal system. In time we'll be distinct tribes, I suppose. We still retain a common language, but we're breaking up, decentralizing, and each family to its own ways, its own customs and manners." "Just what do you fight for?" Williamson shrugged. "Some real things like land and women, Some imaginary, prestige, for instance. When honor is at stake, we have an official semi-annual public battle. A man from each family takes part, the best warrior and his weapons, like the medieval joust. We've drawn from all traditions, human tradition as a whole. Does each family have its separate deity? Williamson laughed. No, we worship in common a vague animism, a sense of the general positive vitality of the universal process. He held up a loaf of bread. Thanks for all this. Which you grew yourselves. On a planet provided for us. Williamson ate his bread thoughtfully. The old records say the ship was almost finished. Fuel just about gone, one dead, arid waste after another. If this planet hadn't turned up, the whole expedition would have perished. Cigar, Williamson said when the empty bowls had been pushed back. Thanks. Rogers accepted a cigar non-committally. Williamson lit his own and settled back against the wall. How long are you staying? He asked presently. Not long, Rogers answered. There's a bed fixed up for you, Williamson said. We retire early, but there'll be some kind of dancing, also singing and dramatic acts. We devote a lot of time to staging and producing drama. You place an emphasis on psychological release? We enjoy making and doing things, if that's what you mean. Rogers stared about him. The walls were covered with murals painted directly on the rough wood. So I see, he said. You grind your own colors from clay and berries? Not quite, Williamson replied. We have a big pigment industry. Tomorrow I'll show you our kiln where we fire our own things. Some of our best work is with fabrics and screen processes. Interesting. A decentralized society moving gradually back into primitive tribalism. A society that voluntarily rejects the advanced technocratic and cultural products of the galaxy, and thus deliberately withdraws from contact with the rest of mankind. From the uniform, relay-controlled society only, Williams insisted. Do you know why Relay maintains a uniform level for all worlds? Rogers asked. I'll tell you, there are two reasons. First, the body of knowledge which men have amassed doesn't permit duplication of experiment. There's no time. When a discovery has been made, it's absurd to repeat it on countless planets throughout the universe. Information gained on any of the 1,000 worlds is flashed to Relay Center and then out again to the whole galaxy. Relay studies and selects experiences and coordinates them into a rational, functional system without contradictions. Relay orders the total experience of mankind into a coherent structure. And the second reason? If uniform culture is maintained, controlled from a central source, there won't be war. True, Williamson admitted. We've abolished war. It's as simple as that. We have a homogeneous culture, like that of ancient Rome, a common culture for all mankind, which we maintain throughout the galaxy. Each planet is as involved in it as any other. There are no backwaters of culture to breed envy and hatred. Such as this. Rogers let out his breath slowly. Yes, you've confronted us with a strange situation. We've searched for Williamson's world for 3 centuries. We've wanted it, dreamed of finding it. It has seemed like Prester John's empire, a fabulous world cut off from the rest of humanity. Maybe not real at all. Frank Williamson might have crashed. But he didn't. He didn't, and Williamson's world is alive with a culture of its own, deliberately set apart with its own way of life, its own standards. Now, contact has been made, and our dream has come true. The people of the galaxy will soon be informed that Williamson's world has been found. We can now restore the first colony outside the solar system to its rightful place in the galactic culture. Rogers reached into his coat and brought out a metal packet. He unfastened the packet and laid a clean, crisp document on the table. What's this? Williamson asked. The Articles of Incorporation, for you to sign so that Williamson's world can become a part of the galactic culture. Williamson and the rest of the people in the room fell silent. They gazed down at the document, none of them speaking. Well, Rogers said. He was tense. He pushed the document toward Williamson. Here it is. Williamson shook his head. Sorry. He pushed the document firmly back toward Rogers. We've already taken a plebiscite. I hate to disappoint you, but we've already decided not to join. That's our final decision. The Class 1 battleship assumed an orbit outside the gravity belt of Williamson's world. Commander Ferris contacted the relay center. We're here, what next? Send down a wiring team. Report back to me as soon as it has made surface contact. 10 minutes later, Corporal Pete Matson was dropped overboard in a pressurized gravity suit. He drifted slowly toward the blue and green globe beneath, turning and twisting as he neared the surface of the planet. Matson landed and bounced a couple of times. He got shakily to his feet. He seemed to be at the edge of a forest. In the shadow of the huge trees, he removed his crash helmet. Holding his blast rifle tightly, he made his way forward, cautiously advancing among the trees. His earphones clicked. Any sign of activity? None, Commander, he signaled back. There's what appears to be a village to your right. You may run into someone. Keep moving and watch out. The rest of the team is dropping now. Instructions will follow from your relay web. I'll watch out, Matson promised, cradling his blast rifle. He sighted it experimentally at a distant hill and squeezed the trigger. The hill disintegrated into dust, a rising column of waste particles. Matson climbed a long ridge and shielded his eyes to peer around him. He could see the village. It was small, like a country town on Terra. It looked interesting. For a moment, he hesitated. Then he stepped quickly down from the ridge and headed toward the village, moving rapidly, his supple body alert. Above him from the Class 1 battleship, 3 more of the team were already falling, clutching their guns and tumbling gently toward the surface of the planet. Rogers folded up the incorporation papers and returned them slowly to his coat. You understand what you're doing? He asked. The room was deathly silent. Williamson nodded. Of course. We're refusing to join your relay system. Rogers' fingers touched the trace web. The web warmed into life. I'm sorry to hear that, he said. Does it surprise you? Not exactly. Relay submitted our scouts report to the computers. There was always the possibility you'd refuse. I was given instructions in case of such an event. What are your instructions? Rogers examined his wristwatch. To inform you that you have 6 hours to join us, or be blasted out of the universe. He got abruptly to his feet. I'm sorry this had to happen. Williamson's world is one of our most precious legends. But nothing must destroy the unity of the galaxy. Williamson had risen. His face was ash-white, the color of death. They faced each other defiantly. We'll fight, Williamson said quietly. His fingers knotted together violently, clenching and unclenching. That's unimportant. You've received relay coordinates on weapons development. You know what our war fleet has. The other people sat quietly at their places, staring rigidly down at their empty plates. No one moved. Is it necessary? Williamson said harshly. Cultural variation must be avoided if the galaxy is to have peace, Rogers replied firmly. You'd destroy us to avoid war? We'd destroy anything to avoid war. We can't permit our society to degenerate into bickering provinces, forever quarreling and fighting, like your clans. We're stable because we lack the very concept of variation. Uniformity must be preserved and separation must be discouraged. The idea itself must remain unknown. Williamson was thoughtful. Do you think you can keep the idea unknown? There are so many semantic correlatives, hints, verbal leads. Even if you blast us, it may arise somewhere else. We'll take that chance. Rogers moved toward the door. I'll return to my ship and wait there. I suggest you take another vote. Maybe knowing how far we're prepared to go will change the results. I doubt it. Rogers' web whispered suddenly. This is North at relay. Rogers fingered the web in acknowledgement. A Class 1 battleship is in your area. A team has already been landed. Keep your ship grounded until it can fall back. I've ordered the team to lay out its fission mine terminals. Rogers said nothing. His fingers tightened around the web convulsively. What's wrong? Williamson asked. Nothing. Rogers pushed the door open. I'm in a hurry to return to my ship. Let's go. Commander Ferris contacted Rogers as soon as his ship had left Williamson's world. "North tells me you've already informed them," Ferris said. "That's right. He also contacted your team directly, had it prepare to attack." "So I'm informed. How much time did you offer them?" 6 hours. "Do you think they'll give in?" "I don't know," Rogers said. "I hope so, but I doubt it." Williamson's world turned slowly in the view screen with its green and blue forest, rivers, and oceans. Terra might have looked that way once. He could see the Class 1 battleship, a great silvery globe, moving slowly in its orbit around the planet. The legendary world had been found and contacted. Now it would be destroyed. He had tried to prevent it, but without success. He couldn't prevent the inevitable. If Williamson's world refused to join the galactic culture, its destruction became a necessity, grim, axiomatic. It was either Williamson's world or the galaxy. To preserve the greater, the lesser had to be sacrificed. He made himself as comfortable as possible by the view screen and waited. At the end of 6 hours, a line of black dots rose from the planet and headed slowly toward the Class 1 battleship. He recognized them for what they were, old-fashioned jet-driven rocket ships, a formation of antiquated war vessels rising up to give battle. The planet had not changed its mind. It was going to fight. It was willing to be destroyed rather than give up its way of life. The black dots grew swiftly larger, became roaring, blazing metal discs puffing awkwardly along. A pathetic sight. Rogers felt strangely moved, watching the jet-driven ships divide up for the contact. The Class 1 battleship had secured its orbit and was swinging in a lazy, efficient arc. Its banks of energy tubes were slowly rising, lining up to meet the attack. Suddenly the formation of the ancient rocket ships dived. They rumbled over the Class 1, firing jerkily. The Class 1's tubes followed their path. They began to reform clumsily, gaining distance for a second try and another run. A tongue of colorless energy flicked out. The attackers vanished. Commander Ferris contacted Rogers. The poor tragic fools. His heavy face was gray. Attacking us with those things. "Any damage?" "None whatever." Ferris wiped his forehead shakily. "No damage to me at all." "What next?" Rogers asked stonily. "I've declined the mine operation and passed it back to Relay. They'll have to do it. The impulse should already be—" Below them, the green and blue globe shuddered convulsively. Soundlessly, effortlessly, it flew apart. Fragments rose, bits of debris, and the planet dissolved in a cloud of white flame, a blazing mass of incandescent fire. For an instant it remained a miniature sun, lighting up the void. Then it faded into ash. The screens of Rogers' ship hummed into life as the debris struck. Particles rained against them, and were instantly disintegrated. "Well," Ferris said, "it's over. North will report the original scout mistaken. Williamson's world wasn't found. The legend will remain a legend." Rogers continued to watch until the last bits of debris had ceased flying, and only a vague, discolored shadow remained. The screens clicked off automatically. To his right, the Class 1 battleship picked up speed and headed toward the Riga system. Williamson's world was gone. The galactic relay culture had been preserved. The idea, the concept of a separate culture with its own ways, its own customs, had been disposed of in the most effective possible way. "Good job," the relay trace web whispered. North was pleased. "The fission mines were perfectly placed. Nothing remains." "No," Rogers agreed. "Nothing remains." Corporal Pete Matson pushed the front door open, grinning from ear to ear. "Hi, honey. Surprise." "Pete." Gloria Matson came running, throwing her arms around her husband. "What are you doing home?" "Pete." "Special leave, 48 hours. Pete tossed down his suitcase triumphantly. "Hi there, kid." His son greeted him shyly. "Hello." Pete squatted down and opened his suitcase. "How have things been going? How's school?" "He's had another cold," Gloria said. "He's almost over it. But what happened? Why did they—" "Military secret." Pete fumbled in his suitcase. "Here." He held something out to his son. "I brought you something. A souvenir." He handed his son a handmade wooden drinking cup. The boy took it shyly and turned it around, curious and puzzled. "What's a souvenir?" Matson struggled to express the difficult concept. "Well, it's something that reminds you of a different place. Something you don't have where you are, you know." Matson tapped the cup. That's to drink out of. It's sure not like our plastic cups, is it?" "No," the child said. "Look at this, Gloria." Pete shook out a great folded cloth from his suitcase, printed with multicolored designs. "Pick this up cheap. You can make a skirt out of it. What do you say? Ever seen anything like it?" "No," Gloria said, awed. "I haven't." She took the cloth and fingered it reverently. Pete Matson beamed as his wife and child stood clutching the souvenirs he had brought them, reminders of his excursions to distant places, foreign lands. "Gee," his son whispered, turning the cup around and around. A strange light glowed in his eyes. "Thanks a lot, Dad, for the souvenir." The strange light grew. Survey Team. Holloway came up through 6 miles of ash to see how the rocket looked in landing. He emerged from the lead-shielded bore and joined Young, crouching down with a small knot of surface troops. The surface of the planet was dark and silent. The air stung his nose. It smelled foul. Holloway shivered uneasily. "Where the hell are we?" A soldier pointed into the blackness. "The mountains are over there. See them? The Rockies. And this is Colorado." Colorado. The old name awakened vague emotion in Holloway. He fingered his blast rifle. "When will it get here?" he asked. Far off against the horizon he could see the enemy's green and yellow signal flares, and an occasional flash of fission white. "Any time now. It's mechanically controlled all the way, piloted by robot. When it comes, it really comes." An enemy mine burst a few dozen miles away. For a brief instant the landscape was outlined in jagged lightning. Holloway and the troops dropped to the ground automatically. He caught the dead-burned smell of the surface of Earth as it was now, 30 years after the war began. It was a lot different from the way he remembered it when he was a kid in California. He could remember the valley country, grape orchards and walnuts and lemons, smudge pots under the orange trees, green mountains and sky the color of a woman's eyes, and the fresh smell of the soil. That was all gone now. Nothing remained but gray ash pulverized with the white stones of buildings. Once a city had been in this spot. He could see the yawning cavities of cellars, filled now with slag, dried rivers of rust that had once been buildings, rubble strewn everywhere aimlessly. The mine flare faded out and the blackness settled back. They got cautiously to their feet. "Quite a sight," a soldier murmured. "It was a lot different before," Holloway said. "Was it? I was born under surface. In those days we grew our food right in the ground, on the surface, in the soil, not in underground tanks. We—" Holloway broke off. A great rushing sound filled the air suddenly, cutting off his words. An immense shape roared past them in the blackness, struck some place close, and shook the earth. "The rocket!" a soldier shouted. They all began running, Holloway lumbering awkwardly along. "Good news, I hope," Young said close by him. "I hope too," Holloway gasped. "Mars is our last chance. If this doesn't work, we're finished. The report on Venus was negative. Nothing there but lava and steam." Later they examined the rocket from Mars. "It'll do," Young murmured. "You're sure?" Director Davidson asked, tensely. "Once we get there, we can't come running back." "We're sure." Holloway tossed the spools across the desk to Davidson. "Examine them yourself. The air on Mars will be thin and dry. The gravity is much weaker than ours. But we'll be able to live there, which is more than you can say for this godforsaken Earth." Davidson picked up the spools. The unblinking recessed lights gleamed down on the metal desk, the metal walls and floor of the office. Hidden machinery wheezed in the walls, maintaining the air and temperature. "I'll have to rely on you experts, of course, if some vital factor is not taken into account." "Naturally, it's a gamble," Young said. "We can't be sure of all factors at this distance." He tapped the spools. "Mechanical samples and photos. Robots creeping around doing the best they can. We're lucky to have anything to go on." "There's no radiation, at least," Holloway said. "We can count on that. But Mars will be dry and dusty and cold. It's a long way out, weak sun, deserts and wrinkled hills." "Mars is old," Young agreed. "It was cooled a long time ago. Look at it this way. We have 8 planets, excluding Earth. Pluto to Jupiter is out. No chance of survival there. Mercury is nothing but liquid metal. Venus is still volcano and steam. Precambrian. That's 7 of the 8. Mars is the only possibility, a priori." "In other words," Davidson said slowly, "Mars has to be okay because there's nothing else for us to try." "We could stay here. Live on here in the undersurface systems like gophers." We could not last more than another year. You've seen the recent psych graphs. They had. The tension index was up. Men weren't made to live in metal tunnels, living on tank-grown food, working and sleeping and dying without seeing the sun. It was the children they were really thinking about. Kids that had never been up to the surface. Wan-faced pseudo-mutants with eyes like blind fish. A generation born in the subterranean world. The tension index was up because men were seeing their children alter and meld in with a world of tunnels and slimy darkness and dripping luminous rocks. Then it's agreed, Young said. Davidson searched the faces of the two technicians. Maybe we could reclaim the surface, revive Earth again, renew its soil. It hasn't really gone that far, has it? No chance, Young said flatly. Even if we could work an arrangement with the enemy, there'll be particles in suspension for another 50 years. Earth will be too hot for life the rest of this century, and we can't wait. All right, Davidson said. I'll authorize the survey team. We'll risk that, at least. You want to go, be the first humans to land on Mars? You bet, Holloway said grimly. It's in our contract that I go. The red globe that was Mars grew steadily larger. In the control room, Young and Van Ecker, the navigator, watched it intently. We'll have to bail, Van Ecker said. No chance of landing at this velocity. Young was nervous. That's all right for us, but how about the first load of settlers? We can't expect women and children to jump. By then we'll know more. Van Ecker nodded, and Captain Mason sounded the emergency alarm. Throughout the ship, relay bells clanged ominously. The ship throbbed with scampering feet as crew members grabbed their jumpsuits and hurried to the hatches. Mars, Captain Mason murmured, still at the view screen. Not like Luna. This is the real thing. Young and Holloway moved toward the hatch. We better get going. Mars was swelling rapidly, an ugly, bleak globe, dull red. Holloway fitted on his jump helmet. Van Ecker came behind him. Mason remained in the control cabin. I'll follow, he said, after the crew's out. The hatch slid back and they moved out onto the jump shelf. The crew were already beginning to leap. Too bad to waste a ship, Young said. Can't be helped. Van Ecker clamped his helmet on and jumped. His brake unit sent him spinning upward, rising like a balloon into the blackness above them. Young and Holloway followed. Below them, the ship plunged on, downward toward the surface of Mars. In the sky, tiny luminous dots drifted. The crew members. I've been thinking, Holloway said into his helmet speaker. What about? Young's voice came in his earphones. Davidson was talking about overlooking some vital factor. There is one we haven't considered. What's that? The Martians. Good God, Van Ecker chimed in. Holloway could see him drifting off to his right, settling slowly toward the planet below. You think there are Martians? It's possible Mars will sustain life. If we can live there, other complex forms could exist too. We'll know soon enough, Young said. Van Ecker laughed. Maybe they trapped one of our robot rockets. Maybe they're expecting us. Holloway was silent. It was too close to be funny. The red planet was growing rapidly. He could see white spots at the poles, a few hazy blue-green ribbons that had once been called canals. Was there a civilization down there? An organized culture waiting for them as they drifted slowly down? He groped at his pack until his fingers closed over the butt of his pistol. Better get your guns out, he said. If there's a Martian defense system waiting for us, we won't have a chance, Young said. Mars cooled millions of years ahead of Earth. It's a cinch they'll be so advanced we won't even be... Too late now, Mason's voice came faintly. You experts should have thought of that before. Where are you? Holloway demanded. Drifting below you. The ship is empty. Should strike any moment. I got all the equipment out, attached it to automatic jump units. A faint flash of light exploded briefly below, winked out. The ship striking the surface. I'm almost down, Mason said nervously. I'll be the first. Mars had ceased to be a globe. Now it was a great red dish, a vast plain of dull rust spread out beneath them. They fell slowly, silently toward it. Mountains became visible, narrow trickles of water that were rivers, a vague checkerboard pattern that might have been fields and pastures. Holloway gripped his pistol tightly. His brake units shrieked as the air thickened. He was almost down. A muffled crunch sounded abruptly in his earphones. Mason, Young shouted. I'm down, Mason's voice came faintly. You all right? Knocked the wind out of me, but I'm all right. How does it look? Holloway demanded. For a moment there was silence. Then, "Good God!" Mason gasped. "A city." "A city," Young yelled. "What kind? What's it like?" "Can you see them?" Van Ecker shouted. "What are they like? Are there a lot of them?" They could hear Mason breathing. His breath rasped hoarsely in their phones. "No," he gasped, at last. "No sign of life, no activity. The city it looks deserted." "Deserted?" "Ruins, nothing but ruins, miles of wrecked columns and walls and rusting scaffolding." "Thank God," Young breathed. "They must have died out. We're safe. They must have evolved and finished their cycle a long time ago." "Did they leave us anything?" Fear clutched at Holloway. "Is there anything left for us?" He clawed wildly at his brake units, struggling frantically to hurry his descent. "Is it all gone?" "You think they used up everything?" Young said. "You think they exhausted all the—" "I can't tell." Mason's weak voice came, tinged with uneasiness. "It looks bad. Big pits, mining pits. I can't tell, but it looks bad." Holloway struggled desperately with his brake units. The planet was a shambles. "Good God," Young mumbled. He sat down on a broken column and wiped his face. Not a damn thing left. Nothing. Around them, the crew were setting up emergency defense units. The communications team was assembling a battery-driven transmitter. A bore team was drilling for water. Other teams were scouting around looking for food. "There won't be any signs of life," Holloway said. He waved at the endless expanse of debris and rust. "They're gone. Finished. A long time ago." "I don't understand," Mason muttered. "How could they wreck a whole planet?" "We wrecked Earth in 30 years. "Not this way. They've used Mars up. Used up everything. Nothing left. Nothing at all. It's one vast scrap heap." Shakily, Holloway tried to light a cigarette. The match burned feebly, then sputtered out. He felt light and dopey. His heart throbbed heavily. The distant sun beat down, pale and small. Mars was a cold, a lonely, dead world. Holloway said, "They must have had a hell of a time watching their cities rot away. No water or minerals. Finally, no soil." He picked up a handful of dry sand, let it trickle through his fingers. "Transmitter working," a crew member said. Mason got to his feet and lumbered awkwardly over to the transmitter. "I'll tell Davidson what we've found." He bent over the microphone. Young looked across at Holloway. "Well, I guess we're stuck. How long will our supplies carry us?" "Couple of months." "And then?" Young snapped his fingers. "Like the Martians." He squinted at the long corroded wall of a ruined house. "I wonder what they were like." "A semantics team is probing the ruins. Maybe they'll turn up something." Beyond the ruined city stretched out what had once been an industrial area. Fields of twisted installations, towers and pipes and machinery, sand-covered and partly rusted. The surface of the land was pocked with great gaping sores, yawning pits where scoops had once dredged, entrances of underground mines. Mars was honeycombed, termite-ridden. A whole race had burrowed and dug in, trying to stay alive. The Martians had sucked Mars dry, then fled it. "A graveyard," Young said. "Well, they got what they deserved." "You blame them? What should they have done? Perished a few thousand years sooner and left their planet in better shape?" "They could have left us something," Young said stubbornly. "Maybe we can dig up their bones and boil them. I'd like to get my hands on one of them long enough to—" A pair of crewmen came hurrying across the sand. "Look at these." They carried armloads of metal tubes, glittering cylinders, heaped up in piles. "Look what we found buried." Holloway roused himself. "What is it?" "Records. Written documents. Get these to the semantics team." Carmichael spilled his armload at Holloway's feet. "And this isn't all. We found something else. Installations." "Installations? What kind?" "Rocket launchers. Old towers, rusty as hell. There are fields of them on the other side of the town." Carmichael wiped perspiration from his red face. "They didn't die, Holloway. They took off. They used up this place, then left." Dr. Judd and Young pored over the gleaming tubes. "It's coming," Judd murmured, absorbed in the shifting pattern undulating across the scanner. "Can you make anything out?" Holloway asked tensely. "They left all right. Took off, the whole lot of them." Young turned to Holloway. "What do you think of that? So they didn't die out?" "Can't you tell where they went?" Judd shook his head. "Some planet their scout ships located. Ideal climate and temperature." He pushed the scanner aside. "In their last period, the whole Martian civilization was oriented around this escape planet. Big project, moving a society lock, stock, and barrel. It took them 300 or 400 years to get everything of value off Mars and on its way to the other planet." How did the operation come out? Not so good. The planet was beautiful, but they had to adapt. Apparently they didn't anticipate all the problems arising from colonization on a strange planet. Judd indicated a cylinder. The colonies deteriorated rapidly, couldn't keep the traditions and techniques going. The society broke apart. Then came war, barbarism. Then their migration was a failure, Holloway pondered. Maybe it can't be done. Maybe it's impossible. Not a failure, Judd corrected. They lived, at least. This place was no good anymore. Better to live as savages on a strange world than stay here and die, so they say on these cylinders. Come along, Young said to Holloway. The two men stepped outside the semantics hut. It was night. The sky was littered with glowing stars. The two moons had risen. They glimmered coldly, two dead eyes in the chilly sky. This place won't do, Young stated. We can't migrate here. That's settled. Holloway eyed him. What's on your mind? This was the last of the 9 planets. We tested every one of them. Young's face was alive with emotion. None of them will support life. All of them are lethal or useless like this rubbish heap. The whole damn solar system is out. So? We'll have to leave the solar system. And go where? How? Young pointed toward the Martian ruins, to the city and the rusted bent rows of towers. Where they went, they found a place to go, an untouched world outside the solar system, and they developed some kind of outer space drive to get them there. You mean, follow them. This solar system is dead. But outside, someplace in some other system, they found an escape world, and they were able to get there. We'd have to fight with them if we land on their planet. They won't want to share it. Young spat angrily on the sand. Their colonies deteriorated, remember? Broke down into barbarism. We can handle them. We've got everything in the way of war weapons, weapons that can wipe a planet clean. We don't want to do that. What do we want to do? Tell Davidson we're stuck on Terra? Let the human race turn into underground moles? Blind crawling things? If we follow the Martians, we'll be competing for their world. They found it. The damn thing belongs to them, not us. And maybe we can't work out their drive. Maybe the schematics are lost. Judd emerged from the semantics hut. I've some more information. The whole story is here. Details on the escape planet. Fauna and flora. Studies of its gravity, air density, mineral possessions, soil layer, climate, temperature, everything. How about their drive? Breakdown on that, too. Everything. Judd was shaking with excitement. I have an idea. Let's get the designs team on these drive schematics and see if they can duplicate it. If they can, we could follow the Martians. We could sort of share their planet with them. See, Young said to Holloway, Davidson will say the same thing. It's obvious. Holloway turned and walked off. What's wrong with him? Judd asked. Nothing. He'll get over it. Young scratched out a quick message on a piece of paper. Have this transmitted to Davidson back on Terra. Judd peered at the message. He whistled. You're telling him about the Martian migration and about the escape planet. We want to get started. It'll take a long time to get things underway. Will Holloway come around? He'll come around, Young said. Don't worry about him. Holloway gazed up at the towers, the leaning, sagging towers from which the Martian transports had been launched thousands of years before. Nothing stirred, no sign of life. The whole dried-up planet was dead. Holloway wandered among the towers. The beam from his helmet cut a white path in front of him. Ruins, heaps of rusting metal, bales of wire and building material, parts of uncompleted equipment, half-buried construction sections sticking up from the sand. He came to a raised platform and mounted the ladder cautiously. He found himself in an observation mount surrounded by the remains of dials and meters. A telescopic sight stuck up, rusted in place, frozen tight. Hey, a voice came from below. Who's up there? Holloway. God, you scared me. Carmichael slid his blast rifle away and climbed the ladder. What are you doing? Looking around. Carmichael appeared beside him, puffing and red-faced. Interesting, these towers. This was an automatic sighting station. Fixed the takeoff for supply transports. The population was already gone. Carmichael slapped at the ruined control board. These supply ships continued to take off, loaded by machines and dispatched by machines, after all the Martians were gone. Lucky for them they had a place to go. Sure was. The minerals team says there's not a damn thing left here, nothing but dead sand and rock and debris. Even the water's no good. They took everything of value. Judd says their escape world is pretty nice. Virgin. Carmichael smacked his fat lips. Never touched. Trees and meadows and blue oceans. He showed me a scanner translation of a cylinder. Too bad we don't have a place like that to go. A virgin world for ourselves. Carmichael was bent over the telescope. This here sighted for them. When the escape planet swam into view, a relay delivered a trigger charge to the control tower. The tower launched the ships. When the ships were gone, a new flock came up into position. Carmichael began to polish the encrusted lenses of the telescope, wiping the accumulated rust and debris away. Maybe we'll see their planet. In the ancient lenses, a vague, luminous globe was swimming. Holloway could make it out, obscured by the filth of centuries, hidden behind a curtain of metallic particles and dirt. Carmichael was down on his hands and knees, working with the focus mechanism. See anything? He demanded. Holloway nodded. Yeah. Carmichael pushed him away. Let me look. He squinted into the lens. Oh, for God's sake. What's wrong? Can't you see it? I see it, Carmichael said, getting down on his hands and knees again. The thing must have slipped, or the time shift is too great. But this is supposed to adjust automatically. Of course, the gearbox has been frozen for... What's wrong? Holloway demanded. That's Earth. Don't you recognize it? Earth? Carmichael sneered with disgust. This fool thing must be busted. I wanted to get a look at their dream planet. That's just old Terra, where we came from. All my work trying to fix this wreck up, and what do we see? Earth, Holloway murmured. He had just finished telling Young about the telescope. I can't believe it, Young said. But the description fitted Earth thousands of years ago. How long ago did they take off? Holloway asked. About 600,000 years ago, Judd said. And their colonies descended into barbarism on the new planet. The four men were silent. They looked at each other, tight-lipped. We've destroyed 2 worlds, Holloway said at last. Not one. Mars first. We finished up here. Then we moved to Terra. And we destroyed Terra as systematically as we did Mars. A closed circle, Mason said. We're back where we started. Back to reap the crop our ancestors sowed. They left Mars this way. Useless. And now we're back here poking around the ruins like ghouls. Shut up, Young snapped. He paced angrily back and forth. I can't believe it. We're Martians. Descendants of the original stock that left here. We're back from the colonies. Back home. Mason's voice rose hysterically. We're home again where we belong. Judd pushed aside the scanner and got to his feet. No doubt about it. I checked their analysis with our own archaeological records. It fits. Their escape world was Terra, 600,000 years ago. What'll we tell Davidson? Mason demanded. He giggled wildly. We found a perfect place. A world untouched by human hands, still in the original cellophane wrapper. Holloway moved to the door of the hut, stood gazing silently out. Judd joined him. This is catastrophic. We're really stuck. What the hell are you looking at? Above them, the cold sky glittered. In the bleak light, the barren plains of Mars stretched out, mile after mile of empty, wasted ruin. At that, Holloway said, you know what it reminds me of? A picnic site. Broken bottles and tin cans and wadded-up plates, after the picnickers have left. Only the picnickers are back. They're back, and they have to live in the mess they made. What'll we tell Davidson? Mason demanded. I've already called him, Young said wearily. I told him there was a planet, out of the solar system, some place we could go. The Martians had a drive. A drive, Judd pondered. Those towers. His lips twisted. Maybe they did have an outer space drive. Maybe it's worth going on with the translation. They looked at each other. Tell Davidson we're going on, Holloway ordered. We'll keep on until we find it. We're not staying on this godforsaken junkyard. His gray eyes glowed. We'll find it yet. A virgin world. A world that's unspoiled. Unspoiled, Young echoed. Nobody there ahead of us. We'll be the first, Judd muttered avidly. It's wrong, Mason shouted. 2 are enough. Let's not destroy a 3rd world. Nobody listened to him. Judd and Young and Holloway gazed up, faces eager, hands clenching and unclenching, as if they were already there, as if they were already holding on to the new world, clutching it with all their strength, tearing it apart atom by atom. Notes. All notes in italics are by Philip K. Dick. The year when the note was written appears in parentheses following the note. Most of these notes were written as story notes for the collections The Best of Philip K. Dick, published 1977, and The Golden Man, published 1980. A few were written at the request of editors publishing or reprinting a PKD story in a book or magazine. When there is a date following the name of a story, it is the date the manuscript of that story was first received by Dick's agent, per the records of the Scott Meredith Literary Agency. Absence of a date means no record is available. The name of a magazine, followed by a month and year, indicates the first published appearance of a story. An alternate name following a story indicates Dick's original name for the story, as shown in the agency records. These 5 volumes include all of Philip K. Dick's short fiction, with the exception of short novels, later published as or included in novels, childhood writings, and unpublished writings for which manuscripts have not been found. The stories are arranged as closely as possible in chronological order of composition. Research for this chronology was done by Greg Rickman and Paul Williams. The Cookie Lady, 8/27/52, fantasy fiction, June 1953. Beyond the Door, 8/29/52, Fantastic Universe, January 1954. Prominent Author, 4/20/53, If, May 1954. We Can Remember It For You Wholesale, 9/13/65, fantasy and science fiction, April 1966, Nebula Award nominee. John's World, John, 10/21/52, Time to Come. Edited by August Derleth, New York, 1954. The Cosmic Poachers, Burglar, 10/22/52, Imagination, July 1953. Progeny, 11/3/52, If, November 1954. Some Kinds of Life, The Beleaguered, 11/3/52, Fantastic Universe, October-November 1953, under the pseudonym Richard Phillips. Martians Come in Clouds, The Buggies, 11/5/52, Fantastic Universe, June-July 1954. The Commuter, 11/19/52, Amazing, August-September 1953. The World She Wanted, 11/24/52, Science Fiction Quarterly, May 1953. A Surface Raid, 12/2/52, Fantastic Universe, July 1955. Project Earth, One Who Stole, 1/6/53, Imagination, December 1953. The Trouble with Bubbles, Plaything, 1/13/53, If, September 1953. Breakfast at Twilight, 1/17/53, Amazing, July 1954. There you are, in your home, and the soldiers smash down the door and tell you you're in the middle of World War III. Something's gone wrong with time. I like to fiddle with the idea of basic categories of reality, such as space and time, breaking down. It's my love of chaos, I suppose. 1976. A Present for Pat, 1/17/53, Startling Stories, January 1954. The Hoodmaker, Immunity, 1/26/53, Imagination, June 1955. Of Withered Apples, 1/26/53, Cosmos Science Fiction and Fantasy, July 1954. Human Is, 2/2/53, Startling Stories, Winter 1955. To me, this story states my early conclusions as to what is human. I have not really changed my view since I wrote this story back in the 50s. It's not what you look like or what planet you were born on. It's how kind you are. The quality of kindness to me distinguishes us from rocks and sticks and metal, and will forever, whatever shape we take, wherever we go, whatever we become. For me, human is my credo. May it be yours. 1976. Adjustment Team, 2/11/53, Orbit Science Fiction, September-October 1954. The Impossible Planet, Legend, 2/11/53, Imagination, October 1953. Impostor, 2/24/53, Astounding, June 1953. Here was my first story on the topic of, am I a human or am I just programmed to believe I am human? When you consider that I wrote this back in 1953, it was, if I may say so, a pretty damn good new idea in SF. Of course, by now I've done it to death. But the theme still preoccupies me. It's an important theme because it forces us to ask what is a human and what isn't. 1976. James P. Crow, 31753, Planet Stories, May 1954. Planet for Transients, The Itinerants, 32353, Fantastic Universe, October-November 1953. Parts of this story were adapted for the novel Deus Irae. Small Town, Engineer, 32353, Amazing, May 1954. Here the frustrations of a defeated, small person, small in terms of power, in particular power over others, gradually become transformed into something sinister, the force of death. In rereading this story, which is of course a fantasy, not science fiction, I am impressed by the subtle change which takes place in the protagonist from trod upon to treader. Vern Haskell initially appears as the prototype of the impotent human being, but this conceals a drive at his core self which is anything but weak. It is as if I am saying, the put-upon person may be very dangerous. Be careful as to how you misuse him. He may be a mask for Thanatos, the antagonist of life. He may not secretly wish to rule. He may wish to destroy. 1979. Souvenir, 32653, Fantastic Universe, October 1954. Survey Team, 4353, Fantastic Universe, May 1954. End of The Collected Stories of Philip K. Dick, Volumes 1 and 2, by Philip K. Dick, Philipkdick. Read by Gregory Maupin, in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, February 2016. A Citadel Twilight book, published by Carroll Publishing Group, Carroll Communications, Incorporated, 600 Madison Avenue, New York, 10022. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited. If you found this book to be defective, please contact your cooperating network library.
End of book.